My parents tried to sue me for $30,000 after I stopped funding my brother's luxury life. I brought a binder to dinner that destroyed their world. Now he begged. Original post. Growing up, my parents weren't physically cruel, but they had a deeply ingrained habit of making the entire universe revolve around my younger brother, Leo. He is 25, effortlessly charming, incredibly loud, and perpetually struggling to launch. If I got an A on a final exam, they'd give me a polite nod. If Leo managed to pass a remedial class, they'd throw a backyard barbecue. I didn't really mind it at first. He was the baby of the family, and I was the quiet, responsible one. But somewhere along the line, being the responsible one morphed into being entirely responsible for him. I am 28 years old, and I work as a senior systems architect in cybersecurity. It is not a glamorous or flashy career, but I have worked relentlessly to move up the corporate ranks, save diligently, and create a peaceful life where I don't have to stress over every single bill. I drive a modest 6-year-old sedan, live in a small but comfortable one-bedroom apartment, and keep the vast majority of my money tucked away in investments and savings. It is a quiet, stable life. That stability, however, seemed to paint a massive, glowing target on my back in my parents' eyes. Leo, on the other hand, has been trying to find his true passion since he graduated high school. First, it was a grand photography phase. My parents eagerly financed a $2,500 DSLR camera setup, complete with professional lighting rigs. He abandoned it 3 months later, selling the entire kit for a fraction of the cost to buy DJ equipment. Then it was a brief stint in real estate, followed by a disastrous attempt at crypto mining that literally blew the electrical panel in my parents' basement. Every single time he fails, there is an elaborate excuse. And every time he needs a financial bailout, my parents act like the world should bend over backward to accommodate his journey. 4 years ago, after my mother was involved in a nasty car accident that resulted in some hefty out-of-pocket medical bills, my dad suggested we set up a joint emergency fund. It was supposed to be a communal safety net for all of us. Dad said it would be prudent to have a shared pool of liquid cash in case things ever got genuinely bad again. I agreed. It sounded logical. But over the next 4 years, I was the absolute only person putting a single dime into it. I deposited $1,200 every single month like clockwork. I didn't complain. I had a high-paying job, and watching that safety net grow gave me peace of mind. I never in a million years imagined they would view it as their personal slush fund. So, when I walked into our standard Sunday family dinner last month, I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. The heavy scent of roasted chicken and garlic filled the house. My mom was bustling around the kitchen island, while Leo was sprawled on the living room couch, aggressively scrolling through his phone, same as always. Dad greeted me with his usual firm pat on the shoulder and a quick, "How's the IT world, Mark?" before taking his designated seat at the head of the dining table. We made idle small talk for a while. The local football team's losing streak, the upcoming winter weather, my aunt's upcoming knee surgery, everything was perfectly mundane until we were halfway through the main course. That is when the bomb dropped. "You'll be taking over your brother's rent payments starting next month, since you make significantly more," my dad said casually, slicing into his chicken like he was discussing the weather forecast. At first, I genuinely thought I had misheard him. I looked up from my plate, my fork hovering halfway to my mouth. "Excuse me? What?" Dad didn't even glance up from his meal. "Leo's lease is up at the end of the month. The new place he wants is more expensive. He needs financial help, and since you've got a much better paying job and zero real responsibilities, it just makes sense. Family helps family." I waited for the punchline. I waited for someone to laugh, but all I got was deafening silence. Leo didn't even flinch. He just kept shoveling mashed potatoes into his mouth like nothing out of the ordinary had been proposed. My mom suddenly became incredibly fascinated with her water glass, actively avoiding eye contact with me. That avoidance told me everything I needed to know. They had discussed this beforehand. They had planned this ambush. "Are you completely serious right now?" I finally asked, my voice tight. "Dead serious," Dad replied, taking a slow sip of his red wine. "You have been doing very well for yourself, Mark. It is time to give back to the household. Your brother needs a hand up." "I already help out," I argued, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. "I cover actual emergencies. I paid the $1,800 for Leo's truck transmission repair last year. I paid the deductible when the basement flooded because of his crypto rigs. I am not made of money, Dad." Dad shrugged dismissively. "This isn't about money, Mark. It is about family unity. Do you think your brother actually wants to need help? He is trying his best." I looked directly at Leo. He didn't even attempt to feign guilt. In fact, I swear to God, there was the faint hint of a smug smirk playing on the corners of his lips. He knew exactly what was happening, and he loved it. "I don't remember ever agreeing to this," I said, keeping my voice as calm and level as humanly possible. Dad finally set his heavy silver fork down on the table, the clink echoing loudly in the quiet dining room. He locked eyes with me, his expression hardening into stone. It is not a request, Mark, you are part of this family. You live completely alone. No kids, no wife, no mortgage. You have the means. It is your turn to step up and do what is right. The room went dead silent. I could feel my blood start to simmer, a hot, prickly sensation crawling up the back of my neck, but I refused to show them my anger. I just nodded slowly, methodically pushing the remainder of my plate away. Got it, I said quietly. Nobody noticed the way my hands had tightened into white-knuckled fists under the table. Nobody saw the way my jaw clenched so tightly that my teeth physically ached. They just assumed, like they always did, that I would swallow my pride, take the financial hit, and quietly fall into line so precious Leo didn't have to face the real world. That night, I drove home in absolute silence. The drive back to my apartment was a blur of neon streetlights and suffocating clarity. I didn't turn on the radio, I didn't scream or punch the steering wheel. I just sat in my living room in the dark, staring blankly at the wall for a long, long time. The sickening truth was that I did have the money to cover Leo's rent. That wasn't the core issue. What broke something fundamental inside me was the sheer, unadulterated entitlement of it all. The deeply rooted expectation that my years of hard work, late nights, and financial discipline should be effortlessly funneled into Leo's never-ending list of failures. All because I was the stable one. Because I didn't make waves. Because I had always been the one to quietly clean up their messes, but not anymore. The well had officially run dry. Update 1. The next morning, I woke up before my alarm went off. I sat down at my home office desk, opened my laptop, and logged directly into the Joint Emergency Savings Account portal. The glowing green number staring back at me made my stomach twist into painful knots. Not because of what I was about to do, but because of how incredibly long I had let that money sit there, untouched, while they quietly assumed it was their personal safety net to dip into whenever Leo stumbled. Balance: $65,412.88. Every single cent of that balance was mine. Every deposit, every interest accrual, was directly traceable to my corporate paychecks. I had always foolishly thought it would be used for something real. A catastrophic medical emergency, a sudden job loss, maybe something for mom if her health ever declined. Not this. Not funding a luxury apartment for a 25-year-old man-child. Without a second thought, I initiated a wire transfer to my secure, private, individual savings account at a completely different banking institution. I moved all of it. $65,412.88. The balance immediately dropped to $0. The transfer would take until the early afternoon to fully clear and process. I didn't send a warning message. I didn't leave a passive-aggressive note. I just closed the laptop, took a shower, and went to work like it was a completely normal Monday morning. By 1 p.m., my phone was vibrating so violently against my desk it nearly fell off the edge. First, it was Leo calling, then Dad, then Mom. A few missed calls rapidly snowballed into an absolute flood of notifications. Then the frantic text messages started rolling in. Mom, 1:12 p.m. Mark, did you touch the joint account? We're missing a massive amount of money. Call me right now. This isn't funny. Leo, 1:15 p.m. Bro, what the fuck did you do to the bank account? Dad, 1:20 p.m. Mark, answer your damn phone immediately. I let them sit there. I didn't reply. I just kept writing code and fixing server logs. Then, the real, unfiltered messages came through, revealing exactly what they had been planning behind my back. Mom, 1:45 p.m. Mark, I had an auto draft scheduled from that account for Leo's new security deposit. The transaction bounced. Your father is furious. You had no right to do this. You are being incredibly selfish. This is not how families treat each other. Dad, 2 p.m. If that money is not back in the account by 5 p.m. tonight, do not bother ever showing up at this house again. That final message from my father hit a little differently. I stared at the glowing screen for a long time. The sheer audacity. The complete lack of self-awareness, the absolute refusal to even ask why I might have done it. There was zero curiosity, zero concern for my well-being. There was only blind, raging anger that their free ride had been abruptly derailed. I realized right then and there that the account was never an emergency fund in their eyes. It was a piggy bank, my piggy bank, and I had just smashed it to pieces before they could get their greedy hands on the coins. I whispered to myself, let them stew, let them wonder. That was the exact moment something deep inside my chest shifted permanently. The guilt evaporated, replaced by a cold, calculated clarity. The silence from my end lasted exactly 24 hours. By the time I woke up the next morning, I had a dozen voicemails from my mother that I couldn't even bring myself to listen to. You could hear the escalating panic in the automated transcript previews. Her words were clipped and frenzied, bouncing wildly between feigned confusion and that high-pitched, breathy guilt-trip tone she always utilized when she wanted me to fix something without actually apologizing for causing the problem. Leo, of course, didn't bother to call again. He texted something short, incredibly smug, and perfectly on brand for him. Leo, 9:30 a.m. Bro, hope you feel real good about screwing over your own flesh and blood just because you're greedy. Karma's a bitch. I didn't reply. I wasn't ready to play my hand yet. I needed to think, to strategize, and for the first time in a very long time, I felt like I had the mental room to do just that. But then my dad escalated things. I work for a mid-sized IT consulting firm. It is a respectable, secure place, and while my job is mostly remote, I still go into the physical office twice a week for client meetings. Tuesday was one of those mandatory in-office days. I was sitting at my desk, deep into reviewing a security protocol, when I heard the front receptionist's voice crackle over the intercom system. Mark, there is a gentleman in the lobby asking for you. He says he is your father. My stomach immediately tightened into a hard knot. I hadn't explicitly told him the address of my new corporate office, but I knew Mom still had access to my old tax returns in her filing cabinet. If he wanted to track me down, he easily could. I stood up, smoothed my shirt, and stepped out into the glass-walled lobby, trying desperately to keep my facial expression neutral. Dad was standing near the reception desk in his usual beige windbreaker, his hands planted firmly on his hips like he was preparing to deliver a lecture to a disobedient toddler. The second his eyes locked onto me, his jaw set in that familiar, stubborn way, that meant this wasn't going to be a conversation. It was going to be a dictation. We need to talk. Right now, he demanded, not even bothering with a greeting. I am currently working, Dad, I replied, keeping my voice low so my coworkers wouldn't hear. This won't take long. He didn't wait for my permission. He simply turned on his heel and walked out the glass double doors toward the parking lot, fully expecting me to obediently trail behind him like a beaten dog. And against my better judgment, I followed him out into the harsh sunlight. We ended up standing next to his truck, just far enough from the building's entrance to be out of earshot of my colleagues. He aggressively folded his arms across his chest and glared at me like I was a delinquent who had just vandalized his property. What the hell were you thinking? He barked, his face flushing red. I didn't answer. I just stared back at him, my face a mask of indifference. That account was ours, Mark. You do not get to just take the money and disappear like a thief in the night. Mine, I corrected him, my voice eerily calm. Every single deposit into that account over the last 4 years came directly from my paycheck. You can check the transaction history. You never added a single cent. Mom never added a cent. Leo certainly never added a cent. He scoffed loudly, waving his hand dismissively. That is entirely besides the point. The point is that money was there for us. Your mother and I were counting on it for Leo's deposit, for his rent, for everything. For everything except what it was actually meant for, I shot back, my patience finally fraying. His face drained of color, then flushed an even darker shade of crimson. Watch your tone with me, boy. I am watching it. I've been watching everything for years. And that was when he dropped the line that severed whatever remaining emotional attachment I had to him. He stepped closer, pointing a thick finger at my chest. You are punishing your own brother because you are deeply, bitterly jealous of him. You have always been exactly like this. You never could stand it when Leo got attention because you're so damn boring. That hit me harder than I expected. I had spent my entire life actively trying not to resent Leo. I had broken my back trying to be the good son, the helpful one, the quiet achiever who never asked for praise. But hearing it thrown in my face like some kind of toxic character flaw, like my stability was a symptom of jealousy, broke something fundamental inside my brain. I am not jealous of a 25-year-old man who can't pay his own bills, I said, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I am just done. He narrowed his eyes, a cruel sneer forming on his lips. Is that how it is now? You think you are better than us because you have a little bit of money in the bank? You think you don't need your family? No, I said, taking a deliberate step back away from him. I think I am utterly exhausted from being treated like a disposable ATM that you can punch numbers into when it is convenient, and kick when it doesn't dispense cash. He shook his head in disgust. You know what? If you are going to act like an arrogant prick, don't bother coming around anymore. You're dead to us until you fix this. I almost laughed out loud. You already said that in your text message, Dad. I meant it. Good. We stared at each other in tense silence for a long moment. Then, without another word, I turned my back on him and walked back inside the office building. My heart was pounding against my ribs like a jackhammer, but my soul felt lighter than it had in over a decade. But I knew this was just the beginning of the war. Update 2. The following week was a relentless parade of passive-aggressive escalation and psychological warfare. Mom sent me a massive, multi-paragraph text message, one of those intricately crafted, guilt-laced essays that only a narcissistic mother could write. It started with, I am not angry, Mark, I am just utterly heartbroken, and ended with the classic manipulation tactic. I truly hope you can live with the permanent damage you have done to this family. Leo, predictable as ever, took his grievances straight to social media. He started posting vague, dramatic quotes about betrayal and snakes in the grass pretending to be family. One of my college friends DM'd me a screenshot of Leo's Instagram story. He had posted a meticulously filtered picture of his new, nearly empty apartment living room with the caption, "When your own flesh and blood would rather watch you end up homeless than lift a single finger to help." Trust no one. What he conveniently failed to mention to his followers was that the apartment in the photo was a luxury high-rise building downtown. It featured floor-to-ceiling windows, a rooftop infinity pool, a state-of-the-art fitness center, and a 24/7 concierge service. The rent had to be a minimum of $2,800 a month, and he wasn't even employed full-time. He had plenty of affordable options. He just didn't want to take them, and he expected me to foot the bill for his champagne lifestyle. Then came the group chat ambush. We have a family group text, mostly utilized for holiday planning and birthday reminders. One night, as I was settling in to read a book, I saw a message pop up from Dad. "Dad, we are having a mandatory family dinner next Sunday. Be there at 5 p.m. sharp to resolve this." I stared at the message. There was no question mark. There was no "if you are free." It was just another barking command from a man who thought he still owned me. I didn't reply. I muted the chat. 2 days later, my Aunt Sarah called me. She is my mom's older sister, and we have always been relatively close, closer than I am with anyone else in the toxic family tree, to be honest. She has a unique ability to see straight through my parents' carefully constructed illusions. "I just got off the phone with your mother," Aunt Sarah said, skipping the pleasantries. "She is running around telling everyone who will listen that you emptied the family emergency fund out of pure spite to sabotage Leo." "Spite?" I repeated, rubbing my temples. "Sarah, it was my money, 100% of it." "I know that, Mark," she said gently. "I told her exactly that, but she is entirely convinced you are going through some sort of delayed teenage rebellious phase and trying to punish them." "I am 28 years old, Sarah." "I know, honey, that is what I said." There was a heavy pause on the line, then her voice dropped to a much softer, more serious tone. "Mark, I need you to listen to me carefully. I think they are planning something drastic." "What do you mean?" "I think they are going to go fully public with this, make it a massive community issue. They will drag your name through the mud if they have to, just to force you to comply." I swallowed hard, a cold knot forming in my stomach. Why would they go to those lengths? Because they are terrified of losing control over you. You were their ultimate safety net, and you just took the net away. They are panicking. I sat with her warning for a long time. Aunt Sarah was right. I could feel the palpable shift in the atmosphere. Their text messages had stopped pretending to be concerned and started sounding more like legal ultimatums. They weren't worried about my well-being. They were worried about losing their ATM. And then, the absolute unthinkable happened. That Friday morning, I received an urgent phone call from my primary bank's fraud department. "Mr. Preston?" The woman on the line asked professionally. "We received a highly suspicious request this morning to access your primary savings account. It was flagged by our security system since it came from an individual who is not listed as an authorized user." I frowned, my blood running cold. "Someone tried to access my account?" "Who?" "An individual claiming to be your father contacted our branch via phone, requesting detailed account routing information and attempting to verify your current account balance. We declined the request immediately because he failed the security verification." My heart dropped into my shoes. "Did he give a name?" She hesitated, reviewing her notes. "Yes, Arthur Preston. Relationship listed as father. He claimed it was a medical emergency, and he needed to initiate a wire transfer on your behalf." I almost dropped the phone. My own father had actively tried to socially engineer his way into my private bank account to steal the money back. They were still relentlessly trying to get their hands on my finances. That is when the terrifying reality truly set in. This wasn't just about Leo's luxury apartment rent anymore. This wasn't just about my dad's ego. This was about ownership. I was their plan B, their financial slave, and now that I had rebelled, I was a massive problem they needed to aggressively neutralize. I didn't panic. I acted. I immediately froze the account. I locked down every piece of financial data I owned. I changed every single password to complex, randomly generated strings. I called my credit card companies to issue fraud alerts. I locked my social security number with all 3 major credit bureaus. I even went to my cell phone provider and changed the PIN on my account so they couldn't try to port my phone number to intercept 2-factor authentication texts. Then, I did something I never thought I would have to do against my own flesh and blood. I started gathering evidence. I spent an entire weekend compiling receipts, downloading PDF bank statements, taking screenshots of old text messages, and saving ancient voicemails. I documented every time Mom and Dad asked me to cover Leo's truck repairs, his gaming setup, the drone he crashed into a tree, the deposit for his previous apartment. Every single favor they had ever demanded under the suffocating guise of family. Because I finally understood the truth, this wasn't just typical family dysfunction. It was calculated, intentional financial abuse. And if I didn't build an impenetrable fortress around myself soon, they were going to ruin me. The absolute last straw came that following Sunday. I obviously didn't attend the mandatory family dinner, but around 1 p.m., I received a text message from an old family friend, Mr. Henderson. He was my dad's longtime buddy from their church congregation. He and I used to talk about computers whenever I visited. He was one of the very few people from their inner circle that I genuinely respected. His message was short, but it hit me like a freight train. Mr. Henderson. Hey Mark. Just wanted to say I am so sorry about what your dad said this morning during the service. It didn't seem right for him to drag your name like that in front of the entire congregation. If you need to talk, I'm here. I blinked, rereading the text 3 times. I immediately called him. He picked up on the second ring. Mr. Henderson, what exactly do you mean? What did my dad say? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. He sighed heavily into the phone. Your dad requested to give a brief testimony during the service today. He stood up on the stage and told everyone he was heartbroken. He said that you had completely turned your back on your family, that you had stolen a massive sum of money meant to keep your brother off the streets, and that you left them financially ruined out of pure greed. My blood turned to ice water. He said that? To the entire church? Yes, son. He asked the congregation to pray for your darkened soul. I just thought you should know. It didn't sit right with my spirit. It felt malicious. I thanked him, hung up the phone, and stared at the blank wall of my apartment for a long time. That was it. That was the ultimate betrayal I could never, ever forgive. They hadn't just disrespected me in private. They had actively tried to destroy my reputation in public. They had painted me as the villain in their twisted, delusional narrative. But they forgot one crucial detail. I knew everything. And I never fight dirty, I fight smart. Update 3. The first thing I did after the church incident wasn't scream, or cry, or throw a glass against the wall, even though every fiber of my being wanted to. I sat back in my ergonomic desk chair, opened a blank Word document on my dual monitors, and titled it, The Fall, not because I planned to stay in the rubble, but because I needed a definitive place to start. I meticulously listed everything, line by line, from the very first favor I ever did for Leo, spotting him $150 for college textbooks, and his freshman year that he spent on alcohol instead, to the most recent text, where Dad demanded I pay the $2,800 rent. I listed all the payments I had made from the emergency fund, every wire transfer, every Zelle payment, every, I'll pay you back on Friday, that never materialized. The truck transmission, the security deposit, the PlayStation 5, the overdue credit card bill I paid off so his credit wouldn't tank. It took me 6 grueling hours, but when I finally finished, I had a document that was 14 pages long. 14 pages of being used. 14 pages of being the stable pack mule. 14 pages of quiet, unacknowledged sacrifices. I wasn't just angry anymore, I was profoundly, soul-crushingly tired. That Wednesday night, I hit my lowest emotional point. I had picked up takeout from my favorite Thai restaurant, brought it home, sat on the couch, and realized I hadn't spoken a single word to another human being out loud all day. I sat there eating pad thai out of a styrofoam container, watching a muted episode of Jeopardy, feeling like a ghost haunting my own life. That was when the panic attack hit. It wasn't cinematic. There was no flailing or gasping. It was just a terrifying tightness in my chest, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead, and a crushing, suffocating wave of what is the point anymore that made it physically difficult to draw breath. I dropped my fork, leaned forward, and held my head in my hands, waiting for the room to stop spinning. When the wave finally receded 20 minutes later, leaving me exhausted and damp with sweat, I realized something important. I had survived. I had hit rock bottom, and the floor held. Now, it was time to climb. I started by finding a therapist. Her name was Dr. Hayes. Number 3. During our third session, after I had laid out the entire 14-page history of financial abuse, she looked at me over her glasses and said, Mark, you were never allowed to be your own person, were you? You were just an extension of their needs. That simple sentence unlocked a vault in my brain. So, I started aggressively taking my life back. I went through my bank statements and ruthlessly cut out every single subscription, recurring payment, or expense that wasn't exclusively mine. I kicked them off my Netflix account, canceled the shared family cell phone plan, leaving them with 24 hours to port their numbers before the lines went dead, and canceled the auto-pay for my mom's gym membership I had been covering for 3 years. I changed my email address. I deactivated my social media. I vanished from their digital radar. Then, exactly 2 weeks after the church incident, a certified letter arrived at my apartment. It was neatly typed, sent via certified mail, requiring my signature. There was no return address on the envelope. I opened it carefully. Inside was a formal, legally formatted demand for payment, and an itemized invoice. It was from my father. He was officially demanding that I owed the family a sum of $30,000 for unapproved withdrawal of community emergency funds, financial damages caused to Leo Preston, and breach of Verbal family trust. He had the sheer, unmitigated audacity to bill me for taking my own money back. At the bottom, there was a strict deadline of 14 days, followed by a thinly veiled threat: failure to comply and remit payment in full will result in immediate escalation to legal and civil litigation. It was signed Arthur Preston, head of household. I read the absurd document 3 times. Then, I threw my head back and laughed. It was a loud, booming, echoing laugh that filled my empty apartment. Because that letter wasn't a threat. It was proof. Proof that this was never about love, or family, or unity. It was entirely about control and money. And, he had just handed me the exact weapon I needed to burn their illusion to the ground. I didn't storm over to their house. I called Marcus. Marcus was a sharp, meticulous estate and civil litigation lawyer who used to be a client of my IT firm. I had built the back-end security infrastructure for his law office a few years back. He was the kind of lawyer who could find a fatal loophole in an ironclad contract while blindfolded. I sent him an email with the subject line: situation involving family, a shared bank account, and a fraudulent invoice. Need legal advice and absolute discretion. He called me within 20 minutes. By the end of that week, I had handed Marcus my 14-page document, every bank statement, the logs of my father attempting to access my account, the text messages, and the ridiculous $30,000 invoice. Marcus actually chuckled when he reviewed my documentation. "Mark," he said, shaking his head, "if even half of my corporate clients were this thoroughly prepared, I would be out of a job. This invoice is legally toilet paper. They have absolutely zero standing, but the bank access attempt? That is borderline wire fraud." Marcus drafted a formal, razor-sharp cease and desist response. It clarified the legal ownership of the account, highlighted the unilateral contributions I had made, and explicitly stated that no verbal or written contract had ever existed. Furthermore, it warned that any further attempts to contact my financial institutions would be reported to the authorities as identity theft. But I wasn't just playing defense. I had an offensive move of my own. See, people often forget how much the quiet kid sees. They mistake silence for obliviousness. But silence is just data storage. And I had been archiving data for years. Back when I was 21, eager to please and desperately seeking my father's approval, Dad had pressured me to co-sign on a small business loan for a remodeling company he tried to start. The business predictably failed. He defaulted on the loan 3 years later. Because I was the co-signer, the bank came aggressively after me. To save my credit score, I had quietly paid off the remaining $8,500 balance out of my own pocket. Dad told me he would pay me back when he got back on his feet. He never gave me a dime. I had the original loan documents. I had the proof of my payments. I had the texts of him acknowledging the debt. I instructed Marcus to draft a counter-demand for the $8,500, plus years of accrued interest, to be filed in civil court if my father pursued his ridiculous $30,000 invoice. I was fully locked and loaded. At the same time, I updated my resume and reached out to a recruiter. Within 3 weeks, I had secured a massive promotion to a director of cybersecurity role for a tech firm based in Austin, Texas. It came with a 40% pay bump and full relocation assistance. I was leaving the state. It was time for the final act. I texted my dad, "I received your letter. Let's meet and settle this. Just you and me. Olive Garden on 4th Street. Friday at 7 p.m. He replied in less than 2 minutes, "Glad you finally came to your senses. See you there." He genuinely thought I was coming to surrender. He thought I was bringing a check. He had no idea I was bringing a bulldozer. Update 4. That. I arrived at the restaurant exactly 10 minutes early. I was dressed sharply in a dark blue button-down shirt, feeling a quiet resolve that felt like titanium armor. I carried a thick black leather binder under my arm. The restaurant smelled of cheap garlic bread and overly sanitized carpets. Dad walked in right on time, wearing his faded corduroy jacket like a badge of authority. His expression was calm, incredibly smug, like a mafia boss who had just successfully extorted a local business. "Mark," he said, sliding into the booth across from me, "I am glad you reached out. I figured it was only a matter of time before you realized how foolish you were being." He didn't say hello. He didn't ask how I was doing. He just immediately assumed the position of the victor. He ordered a black coffee from the waitress and leaned back, folding his hands on the table. "The family has been through a lot of unnecessary stress because of your little tantrum," he continued, keeping his voice low but commanding. "But I am a Christian man. I believe in forgiveness. Assuming you are ready to remit the funds and apologize to your mother and brother, we can put this ugly chapter behind us." I didn't touch my menu. I didn't say a word. I simply unclasped the black leather binder and slid it across the table toward him. He looked at it, confused, then slowly opened the cover. Inside were 5 meticulously labeled, color-coded tabs. Tab 1, Joint Account Deposit History, showing 100% of funds were mine. Tab 2, Bank Fraud Attempt Logs, showing his unauthorized phone call. Tab 3, The 2016 defaulted business loan, $8,500 plus interest. Tab 4. Affidavits of defamation. Statements from Mr. Henderson and Aunt Sarah regarding the church speech. Tab 5. Legal cease and desist from Marcus's law firm. Dad flipped through the first few pages, his smug expression slowly melting into a mask of pure, unadulterated confusion, and then, stark panic. His eyes darted across the bank logs, then widened dramatically when he saw the legal letterhead from Marcus's firm detailing the wire fraud attempt. What the hell is this? He stammered, his fingers trembling slightly as they gripped the edges of the paper. That is documentation, Dad, I said, my voice smooth as glass. For the arbitration board, the civil court, and the police fraud department. I figured since you were so fond of sending legally binding invoices, we should keep things strictly professional. His face flushed a deep, violent red. You hired a lawyer? Against your own father? You threatened to sue me for $30,000 of my own money. I reminded him coldly. I took your threat seriously. Turn to tab 3. That is the $8,500 business loan you defaulted on, and forced me to pay off. With standard state interest over the last 6 years, you currently owe me just over $11,200. If you attempt to enforce your fake invoice, my lawyer will file a civil suit for this debt, while simultaneously reporting your attempt to hack my bank account to the local authorities. He stared at me, his mouth opening and closing like a suffocating fish. The absolute power dynamic had shifted so violently he couldn't process it. You wouldn't dare, you are tearing this family apart. No, I said softly. You tore it apart when you decided I was nothing but a wallet to fund your golden child's failures. I am just refusing to sweep up the pieces anymore. He sat back in the booth, crossing his arms defensively, trying to regain some semblance of control. So what do you want, Mark? You want an apology? Fine. I'm sorry you felt slighted. I don't want your apology. I don't want anything from you ever again, I said. This isn't a negotiation. It is an eviction notice. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out one final sheet of paper. It wasn't a legal document. It was a personal letter I had typed the night before. I placed it gently on top of the binder. It read, effective immediately, I am permanently withdrawing from all familial, emotional, and financial responsibilities. I will not fund, co-sign, or contribute to anyone's rent, mortgage, debt, or lifestyle. I am not your bank. I am not your safety net. Any further demands, manipulations, or attempts to contact me or my employers will be aggressively escalated through legal channels. I no longer carry what isn't mine. Dad read the letter twice. He looked up at me, his eyes shining with a mixture of rage and genuine fear. You think you can just walk away from us? You think you are better than your own blood? No, I said, sliding out of the booth and standing tall. I think I am finally free. I dropped a $20 bill on the table to cover his coffee, turned around, and walked out of the restaurant. I didn't look back. I stepped out into the cool evening air, and for the first time in my entire life, I took a deep breath that belonged entirely to me. The fallout was swift and absolute. The next morning, Mom sent me a frantic, hysterical text saying Dad had come home pale as a ghost and locked himself in his office. Leo texted me calling me a psychopathic sociopath. I blocked both of their numbers immediately. 2 days later, I received a brief email from my dad. I formally withdraw the invoice. Do not contact us again. Arthur. That was it. Complete, unconditional surrender. 2 weeks later, the moving trucks arrived at my apartment. I packed up my life, sold the furniture I didn't need, and drove 22 hours straight to Austin, Texas. The drive was a revelation. With every mile marker that blurred past my window, the invisible, suffocating tether connecting me to my toxic family stretched, frayed, and finally snapped. It has been 6 months since I moved. I am thriving in my new director role. I have made new friends, I am dating a wonderful woman, and my financial portfolio has never looked better. I hear things through the grapevine occasionally. Aunt Sarah still calls me once a month to check in. She told me that Leo was, predictably, evicted from his luxury high-rise apartment after he couldn't make the rent. He had to move back into my parents' basement. Without my monthly $1,200 deposits masking their financial incompetence, my parents were forced to downsize. They sold their house last month to avoid falling into foreclosure and moved into a much smaller townhouse in the suburbs. They made their choices, and they are finally living with the consequences. Yesterday, I was walking through a local bookstore in downtown Austin when I saw a small, leather-bound journal on a display table. The quote stamped on the cover caught my eye. It read, "Closure is not something they hand you. It is a fortress you build yourself." I bought the journal, took it back to my new apartment, and wrote one final sentence on the very first page before putting it on my shelf. They didn't break me, they just showed me how to forge the steel. After my parents spent my college fund on my brother's legal bills, they demanded $25,000 for his rehab and I went hiking instead. After using my college funds to pay for my brother's third DUI and associated legal fees, My parents encouraged me to be thankful. I went out, made my own life, and settled my debt. Send $25,000 for his rehab or he'll die. They called years later, so I went hiking instead. Reddit, hello. My parents expected me to handle the aftermath after they spent years manipulating the world to fit my brother. At last, I moved away and started a new life. I assumed that would be the end of it. It wasn't. This is how it all began. Ryan is my name. Now that I'm in my early 30s, I have a reliable tech career that provides for my needs and lets me be by myself. I'm married, have a modest home, and lead a very typical life, but none of it originated in my childhood home. My family was not one to rely on, but one to survive. I discovered that early. Since I can remember, Tyler, my older brother, has been the focal point of everything. For a child like him, an ordinary morning could become a catastrophe before breakfast. Normal things for him include smashed doors, screaming tantrums, broken lamps, and school calls. He was either fighting someone or bashing holes in walls when he wasn't ranting. He was lying about something that didn't even require lying if he wasn't fighting. He was exactly that. And he was regarded like some fragile, misunderstood genius by my parents, Margaret and David. They pretended that everyone was making fun of Tyler whenever he got into trouble. He's sensitive, Margaret would remark. As though the rest of us were the issue, David added. People provoke him. In the meantime, I was a silent presence in the background. I didn't require much. Didn't make many requests. Apparently, I didn't deserve much either. I can still clearly recall when I first became aware of the difference. At the age of 7, I received a modest reading prize from my school. Just a certificate and a small ribbon, nothing special. While everyone else was being picked up, I stood by the door of the classroom. Tyler had damaged a cabinet door during a tantrum at home that morning. Margaret was therefore interacting with him. When she did arrive, she hurried by me in that impatient, clipped voice that usually conveyed the same message. She never even glanced at the ribbon in my palm, saying, "Get in the car, Ryan. I don't have time today." That kind of thing never occurred. They took place till it felt more like a rule and less like terrible timing. My experiences turned into May, followed by afterthoughts and background chatter behind whatever Tyler had ignited that week. I discovered that if I brought something home that I was proud of, I should keep it to myself because flaunting it too much only made it easier to overlook. I eventually ceased requesting their attendance. I became weary of seeing hope dissolve into shame, not because I didn't care. Somebody took note. David's older brother, my Uncle Luke. He was a mechanic who was always greasy and had a direct manner of speaking that didn't tolerate nonsense. He would nod at me when he passed by and ask, "You holding up, kid?" without seeming sorry for me. It was more like he was really curious. Luke was the only one who spoke the truth when Tyler would hurl something across the room or yell at everyone. "David, the boy's out of control," he would say. "You're not doing him any favors." David would always dismiss him with a theatrical comment about how difficult parenting is and how others don't get what we go through. Typically, Margaret would add something like, "Tyler is special. You wouldn't get it." However, one day stood out. After Tyler got into another altercation at school, David was furious with his teachers when he arrived home. Margaret drifted behind him as if tragedy were befalling them, rather than Tyler's repercussions. After taking a district-wide math test, I received a certificate. In any case, I placed it on the counter to see if anyone would notice. Without reading it, David dismissed it. Margaret didn't act at all. They chuckled when Tyler entered and boasted about hitting a child. "Not now, Ryan. Your brother is going through something serious." I genuinely laughed as if it were a humorous tale. His hair was ruffled by Margaret. "That's my boy," David exclaimed as I picked up my certificate off the ground. I realized then that I wasn't in a race with my brother. I was never going to prevail in the competition with their need to continue lying about him. Later that night, Luke arrived. He sighed after glancing at the wall dent and Margaret nursing Tyler on the couch. I hid in the garage, and he followed. "Don't let them make you small," he said. "You're not the problem here." I nodded, unsure of how to respond. However, it had never been spoken aloud by an adult before. That there was something unusual about the way my parents managed the household. They brought up that version of me, the child who discovered that it was preferable to vanish rather than challenge the household favorite. Our home felt like it was built on chaos by the time Tyler reached adolescence. There was a new mess every month. A neighbor at the door, a call from the school, and David pacing the kitchen as if his son had been singled out. Tyler wasn't the one who changed. My parents were involved. They ceased interrogating him. They stood up for him as if it were their duty. I witnessed such defense in public for the first time during a family get-together at my aunt's house. Paper plates, folding tables, children roaming about the yard. Tyler was tightly wrapped when he came. David continued to murmur, "Just be cool." Margaret watched Tyler as if she were anticipating the moment when everything would fall apart. We were together for around 20 minutes. Tyler was grounded once more, according to a cousin's prank. Tyler lost his temper. He growled and intervened, saying, "Say it again." My cousin gave a clumsy laugh. Tyler shoved him nonetheless, saying, "I'm kidding, man." One of the chairs scratched. Drink spilled. There was silence in the yard. My aunt came running over. David approached my cousin first and said, "Stop it. Watch your mouth." He yelled. "Don't provoke him. Don't provoke him." My aunt shot back, "Provoke him?" Margaret, whose voice was already shaking, slipped in behind David and said, "He shoved my kid. Tyler's been dealing with a lot. He doesn't respond well to people mocking him." Mocking, that's the name she gave it. Uncle Luke moved away from the grill and used a rag to wipe his hands. He gave Tyler one glance. "Enough," he declared. Tyler snorted. "Mind your business." "It became my business when you put hands on family," responded Luke. David became agitated. Luke said without blinking, "He's having a hard time." Margaret growled, "You know what he's having? No consequences." Luke nodded as if he had anticipated it. "Luke, not here." "Right. Not here. Not anywhere." Tyler smirked and walked away, saying, "That's why this keeps happening." The group attempted to resume, tense and rigid. My aunt gave me a drink later. "How's school, Ryan?" "It's good," I said. She grinned and said, "I'm doing really well." Margaret showed there right away and said, "I heard you're top of your class." "That's amazing." "Ryan's fine," she blurted out. "Easy." Like, I didn't count. He's always been easy. In the yard, where Tyler was already fighting once more, David gave a nod. The years faded into the same script after that. Tyler's the one we worry about. He's got real struggles. Fights, suspensions, pilfered goods, irate phone calls. And my parents accusing teachers, neighbors, police, and everybody else who treated Tyler like a person accountable for his decisions. Tyler discovered that he didn't need to alter. All he needed to do was wait for the story to be rewritten. My life continued to unfold on the brink. As the highest student in my class at the end of the year, I received honors. They said they would show up. That afternoon, Tyler had a problem. They failed to appear. I didn't mention the award as I walked home after accepting it. Still, Luke heard. That evening, he came over and sat at our table as if my work were important. He remarked, "You did good." My birthdays went similarly. Don't let their chaos rewrite what you earned. One year, Tyler had been angry all day, so they didn't remember until the evening. "We'll celebrate later," David replied, thrusting money at me. We didn't. I attempted to say it quietly in 9th grade. Everything seems to revolve around Tyler. Margaret's expression grew stern. David said without looking up, "Don't start, Ryan." It was cemented when I graduated from 9th grade. You've got it easy. Be grateful. I glanced at the folding seats as I moved across the stage. They weren't present. They were cleaning up Tyler's most recent disaster across town. They assured me that I would be all right without them. I was. However, I quit waiting at that point. I knew where I fit within that house. By the time Tyler was in high school, my parents circled him like if he were the only thing in the universe, and he generated gravity. And before they forced me there, I learned to vanish. To themselves. Being seen first was not as safe as this. A few weeks after I graduated from high school, Tyler was arrested for the 3rd time for DUI on a Thursday night. On paper, the first 2 DUIs never stayed. In order to get them to settle for reduced penalties and second opportunities, my parents paid enough lawyers. However, he struck a parked car this time, and there were too many witnesses and too much damage for anyone to act as though nothing had happened. The house phone rang while I was working on college paperwork at the kitchen table. After answering, Margaret fell silent and then made a sound as if someone had sucked the air out of her. With trembling hands, she gave David the phone. "You've got to be kidding me," was all I heard, followed by, "My son wouldn't do that. That wouldn't be on him." He raised his voice to the point of almost yelling. Margaret was already crying when he hung up. Her words. "They're out to ruin him." However, the assessment was unambiguous. "He's not that kind of boy." Part 2. Officers discovered Tyler slurring and hardly able to stand after he smashed into a parked automobile and knocked it halfway up the curb. In his jacket pocket, they also discovered a tiny bag. The cops noted both the DUI and possession. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't someone else's jacket. It was Tyler, drunk and carrying something illegal. David refused to hear it. "Those cops planted it," he added, gesticulating in the kitchen. "He has endured years of harassment from them." Margaret held onto his arm. I watched as they rewrote reality in real time, saying, "They know he has issues. They take advantage. He's too trusting." What it was, they didn't call it. A child who had never experienced repercussions eventually reached a point where the system would not tolerate such behavior. The legal bills started the following morning. Tyler struck a local company owner's vehicle, causing substantial damage. Documents about court dates, fines, and required programs piled up, along with towing and storage expenses. David tossed out figures as if they didn't exist. Margaret nodded rapidly, as though speed made the statement true. "We'll get a lawyer, a real one, not some public defender trash. We'll work things out. We always do." That afternoon, I received a large envelope at home. Even before I opened it, I knew what it was. Acceptance. It was the first genuine item I had ever desired for myself. After ripping it open and reading the letter again, I had a feeling I hadn't had in years. Thrill. I carried it as I went downstairs. "I got in," I said. "This is a good thing. I can now begin making plans." "So, can we look at the college fund?" The one Granny and Grandpa set up. The room fell silent. Margaret froze. David's expression changed as if I had spoken something hurtful. He sighed, a practiced sigh, and rubbed his brow. "Ryan," he murmured. "About that money." "About that money," I said. "What about it?" Margaret moved to the front. "Not all at once. It's gone." Bleeding out over the years in court bills, lawyer retainers, and emergencies they vowed were just temporary until nothing remained. At first, the word didn't land. I simply gazed at her. "Gone." "How?" yelled David. "Your brother needed assistance. Legal fees are expensive." I believed him to be kidding when he said, "We had to protect him." "It wasn't your fund," Margaret harshly said. "You used my college fund on Tyler's arrests." I held out the letter and said, "It was for the family and Tyler needed it more. He wouldn't survive prison." Margaret interrupted me, saying, "I've been planning for this since middle school. Grandma told me, don't bring her into this. She didn't know what Tyler would go through. So all of it." I replied. "Everything they saved for me." David approached me as if he were about to give me a lecture. "You're smart. You'll be fine. You'll get scholarships. You'll work. Real life isn't handed to you. But Tyler gets everything handed to him." Margaret's expression contorted as I said this. She used the word proud. "Don't talk about your brother like that. You should be proud we kept him safe." I'm glad they drained my only safety net since Tyler was unable to maintain sobriety long enough to avoid a crime. David shook his head as if I had let him down. "Family takes over. I won't argue." Something clicked for me at that moment. You ought to want to assist. Every time they told me to be the easy one, every missed occasion, every birthday that was disregarded. Everything came to this point. Tyler wasn't the first to arrive. The only person who ever counted was him. I didn't shout. I refrained from arguing. I went back upstairs, picked up 2 bags, packed them with what I needed, and descended again. Margaret gazed at the bags as if incredulously. She said, "Where are you going?" "Somewhere that isn't here." "Ryan," David growled. "Don't be dramatic," I said, but I had already started to go. Outside, Luke appeared to have been waiting, leaning against his truck with his arms folded. He must have received a call, or perhaps he simply understood how our family's evenings like these ended. "You're done, huh?" he asked after glancing at the bags. "Yeah," I replied. He put a wad of bills, possibly a few hundred, into my hand after reaching inside his pocket. He motioned toward the house and said, "Take it. Get yourself set up somewhere. And listen to me, kid. You didn't break this family. They did. As I walked away, I didn't turn around. Nothing worth examining was present. I took 2 bags and enough money from Luke to buy food for maybe a week when I left my parents' house. Even though I had no knowledge how to live, I could rent a place because I was 21. I had no strategy. All I needed was some distance. A shared house on the outskirts of town was the most affordable option I could find. I had never met these 3 guys. We are all renting rooms in a place that is only kept together by good fortune and duct tape. The bathroom door hardly shut. The kitchen sink was always leaking. The living area also had that outdated takeout smell. Even if my room was too small to accommodate a folding table and a mattress, it was still mine. In less than a week, I was hired at a petrol station. It was difficult to deal with minimum salary, alternating shifts, and a manager who behaved like a shelf stalker. I didn't voice any complaints. For the first time, I felt like I was the only one who could save my life. Even though the rent was low, I was still barely getting by. On certain weeks, I would see single-digit figures when I opened my bank app. I started regularly incurring overdraft fees as a result of making incorrect assumptions about my financial situation. The food was easy. $2 prepackaged entrees, instant noodles, and whatever was on sale at the end of the week. I traveled everywhere by bus. The final bus home would sometimes fail to arrive. In the hopes that no one would follow me, I would walk back to the house for 40 minutes. I discovered how to stretch every dime till it broke. A few months later, I started working extra hours in a warehouse, loading trucks, stacking pallets, and doing whatever needed to be done. Although the pay was slightly higher, the labor left my hands and back hurting. I would wipe the dust and perspiration off when I got home, and as soon as I touched the mattress, I would fall asleep. The roommates were of no assistance. One man consumed everything that was left in the refrigerator. Playing loud games until 2 in the morning was another. We all had the same objective, but the third continued to smoke inside despite our protests. Make it through the month and pay the rent on schedule. That was sufficient to maintain harmony. I learned how to create a budget by repeatedly failing. After overspending, I would survive on peanut butter sandwiches until I got paid. I would have to forego a transit pass, pay a fee, and forget a bill. I gradually began keeping track, but it took effort, blunders, and silent frustration. There was a rigorous list tacked to the wall, a notebook, and a cheap calculator. Every 2 weeks, Luke came to see how I was doing. "You eating?" he would ask, glancing at my worn-out sneakers as he drove by in his truck. I would nod. He never gave lectures. He would give me tools and demonstrate how to extend, repair, or patch things. He helped me change hoses and belts in the driveway for an afternoon after I finally paid several $100s for a junky old car. I was able to get to work without using the bus, even though that automobile shook at every signal. I began to think about education once more after barely making ends meet for nearly a year. In a sea of misfortune, the acceptance letter had been the one bright spot. Even though I no longer had a college fund, I still desired an alternative to carrying pallets or swinging a mop at 3 in the morning. Instead, I applied to a community college. Realistic, nearer, and less expensive. I wrote essays for scholarships, saved every additional dollar from working overtime, and completed financial assistance forms on a loaned laptop. It was like a door opening when the permission emails arrived. To begin, I signed up for a couple classes. Just enough to test my ability to mix it with work, nothing substantial. My days became roughly structured. Morning at the warehouse, afternoon at the gas station, evening class, home, study, sleep, repeat. Written down, it sounds awful, but it wasn't. I had a direction that wasn't determined by the mess of others for the first time in my life. Tyler continued to plummet in the meanwhile. Through Luke or my neighbors, I would learn about him. New charges, another crash, more battles. David and Margaret never altered their opinions. They made a few calls to me, always using the same strategy. Just guilt, no hello, no check-in. Margaret would remark, "Your brother is going through something tough," adding, "You should come home and help," David said. "What is the help? Soothe him? Make a payment?" As they acted as though he was all right, they sat in the background. After a while, I stopped responding. Every time I picked up, Tyler was the topic of conversation. They would send lengthy texts accusing me of deserting the family if I didn't. They never once inquired about my well-being. But I was no longer in need of them. That was the distinction. Things gradually stabilized with work and school. I made my rent payment on schedule. I gained real cooking skills. Vegetables, rice, and eggs from the bargain store. I learned how to handle my finances, fixed my own car, and determined which expenses were important and which weren't. I owed no one anything, but I also didn't have much. There were evenings when I sat at my small desk with my textbooks open and the house a flurry of activity all around me. And I came to a realization I had never experienced as a child. I was constructing something. Small, rough, shaky, but mine. I wasn't attempting to survive someone else's mess for the first time in my life. At last, I was creating my own life. One class and one shift at a time. I worked through all of it, so it took me longer than the 2 years required to finish community college. But in the end, I left with a transcript I was proud of and an associate's degree. After that, I transferred to a 4-year institution. Although it wasn't a well-known school, it was reliable, reasonably priced, and convenient enough for me to continue working weekends at the gas station and part-time shifts at the warehouse. On paper, my schedule seemed absurd, but by that point, I knew how to endure long days. Luke continued to stay in touch and would always be there to assist me with practical matters. Repairs for cars, apartment moves, and even minor tasks like changing a broken lock. He never gave it any thought. He would give me a tool and say, "Figure it out." After that, he would take a step back and let me figure it out. It was the first parenting style I had ever witnessed that truly entailed imparting knowledge. I met Ruby during my final year of college. During the extra hours they provided for students in need of money, I worked at the front desk of a campus building. One evening, she asked me the location of a particular lecture hall, and I gave her the answer. It wasn't impolite, but she hesitated before leaving and remarked, "You look exhausted." Long day. Lying was useless because of the way she looked at you. We kept bumping into each other, so I laughed and said something like, "Long month." She would bring an extra cup of coffee, study in the same building, and give it to me without asking if I wanted one. We struck up a conversation in between my shifts. Simple. Everyday talks, nothing dramatic. It felt weird just that. Someone being interested in me without wanting anything was something I wasn't used to. She didn't seem impressed or sorry for me after learning that I was working 2 jobs and attending school full-time. "You know, you don't have to downplay that, right?" she asked. It was the first time I had been called out for dismissing my own work. Following graduation, I secured my first full-time position in a manufacturing company's mid-sized IT department. Although the compensation wasn't great, it was in line with real weekends and health insurance. Luke's version of congrats was, "Good. Now, you can finally stop buying garbage tools." I texted him the news. Around that time, Ruby and I began dating more seriously. She assisted me in creating a budget that didn't depend on hasty decisions. She forced me to apply for jobs for which I didn't believe I was qualified. She didn't mince words when I had self-doubt. She would say, "Stop selling yourself short." It was the most direct thing anyone had ever said to me. The following year, we moved in together. It wasn't a significant choice. Splitting the rent made financial sense, because we were already spending the majority of our time together. In a way that didn't seem like drowning, she helped me restructure my student loans, set up auto pay for bills, and arrange my papers. I took care of the food, the repairs, and the errands. It was successful. In the end, I made a proposal. A peaceful evening at home, a ring I had saved for, and a moment that seemed right, nothing dramatic. She grinned as she glanced at the ring. "Took you long enough." We were able to purchase a modest starter home with 2 incomes and careful saving. It wasn't elegant. It was ours, despite the little yard, threadbare carpet, and older siding. We replaced light fixtures and painted walls over the weekend. Ruby made her small reading nook. In the spare room, I put up a little desk. After helping us mend a loose railing with a toolbox, Luke stayed for dinner. During the first week, Luke visited. "You bought a house with loose railings and a crooked porch light," he stated. Ruby chuckled and said, "Good means you didn't overpay." Translation, "He is pleased with us." Luke let out a grunt. "Sure, that too." Despite everything, I continued to make consistent student loan payments. The balance decreased slightly each month. Ruby joined me in celebrating my victories, no matter how minor. I wasn't prepared for it to hit so hard when I paid the final payment. Debt-free was written in slightly crooked icing on a plain cake that Ruby made. We ate cake right out of the pan while seated at our kitchen table. And for the first time in my life, I thought I had arrived at a firm foundation. Margaret and David began to reappear around this time. Their communications had a distinctly different tone. Overly pleasant, overly courteous, as if they were making an excessive effort. Margaret replied, "You've built such a nice life." David texted me to ask if I wanted to stop over soon. "We're so proud of you, Ryan." The biggest red flag was that they failed to mention Tyler. Whenever my parents avoided discussing him, it indicated that there was a problem. After reading their words, Ruby was correct when she declared, "They want something." I had never received a check-in call from my folks. The warmth wasn't the friendliness. It served as bait. I could sense the hook approaching even though I didn't know what it was yet. I was unfazed by whatever was waiting, though. The one person who had always been honest with me, Luke, was still at my side, and I had a degree, a reliable job, a home, and a marriage that truly felt like a partnership. I had a foundation constructed all by myself for the first time in my life. And they had no involvement. Ruby and I were finishing supper on a random Tuesday night when the call came. Margaret was on the screen when my phone chimed. It had been years since I had heard her voice. Ruby's eyebrows went up. "Are you going to answer?" "Yeah," I replied. Margaret didn't even greet them, saying, "Let's see what they want." "Ryan. It's your brother," she said without thinking. Her voice was urgent and piercing. "He needs help again. It's serious this time." David's voice broke through the background before I could respond. I entered the corridor and said, "Tell him to stop dragging his feet. We don't have time for this." Margaret sniffed sharply. "What's going on?" When she desired something, she would cry like this. "Tyler is struggling. He's been through so much lately." "That's not an answer," I replied. David reached for the telephone. "Listen, Ryan, there's a facility, a really good place, 9-month program, cost $25,000. We need you to cover it." I silently chuckled. "Because you can," David said. "Why would you think I'd do that? You've got a house, a good job, a stable life. You owe it to your family. You owe it to your family." "Oh, we said to who? For what?" Margaret's voice came back out of nowhere. "To us," she added. "We raised you. We supported you. Your life turned out well because we gave you structure." I was staring at the wall. "Structure?" "Yes," the woman replied. "We made sacrifices for Tyler." I clarified. She refused to admit it. "Family helps family. Ryan. You didn't help me," I said. David's tone changed from entitled to annoyed as he said, "Not once. Don't start rewriting history. You're doing well now. You can afford to help your brother. $25,000 is not helping. That's a bailout. He needs you." Margaret begged. At that moment, I heard my phone ring with notifications and voicemails from Tyler, saying, "He won't survive without treatment." Margaret continued talking, one after the other. "If you don't step up, he could hurt himself." I heard one of Tyler's texts before responding. "Ryan, man, just help me, dude. You don't get it. Everything sucks right now. Mom and Dad said you would help. Come on, don't leave me like this." Another message. "You think you're better than me? You're not. You had everything handed to you. I should have gotten that money. Not you." A third time. "I swear I'll do something stupid if no one helps me. Is that what you want? Is it?" It was anarchy. Blaming. Threatening. And pleading all at once. Typical Tyler. I returned the phone to my ear. Margaret gasped as if I had admitted to a crime when I said, "I'm not paying for rehab." David began to raise his voice, saying, "How could you say that? He's your brother. You selfish little. After everything we did for you. This is how you repay us." "What exactly did you do for me?" I inquired. "Name one thing." A long pause. Then David lost it. "You think you got where you are without us? You think you built that life alone? We gave you a foundation." "No," I replied. Margaret sobbed and said, "Luke gave me a foundation. I built everything else myself." Her voice became weak and high. You've turned cold. Ruby changed you. You used to be sweet. You used to care about this family. From the kitchen, Ruby heard David say, he wouldn't talk like this if she didn't poison him. I remained calm, but Ruby remarked, wow, charming. David warned, you walk away from this. I'm hanging up now. I said, you made that decision years ago, and hung up. And you're no son of mine. Tyler continued to leave voicemails. Messages are lengthy and inconsistent, alternating between sobbing, shouting, accusing, and meandering apologies. He was blocked by me. I then blocked David and Margaret. Ruby took a seat on the couch next to me. I said, yeah. You okay? Just tired of the same cycle. My extended family blew up the following morning. I awoke to Facebook notifications, group conversations, and texts replete with accusations and guilt. None of these individuals had done anything for me as a child. How could you abandon your brother? Your parents sacrificed so much. You're heartless. You think you're better than the rest of us now? During my years of struggling to make ends meet, none of them had ever appeared, but suddenly they had a lot to say. I wrote a lengthy email as a result. I enumerated every time my parents had neglected me using Tyler as an excuse, including every rehab, jail, and debt. I talked about how they depleted my education funds, how I had to work 2 jobs to make ends meet, and how they had never once inquired about my well-being. I used just one statement to wrap things up. If you believe in helping Tyler so much, the rehab needs $25,000. There were about 15 of you blowing up my phone. So split it up and it's about $1,800 each. I pushed the send button. No one responded with an offer of cash. I blocked all of the texts I received, which included things like you're cruel. You're embarrassing the family. You're twisted for putting money over blood. Ruby placed a cup of tea in front of me later that evening. Luke gave a call. I nodded as she remarked. He said you did the right thing. Good. It took days for the storm to subside. In order to message me, Tyler started making fresh accounts. David and Margaret attempted to contact each other from separate numbers. Family members attempted to make nebulous online complaints. Everywhere they went, chaos followed. Regardless of how far I had come. However, I didn't feel dragged into it for the first time. There was nothing that I owed them. I was spared from being engulfed by their catastrophe once more. I was no longer responsible for their crisis. 9 months after that last phone call, Tyler overdosed. There was no big warning, no build-up, simply an early morning message from an unidentified number. This is Officer Harris. We must notify you that your brother Tyler was discovered dead. The remainder of the statement was lost in formal terminology and logistical information. After saying thank you, I hung up and sat silently on the bed's edge. With her hair still disheveled from sleep, Ruby entered. What happened, Tyler? I replied, he's gone. She did not ask any further questions as she sat next to me. Anyhow, there wasn't much to say. I wasn't surprised by the conclusion because his life had been one long crash course. Yes, it's sad. No, shocking. Margaret didn't give a call. David didn't either. I didn't think they would. Most likely, they were too preoccupied with determining who was at fault this time. A cousin I hardly knew sent me a funeral notice. Over my shoulder, Ruby read it. She said, "You going?" No. She nodded as if she had anticipated that response. Ruby and I headed to a hiking route about an hour away from our house rather than dressing in black and listening to speeches about a non-existent version of Tyler. In some ways, the weather felt more honest since it was clean, chilly, and quiet, the kind of day that didn't fit the gravity of what had transpired. We traveled miles on foot. There was only the sound of leaves beneath our feet and the occasional bird above, no deep discussion or dramatic reflections. Ruby paused somewhere on the ridge and gave me a look. You all right? She asked, taking my hand. I don't know. I replied, but this feels better than pretending we were close. The hike wasn't symbolic because I didn't intend it that way. You gave enough to that family. This moment is yours. For the first time, it wasn't about anyone else, which made it symbolic. Just breathing, no pressure, guilt, repairing, or rescue. My phone buzzed with an unknown number later that afternoon. I knew who it was without having to save it. David and Margaret had already attempted to call from separate phones. Ruby softly glanced at me and asked whether I wanted to respond. Saying, I'll deal with it now. I went outside and picked up. David remained silent. You didn't come, he uttered in a tight voice. No, I answered. There was a long silence, followed by a trembling breath. He was your brother. He was also your responsibility, not mine. We lost him, Ryan. You lost him a long time ago, I replied. With a husky voice, Margaret answered the phone and said, this is just the end of the same story. We made every effort. You have no idea how difficult it was. I understand more than you think, I replied. She took a deep breath. How could you not come? Because I stopped being part of that world a long time ago. She wasn't going to argue. She didn't scream. She only breathed erratically, as if she wanted to say something but was unable to do so. I was the first to end the call. The backlash started 2 weeks after the funeral. Extended family members gave me tidbits of information. David and Margaret had arguments with almost everyone. David became enraged at Tyler's former pals for swaying him. Margaret claimed that years ago, the rehab facility turned them away. It doesn't matter that half the time Tyler didn't want to go. They destroyed relationships with family members, neighbors, and even those who attempted to console them. Their lifelong denial combined with grief created a maelstrom that no one wanted close to them. Then came the financial harm. There had been 2 mortgages on the residence. Maxed out credit cards. Legal debts from the past reappeared. They were unable to keep up. They eventually lost the house completely. Ruby received a link to the auction listing from someone. We didn't click on it. Luke stayed in touch more often than normal during all of this. One weekend, he dropped by with a pizza and placed the box on the countertop. He asked incoherently, "You hear about your folks? They're not taking anything well, but that's not on you." I know. He looked at me for a moment. You did right by your own life, Ryan. Not many people climb out of what you climbed out of. I grinned. He didn't typically express strong emotions, but before he went, he put a hand on my shoulder and whispered, "Thanks, Luke. I'm proud of you," in case no one ever said that. More than anything my parents had ever said, that stuck with me. Ruby discovered an envelope with no return address in our mailbox a month later. There was a weak handwritten letter from Margaret and David inside. Standing in the kitchen. I read it. We made decisions we believed were correct, but they ended up harming both of our sons, Ryan. We failed Tyler and you. Ruby observed my reaction and said, "We're sorry. We don't expect forgiveness, but we hope someday you'll understand. Anything you want to say back?" "No," I replied. "Do you feel okay?" There's nothing to reply to. I feel nothing. Not relief, not forgiveness, not anger, just distance. A flat, steady distance that wasn't cold. Last but not least, closure isn't a door locking shut. Rather, it's the realization that the door no longer matters. My parents used to be a part of my life, but they are no longer. The tragedy, the consequences, and the regrets were theirs. Later that night, Ruby leaned against me as we sat on the porch with the lights off, listening to passing cars. "You did everything you could," she said. "I did everything that was mine to do," I said. Peace doesn't come from fixing the past. My life, the one they never helped build, was still standing. It results from at last leaving it. And I had done so entirely. Please click subscribe if you like this video. It really benefits the channel and enables us to provide you with more and better stories. Thank you. 6 days after giving birth, I woke up to an empty crib. My sister was calling herself mommy to my son. My parents took her side. "Let your sister raise him." My sister insisted that I give her my kid after he was born since she was intended to be a male mom. "You need to give me your baby when he's born," my sister Madeline said, catching me in the kitchen and clutching my arm as if I owed her anything. I believed I misheard her. Because we were meant to be celebrating. Just 12 minutes ago, my husband Ethan and I revealed that we were expecting a boy, and here she was saying this to my face. "You're out of your mind. Why are you saying that to me?" I asked her. "I was meant to be a boy, Mom," she remarked, moving closer. "I've been dreaming about it since I was a little girl. The mother-son bond, little league games, everything. I wasn't sure what that had to do with me." Then she said it. "Instead, I was stuck with a horrible daughter who ruined my life." She stated it as if she were discussing a piece of furniture she regretted purchasing, not her 5-year-old daughter. "That's your child, Madeline," I remarked, but she didn't respond. She clutched my arm tighter and stared at me with these insane eyes. "You got a husband," she said. "You can try again. Can't you see, Claire? This is a miracle." I was supposed to have your baby son. I took her hand away from me. I am not giving you my son simply because you despise your child. She clenched her teeth, and I could tell she was wondering why I wasn't bowing at her feet and offering to do everything she asked. You don't even want to be a mother that much. Her voice trembled. I'd cherish every moment with him. But you didn't cry when you discovered you were pregnant. That's when Ethan stepped in the doorway, and I could tell by the horrible look on his face that he'd heard what she was asking of me. His expression became harsh, and he stepped between us. Get away from my wife. Madeline did not flinch. Keep out of this. This is a family matter. You're going to leave, he said softly and steadily. And you're never going to speak with her again. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? She gazed at him as if he were an ant, then looked straight at my stomach. A smile flashed across her face. It was slow and certain. You can say no all you want, she said. Doesn't change what's coming. She turned and went out with confidence, as if she knew exactly how this would end. Ethan grabbed my hand before I could follow her outside. We need to leave, he said. Right now. I shook my head. That is what she wants. She wants to blow everything up and make me appear insane. If we leave now, she will win. Ethan stared at me as if I was making a mistake, but he did not object. We walked back into the living room, and I realized Madeline had told a warped version of what had happened. She was huddled up against Mom on the couch, sobbing as if someone had died. Dad stood by the window, arms crossed, jaw tense, refusing to look at me. Riley, Madeline's kid, was in the corner by the bookcase, pressed against the wall, as if she was trying to disappear. The only sound was Madeline crying. I was not going to let her control this. She just asked me to give her my baby, I exclaimed. Loud enough for everyone to hear. These were her exact words. She cornered me in the kitchen, grabbed my arm, and told me I had to hand over my son when he was born. I waited for shock and fury, for someone to turn to Madeline and ask what she was thinking. Mom looked up at me. Her expression was tranquil. We know, she replied. She told us. Okay. I replied softly. And we think you should consider it. I chuckled since there was no way I could have heard that correctly, but no one else laughed. Dad was still looking out the window. Madeline had stopped crying, and was looking at me through her fingers. Even Ethan had remained still beside me. I'm sorry, I replied. Do you think I should consider giving my baby away? Not giving him away, Mom responded, as if I were acting theatrical. I'm just letting Madeline be more involved. Maybe even, she paused, choosing her words carefully, having her take the lead in parenting him. You could still see him. You'd still be his mother, but Madeline would be his main caretaker. That's insane. Is it? Dad finally turned away from the window. His voice was quiet, yet there was an edge to it. You labor constantly. You've admitted that you weren't even attempting to get pregnant. You didn't even seem excited when you found out. I was excited, I explained. I was shocked. There is a difference. Madeline has been wanting this for 15 years. Her mom remarked. She has read every parenting book. She has taken classes. She'd be home with him every day while you're at work. I'm not quitting my job to prove I deserve my own child. See, that's the problem, Dad explained. It is always about you. What you want, and how much you are ready to sacrifice. Have you even considered what's best for the baby? I felt like I was in another universe. My parents, the people who raised me, were standing in the living room, instructing me to hand over my baby to my sister as if he were a borrowed car. What's best for the baby? I whispered. Is being raised by his actual mother. Not by someone who. I paused. I looked at Riley, who remained transfixed in the corner. She was staring at the floor, but I noticed her hands twitching slightly at her sides. Not by someone who? Madeline said, sitting up now. The tears were gone. Her voice was harsh. Go ahead. Finish the sentence. Not by someone who calls her own daughter disgusting. The room went completely silent. Riley's head snapped upward. Her eyes met mine for a brief moment, and I noticed something flash across her face. She looked surprised, as if she couldn't believe someone had actually said it aloud. That's not. Mom began. She said it to my face. I cut her off. Just now in the kitchen. She referred to Riley as a filthy daughter who had ruined her life. They were her exact words. And you want me to give her another child? I took another look at Riley. She was now watching Madeline, curious to see how she would spin it. I have seen that look before on other people. The face of someone who has been gaslit so many times that they no longer expect anyone to believe them. Madeline, Dad said softly. Is this true? For a fleeting second, I noticed something change in his expression. Doubt, perhaps even concern. For once, he was unsure which side to take. Madeline noticed it, too. She burst into fresh tears. I was upset. She cried. You have no idea what it's been like for me after 15 years of doing this alone. 15 years of wishing things were different and watching others receive what I want. She cried. She grabbed Mom's arm. I didn't mean it that way. Riley knows, I adore her. Tell them, Riley. Tell them I am a good mother. Riley was the focal point of attention in the entire room. She was 15 years old when suddenly the entire weight of the room fell on her shoulders. I observed her face go through many emotions. Fear, tiredness, what appeared to be hope withering before it could completely develop. She's a good mother. Riley replied quietly. Her voice was flat and rehearsed, as if she'd said it 1,000 times already. Mom relaxed. Dad's face softened out. That was all it needed for the moment of doubt to pass. See? Madeline wiped her eyes. Riley understands. We have our struggles, but we love one another. I felt a twist in my stomach. If we decide that baby isn't being properly cared for, are you threatening us? Ethan finally spoke. His voice was calm yet harsh. Because that's what it sounds like. We're concerned, Dad added. Concern? Ethan stepped forward. Your daughter has just asked for our baby. Your other daughter told a child lie to protect herself. So, you're concerned about us? Nobody responded. Madeline was staring at me with the same chilly smile from the kitchen, as if everything was going perfectly for her. We're done, I said. I stared at Riley once more. She was staring at me with this unmistakable expression. As if she had been drowning for years and no one had noticed until now. I'm sorry, I told her. Then I took Ethan's hand and walked out the door. I can't barely comprehend what just happened. My own mother looked me in the eyes and asked if giving up my kid would truly be so terrible. My father would not look at me. And Madeline sat there, crying as if she were the one being attacked. I defended her daughter, and now I'm the villain. I am done being the rational one. I'm done justifying myself to folks who have already made up their minds. Madeline wants a war. She is soon to find out that I do not lose. I felt I was prepared for whatever she hurled at me. Then I returned home after my doctor's appointment and saw the front door unlocked. I dashed inside and stopped dead. Madeline was straddling Ethan on the couch, hands pressed on his chest, face inches away. He struggled beneath her. You could fix everything right now, she said. Just say yes. I didn't hesitate to grab a mouthful of her hair and pull her back as hard as I could. It was like I'd always wanted to do it. She flew off of him and landed on the floor. For a moment, she laid there gasping. She then looked up at me. You bitch! She got to her feet and charged at me, but Ethan was already standing, pushing her back. He wanted it. She screamed, clawing at the air, attempting to get past him. He was about to say yes. I saw it on his face. Get out, I instructed. Get out of my house right now. Or, what? Will you call the police? She laughed, letting forth a harsh, uncontrolled sound. And tell them, what? That your sister has come over to talk? Did she sit too near to your husband? Who do you think people will believe? The pregnant woman who cuts off her entire family? Or is the poor sad widow simply trying to be a part of her nephew's life? They'll believe the security camera, I claimed. Madeline frozen. What? What about the one in the living room? Which one has been filming since you forced your way in? What? 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 Her face turned white. I wasn't telling the truth. She was unaware that we did not have a camera. You're lying, try me. For a long time, nobody moved. Then something altered in Madeline's face. The despair faded away, and something colder took its place. Fine, she said. Her voice was too calm and steady. Do you want to play it this way? We can play it this way. She fixed her shirt and smoothed out her hair. But the baby is mine, Claire. And one way or another, I'll receive what I deserve. She proceeded toward the door, then paused and turned around. You can't watch them forever. Then she was gone. Ethan slid onto the couch and rested his head in his hands. He was shaking. I sat down next to him and placed my hand on his back. My hands began to tremble as the adrenaline wore off. I had just walked in on my sister attempting to abuse my husband. That sentence didn't make any sense in my thoughts. It sounded like something out of a crime documentary, not my own life. What has happened here? I inquired cautiously, making sure he understood I wasn't accusing him of anything. He did not respond right away. He just sat there with his head in his hands, breathing heavily as if he had just run a marathon. I massaged little circles on his back and waited. I was not going to push him. She knocked on the door, he explained, his voice barely above a whisper. I peeked through the window and saw her. I wasn't about to open it, but she continued banging. They kept yelling my name. She said she only wanted to apologize, that she felt bad about dinner and wanted to make things right. He took a hesitant breath. I opened the door and told her to leave. That is it. Just to tell her to leave, but she surged by me before I could stop her. Ethan. She began discussing how you don't understand how hormones make pregnant women insane. How I seemed like a reasonable guy, and perhaps I might assist her. He gazed up at me with red-rimmed eyes. He appeared so little at that moment. I despised Madeline for making him look like this. I kept telling her to leave. I kept moving toward my phone to call you. But she followed me, cutting me off and growing closer. His voice crackled. Then she began talking about how I gave you a boy. That meant I had something unique. Strong genes. And it would be a waste to merely use them once. He stopped speaking and glanced at the floor. His fists were so tightly gripped together that his knuckles became white. She touched my arm. I drew away. She grabbed my shirt. I tried pushing her away, but she kept approaching. She shoved me onto the couch, and before I could get up, she was on top of me. He paused and swallowed forcefully. I could not get her off. I was trying not to injure her because she is your sister, but I wasn't sure what to do. And she kept stating that she wanted me to get her pregnant. His voice shook. That I could give her a boy just as I did you. No one would need to know. He could not look at me. He was staring at the carpet, embarrassed, as if any of this was his fault. I drew him into me and hugged him as tightly as I could. It's not your fault, I replied. Have you heard me? None of this is your fault. I should have never opened the door. You couldn't have known, but I did open it. His voice trembled. I let her in, and she, hey. I drew back and seized his face in my hands, forcing him to look at me. His eyes were damp. You've done nothing wrong. She shoved her way inside. She would not leave. She attacked you. That is on her, not you. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? He said nothing. He simply gazed at me with an expression that made my heart break. Ethan, please hear me. It is not your fault. I brushed a tear off his face with my thumb. You are not responsible for what she did to you. He buried his face in my shoulder, and I could feel him shivering against me. My spouse, the toughest person I knew, was torn apart by my own sister. I held him and allowed him to fall apart because that was all I could do. We sat there for a long time. I'm not sure how long. I just held him, allowed him to grieve, and tried to make sense of what had happened. My sister attempted to become pregnant by assaulting my husband. I continued going over that line in my thoughts, attempting to fit it into reality. Madeline had always been difficult, entitled, and dramatic, but this was something completely different. This was a line I never expected her to cross. And if she did this, what more might she do? The thought struck me like freezing water. I was pregnant with the baby of her dreams, and she had recently demonstrated that she would go to any length to achieve her goals. We need to do something, I murmured gently. We can't just let this go. Ethan pulled back and wiped his face. You overheard her. She already knows what she's going to say. A grieving widow and a wild pregnant sister. Who will they believe? So, what should we do? I thought of my parents. How they'd supported Madeline at supper. How they threatened me with grandparent rights. If I told them what had happened, they would find a way to blame me. They would claim Ethan misunderstood. They would say Madeline was simply emotional. They'd turn things around till I was the villain again. We were on our own. There was no family or support, only us against whatever Madeline planned to do next. I don't know, I replied, but we have to be ready, because she's not going to stop. Ethan nodded slowly. He still appeared shocked, but something tougher was settling on his face. If she comes back here, I'll contact the cops. I do not care what she says. I don't care what people believe. She will not return to this house. Agreed. We sat there in silence, holding hands, trying to figure out how everything had gone wrong so quickly. I kept thinking about Madeline's expression when she left, that chilling confidence that she knew how this was going to end. My sister attempted to become pregnant by assaulting my husband. I had no idea how to process that. I wasn't sure if I'd ever do it. We simply clutched each other and tried to breathe. An hour passed, and the doorbell rang again. Ethan became tense beside me. If that's her, I'll check. I peeked through the peephole. It was not Madeline. It was Riley. I opened the door, and she was standing there embracing herself, her teeth chattering. Her eyes were red and swollen, and a huge purple bruise covered her left cheek. Riley, what has happened? She attempted to speak, but all she got out was a faint, broken sound. Come inside, I urged, drawing her in. You are safe now. Come in. Ethan hurriedly wiped his face, and went to get her water while I sat her on the couch. She was unable to stop shaking. She'd flinch every few seconds, as if she were bracing for an unanticipated hit. Take your time, Ethan whispered quietly, passing her the glass. His hands were still trembling from what had happened, but he pushed it away. You're okay now. Riley drew a hesitant breath. She arrived home enraged. I heard the automobile as she slammed the door. I walked into my room. But she came and discovered me. What did she do? Riley's gaze became distant. She was screaming before she even got up the stairs, saying it was my fault, that everything wrong in her life was because of me. She let out a harsh sniffle. She grabbed my hair and dragged me across the hall. I tried to conceal my face, but she continued to hit me. She touched her bruise and winced. She told me that if I had been a male, none of this would have happened. She claimed she had spent 15 years looking at me and felt terrible. She said my dad would still be alive if I hadn't disappointed him so much that he didn't want to live anymore. Riley's voice dropped. She kicked me, he said. When I was on the floor, she kicked me in the stomach and said I was worthless. And then she grabbed my arm and flung me out the front door, promising that if she ever saw my face again, she'd make me regret it. She stared up at me with hollow eyes. I didn't know where else to go. I drew her into a hug. She was very slender and little. You're staying here, I explained. With us. You aren't going back to her. She will come looking for me. Let her come. Ethan sat on Riley's other side and placed his hand on her shoulder. She flinched at first and then relaxed. You're safe, he stated. She's not going to hurt you again. Riley looked between us. I could tell she was puzzled, hopeful, and afraid that it wasn't genuine. She burst into tears then. Not loud, just these silent, exhausted tears that had been suppressed for too long. I hugged her and let her cry. The entire day has been chaotic. I stepped into my own home and discovered my sister on top of my husband. She stared me dead in the eye and said, he wants it. Then she went home and thrashed her 5-year-old daughter until she fled. And, somehow, my parents still believe I am the problem. I don't have any words for this. What kind of individual would do these things? I'm not only defending my baby anymore. I'm also protecting Riley. Wait until you hear what Riley has told me. Madeline has just lost the one person she has left. She doesn't even realize it yet. Riley told me everything that night. She began speaking once she had stopped crying. Ethan had fed her, and the tremors had subsided. And once she began, she couldn't stop. You know, she only named me Riley so she could pretend I was a boy. She remarked gently. We sat on the couch together. Ethan sat in the chair across from us. I gazed at her. What do you mean? When she was pregnant with me, she was certain I was going to be a boy. She had the nursery completed, complete with blue walls and baseball posters. Riley brought her knees up to her chest. And then I came out wrong. You didn't come out wrong, Ethan said. You came out as a girl. There is nothing wrong with that. Try telling her that. Riley nearly grinned, but it did not reach her eyes. She maintained the name anyhow. I told everyone it was unisex, but I know the actual reason, so Mom could call me by a boy's name and pretend, at least in part, that she got what she wanted. I reached out and placed my hand on her arm. How long have you known this? Forever. Riley's voice sounded flat. She never let me forget that. This is why she used to shave my head. I remember that. Everyone would advise Madeline to let Riley's hair grow because she would look amazing with long hair. But Madeline consistently refused. I always had the same reason. When my hair began to grow out, Mom would sit me down in the bathroom and shave it all off. Riley said. Because it was easier to manage. I finished it for her. Yeah. Riley stared down at her hands on her lap. She didn't want me to look like a girl. Ethan leaned forwards. How long has that gone on? Riley caressed her shoulder-length hair, which was knotted and untidy from running here until I was 12. That's when I began fighting back. really arguing, yelling, and shutting myself in my room. She couldn't keep me down any longer. So she quit. She gave a sour laugh. This is the longest it has ever been. I'm 15 years old. And I can finally have hair past my ears. Lucky me. Her sarcasm was harsh, but I could detect anguish beneath it. And nobody could help, no matter what. My teacher noticed the bruises, but she always gave an excuse. I fell. I was playing tough. I was a challenging child. And everyone believed her because she's so brilliant at playing the victim. She stared at me. You saw it during dinner. The way she turned things around on you. I saw it, I said, nodding. I just didn't understand how deep it went. I reflected on all of our family reunions over the years. Riley had been sitting quietly in the corner every time I had seen him. Every time I saw something was off. I convinced myself it wasn't my concern. I should have said something. I should have done something. It goes all the way down. Riley picked at a thread on the couch cushion. She only allowed me to wear boys' clothes. Jeans and t-shirts. Nothing with flowers, pink, or anything girly. When I started middle school, teachers raised inquiries, so she let me wear some girly clothes to school. But at home, things remained the same. Ethan shakes his head. And let me guess, she used that grieving widow raising a difficult daughter all by herself as an excuse that she loves so much when questions start getting heavy. Riley laughed bitterly. Yes, everyone always feels terrible for her. That's her entire point. She makes others feel sorry for her, and then she gets what she wants. She paused abruptly and looked down at her hands. I should not be telling you all this. She's still my mother. I understand that sounds stupid. But it doesn't sound stupid. I corrected myself. She's your mother. Of course, you have conflicting feelings, but Riley, what she has done to you is not acceptable. None of this is acceptable. Riley was quiet for a moment. Do you really believe me? The inquiry was so little and delicate, as if she was bracing herself expecting me to answer no. Of course, I believe you, because nobody ever does. I've tried to tell people before. But they always. I believe you, I repeated, firmer this time. Every word. Ethan slid off the chair to sit on Riley's opposite side. She flinched at first, but did not back away. I believe you, too, he added gently. I know what she is capable of. She hurt me today. What she did to me. He stopped, his jaw tensing. You aren't alone in this. Not anymore. Riley gazed at him with something like recognition, as if she had finally found someone who understood. She used to tell me things when I was younger, Riley said, her voice becoming more steady. Things I believed because she was my mom, and I didn't know any better. Like what? Ethan asked. Riley was quiet for a moment. She opened her lips to speak and then closed it. She tried again. That I was meant to be a male. I wrecked her life by being born incorrectly. She convinced me that my father died because he was disappointed in me. He did not wish to live anymore. Riley, I took her hand. That is not true. None of this is true. I understand now. She gripped my hand back. But when you're 7 years old and your mother tells you that your father called himself because of you, you believe it. You've believed that for a long time. Her voice cracked with the final word, and she had to pause. She pressed her hands to her eyes and took a shuddering breath. Take your time. I said softly. You don't have to tell us everything tonight. No, I want to. I need to. She dropped her hands and gazed at me through wet eyes. I've been holding this for so long. I just want someone to finally know. The room became quiet. Ethan leaned over and placed his hand on Riley's shoulder. She appeared astonished, but she did not draw away. You can let it all out, Ethan gently offered. Cry, shout, and talk till your heart is content. We are here for you. For once, Riley said, feeling relieved. There was this one occasion. I was 10. I had saved up my allowance and purchased a yellow thrift store frock with small flowers on it. I put it in the back of my closet, and wore it only when she wasn't around. She paused. She found it, pulled me into the living room, and made me watch while she cut it up with scissors. She vowed if she ever saw me wearing girl clothing again, she'd make sure I regretted it. Riley's hands tightened into fists. I was 10. Who would do that to a 10-year-old over a dress? I could end her, I said. The words spilled out before I could stop them. I apologize. I know she's your mother. But I could truly kill her for what she did to you. Riley stared at me. I don't believe anyone had ever expressed anger on her behalf before. Ethan placed his hand on her shoulder. When I was 11, I painted my nails with transparent polish. You could barely see it. Riley's voice was shaking, but it was no longer sad. It was rage. She locked me out in November. All night. I was in my jammies and feared I was about to die. And the next morning, she let me back in and pretended nothing happened. As if I deserved to be punished like that. She sprang up abruptly and began pacing. It has been 15 years. After 15 years, everyone simply turned a blind eye. Teachers, grandparents, everyone. She was shivering from wrath now. I spent my entire life thinking I only needed to live until I could escape. But, you know what? I'm done being quiet. She's always been the problem, and everyone has let her get away with it. I wiped my eyes. I hadn't noticed I was crying. I rose up and drew her into a hug. She fought for a second, still angry, before collapsing into me. We stood for a long time. I could feel her shivering against me. All of her wrath slowly drained away, leaving only tiredness. You're not going to send me back, right? Her voice was muffled on my shoulder, little and afraid. Never. Promise? I promise you're staying here with us for as long as you want. She clutched on tighter. There's something else, Riley whispered into my shoulder. Something you need to know about your baby. I pulled back. What about him? When you announced that you were having a boy, she went silent. You've probably noticed. Everyone else was celebrating, but she just sat there and stared at you. I nodded. I remembered. That night, she entered my room. She was not angry. That was the scariest part. She was constantly angry. But this time, she seemed calm and almost happy. Riley's jaws constricted. She replied, "That's my second chance. That baby will fix everything." That's my second chance. What does that mean? That startled Ethan. She has been planning this for months. She has put up a nursery in the extra room. Blue walls, a cot, clothes, toys, everything. Riley looked between us. She has a name chosen out. She talks about him as if he were already hers. I felt cold all around. She's not going to stop, Riley stated. She'll never quit. She's waited her entire life for a boy, and she believes she's finally going to get one. She doesn't mind what she has to do. I imagined Madeline on top of my husband. I remembered Riley's bruise, the years of abuse, and the nursery where my kid waited. She's not getting him, I explained. She's not getting you either. Riley looked at me. Her eyes were red and inflamed. She appeared weary, wrung out like if she had just run a marathon. She always wins, Riley said. Not this time. I shake my head. Riley did not say anything. She simply leaned against me and closed her eyes. Ethan rushed over and wrapped his arms around both of us. We stood there in silence, the three of us holding each other up. Riley, for the first time in her life, was not alone. Neither were we. Riley visited overnight and slept in our guest room. I sat on the bed next to Ethan, wondering how we were going to protect our kid from my wild sister. He would arrive any day now. But I'm not afraid of her anymore. I'm angry. Angry for Riley, Ethan, and myself. Let me tell you what happened just a few days after I gave birth. You aren't going to believe this. Finally, my baby boy was born. He was healthy and perfect. I cradled him in my arms and forgot about anything else. I just stared at my son and felt something I'd never experienced before. As if I would do everything to protect him. Anything. We arrived home from the hospital 3 days later. Riley was still staying with us. She assisted with the baby while Ethan and I tried to find out how to function without sleep. The first few days were a flurry of feedings, diaper changes, and weariness so intense it felt like drowning. In addition, I was constantly on guard. I kept expecting for Madeline to arrive, phone, or do something. But there was nothing. She has not contacted me. My parents have not contacted me. Just silence. Part of me wanted to believe it had ended. That she had given up. But Riley's words echoed in my thoughts. She isn't going to quit. She'll never quit. She's waited her entire life for a boy. By the 6th night at home, I was exhausted and unable to see clearly. Ethan was the same. Riley seems fatigued from helping us around the clock. That night, everyone went to bed early. My baby was in the nursery down the hall. I had the monitor on my nightstand, volume turned all the way up. I remember thinking that I should stay awake. I should pay attention. But my body will not cooperate. I fell asleep before my head hit the pillow. I'm not sure how long I was out when Riley shook me awake. Claire. Her voice was urgent and terrified. Claire, wake up. When I opened my eyes, the room was dark. Riley stood over me, her face pallid. What's wrong? I inquired. Still half sleeping. I overheard something. A door? I suspect there's someone in the house. Ethan had already sat up next to me. What? I heard the front door. Riley remarked. I'm sure of it. We all remained silent, waiting, until we heard it, the baby wailing, then stopping. Then I heard footsteps moving quickly. Then the front door closes. I was out of bed before I realized I was moving. I dashed down the hallway to the nursery and pushed open the door. The crib was empty. My son was gone. For a little while, I was unable to breathe. I could not think. I just stood there, staring at the empty place where my kid should be. This was not occurring. This cannot be happening. Then Ethan rushed past me, heading for the front door. Call 911, he said over his shoulder. I tried to follow, but my body would not cooperate. I had given birth 6 days ago. Everything still hurts. I was slow and clumsy, and Riley was waiting for me in the corridor, grasping my arm and helping me walk. Give me your phone, I asked. She handed it to me, and as we approached the front door, I dialed 911. Call 911. What is your emergency? My sister took my baby. My voice was shaking so badly that I could barely speak. She broke into my home and took my baby. She's in front of my house right now. Please hurry. I gave them the address and then hung up. We made it outdoors, and I noticed them. Madeline was halfway down the driveway, holding my son in her arms. She was moving quickly, practically running, embracing him to her chest while talking to him. I could hear him crying and her voice in the night air. It's fine, baby. Mommy is here. Mommy has got you now. Everything is going to be okay. We're heading home. Something inside of me cracked. That was my son. She referred to herself as his mother. Ethan caught up with her first. He grabbed her arm and turned her around. Give me my son. Madeline's expression was crazy. Her eyes were enormous and darted everywhere. And she looked like she hadn't slept for days. He's not yours, she said. He wasn't yours. He's mine. He has always been mine. Give him to me right now. No. She backed away from him, cradling the infant tightly. He began shouting. This high-pitched howl rang through the night. You do not comprehend. None of you understands. I've waited my entire life for him. He represents my second opportunity. He is going to fix everything. Ethan grabbed her arm harder this time. Let go of my son. He is not your son. Madeline attempted to twist away, but Ethan held on. They were straining now, both of them pulling, the baby wailing between them, and they were both trying to be careful not to damage him. I eventually reached them. Riley was close behind me, gripping my arm and keeping me upright. Every step hurt, but I didn't mind. I'd crawl if I had to. Madeline, stop, I yelled. Give him back. Madeline glanced at me, and something in her expression changed. The despair turned into sheer hatred. You, she spat. You do not deserve him. You never wanted him. You cannot care for him like I can. I have been preparing for him. I have a nursery. I've got a name. I have everything ready. And you think you can simply keep him from me? I will not let you. He is my son. He's my second opportunity. She was screaming now, spit streaming out of her mouth. What has it been like for you? 15 years of staring at her. She jerked her head toward Riley. And being reminded every day of what I didn't get. 15 years of watching others get what I deserved. And then you, my own sister, you get pregnant by accident. And it's a boy, and you don't even appreciate it. I lunged at her. I didn't think about it. I've simply moved. I grabbed the infant and tried to take him from her arms. She grabbed him tightly, yanking him back, and for a terrifying moment, we were both pulling on him, my son screaming between us. Let go, Madeline screamed. He's mine. Riley jumped in. She grasped Madeline's arm and attempted to pry it from the infant. Let him go. This is ridiculous. Just let him go. Madeline's gaze turned toward Riley, and her expression twisted into something terrible. She let go of me with one hand and slapped Riley in the face hard. The sound cut through the air. You, Madeline hissed. This is entirely your fault. If you had only been a male, you could have been all I needed. 15 years of disappointment. It's been 15 years of staring at you and feeling terrible. And now you're attempting to steal this from me? 2. Riley did not back down. She grasped Madeline's arm again, this time with more force. I'm not letting you do this. Get off me. Madeline attempted to shake Riley loose, but she hung on. In that moment of distraction, Ethan moved. He placed his arms around the baby and pulled. Madeline wailed. As the infant was wrenched from her grasp, Ethan lurched backward, cradling our boy to his chest, before handing him to me and putting him into my arms. I was holding my baby. I was holding him. He was safe. He was here. He was mine. Madeline lunged toward us, but Ethan stepped in front and blocked her path. She attempted to get away from him, clawing at the air and yelling things that didn't make sense anymore. He's mine. You cannot do this. He is meant to cure everything. Give him back. Sirens in the distance are growing closer. Madeline heard them as well. For a brief moment, something resembling panic crossed her features. Then it vanished, replaced by the icy certainty I'd seen before. This isn't over, she stated. I will get him back. I will find a way. You can't watch him indefinitely. You cannot. The police cars drew up, their lights flashing red and blue across the front yard. 2 officers got out and approached us. Madeline spotted them first. She stood up, wiped her face, and something changed in her look. The craziness faded away, and she appeared to be a worried, concerned mother. Officers, thank God you're here. She pointed to me. That's her. She broke into my house and attempted to abduct my baby. I was simultaneously astonished and offended. What? She's been threatening me for months, Madeline explained, her voice trembling with phony tears. She is infatuated with my son. She believes he belongs to her. I'm not sure what's wrong with her, but please, help me get my kid back. The officers stared at her and then at me. I was standing there in my pajamas, my hair a mess, still bleeding from giving delivery 6 days earlier, and clutching a crying newborn. That's not true, I answered. She is lying. This is my baby. She broke into my home. She's delusional, Madeline explained. Ask anyone. She has been stalking me. She has been bothering me. My entire family can tell you. The worst thing was that our parents would find a method to prove her correct, and my life would be ruined forever. One of the officers raised his hand. Okay. Everyone, calm down. Ma'am, he stared at Madeline. You're saying this is your child? Yes. His name is Henry. He's 6 days old. He's 6 days old. My blood became chilly. She knew he was old. She had been observing us. His name is not Henry, I explained. His name is Miles. I gave birth to him. You can check the records. She's lying, Madeline yelled, her mask slipping for a few seconds. Why would I lie about my own baby? The officer looked between us. Do either of you have an ID? I do, Ethan said, taking a step forward. I am the father. I have my ID and pictures from the hospital. My wife gave birth 6 days ago. This woman, he pointed to Madeline, is her sister. She's been pestering us for months, attempting to kidnap our baby. That's not true. Madeline was crying now. Real tears, or fabricated ones? I could not tell anymore. He is not the father. He is lying. They are all lying. The other officer was looking at Riley, noting the red mark on her face. What has happened to you? Riley's voice remained steady. She struck me. Just now, I tried to prevent her from taking the infant. She's my daughter, Madeline replied swiftly. She is troubled. She makes stuff up. She has been in therapy for years. You may ask anyone. I'm not making anything up. Riley's voice carried into the night. She broke into their residence using a key she had since before the locks were changed. She went into the nursery and removed the baby from his crib. I overheard her. I awoke them. And when I tried to stop her, she hit me, just like she has my entire life. Riley, stop it, Madeline said. Tell them the truth. I'm telling them the truth. For the first time in 15 years. I am telling the truth. The officers exchanged looks. One of them talked over his radio to confirm our address and request backup. The other one turned to face Madeline. Ma'am, I'm going to need you to step away from the baby. No, you do not understand. He is mine. Ma'am, I've been waiting my whole life for him. The mask was now gone. Completely gone. Do you know what it's like to want something so badly and see others have it? She does not even want him. She didn't cry when she discovered she was pregnant. But I'd be a good mom. I'd be the best mother. He is supposed to fix everything. She lunged at me, and the officers caught her. She fought. She kicked, scratched, and screamed, calling me every name she could think of, telling the officers they were making a mistake, that the baby belonged to her, that she'd been waiting her entire life for him, that I stole him, that everyone was lying, and Riley was a troubled child who made up stories. They had to force her arms behind her back. They had to put her in handcuffs. She was still wailing when they placed her in the back of the police cruiser. They screamed when they closed the door. I watched the automobile drive away. The lights still blazing, my boy pushed against my chest, and I felt him breathe. It was over. Madeline faced charges of breaking and entering, attempted kidnapping, and violence. Riley spoke about her experiences, and the prosecutor added child abuse charges. My parents initially tried to defend Madeline, claiming that she was disoriented and needed treatment rather than prison. But when Riley took the stand and told the court about the head shaving, the yellow dress, the night she spent imprisoned outside in November, and everything else Madeline had done to her over the last 15 years, everybody fell silent. They did not testify on Madeline's side. They did not testify at all. Madeline was sentenced to 22. Am I the asshole for calling the cops after my sister ruined my career and crashed my wedding, only for police to find her fraud warrant? I didn't invite my sister Lauren Miller to my wedding since she ruined my dream job by sending false letters claiming that I was an addict. Nevertheless, my parents took her, and she was arrested for fraud in front of all my guests. First, some backstory. For over 6 years, my sister, 36F, and I, Evan Miller, 34M, have been at odds. It all comes back to her actions that totally changed my life, yet we had a huge fallout over something I still don't fully understand. My sister and I had a tumultuous relationship as a child, but I chalked it up to typical sibling rivalry. We were frequently grouped together in everything, because we were only 3 years apart. Family get-togethers, school events, and even friendships. She was an inspiration to me in many ways. Her magnetic charisma attracted others to her, and she was always the more gregarious one. I, on the other hand, was the more reserved and quiet sibling who was happy to remain in the background. We enjoyed playing games as children, taking family trips, and even sharing secrets during the few occasions when we got along, despite our differences. However, as we grew older, things began to change. She started to become more competitive, constantly trying to outdo me. She had to receive an A on the test if I received an A. In high school, she would boast about being the best on her track team if I joined the basketball squad. I wasn't very bothered by it at first. I assumed she was merely pushing herself. But as time went on, it began to feel more like something sinister than sibling rivalry. She started subtly undermining me by making disparaging remarks about my decisions or minimizing my accomplishments. Despite having a difficult time getting into her college, she made it seem inconsequential when I was admitted into a reputable one. As the years passed, our relationship grew increasingly tense. She thrived on attention, and if it wasn't on her, she found a way to steal it. I realized. We continued this pattern throughout adulthood, and despite my best efforts to separate myself from the never-ending rivalry, she always managed to pull me back in. I made an effort to keep things civil, but the underlying tension persisted. I believe that a part of me always dreamed that we might mend whatever had gone wrong and that we may someday be as close as some siblings. But I knew that day would never arrive after what she had done to me. It began when I was going to start a new job that I had spent years pursuing. This was no ordinary task. It was a highly sought-after position in a fiercely competitive industry, the kind of opportunity many long for but few obtain. I had put everything I had into reaching this moment. I did it all, many late nights, networking, obtaining further qualifications, internships, etc. I had worked so hard since college to create my career and establish myself, and this job was going to be the big break I needed. I was ecstatic, possibly more so than I had been in ages. Everything appeared to be coming together. But my sister didn't seem to be as excited as I was. In retrospect, there were hints in the days preceding my start date. There are sometimes sarcastic remarks that are passed off as humor. She would say things like, "Don't get too comfortable. You know, these things never last." Or, "I hope you can handle the pressure." Not everyone can. At the time, I dismissed them, telling myself that she was simply being herself, constantly trying to make me feel inferior. I didn't give it much thought. That is, until a week before I was scheduled to start, I received a call from the company's HR department. Unlike the joyful voices I had heard during the interview process, the woman on the phone had a stiff, impersonal tone. She informed me unequivocally that the business had chosen to withdraw the offer. My stomach fell. I was unable to comprehend what was taking place. I virtually begged for an explanation when I asked her why. After a little pause, she informed me that they had received a concerning email from a person posing as a worried relative. She said that the email had given rise to grave doubts about my character and previous actions. The ground seemed to have been torn out from under me. What I was hearing was unbelievable. When I inquired more, she informed me that the email contained a number of falsehoods, including assertions that I had a lengthy history of substance abuse, had been in and out of treatment facilities, and had embezzled money from my own relatives to support my addiction. It also claimed that I had a criminal history connected to these problems, which was completely false. It was like receiving a kick to the gut when you heard those words. I had never been addicted, I had never stolen anything, and I most definitely had no criminal history. When I realized how serious the situation was, my whole body went numb. The HR representative continued by saying that the company was forced to withdraw the offer due to the gravity of the position and the severity of the charges. Negotiation was out of the question, and I had no opportunity to clear my name. The choice was definitive. They were already on to the next applicant. I sat stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. As the call ended, how could someone say things like that about me? Who would do that at all? I was searching my mind for the source of this when the idea suddenly struck me like a freight train. My sister. The kind of personal information that was distorted and perverted in the email was unique to her, and I knew in my heart that if she thought I needed to be pulled down a notch, she would do something like this. My first instinct was to confront her. I drove over to her apartment and barged in without even knocking. Anger was racing through every part of me, and I could feel my heart beating in my ears. The expression on her face told me all I needed to know when I confronted her. She didn't dispute it. She didn't even appear shocked that I had worked it out. In fact, her reaction was as icy as it was enragement. Although she acknowledged sending the email, she didn't believe she was at fault. She added, "I was just trying to help," as if it made any sense at all. She simply shrugged and replied, "You were getting too arrogant about it. You needed a dose of humility. You're not as special as you think you are." I was shocked when I asked her why she would do something so cruel. Self-centered? I wasn't being conceited. I was thrilled. Even proud. Finally, after years of hardship and hard work, I had something to show for my efforts. And she had chosen to tear it all away rather than be pleased for me and help me like family should. She had destroyed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, undermined me, and damaged my reputation with that company. All because she believed that I should be humbled. I insisted on an apology. She merely chuckled. She said dismissively, "You'll thank me one day." As if I was supposed to learn some lesson from this. I can still remember looking at her in disbelief and knowing that I would never be able to trust anyone again. What she had done didn't matter to her. This was nothing to her. She dismissed it as though I should simply move on from losing a position that defined my career. However, I was unable to simply go on. It was more than just a job. My future lay in it. In a moment, the dream I had worked so hard to realize was taken from me. And the individual who did it had no regrets at all. That day, I left her flat, and didn't return. I stopped communicating with her after that. Despite their initial sympathy for my position, my parents gradually persuaded me to forgive her. Family is vital to them, and they couldn't stand the thought of us being apart. But I was unable to get over the betrayal. It was more than a job. It was that she deliberately attempted to ruin my life and then showed no concern. I don't want that person near me, much less on my wedding, which is one of the most significant days of my life. After almost 5 years, I met my current wife, 32-year-old Hannah Brooks. After 4 years of dating, we became engaged, and the wedding preparations started. Patricia Miller and Richard Miller, my parents, and I continued to have a difficult relationship. They were pleased for me, but they were always trying to get back together with my sister, Lauren Miller. Despite everything, they insisted that I invite her to the wedding. At every opportunity, they even used the She's Family card. My fiancé understood that this was my decision, and supported me in not inviting her. My parents continued to put pressure on me, though. I finally had enough, and told them outright that I would not be inviting her. And I would understand if that meant they didn't want to attend. After some back and forth, they indicated they supported my decision, which made me believe they had finally understood the message. I didn't want to think about it, even though I knew they were disappointed. I had my sights set on my future bride and the life we were creating. When the wedding day finally came, everything was ideal unless it wasn't. One of my cousins, Jason Miller, ran up to me while we were in the middle of snapping shots and broke the horrible news. The expression on his face told me that there was a severe problem. My sister and dad were there, dressed as though they had been invited, as I arrived at the venue's entrance. I was furious. I could hardly contain myself as my blood boiled. They had brought her to my wedding behind my back, totally ignoring my limits. My sister had this arrogant expression on her face, as if she didn't care that she was making a scene. In an attempt to appear innocent, my parents said things like, "We just wanted to make things right, and it's your wedding. You can't exclude family." It was unbelievable to me that they were genuinely attempting to do this on my special day. I told them to go without hesitation. After everything my sister had done, it was too much to bear to see her standing there at my wedding. She was supported by my parents, who were obviously involved in this attempt at reconciliation. I had made it quite obvious that my sister wasn't welcome, and they didn't have to attend either if they couldn't accept that. Nevertheless, they were there, believing they could easily breach the limits I had established. They declined. With an increasingly agitated tone, my sister accused me of being emotional, harboring resentment, and exaggerating over a little matter. She pretended that the years of sabotage and treachery were only a minor miscommunication. I could feel the weight of criticism from some of the visitors who had begun to notice the disturbance, and the tension in the air increased. She tried to paint me as irrational, but I refused to back down. The most significant day of my life was not going to be ruined by her. After all the pain and deceit she had inflicted, this was not the moment to give in to pressure. I was unable to let it go for the sake of family, despite my parents' attempts to mediate. I had worked hard to establish limits, and this was just another example of them attempting to push past them. As I took out my phone and called the police, years of bitterness accumulated in my chest. I never would have thought to call the police on my own family. But I knew I had to. After I explained that unauthorized people were trying to disrupt my wedding, the police showed up 5 minutes later. It was both strange and comforting to watch the officers approach us. This altercation had already marred my wedding, but at least it could be resolved now. I had anticipated that this would be a fast, uncomfortable conversation that the officers could swiftly resolve so I could go with my day. With cool professionalism, they came up and requested my sister and parents to go. Despite their reluctance, my parents appeared to recognize the gravity of the issue. But my sister was a different matter. She dug her heels in, disputing with the officers and refusing to leave rather than complying. She started to make a show of herself, and her voice became louder. Her noncompliance simply made things worse and attracted even more unwanted attention from my guests. Things took an unexpected turn at that time. After talking on his radio, one of the officers came over to my sister and became more serious. She wasn't only refusing to go any longer. I could tell something had changed when they asked her for identification. The tension in the air increased throughout the lengthy gap while they ran her information. My sister had an outstanding arrest warrant, it turned out. I didn't know, and based on the shocked expressions on my parents' faces, neither did they. It seems that approximately 4 years prior, she had been a part of some kind of fraud scheme, utilizing false identities to defraud several people out of their money. I thought it was simply a family argument, but all of a sudden it became much more serious. She resisted and protested as the officers moved swiftly to handcuff her. She made an effort to continue being defiant, but it was obvious that things had gotten out of hand. Her expression was a mix of disbelief and anger as I watched them lead her to the police car. In a panic, my parents begged the officers to release her, but their pleas were ignored. Things became even worse when my mother grabbed onto my sister, and my father attempted to physically interfere. They disregarded the police warnings to back off. They exacerbated the situation out of desperation. An arrest for obstructing justice resulted from what should have been a straightforward expulsion from the premises. My parents were also handcuffed, and the commotion surrounding us overshadowed their cries. My father, mother, and sister were all being placed into police cars while I stood there and watched. Seeing them carried out in front of my wedding guests was bizarre as they were unable to respect my boundaries. A range of feelings washed over me. It didn't surprise me. Not at all. It seemed almost inevitable that this would be the result after everything my family had done to me. This public reckoning seemed to be the culmination of years of lying, treachery, and manipulation. I experienced a strange mixture of disappointment and guilt as I stood there with friends and family who had come to support us. I was disappointed that my family had once again taken something from me, and I felt guilty that our beautiful day had ended badly for everyone. With a trembling breath, I announced to the guests that the wedding would not be taking place. even though I wasn't sure what I was sorry for. It felt proper to apologize. Was it because of the show, because of what my family had done, or because we had invited everyone and then sent them away? I had no idea. I didn't know how to get around the damage my family had left behind. All I knew was that I felt lost. I'm not sure how to proceed with this. The upheaval my family had unleashed appeared to dwarf everything I had imagined for my fiancé and me, for our future together. Rearranging or saving the day was no longer the only option. It was about gathering together the emotional fragments that had been left behind. When those who ought to encourage you are continuously pulling you down, how can you move forward? One update. Although things had calmed down a week or so after the wedding, the drama's aftermath continued to cause a great deal of stress. In order to recover the joy that had been taken from us, my boyfriend and I were attempting to move on. However, my folks had been blowing up my phone while they were out on bail. Their unrelenting messages served as a continual reminder of the mayhem that had just broken out. My inbox was overflowing with long, guilt-tripping texts and voicemails. The messages I received from my mother were especially annoying since they contained statements like, "We were just trying to help, and you didn't have to call the cops on us." They refused to admit how far they had gone, as though they were still attempting to rewrite history to suit their interests. The frustration only increased over the next few days. As usual, my mom took the lead in defending them while my dad remained silent. I knew he was equally complicit, even though he stayed silent. It seemed like a betrayal again since they refused to take any responsibility. I questioned whether things would always be this way. My family was stuck in a state of perpetual denial, refusing to acknowledge the harm they had inflicted. I found out more about the charges against my sister, Lauren Miller, while she was still detained. A bleak picture was portrayed by many fraud and identity theft charges. Every news article went further. The more I learned, the more I understood how long this had been going on, even if I was unaware of the entire scope of her misdeeds. Everything was so complicated, and it was unnerving to think that she would spend many years behind bars. There was a glimmer of sympathy in me. She was still my sister, after all. The memories then came flooding back. She had continuously undermined me with falsehoods and deception. There was a pattern. She was now at last having to deal with the fallout from her deeds. Hannah Brooks, my fiancée, became my pillar of support during this whole ordeal. She supported me at every turn and was always willing to listen to me when I expressed my worries and concerns. We went over every eventuality in our lengthy conversations about how to deal with my family going ahead. It became evident that the best course of action for our mental health was to cut them out. At least for the time being. We had to clear out the havoc they were bringing into my life on a regular basis. However, there were issues with even that choice. We were eating dinner, one evening, when I got a call from an unknown number. I hesitated, but I felt forced to respond. It turned out to be a family acquaintance, who had learned about my sister's predicament and the wedding incident. They voiced their worries and asked me to think twice before severing my family links. To be honest, hearing that level of pressure made my stomach turn. The drama seemed to ensnare the entire community. And all of a sudden, I felt exposed to their viewpoints. My folks paid me a surprise visit 2 days later. They arrived without warning. They were intent on confronting me, even though I had hoped that allowing them some space would help the tension to subside. When my mother came into our house, her expression was one of outrage. She went on a tirade, accusing us of being irrational and telling me to move on and forgive. My father said nothing, a spectator to the mayhem that was breaking out once more. That encounter turned into a furious dispute. It felt like I was speaking to a wall when I attempted to express my viewpoint and the reasons why their actions had been so damaging. They were unwilling to hear it. Rather, my mother argued that we should all be able to move on as if everything could be ignored. It was draining, and once again I had to resist their attempts to control the story. I was enraged as they walked away. How could they be so unaware of the consequences of what they were doing? We deliberately tried to turn our attention away from all of this chaos and toward the life we wanted to create together over the next several days. In order to celebrate our union away from the chaos, we began organizing a small vacation. It was a much-needed diversion, an opportunity to get back in touch without the continual reminders of my family's meddling. In the end, I felt compelled to distance myself from my family, but I also felt a feeling of loss. Instead of tearing each other down, I had hoped for a different type of family experience where we helped each other out. As I looked to the future, I understood that reconstructing my life would need me to come to terms with the possibility that my family would never be what I had always desired. I knew that was the first step to getting my happiness back, even if it was a terrible fact. The second update. I'm still absorbing everything that transpired at the wedding, which was almost 2 weeks ago. Every day seems to be a roller coaster of feelings, including relief, grief, rage, and an odd sense of liberation. I've realized that, at least for the time being, there is no way to mend my relationship with my parents. I hope they would finally realize the seriousness of their behavior after the wedding fiasco. However, they have redoubled their efforts, claiming that I overreacted, and that phoning the police was excessive. They believe that the family should never, ever call the police. I vehemently disagree. In actuality, they have consistently transgressed limits, and I no longer agreed with their story. My parents have been attempting to enlist the support of their extended family for the past few days. My aunts called me a few times to ask if I might make amends with my dad. The urge to just forgive and move on was mounting, and I could feel it. However, they were appalled and sided with me when I told them what had happened, how they had arrived without permission, and how my sister's conduct had prompted a criminal inquiry. Even if it was a minor win, I knew the fight was far from over. The majority of my extended family is avoiding the situation, but some people act as though my parents are the victims, which is absurd. I understand that certain people, no matter what, will always support their family. However, this is not all. I took the important decision to marry my fiancée. It wasn't the grand celebration we had anticipated. That now disrupted wedding had already consumed a sizable portion of our budget. Thus, we decided on something straightforward. In order to keep it personal and significant, we only told my partner's parents and a select group of close friends. It was appropriate for us to perform this action jointly in order to firmly establish our commitment in a sincere manner away from the chaos of my family's drama. The mood was unexpectedly serene on the day of our tiny ceremony. The garden where we exchanged vows was bathed in a warm glow from the sun. Standing there with my partner, the world around us vanishing into a beautiful haze, felt unreal. For that instant, nothing else mattered because I could see the happiness in their eyes. We vowed to tackle any obstacles together and pledged one another love, support, and understanding. It served as a lovely reminder that we had each other in spite of the craziness. But there were some issues that day. One of my aunts sent me a note as we were concluding the ceremony. As it came out, my parents were actively circulating false information about us, portraying me as the bad guy. They said I was unappreciative of everything they had done for me and that I had cut them off without cause. I was devastated by the news, but my wife comforted me by saying that we were starting our own family, one based on love and respect rather than guilt and manipulation. We grew accustomed to married life as the days passed, taking pleasure in the small things, cooking together, watching films, and daydreaming about our future. However, my family's ghost continued to hang over me. My parents, Patricia and Richard Miller, tried to guilt-trip me into seeing them by sending me texts all the time. Their refusal to acknowledge the harm they had inflicted was further demonstrated by their suggestion that my choice to wed without them constituted a betrayal. I continued to receive updates regarding my sister, Lauren Miller. During this time, her case was moving forward, and from what I could see, there was a lot of evidence against her. Hearing the specifics was devastating. She had left a path of hurt in her wake by manipulating so many people. I was troubled by the truth of her predicament. A part of me was saddened by the loss of what might have been a better relationship, and I knew she was probably going to spend many years behind bars. But in the end, I told myself that I was done trying to make things right with those who refused to change. One of my aunts, who had originally supported my parents, called me one evening. She concerned that I was making snap decisions and failing to grasp the wider picture, so she expressed concern for me. Although I was grateful for her care, it simply strengthened my resolve to keep my distance. I talked about how I needed to put my happiness first, and stop letting my family's toxic behavior control my life in order to maintain my mental health. Knowing I was making a better decision for myself, I hung up with a sense of empowerment. As we progressed in our new life as a married couple, I started to see that although my family's actions had caused me sorrow, they had also given me a clarity that I had not previously experienced. I was coming to understand the significance of setting limits, the necessity of protecting oneself, and the importance of surrounding oneself with individuals who genuinely supported one another. Throughout it all, Hannah Brooks, my partner, served as my pillar of support, reassuring me that we had a promising future free from the turmoil of my past. Things were beginning to seem more promising, but I was aware that I needed to remain alert. Even though I might not have all the answers, I was determined to create a place where I could flourish away from the shadow of my family's dysfunction, even though the road to recovery would be lengthy. The third update. After another week, I believe I'm at last prepared to put this whole mess behind me. In order to unwind after all the wedding drama, my wife, Hannah Brooks, and I have begun organizing a small vacation for our honeymoon. We are concentrating on our future together. Having something constructive to look forward to is a pleasant feeling. My parents still occasionally message me, but I stopped answering them for a while. I made my decision. And they made theirs. It appears that my sister will likely spend many years behind bars as a result of her ongoing legal issues. Knowing that a member of my family is going to jail is an odd feeling. However, I can't say that I'm shocked either. This was inevitable, since she has been on a risky road for years. Considering all of this, I made the decision to meet with my parents one last time. I wanted them to know that I was beginning a new life, but I didn't expect them to grasp my side of the story right now. I could see they were worn out from the whole situation when we first met. They had obviously been affected by my sister's errors as well. They appeared exhausted, and it seemed as though they were bearing a huge load. I tried to express how I felt. As we sat down in a quiet cafe, I expressed how their behavior upset me, and how I couldn't continue to live in such chaos. At first, they merely stared at me with weary eyes without saying anything. Though I knew they wouldn't completely acknowledge it, I could see a glimmer of sorrow on their faces. They continued to cling to their family-related ideals, but I felt like we were all trapped and unable to escape. My mother, Patricia Miller, eventually stepped up and expressed her want for things to return to normal. At that moment, I became aware of how different their definition of normal was from mine. I could see they were still set in their ways, and I wanted a partnership based on mutual respect and trust. I experienced a range of feelings as I walked out of the meeting. I was relieved to see them in such a situation, but it was also sad. I was prepared to let go after making an effort to reach out. Ultimately, I've discovered that family is more than just blood. It has to do with love, respect, and trust. All of those things were broken by my sister and parents. Cutting ties hurts. But I know it's the correct thing to do. All that matters is that my wife and I are now creating our own family. One that is founded on respect and understanding for one another. Free from the turmoil of my past, we look forward to our future together. This is what I would advise anyone else who is coping with toxic family members. Don't let obligation or guilt to keep you in a bad circumstance. Even if it means separating from those who are meant to love you, you deserve to live in peace and happiness. Although it's difficult, there are situations when it's your only line of defense. I feel optimistic as I look to the future. For the first time in a long time, I see a bright future ahead of us as we begin anew. My mom cried and gave me $1,200 for my wedding. Weeks later, I discovered she funded an $18,000 proposal for her stepdaughter. Mom claimed that because she was destitute after her divorce, she could only give me $1,200 for my wedding. However, I later learned that she contributed $18,000 toward my stepsister's proposal for a lavish cruise. I therefore did not ask her to my wedding. Ethan and I have been engaged for around 9 months, and we intend to tie the knot in the fall of next year. It's been a wonderful time, but it has also been rather daunting, particularly with regard to family dynamics, finances, stress, and the myriad minor minutiae involved in wedding preparation. I always thought that this phase of my life would be enjoyable and joyful. To be honest, though, there have been some hiccups. A little history of my family. My parents divorced when I was 20 years old. And that was a complete mess. I must say. My dad had been using his secretary to cheat on my mom. Yes, like something from a terrible soap show. Only after noticing strange expenditures on their bank card, hotel reservations, elegant dinners, and sporadic, pricey presents did my mother discover the truth. Seeing my mom go through that was awful. Due to my dad's attempts to conceal assets, the divorce went on for nearly 3 years, and my mom had to battle fiercely to collect what she was due. Everyone was worn out. But she was particularly so. After a while, my mother began to reconstruct her life. She met Richard about 18 months after the divorce was finalized. I was thrilled to see her with someone who truly treated her well since he was patient and compassionate, which was the exact opposite of my dad. Claire, Richard's daughter, is 26. Additionally, my mother has been making a lot of effort to establish a solid relationship with her since Richard and she were married 2 years ago. My mom's strong relationship with her new stepdaughter is obviously very important to her. And I completely understand. She only wants a stable, happy family once more after everything she's been through. Ethan and I started planning our wedding as soon as we were engaged. Although we didn't want anything extravagant, we still wanted it to be unique. About 90 minutes outside the city, we discovered this stunning historic location, which felt ideal because it was the location of our first date. The only drawback was that it came to about $42,000 in total. Not exactly inexpensive. We believed we could make it work since we had been saving money and because both of our families had volunteered to help. Then came the difficult talk with my mother. Things started to get emotional when I inquired whether she would be able to help. She sobbed and confided in me that she was still working on getting her finances back on track after the divorce. She simply didn't have much left over after paying legal bills, trying to recoup her savings, and concentrating on her retirement fund. She often expressed regret, noting that although she wanted she could do more, her budget was limited to roughly $1,200. Seeing her so distressed was difficult. Even though I was initially a little let down, I totally got it. Divorce is cruel, and I would never want my mother to put herself in a difficult situation in order to support us. After discussing it, Ethan and I agreed to change our plans. In order to save money, we reduced the number of guests, looked for a smaller location, and began experimenting with do-it-yourself decor. To be honest, it kind of made us closer. Putting together centerpieces and creating invites with your significant other has a unique quality. Our burden was much reduced when Ethan's parents generously offered to pay for roughly 45% of the additional wedding expenses. The way things turn out is amusing. Because of all the love and work we're putting into it, I believe our wedding will seem even more significant even though we had to cut back. At the end of the day, celebrating with the people who are most important to us is more important than how much money we spend. However, it happened 2 nights ago, and to be honest, I still don't understand it. Before going to bed, I was idly browsing Instagram in an attempt to relax when I came across a post from Claire. This was no ordinary post. A whole slideshow of expertly taken pictures from her engagement, and not just any engagement, either. On a luxury ship, this was something straight out of a fairy tale. Her photo caption said, "Still in shock. Thank you to the most amazing bonus mom for making this dream proposal possible." The cruise, the private dinner, the photographer, everything was perfect. I can't believe you helped Lucas plan all of this. You're truly the best, and I'm so blessed to have you in my life. My jaw dropped. The cruise line she tagged is well known for its exorbitant prices. And I could tell this must have cost at least $18,000, if not more, based only on the pictures. There were photos of them enjoying champagne on their own balcony, dining by candlelight on a private deck, and even a full-fledged professional engagement photo shoot with rose petals all over the place. And there's a private string quartet in the background, too. I felt like I had been sucked like a worm and just sat there looking at my phone. The same mother who told me she was broke and could only give $1,200 to my wedding managed to find the funds to support her stepdaughter's extravagant engagement. She has only known her stepdaughter for 4 years. Her own daughter, meanwhile, had to scale back her wedding and undertake half of the decorations herself. I didn't get much sleep that night. I couldn't stop thinking about the talk I had with my mother when she told me she couldn't assist, the way she sobbed and apologized, giving the impression that she was barely getting by. And now this. I felt deceived, wounded, and, to be honest, as though I had lost all importance in her life. I called her in the morning because I was still furious. I didn't hold back. I expressed my feelings to her. I informed her that it was obvious she had opted for her new family over me. And perhaps she shouldn't even bother attending my low-budget wedding if that's how she felt. She broke down once more and said that I didn't really get the situation, that she was merely attempting to connect with Claire, and that Richard had contributed to the expense, but I was too furious to give a damn. My phone is buzzing non-stop right now. My mother is pleading with me to speak with her over the phone and via text. Richard even contacted me to tell me that I was being unkind. My dad, who learned about it from my brother, believes I have every right to be upset and isn't shocked that my mother would act in this way. Ethan knows why I'm upset, but he believes I may have been a bit harsh. My brother is simply avoiding it completely. I have no idea where to go from here. Should I attempt to make amends before to the wedding? Should I allow her to come at all? Or should I maintain my position? All I feel right now is replaced. As if my own mother no longer cares about me. The worst part is that I doubt she really understands how deeply she has harmed me. One update. Hi there, everybody. I therefore made the decision to follow everyone's advice and have a conversation with my mother to get her perspective. Yesterday, we got together at a coffee shop. It's complicated, to be sure. I also wanted to respond to some queries and remarks from my initial post before delving into it. I don't feel bad for wanting the wedding of my dreams, to start. Just like when my mother said she couldn't contribute much, my fiancé and I would have made adjustments if we couldn't afford it. However, I was taken aback and felt deceived when I discovered via social media that she had assisted Claire with a lavish engagement setting after informing me that she was having financial difficulties. It wouldn't have hurt nearly as much if she had just been honest with me. In any case, my mother informed me when we first met that Richard had really covered roughly 75% of the proposed cruise, while she had only contributed a little amount. She explained that she didn't immediately tell me that because she didn't want to give the impression that she was minimizing my emotions or using statistics as an excuse. She also acknowledged that she ought to have been more understanding of my feelings and communicated more effectively. Then, she told me something I didn't know. It seems that Claire had been dealing with a lot of anxiety and despair, particularly after her mother died 6 years ago. According to my mother, she has been making a concerted effort to be there for Claire in order to make her feel loved and supported. She wanted to show Claire how much she cared and wanted to be a part of her life, which is why she planned the entire engagement surprise. She even told me that for the past 18 months, she has been attending family therapy with Claire in an effort to foster trust and aid in her recovery. I felt conflicted after hearing all of this. In addition to feeling wounded, I now felt bad for not understanding Claire's struggles. However, that didn't alter the fact that I felt ignored. In order to demonstrate that she wasn't lying about her financial circumstances, my mother even offered to show me her bank statements, but I informed her it wasn't required. She even offered to take out a loan to help finance my wedding, but I turned her down right away. I don't want this to cause her to incur debt. However, we continued talking after that. This wasn't just about money, I told her. It was about how. In my opinion, Mom was constantly prioritizing Claire and going above and above to make her feel special while not giving me any attention. I gave concrete examples. How? 2 years ago. Could she forget my birthday? How? After all my hard work. She hardly acknowledged my advancement at work. And how she consistently showed Claire off with lavish celebrations, but she didn't appear to feel the same way about me. She paid attention, and I felt as though she truly heard me for the first time in a long time. She said she never intended to make me feel that way and truly sorry. She said she didn't realize she was inadvertently making me feel excluded since she was so preoccupied with ensuring Claire felt safe in her new family. She expressed her desire to improve and inquired about ways to mend our relationship. She initially became defensive, claiming that I was mistaken and that her love for me was equal to her love for Claire. She simply sat there in silence when I began to give specific examples of things she had done for Claire that she had never done for me. To be honest, her silence was more powerful than any words she could have used. She seemed to have no explanation for her sudden realization of how much she had neglected me. It bothered me more and more the more I about it. I had observed my mother continuously making an effort to impress Claire during the previous 18 months. She was familiar with every small detail, including her preferred coffee order, her preferred lipstick shade, and the destinations she had always wanted to visit. However, she didn't remember my birthday from 2 years ago until I texted her a passive-aggressive thank you for the birthday wishes later that evening. She said she was so overwhelmed by all that was happening that she called me crying. To be honest, though, the harm was done. How can you overlook the birthday of your own daughter? And it goes beyond the minor details. Claire's significant events are always witnessed by my mother. Every milestone, including her graduation, birthdays, and career promotions, is celebrated with her in the spotlight. She makes large gestures, hosts parties, and purchases considerate presents. However, the situation is very different when it comes to my achievements. She arrived late and departed early when I received my undergraduate degree. She hardly acknowledged my first significant promotion at work. However, my mother threw Claire a lavish celebration complete with decorations, catered food, and a toast expressing her pride when she got her first job. At last, I told her everything. When I explained everything, I saw a change in her expression for the first time. Then she revealed something that completely caught me off guard. She admitted to me that she has been afraid of losing Richard. She clung to Richard's family as if they were her only hope for happiness following her divorce from my dad because she felt so broken and alone. She thought she might never be able to fit in with Richard's world if she didn't offer Claire everything she had. That Richard might become resentful of her if she wasn't the ideal stepmother. I had no idea how to respond to that. A part of me knew that divorce is terrible, and that she had a terrible time with my dad, but another part of me was just furious. She didn't have to ignore me just because she was worried about losing Richard. She didn't have to make me feel inadequate just because she wanted Claire to love her. That's exactly what I told her. I reminded her that she shouldn't treat me like a second-class citizen just because she's attempting to make up for lost time with Claire. That I shouldn't always be the last person to be considered. She broke down once more and said she never intended to hurt me. She claimed that because I never requested more care or assistance, she always thought I was strong and independent and didn't need her as much. To be honest, I was particularly struck by that portion because I realized that's how things have always been. I've always been viewed by her as the strong one who doesn't require extra care or assurance. However, that doesn't imply I don't experience anguish just because I don't cry in front of her. I don't necessarily don't want attention just because I don't ask for it. On a tight but rather hopeful tone, we concluded our talk. I informed her that I needed time to consider whether or not she could still attend my wedding. I'm not sure if I believe her yet, but she said she will try to do better. I was exhausted when I left the coffee shop. There is a part of me that wants to simply forgive her, move on, and act as though nothing happened. However, I still feel hurt and angry in another part of me. I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure whether our connection will ever feel the same in the long run. The second update. Hello. The course of events has radically changed. For the first time, Claire actually got in touch with me directly. When her name appeared in my inbox, I was taken aback. I wasn't sure what to anticipate when I initially opened the email, but my curiosity won out. And I was blown away when I eventually read it. Claire sent me this lengthy, sincere letter, outlining her viewpoint and containing something that fundamentally altered my viewpoint. Screenshots of her chats with my mother from about a year ago. Initially unsure of what to think, I felt sick to my stomach as I read through the notes. I was really unprepared for what I discovered in those communications. As it happens, my mother had been attempting to dissuade Claire from making such a ridiculous proposal. It seems that Richard and my mother were asked to assist with the proposal by Lucas, Claire's fiancé. Richard was on board right away, but my mother had recommended something more private and intimate. I could see my mother in the screenshots complaining about the price and offering substitute suggestions, such as a lovely supper in the backyard or a quick vacation rather than an opulent cruise. However, Richard was determined to make it happen for his daughter. Claire had endured a lot, he insisted, and she deserved something lavish. My mother eventually consented to pay $3,500, which is still more than she had provided for my wedding but far less than the $18,000 plus I had initially anticipated. My mom didn't want to cause friction in their new marriage by staying out of it, so Richard paid the remaining amount because he wanted to do everything for Claire. Upon reading those communications, I realized that my understanding of the issue was entirely incorrect. It wasn't neglect or preference that had led my mother to favor Claire above me. She had been in a difficult situation, attempting to maintain harmony in her new marriage while still taking care of me in her own unique way. She hadn't informed me about it all directly, most likely because she didn't want to make excuses and knew how angry I was. But I felt awful when I saw the evidence in black and white. I may have severely damaged my connection with my mother since I made snap judgments without fully understanding the situation. In fact, Claire's email was quite charming. She acknowledged that she didn't think about how her social media posts would be interpreted by me and expressed regret for not being more careful. In order to make up for it, she even volunteered to assist me with my wedding plans and do-it-yourself tasks. She also made a point of saying that she never wanted to make me feel like I was being replaced. That took me entirely by surprise. This email changed my perception of Claire, who I had previously considered to be aloof and possibly even self-centered. She wasn't attempting to offend me in any way. She didn't know how it would impact me. She was just excited. Hours passed while I sat with the email, going over the exchanges between her and my mother again, and I began to view things entirely differently. It will take some time for me to get over the sadness. I still feel that my mother didn't put as much effort into my wedding. However, I now realize that she was in an extremely tough situation as she tried to maintain harmony in her new marriage, balance her allegiance to me, and deal with a blended family that put a lot of strain on her. In the process, she unintentionally caused me pain. And it's clear to me now that she had no intention of favoring Claire over me. I'm not sure exactly what I should do next, but I do know that I need to speak with my mother once more, this time with all the information in front of me and a clearer head. I don't want things to worsen and become irreversible. After a while, I responded to Claire and thanked her for getting in touch and being so honest. I also told her how much I appreciated her offering to help with my wedding and apologized for my first reaction. In her kind response, she recommended that we have a face-to-face meeting to resolve the issue. In the meantime, my mother has been sending me a ton of texts. She has been emailing me constantly, saying that now that I have more of the complete story, she really wants to talk. There are lengthy and poignant texts among them. I know I must ultimately react, but others are succinct and only say things like, "Please call me when you can," or "I just want to fix this." I should at least apologize to her for thinking the worst without knowing all the details. However, even though I now have a greater understanding of her perspective, I still feel a little raw about things. Claire's email and how unexpected it was are other things that keep coming to me. She didn't need to reach out, and she certainly didn't need to be as sympathetic as she was, but she did. She might have simply disregarded the entire situation and let my mom and AITA continue to be at odds. Rather, she made an attempt to make things right and even volunteered to assist with my wedding. Before all of this, I never thought we would be so close. At family gatherings, we were merely courteous to one another, but now I'm thinking whether this could be a chance to develop a genuine friendship with her. It's strange to even think about it, but perhaps this whole disaster could be a good thing. I must now determine what to do next. Do I make every effort to mend my relationship with my mother? Should I accept Claire's offer in order to strengthen our relationship? Even while I still don't know everything, I am aware that I feel a little clearer today than I did previously. Maybe, just maybe, things may all work out in a way that doesn't feel so burdensome in the long run, even though I know it will take time. Taking things one step at a time and seeing where they go is, I suppose, the only way to find out. The third update. In the most unexpected way, everything came to a head. We had a family supper 2 nights ago. Richard, Claire, Lucas, Mom, Ethan, and myself. I'll be honest, as soon as we sat down, there was a lot of anxiety. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to start talking, shifting nervously in their seats and avoiding eye contact while engaging in small conversation about the menu. We all felt as though we were preparing for a storm that had been building for weeks because of the heavy atmosphere. Initially, the discussion remained superficial. Work, the weather, and other unimportant things. However, it was Richard who finally broke the stillness after the appetizers arrived. With a heavy sigh, he combed his hair and just spoke it clearly. It was his responsibility to explain why he had pushed for Claire's expensive proposal. He acknowledged that he had been feeling a great deal of remorse about missing so much of Claire's childhood. He had made the error of putting work before family back then, and his career had always been hard. He told us that he had persuaded himself for years that financial support was sufficient. However, as Claire grew older, he became aware of how much he had been missing. He was never able to reclaim milestones, school performances, or birthdays. He recognized the opportunity to do something unique for his daughter when Lucas approached him with the proposition. Something that compensated for all of those missed opportunities. He maintained it had nothing to do with favoritism. It has to do with atonement. I had a lot to think about after hearing that. I had been upset for a long time, feeling like my mother had taken my position, but I had never given Richard's situation much thought. I never considered the possibility that all of this was influenced by his own remorse. After that, my mother spoke. And her words fundamentally altered my viewpoint. She revealed to me that, in spite of what she had previously stated, she had been saving little sums of money each month to assist with my wedding. She had intended for it to be a surprise, a present she could give me at the appropriate moment. However, she came to the realization that keeping it a secret had just made matters worse once everything between us blew out. That really got to me. Perhaps none of this would have occurred if she had simply told me from the start. I might not have experienced such a sense of abandonment. However, I could also see that she genuinely meant well. She simply approached it incorrectly. Then the night's biggest surprise arrived. I was totally unprepared for the announcement that Claire and Lucas made. They intended to wait until after mine to start arranging their wedding. I sat there in a state of shock. What I was hearing was unbelievable. Claire clarified that she didn't want my special day to be overshadowed by her engagement or wedding preparations. She was prepared to wait for me to have my moment because she wanted me to have it. She persisted even after I assured her there was no longer any animosity and that she didn't need to do that. She expressed her sincere desire to support me and acknowledged the significance of this wedding to me. Since they were now scheduling both weddings, she even offered to split the cost of her photographer's services. I almost started crying at that gesture alone. I didn't think she would be this kind after everything we had been through. My mother broke down entirely at that time. She revealed something that none of us had known via her tears. She'd been going to therapy. She claimed that she had been battling feelings of guilt about the divorce and anxiety about failing as a mother in this new blended family. She acknowledged that she occasionally overcompensated with Claire because she was afraid of being rejected. She claimed that because I was her daughter and our relationship felt unbreakable, she took my affection for granted. It was a hit to the gut. For a long time, I thought she had picked Claire over me, but she was actually simply afraid. Afraid that the new life she had created would be lost. Afraid of making the same mistakes again. She was afraid that she would have nothing left if she didn't offer this new family everything she had. And that explained a lot, even though it didn't justify how she had made me feel. In the end, we merely talked while remaining at the restaurant till it closed. We had an honest and open discussion for the first time in years. No ignoring or evading difficult subjects. There were moments of laughter, tears, and apologies. It was emotional and nasty, but it was also therapeutic. Having never really interacted much previously, Ethan and Lucas ended up becoming close since they had both dealt with complex familial situations. They discussed how tough it may be to feel like you're always on eggshells, the difficulties of managing relationships, and the demands of juggling new and old family ties. Meanwhile, Richard, who had initially been so defensive, expressed his earnest regret. He acknowledged that he could have handled the situation differently and expressed regret for allowing it to get out of control. I was astonished by what I saw when I got up this morning. Claire had taken down her initial post about her engagement. Instead, Sarah posted a far more emotional statement that concentrated on her and Lucas's love story rather than the ostentatious specifics of the proposal. Additionally, she shared a photo of us all grinning from 2 nights ago with the message, "I feel fortunate to have such a wonderful blended family." That was completely unexpected, and it made me realize how attentive she had been. She was trying to put things right, had heard me, and understood where I was coming from. My mother and I have scheduled a wedding dress shopping trip for 2 weeks from now. Only the two of us. Just some much-needed mother-daughter time without any interruptions or stress. She is still unable to make a significant financial contribution, but to be honest, that is no longer a factor. She has offered to assist with all the small aspects, including planning and do-it-yourself decor, and that has equal, if not greater, significance. Above all, we've decided to improve our communication, stop making assumptions about one another, and genuinely discuss our emotions before they become animosity. I now understand that all of this has taught me some very difficult but worthwhile lessons about communication, assumptions, and the complex reality of blended families. When emotions are running high, it's simple to make snap judgments. However, sometimes what appears to be betrayal is actually just people doing their best in trying circumstances. Things won't magically get better overnight, and I'm still processing everything. But I feel hopeful for the first time in a long time. I suppose this concludes the story. Instead of the drama I had in mind, there will be growth, understanding, and closer bonds. To be honest, I no longer care that my wedding isn't as lavish as that cruise proposal. Because, in the end, the most memorable experiences in life don't depend on how large or ostentatious they are. They are about the love you choose to cling to, the lessons you gain, and the people that support you. I was abandoned at 15, when my father chose his new wife. Now he's harassing us after being cut out of the will. My father picked his new bride over me when my mother died and let me go at 15. My grandparents removed him from their will. Now he's bugging us, claiming I exploited them for money, despite not contacting me for 12 years until inheritance was discussed. Because of years of important history, this will be long. My mother got sick when I was 8F. She needed regular care for congestive heart failure and other issues. Our house changed after that diagnosis. Mom couldn't manage temperature changes, so the windows were mostly closed. Always smelled like chemicals from disinfectants and pharmaceuticals. Medical equipment filled half our Portland living room. By age 10, I could check her oxygen levels and notify the nurse if something was wrong. I learned to heat soup to the appropriate temperature so she could swallow it without pain. My pals learned to bike and had sleepovers. I measured medications and recorded her symptoms. My dad was a financier. He made decent money, and we lived in a comfortable suburban home. After Mom got sick, he changed. Upon returning from work, he went to his office. The restaurant served him dinner most nights. He left the room when Mom coughed. His movements around the home showed he was disturbed by her illness, even if he never said so. Like he was avoiding anything that reminded him she was dying. I turned 13 4 weeks before Mom died. She died at home Tuesday night. Her respiration changed when I did schoolwork close to her bed. I rang Dad. He entered, examined her, and called the hospice nurse. He returned to his office while we waited. After 25 minutes, the nurse verified my suspicions. Next Saturday was the funeral. Dad, dressed in a dark suit, shook hands with everyone. In the service, I saw him check his phone twice. Mom's mother, my grandmother, sat next to me and grasped my hand. Dad was on my other side but never touched me. Visitors arrived to our house after the funeral. Dad discussed a merger with coworkers in the kitchen. I walked upstairs and stayed in my room until everyone departed. The house was quiet for 4 months. Dad had a cleaning service remove all the medical equipment. Mom's belongings were packaged and stored in the garage. I tried to maintain my room. Maybe if I did nothing, things would return to normal. Then Dad brought Lauren home. She was 33, worked in marketing, and had blonde, high ponytail hair. She chatted and laughed loudly. She was very unlike my mother. One dinner, Dad introduced her as his girlfriend. He said, "This is Lauren," while I ate spaghetti. "Her presence will increase." Lauren smiled and asked about school. I remained silent. Within 7 weeks, Lauren moved into our house. She brought 3 suitcases and 12 cartons. Dad helped her carry things upstairs to his bedroom. His and my mother's bedroom. Lauren was redecorating when I got home from school. She switched out Mom's soothing blue curtains for bright yellow ones. The medical bed frame was replaced with a trendy furniture store platform bed. Mom's corner reading chair, which she used when she was strong, was gone. I found Mom's wedding dress in a garage donation box. Like her jewelry box and framed family photos, her favorite novels were there. The box went to my room. Dad noticed me holding it and instructed me not to mess. He said nothing else. About 6 weeks after Lauren moved in, Dad's folks visited. They sat with Dad and Lauren in the living room. They were audible upstairs. My grandfather told Dad he was making a mistake, it was too soon, and to worry about me. Dad said they should accept his choices because it was his life in his house. My grandmother visited my room before leaving. She inquired about my health. I shrugged. She said their door was always open for me. After they left, Dad called me downstairs. He and Lauren sat on the couch. He told me to respect Lauren because she was family. "What about Mom?" he remarked. Mom was gone, and we all needed to move forward. I stopped eating dinner with them. My plate goes to my room. Lauren would get offended when I didn't eat her extravagant meals. Dad revoked privileges. First my allowance, then my phone. He then told me I couldn't play soccer since I wasn't a team member at home. I learned Lauren was pregnant with twins at 15. Dad was happy. He hugged her in the kitchen and started baby name talk immediately. Pregnancy harmed Lauren. She screamed at me for leaving my backpack in the hallway or using her bathroom. Dad worked late most nights, so it was just her and me at home. She would watch me and point out my mistakes. I spoke disrespectfully. I looked judgmental. My breathing was too loud during her nap. At dinner, 7 months pregnant, things escalated. Lauren ordered takeout since she was too exhausted to cook. I was moving food on my plate, not eating. Lauren wondered why I couldn't be appreciative once. I remained silent. Her volume increased. She stated my awful childhood shaped everything about me. She wanted a normal family, and I was wrecking everything. I regarded Dad. He watched his food. I anticipated his order to halt her. He remained silent. Packing began upstairs. I packed clothes and Mom stored items in my school backpack and duffel bag. I called my grandparents from my room's landline. When my grandfather answered, I asked to stay with them. He agreed quickly and urged me to pack everything vital. They arrived an hour later. Dad greeted them at the door. It was hard to hear the foyer chatter. The grandfather's voice rose. Grandma then helped me carry my luggage downstairs. Dad stopped in the hallway and inquired where I was heading. Walked past him without answering. Was my last time in that house. My grandparents lived at a smaller lakeside house 45 minutes away. They prepared the guest room and let me stay as long as I wanted. The home was peaceful. My grandmother cooked regularly. Grandfather assisted me with homework. No one yelled at me. Dad made daily house calls for 10 days. My grandparents replied that I didn't want to talk. Calls ceased after that. I graduated high school with my grandparents. My grandparents had me invite Dad to my graduation. He arrived alone, sat at the back, and left after the ceremony. He sent a $150 check and card. No note. After community college, I transferred to a state institution for my final 2 years. I studied nursing. My grandparents compensated for scholarships gaps. Never asked Dad for anything. My grandma occasionally mentioned extended family news during those years. Lauren gave birth to Ethan and Noah, twin sons. Every advantage was used to raise them. Always new toys, private preschool, Disney trips. Dad shared images from baseball games and birthday parties on social media. I never called. He also never reached out. Last month, my grandfather sat me in his study. His health is poor at 83. I learned he and Grandma updated their will. Everything went to me and my aunt, Isabella, Dad's sister. Dad got nothing. But neither were the twins. Asking why, he stated Dad chose to let me go and never tried to get me back. He witnessed his son marry someone other than his daughter and wouldn't reward that. Though little, the estate contained their house, cash, and investments. Important enough. My granddad informed Dad of the change. Things started then. Lauren emailed me first. Family issues were discussed. She called me manipulative and selfish in 4 paragraphs of email. She said I poisoned my grandparents against my father, that I was a money-hungry vulture, and that everything wrong in their lives was due to me being a difficult child who refused change. I remained silent. Then they visited my grandparents 3 weeks ago. Dad, Lauren, and the 1-year-old twins. They arrived as I was helping my grandmother with yard maintenance. Lauren exited first, conversing before leaving the car. The twins went to the backyard and started tampering with my grandmother's garden decorations. They knocked over a ceramic bird bath. Lauren didn't look their way. Dad approached the porch where I was standing. I was asked how I was. I said it would take time to cover the last 12 years. My grandparents emerged. Grandfather stood between Lauren and the entrance door. She demanded to know why they rejected their son. She said, "Family takes care of family." My grandfather replied. He said he raised his son to be responsible. When my mother was unwell, Dad had to take care of his wife and kid. He failed by withdrawing emotionally and replacing my mother before she was dead. He said Dad could choose when I went. He could have defended me. You might have joined me in counseling. I could have done anything to prove my worth. He left me and began a new family without me. Lauren attempted an interruption. My grandmother told her to stay quiet because this was between the males. Despite her flushed face, Lauren stopped talking. My granddad continues. He assured Dad he wasn't punished. He was paying for his actions. That the money wasn't punishment, it was about rewarding family-oriented folks. Because I returned and cared for them in old age. Aunt Isabella called weekly and visited monthly. Dad said nothing. After a moment, he turned and returned to his car. Lauren took the twins, who were throwing rocks at the bird feeder, and followed. Driving away. After going inside, my grandfather didn't say anything. Dad emailed me 5 days later. That was long. His apology covered everything. Said he was drowning after Mom died and Lauren was his only lifeline. That he realized he had failed me but couldn't mend it after so long. He offered a relationship if I tried. Read twice. I archived it without replying. I don't know what I want from him. An apology doesn't recover my fatherless years. It doesn't change that he chose comfort over responsibility, started a new family, and forgot about his daughter. My grandparents arrived. Their aid made me who I am. They gave it even though they didn't know me. Living my life. Now I work in a hospital. My own apartment. My grandparents need help 3 times a week, so I visit. I don't do this for my grandfather's will, they and I matter, so I do them. Dad chose. Now he must live with them. Should I update once? Since posting, things have changed, and many want an update. Aunt Isabella contacted me a week after Dad visited my folks. She requested coffee. We met near her downtown workplace. Dad was calling her often, she said. He wanted her to persuade my grandparents to reverse the will. He offered to split her inheritance if she helped him. She declined and said she supported our grandparents. Then she revealed something new. After I moved home with my grandparents at 15, Dad told extended family that I left, that he tried to make things work, but I was too furious over him leaving Mom. He presented himself as a decent parent dealing with a defiant teen. Aunt Isabella first believed him, but years passed and he never contacted me. She asked my grandparents what happened and discovered that Dad let me go and never tried to get me back. That he planned Lauren's permanent move before I left. She apologized for not contacting me during those years. She stated she should have checked in instead of trusting Dad. Chatted for 1 hour 45 minutes. She inquired about my life and work. Asking about her kids. Reconnecting with that family member after so long was unsettling. It got worse at my grandparents' house. Lauren called their landline in weird hours. My grandma answered early morning and late night, And Lauren would give speeches about how they were pulling the family apart, how the twins should meet their great-grandparents. How I manipulated two seniors. My granddad unlisted their number. Dad mailed physical letters. They were sent to my grandfather and read like legal arguments, explaining why he deserved his inheritance and how he had cared for them as children, even though my grandparents were independent until recently. He cited twin medical costs and college funds. Grandfather tossed them aside unfinished. Then Ethan and Noah visited my office. They slipped past the entrance desk at my hospital, claiming to be family visiting a patient. Our nurse discovered them strolling the corridor near the staff area asking for me. They were removed by security. Since they're 11, they couldn't have come alone. They were driven and waited outside. Probably Lauren. That night, I called Dad. My first call in nearly a decade. If he or Lauren sent the twins to my office again, I would file a restraining order. He pretended to be unaware. I hung up. My granddad got sicker about this time. He was hospitalized for 4 days after falling. Nothing huge, but enough to remind everyone he's old. Dad arrived at the hospital with flowers after hearing from someone. He wasn't on the approved guest list, so the nurses wouldn't tell him my grandfather's room, with my grandmother and Aunt Isabella. I ran into Dad in the lobby one evening as I left, asking to talk. No, I said. But he followed me to the parking lot. He said he understood my anger, but isolating him from his father during a health crisis was cruel. When I was 15, witnessing my family fall apart, I inquired where he was. That stumped him. He changed tactics. He said the twins sometimes ask about me. Photos may make them think about their elder sister. I said it wasn't my concern. He chose to keep us apart for years. He became angry and called me selfish and cruel. The family should have forgiven. I inquired if he forgave me at 15 when I was grieving. He left without saying if he'd forgiven me for complicating his new life. My grandfather returned home after 10 days in the hospital. He had my grandmother agree to tell him if Dad called again. He stopped being diplomatic. Aunt Isabella suggested we all consult a lawyer to ensure the will was solid. Dad appeared desperate enough to dispute it legally. My granddad consented. The lawyer examined everything. The will was strong. Grandfather was mentally sound. His judgments were justified, and he had the assets to disperse. In case of Dad or Lauren harassment, the lawyer advised documenting. I started recording emails and calls to my grandparents' old number before they changed it. I received a parcel at my flat 3 weeks after my grandfather returned. From Dad's address. My childhood photo albums were within. Photos of Mom and me. Pre-sick family vacation photos. He found these while cleaning the attic and thought I may like them, according to the note. Nothing else. I browsed CDs that night. I never seen those photos. As a newborn, Mom and I at the beach when I was 5. And preparing cookies in the kitchen. They also showed Dad holding me as a toddler, teaching me to ride a bike, and smiling in a way I don't remember him smiling until Mom got sick. What he intended me to do easily is unknown. Get nostalgic. He was different before, so forgive him. I stored albums in my closet. I didn't throw them away but didn't display them. Aunt Isabella phoned again last week. Dad stopped contacting her. She said. Lauren had stopped trying to get her to help. She was relieved yet anxious about his next move. I saw calmer grandparents. Stop unannounced visits and late-night calls. Grandmother suggested Dad may have embraced reality. Not convinced. Nobody fights this hard for anything and quits. I visited my grandparents yesterday to help with house renovations. My grandfather approached me to talk. He said he didn't regret his will decision and that even if Dad took them to court, it was worth it to clarify his position. He admitted to failing to intervene more when I was younger. He wouldn't again fail by encouraging bad behavior. I inquired if Dad would sue. He wasn't sure but ready anyway. We finished repairs and ate dinner. Grandmother made pot roast. Nothing regarding Dad or Lauren was discussed. We ate and chatted normally. I knew families should feel like this as I left that night. No stress, no conditions, just people who wanted to spend time together. Whatever happens with Dad, I have this. This is more than he offered me. Update. 2. The situation escalated unexpectedly. 3 weeks after my last update, my apartment building manager called. At the front desk, someone claimed to be family and asked me about my schedule and if I lived alone. Manager wouldn't say, but wanted me to know. I reported it to police. It could be Dad, Lauren, or someone they sent, but I wasn't risking it. Then my grandmother called. She claimed a home health agency employee had visited their home. She said she was evaluating my grandfather's independence since someone had raised concerns. My granny refused her entry. When she called the agency the woman claimed to work for, no one had been sent. Getting into the house was a swindle. My grandfather was furious. He called Dad personally and threatened to apply for a restraining order and inform the family of his behavior if he sent anyone else to bother them. Daddy denied sending anyone. Said it could be a mistake. He didn't convince my granddad. Increased trips to my grandparents' place. Instead of 3 times a week, went 4 or 5. My grandma enjoyed the company, but my grandfather seemed anxious. His doctor advised stress reduction. Said his blood pressure was high and he needed to relax. How can you maintain calm when your son seems to be trying to prove you're inept to overthrow you? Aunt Isabella visited over the weekend. Family meal at my grandparents' house. She brought her husband and 2 kids. The house was full with caring folks, which was lovely. Aunt Isabella addressed Dad's social media posts concerning elder abuse at supper, talking about adult children who exploit aging parents for money. Several family friends called her to check on my grandparents. It took her several times to inform folks that my grandparents were okay. Yes, they choose their will. No manipulation occurred. She was exhausted and my grandparents were humiliated by social media drama about their family company. My grandfather then decided. He called a conference with extended family who continued asking questions, not Dad. About 18 people, cousins, his siblings, my grandmother's siblings. He organized everything. How Dad left me when Mom died. He let me leave at 15 and never tried to get me back. How money had made him only want reconciliation. Some relatives were stunned. Others suspected something was wrong but didn't intervene. Everyone understood why the will was worded that way after the meeting. Dad learned about the meeting. He sent my granddad an email calling him vindictive and accusing him of turning the family against him. My grandfather was undermining his relationship with me. He said. My granddad sent me the email uncommented. Everything changed the following week. I returned after a hospital shift to discover Lauren in her car outside my apartment. She exited and approached me. I started recording with my phone. We must discuss, she said. That everything was out of control and we needed to act like adults. I ordered her out. She declined. She accused me of mistreating my father. That he made mistakes but tried to fix them. That my resentment was destroying the family. When I was 15, I inquired where this concern was. No one followed me as I went. She claimed I was dramatic and that many kids live with grandparents, which is okay. Tell her to leave again. She moved closer and said I needed to hear her out, that the twins deserved more and shouldn't suffer from adult troubles. I asked, what about me? Did I deserve better as a child with adult issues? She said that differed. That was long ago. An outside neighbor asked if everything was good. Lauren returned to her car and left. I preserved the recording within. The next day, I requested a restraining order against Lauren. The tape, the twins' incident at work, her months-old email, and my apartment manager's testimony about someone asking inquiries were included. Temporary order granted. Lauren had to stay 600 feet from me, my office, and my apartment. Dad called me after learning. He was mad. Said I was overreacting, and Lauren was helping. I inquired how visiting my home after I warned her to stay away helped. He said I overreacted. I hung up. He returned 7 calls. I blocked his number. My grandparents supported the restraining order. My granddad thought borders were needed. Aunt Isabella concurred. Dad seemed more desperate after the command. His visits to my grandparents resumed. He watched the house from across the street in his automobile. First, my grandfather called the police. They advised Dad to go. He did, but returned 2 days later. Over 3 weeks, this happened 5 times. Every time my granddad contacted cops. After each warning, Dad left but returned. Finally, my grandfather requested a restraining order. Dad harassed them and stressed him out, harming his health. We also granted that order. Dad violated it 2 days later, by writing to their house, rambling about familial persecution. The letter was lengthy. Just a chance to fix things. How his parents prioritized money over him. Police were called. Dad was informed further breach will result in arrest. Everything has been silent for 10 days. No phone calls, visits, or letters. My granddad saw another doctor. Although high, his blood pressure is stable. The doctor warned him to stop stressing or face major problems. I urged my grandfather to modify the will and give Dad anything to leave. No, he said. Dad would learn harassment works by giving in. Aunt Isabella recommended temporarily transferring my grandparents somewhere Dad doesn't know about until things calm down. No, they refused. Said they've lived in that residence for 45 years and won't be relocated. I get their point, yet I'm worried. Dad probably expects this tension to kill my 83-year-old grandfather. Dad may contest my grandfather's will if he dies without amending it, claiming improper influence or impaired competence in his final months. My grandmother said they've handled worse than a tantrum from their grown son. So don't worry. But I worry. My visits rose again. Started staying some nights to make sure someone was there. I can work from their house because my flat is close. My granddad and I sat on the porch last night. He inquired about my regrets. If only I had kept in touch with Dad to avoid all this unpleasantness. No, I said. I lamented missing 12 years with my father I could never get back. His fault, not mine. I was young. He was grown. A nod from my grandfather. Said it was correct. Respecting oneself is more important than peace. Especially when peace means accepting mistreatment. We sat silently. Then he said something memorable. He answered, "Blood doesn't make family. Conduct does." That Dad quit being family the day he let me leave without following. I don't know what's next. Not sure if Dad will give up or find new ways to make our life tough, but I'm done letting him decide. Whatever happens, I'll tackle it with help. Final update. Maybe this is my last update until something huge happens. The restraining orders held. Dad hasn't broken them since the letter. I suppose the arrest threat got through to him, but things aren't fixed. Aunt Isabella contacted 10 days after my last update. Dad contacted her again with a new strategy. He asked her to arrange a meeting with me. He wouldn't bring up the will. He just wanted to communicate. She inquired about my intentions. No, I said. I had nothing new to tell him. My response was given. He became angry and accused her of contributing. He hasn't contacted her. I was contacted by an unexpected person. School counselor for Ethan and Noah. The counselor said that the twins had been fighting, not doing their homework, and disrupting class. Noah said their family was coming apart because their older sister despised them during a session. My counselor asked if I could help them grasp the situation. I simply stated that I hadn't seen my father in over a decade, that we had no contact, and that while I didn't dislike the twins, I wasn't their family. The counselor thanked me and said they will make do. I pity the kids. They're 11 and stuck in their parents' disaster. Dad and Lauren broke it, not me. My granddad recovered. Stopping the harassment lowered his blood pressure. Doctors liked the improvement and lowered one of his meds. We had quiet weeks. I visited regularly, but things calmed. Springtime conversations with my grandmother about gardening began. My granddad was arranging old photos and albums, peacefully. The lawyer called. Dad challenged the will. A formal notification of intent to challenge, not a lawsuit. He claimed that my grandparents were incapacitated when they changed the will, and that I had influenced them. The lawyer stated this was normal and unimportant. My grandfather was mentally sound when his will was amended, according to medical records. Our evidence showed that the will amendments were made before most of Dad's harassment, disproving the undue influence claim. It means preparing for a judicial battle. Gathering medical, financial, and witness testimony about my grandparents' decision-making ability. It was fine with my grandfather, who expected Dad to try it. My grandmother was irritated, not terrified, just exhausted. If Dad brought action, the lawyer predicted it would take 18 months, and cost much, possibly eating into his inheritance. We debated settling as a family. Give Dad something to fix this. My grandfather declined. He would fight this with every penny if necessary. That principle trumped money. Aunt Isabella concurred. She offered to pay legal fees. I noted that Dad wanted us to spend our time, energy, and money on this. My grandfather said possibly, but he didn't reward poor behavior. Challenge still pending. Dad must sue within a specified time frame or it's dismissed. The lawyer believes he will back down once he understands how costly and difficult it will be. Meanwhile, life goes on. I got promoted, given greater responsibility, and paid more. My grandmother celebrated with my favorite dinner. A friend introduced me to someone. Nothing major yet, But it's wonderful to have something outside of family drama. My grandparents' 62nd wedding anniversary was last week. Aunt Isabella's relatives came down. We had a modest party at their house. Just caring family. Someone took our group photo. Everyone smiles, my grandparents in the middle, Isabella's family on one side, myself on the other. I realized this was my family. Not my birthright, but the one that appeared. Dad hasn't contacted me in almost 3 months. That could suggest he's given up, or planning something different. I won't wait to find out. I asked my granddad how he would change things in the past. If only he had intervened when I was 15. He responded, yeah. But the past is unfixable. You can only improve forward. His worst mistake was thinking Dad would lead. That he waited too long to act to give his kid the benefit of the doubt. Before he understood Dad wouldn't change, years had passed. I told him he and Grandma helped me more than anyone else, and it wasn't his fault. Though kind, he regretted not doing it sooner. We sat on the same porch so often. Everything was silent except birds and distant cars as the sun sank. Grandmother came out and offered tea. Yes, we did. She brought 3 mugs, and we sat as the sky darkened. I imagined Dad with Lauren and the twins at his house. I wondered if he liked his choices. Maybe switching families gave him what he wanted. Not hating him. Don't think about him enough to dislike him. He was a former acquaintance who made decisions that brought us here. My grandparents are 80. They're temporary. The house, money, and whatever else they leave me will be mine after they die. Dad gets whatever he built with Lauren. Perhaps he will fight the will and delay this for years. He may finally accept reality and move on. I have no control over him. I can manage being here, showing up, and taking care of those who took care of me. I left my grandparents' house after dinner last night. As usual, my grandfather walked me to my car. His pride in me was not based on the will or the conflict with Dad, but on who I had become. I thanked him and said I learned from the finest. He grinned and hoped. I drove home after he returned inside. The situation is that. Just life, no conflict or resolution. Not giving up. That's okay. Some stories don't need neat ends. Sometimes just keeping going is enough. Move on to the next story. Story 2. A used CNDM was in my girlfriend's bathroom. She claimed she was at her dad's place, and accused her roommate's sister. Her tale was too incomplete. Her roommate proved her cheating weeks later. Due to days of poor sleep, I, 29, need to vent. Emily, 27F, and I have been dating for 9 months but have known each other for about 6 years. Our college mutual acquaintances introduced us, and we were always close. Our relationship changed last year, and we started dating. Prior to me, Emily had 2 serious relationships. One lasted 4 years in college, another 18 months afterward. She kept good relations with both exes, which I thought showed maturity. She never cheated or manipulated anyone in my 6 years with her. According to my observations, she's always been honest and caring. My last 6 weeks were tough. My automobile broke down on the highway in a thunderstorm. The repair shop indicated the engine was toast, so I had to buy an affordable car. I was stressed when someone backed into my car in a parking lot 3 days earlier, inflicting minor damage. My boss has given me 3 new clients with unreasonable deadlines, adding to my workload. Emily and I didn't see each other for about 4 weeks during this upheaval. Our schedules clashed, and my car prevented me from driving across town to her house. Even phone calls and texts altered over time. Early in this 4-week time frame, we had 3 arguments. First, I canceled supper due to work. The second was when I missed her call 4 times in one evening while doing auto paperwork. The issues were minor and resolved within a day. After our arguments, her texts got shorter and less frequent. My first assumption was that she was busy. Emily, a marketing business employee, announced a major new client. Her texts ranged from full-day recaps to good morning and hope you had a wonderful day. When I asked how she was, she said great or weary from work. No queries or specifics concerning my day. Part of me assumed this was typical. Communication can fluctuate in relationships, but I couldn't shake this bad sensation. It felt weird. After 4 weeks apart, I picked Emily up from work last Friday. We scheduled a supper to catch up. Her first words in my car were apology for being absent for 2 weeks. Work was crazy, but she could have done better. She pledged to improve. I was relieved. Maybe I was overthinking. We drove to her apartment enjoying pleasant conversation and avoiding conflict. We would go to dinner after she changed. Emily shares a 2-bedroom apartment with Sarah. When we arrived, Sarah was gone. Emily changed upstairs while I waited in the living area. I went to the downstairs restroom near the kitchen to use it. After washing my hands, I found gum wrappers on my fingers. I went to the trash can to dispose of it. Full kitchen trash, so I used the bathroom's little bin. As I dropped the wrapper, I noticed something on top of the trash. First, I wasn't sure what I saw. My stomach fell. Not a new condom wrapper. I froze, attempting to process what I saw. My partner Emily and I haven't used condoms in 6 months. She uses birth control, and we both were tested before deciding. I stood staring at this wrapper, thinking of possibilities. I argued with myself about next steps. A voice in my head told me to ignore it, that there could be an explanation, and that looking through someone's trash was wrong, but I couldn't ignore it. I removed some tissues. The condom was under the wrapper. Used, no doubt. I washed again with shaky hands. "Emily, please come downstairs," I called. She came down fast, still changing, looking apprehensive, so my voice must have sounded funny. I pointed to the restroom and asked why a used condom was in the garbage since we don't use them. She remained motionless and silent for long seconds. She spoke with a trembling voice after her body shook slightly. She insisted it wasn't hers. She said she stayed at her dad's residence from Tuesday night to Wednesday morning. Due to Sarah's buddy staying in their living room, she let her younger sister and boyfriend occupy her bedroom. Emily stated that she knew Sarah's sister's boyfriend from college and had braided his hair earlier that week, so they felt comfortable in her home. She said they used her room while she was out and threw the condom in her bathroom garbage. I wondered why a condom from Tuesday or Wednesday would be near the top of the bathroom garbage on Friday. Emily told me to inspect her room. Food wrappers and beverage cans littered the area. She said she hadn't thrown anything trash in recent days because she was exhausted from work. Her manner altered as she spoke. She reportedly became mad at Sarah's sister. She threatened to confront her about using her room for sex and leaving proof in her garbage. She claimed she would restrict them from her room going forward. We sat silently in her bedroom upstairs for what seemed like forever. Sitting on her bed, I shook. Emily sobbed at her dresser, staring at me. The silence lasted over 45 minutes. Finally, I informed her this was my most humiliating experience. That discovery cut to the heart. Emily declared her love for me through tears. She insisted she would never end our relationship for nothing. I informed her that everyone says that in these situations, people always say they would never do what they're accused of. I reluctantly believed her story after considerable debate. Making it up on the moment would have been difficult. I had one request. I wanted to be there when she confronted Sarah's sister about using her room and leaving the condom. Things worsened here. Emily refused. Her buddies were not mine, therefore involving me would be breaking a boundary. She claimed she would trust me to handle it and tell her what occurred if the circumstances were reversed. I was hurt by that refusal. Why wouldn't she want me to see the fight if she was innocent? This would clear her identity quickly. Her explanation lacked sense. In addition, Sarah and her sister weren't home that night, so the confrontation couldn't happen immediately. Emily promised to call them tomorrow. After our dispute, Emily explained that she was trembling and crying because she was afraid of losing me. Her anger over confronting Sarah's sister returned once she finished crying. Dinner plans were forgotten when I left her flat that night. My mind alternated between wanting to believe the lady I loved and logically screaming that something was wrong. I've known Emily 6 years. I never thought she would cheat. But the proof and her refusal to let me see the confrontation were against her. I had the longest 25-minute trip home. Emily sent me texts, but I couldn't read them. I needed time to contemplate. I contacted my oldest friend, brother, and another close friend the next morning. I told them the facts and requested their honest opinions. Each stated the same thing. Her tale was fishy, and her refusal to allow me attend the encounter was a significant red flag. My brother said he would fight to establish his innocence if accused of cheating with tangible evidence. That wouldn't affect friendship boundaries. I got more certain as I thought about it. Even if Emily hadn't cheated, which seemed implausible, her behavior undermined my trust. How could I continue with someone who valued friendship over loyalty? Her private bathroom trash can held the condom. Her emotional reaction looked premeditated, and the time frame didn't match. Initially disbelief, then tears, then rage somewhere. By Sunday night, I decided. We couldn't stay together. I needed to finish things neatly and move on, regardless of my biggest concerns. Update 1. My post was 17 days ago. Thanks to everyone who responded and offered support. Reading your tales and suggestions got me through some terrible times. After another day of contemplating, I went to Emily's place on Monday night. I texted her earlier to discuss the weekend. She swiftly replied that she was excited to clarify. I was mentally ready when I arrived. I packed a little bag to retrieve my jacket, phone charger, and 2 books from her house. Emily gave me a hug I didn't return. She appeared anxious but hopeful, sitting in her living room. I was glad Sarah was out tonight. I wanted no one to see what I was about to do. I informed Emily I was breaking up. I held my cool and said that her refusal to let me see her face, Sarah's sister, was the final straw, regardless of the condom. She refused to give me the one thing that could prove her innocence. Emily interrupted me before I could complete my explanation. Her demeanor altered fully. My hopeful, nervous host was replaced by a protective, angry one. I was considered callous for breaking up with her so quickly. She claimed I should have texted her earlier in the day to warn her something was wrong instead of pretending everything was fine until I arrived. She said my outfit was nice. I came straight from work in my office clothes and was accused of being harsh for appearing good to break her heart. She thought I shared our private business with others because I seemed so resolved, betraying her trust. I told her we discussed the subject extensively Friday night. There was little else to say. What caused the split, the condom, and her odd explanation were rarely mentioned. The few times she acknowledged it, she flatly said, "I didn't do anything." After 25 minutes, we slipped into an awkward quiet. Emily suddenly said she had reconsidered the confrontation. She told Sarah's sister she included me after thinking about it. She wrote about this decision and how much she cared about me in her small work diary all day. I inquired why she hadn't notified me immediately about her change of heart. Why mention it when I broke up with her? She wanted to tell me in person but had no good answer. It was too late, I told her. Trust was broken. I said I couldn't trust her, even if she hadn't cheated because she handled it so terribly. Why someone accused of cheating wouldn't try to prove their innocence made no sense. The facts persisted. A used condom was in her garbage when we don't use them. Her argument included too many convenient details and timing concerns. Emily's rage became imploring as I packed to depart. She pledged to improve and be transparent. My resolve persisted. I told her at the door that I would do anything for her, but she had rejected that. The result was the same whether she cheated or destroyed trust with her suspicious behavior. My roughest week was following the breakup. I alternated between doubting and believing my choice. I blocked Emily on social media but kept her number unblocked for important conversations regarding goods or friends. Sarah texted me 4 days after breaking up. We weren't close, so this startled me. We were invited to coffee. Against my better judgment, I consented. Sarah looked uneasy in the coffee shop. She said she felt caught in the middle but thought I deserved to know. She said their flat had no overnight guests that week. Sarah's sister visited Monday afternoon but left after 2 hours. She hadn't stayed with her boyfriend overnight. Emily hadn't stayed at her dad's house recently. Sarah said. Her father spent the week fishing with friends. This verified my suspicions. All of Emily's tale was fake. Sarah apologized for not telling me sooner but said she didn't know until Emily informed her about our dispute. She regretted witnessing me fooled. Thanking Sarah for her honesty, I urged her not to tell Emily about our chat. She agreed and stated she was looking for a new place, because Emily was uncomfortable. Emily texted to meet again that night. She claimed to have proof that explained everything. I told her I knew about her falsehoods, her dad being away, and Sarah's sister not remaining. I told her to only contact me about returning anything we might still have. She sent many texts, revealing partial truths and making up new ones. She ultimately confessed to meeting an ex-boyfriend while our 4 weeks away, but said they only kissed once while drunk. She now claims Sarah, who used her bathroom, owned the condom. I ignored these messages. Each new answer contradicted the last, trapping her in lies. Finally, the messages ceased. A week later, a mutual acquaintance saw Emily at a pub with her ex-boyfriend, whom she reported merely kissing. They resembled a couple. Another puzzle piece fit. She probably cheated more than once during those 4 weeks when her texts stopped. The sting of betrayal persists, but my certainty strengthens daily. I was right to go. Not the woman I thought I knew. Update 2. My previous update was 7 weeks ago, and life is slowly returning to normal. I changed apartments to avoid Emily in our old area. I worked hard and played basketball with old buddies on weekends. Thursday's event was unexpected. I literally banged carts with someone around a corner while grocery shopping after work. I turned to apologize and saw Emily's roommate, Sarah. Sarah inquired if I had time for a quick coffee at the store's cafe after our awkward welcome. I hesitated but agreed. Sarah looked hesitant about telling me what she wanted to say at a quiet corner table. She said she left Emily's flat 4 weeks after our separation. The mood was awful. She found something I should know before going. Sarah noticed a strange phone charger behind the couch while packing. When she inquired, Emily grew protective and snatched it swiftly. Sarah overheard Emily's call later that night. Emily had no idea Sarah came home early from work. Sarah said Emily was telling someone about their close encounter and how to be more careful. She said she almost lost everything over a simple error and couldn't believe she threw away proof. Sarah felt uneasy eavesdropping and alerted Emily. Emily hung up and pretended nothing happened. Sarah saw Lucas on Emily's phone alerts the next day. Emily's 4-year college ex-boyfriend was the name she recognized. Emily hardly mentioned him during our relationship, but they were apparently friends following their breakup. Over the next few days, Sarah saw Emily regularly grinned at her phone while texting. Sarah recognized Lucas on the screen. Emily also started going out more at night without telling anyone. Sarah explicitly asked Emily if Lucas had cheated on me before moving out. Emily initially denounced it. Emily modified her narrative after Sarah reported overhearing her phone call. She said Lucas had visited me several times while I had car issues. She said they reconnected after she and I broke up, but Sarah didn't believe her. Sarah's last revelation may have been the most significant. Cleaning Emily's diary on her last day at the flat, she found a little pink notepad. Sarah knew she shouldn't look, but curiosity won. She opened it to a random date page from our relationship. Emily was confused about her feelings for Lucas, who had sought out after dissolving his relationship. It discussed unknown gatherings and her remorse over loving Lucas and Lucas. Emily claimed to write about include me in a dispute with Sarah's sister about our breakup, but no mention was made. Sarah apologized for intruding Emily's privacy but believed I deserved the facts. Before returning it, she photographed the diary entry as proof. She showed me her phone photo. I recognized Emily's handwriting from birthday cards and notes. After Sarah finished, I sat quietly. I felt odd after my suspicions were confirmed. My instincts were right, but Emily's deception hurt again. Thanks, Sarah, for telling me everything. She no longer talks to Emily, and has isolated herself from their shared acquaintances who supported Emily during the breakup. She told me Emily and Lucas are dating 10 weeks after our breakup before leaving. My rage outweighed my hurt on the way home. Not just the adultery, but Emily's intricate deception web, the story about Sarah's sister, the journey to her father's house, and the diary post about wanting me in the confrontation were all lies to disguise her conduct. An unknown number texted me that night. Emily wrote from her new phone. She wanted to clarify after hearing I spoke with Sarah. She requested a meeting. I remained silent. No explanation or discussion was needed. Finally, the whole picture was clear, and no talk could change or lessen the pain. I blocked the new number and deleted our text thread. I finally slept through the night without rehashing events since finding that condom. Update 4. 4 months have passed since my previous update. So I thought it was time to wrap up this chapter of my life. Emily and I met in a coffee shop a month ago. I avoided our former haunt to avoid such an encounter, but this location was across town from my new office. Seeing her alone, we froze, unsure whether to acknowledge each other. She tentatively approached my table and requested a moment to sit. I nodded against my better judgment. Her hair was shorter, and she appeared leaner than I remembered. Emily first said she had been in treatment for 3 months. She admitted to cheating on Lucas several times, including the night I found the condom. She admitted her guilt without apology. Emily claims her relationship with Lucas ended weeks after they started dating. He allegedly pursued her for months before we split up, convinced her they were meant to be together. Once she was available, he lost interest. She said losing me and Lucas so quickly made her reassess her actions. Her therapist helped her identify insecurity and abandonment fears that caused her to keep Lucas as a backup in my relationship. Listening without interruption. After she finished, she requested if we might try again. She stressed her transformation and regret. I answered simply and definitively, no. I emphasized that deeply destroyed trust couldn't be rebuilt. The issue was not simply cheating, but the intricate deception, several lies, bogus diary entry, and act of innocence. Each falsehood showed dishonesty I couldn't ignore. Emily nodded, wiping tears. She gave me an envelope with a handwritten apology before departing. She told me not to read it in front of her and departed. The letter is unopened in my desk drawer. It may be read someday, but for now, I choose to live in the present. I've rebuilt my life in unexpected ways in these 4 months. Basketball leagues with friends introduced me to new individuals. A colleague introduced me to his hiking club, so I now spend weekends on trails rather than reminiscing. My brother urged me to get a shelter dog. Cooper, my 4-year-old shepherd mix, is my buddy and a grounding responsibility. Our morning runs are my highlight. I've had casual dates but nothing serious. I'm more cautious, but open to options. I treasure Emily's lesson to believe my intuition when something feels wrong, despite the discomfort. Sarah asked me to her new housewarming celebration last week. The invitation startled me, but I accepted. No one mentioned Emily or the past, making the evening enjoyable. Sarah is a casual buddy who shares a traumatic experience with me but isn't defined by it. Most mutual friends who knew Emily and me gravitated toward one of us. Several approached out after hearing different accounts. I presented the facts without embellishment and let them decide. Some connections weakened, others flourished. I still think about what-ifs late at night. What if I hadn't used her bathroom that night? What if I missed the condom? Would alternative means have led me to the truth? Would I have prolonged a deceptive relationship? These unanswered queries become less prevalent over time. The experience altered me. I'm more cautious about inconsistencies and more clear about concerns, but I've worked hard not to assume suspicion. One person's treachery doesn't guarantee loyalty. Life goes on. Betrayal now hurts only occasionally in quiet moments. I no longer check Emily's social media or ask friends about her. Whatever she does now is separate from mine. Many thanks to everyone who have supported and advised me throughout my adventure. It helped on dark days. This may teach us that trusting ourselves, our observations, our instincts, and our value is more important than believing others' convenient answers. No further updates on this situation. The story has ended, therefore, revisiting it is pointless. Let's end this chapter and start fresh ones. Don't come, you'll ruin everything. My dad said. Then the elite in-laws revealed I saved their company. You can call me Avery Whitman. My age is 32. My own father also told me a few weeks ago that I was too embarrassed to be seen with my brother's new in-laws. His words pierced the air from the living room as I stood in the hallway with a coffee mug in my hand. The in-laws of your brother are well off. You'll make us seem foolish. Avery, do you understand? Don't sabotage this. He phrased it as if I were an issue that needed to be handled rather than his daughter. My brother's recent engagement to a billionaire heir, the kind of woman you see in glossy hotel magazines, was suddenly threatened by my disorganized life as a data nerd in Austin. They didn't give a damn that I spent my nights repairing malfunctioning booking systems and recreating hotel revenue models. To them, I was just that awkward girl who never knows what fork to use at dinner and asks too many questions. I was therefore instructed to stay at home and keep things simple while they packed suitcases full of high-end clothing for a holiday engagement gala at a posh resort. I was not invited to the party. They didn't want me in close proximity to anyone they considered to be special. Furthermore, they most certainly didn't want anyone to know that I was a member of the family. They were unaware that those same wealthy in-laws had been collaborating with me for several months under a different identity, believing that my figures would keep their company afloat. And those in-laws ended up recognizing my face from a framed photo and yelling my name in front of everyone the night they attempted to hide me. Have you ever been viewed as the family's shame only to discover that you are in charge? You'll want to listen to this party's journey from humiliation to retribution through to the very conclusion. So stay with me. I didn't believe I was embarrassing as a child. I simply believed that I was unique when I was younger. I sat at the plastic table at our family barbecues, counting how many hot dogs people took and wondered why Uncle Ray always went early as the other kids raced around the yard. I made adults uneasy with the questions I posed. Given how much debt the company has, why would you invest in it? Why do you think that if mom works 2 jobs, we'll be okay financially? After they laughed, people stopped talking to me. Later, Richard and Elaine Whitman, my parents, would pull me away. For once, Avery, please just act normally. Grin. Bring up school. Avoid questioning individuals. Jackson, my older brother, on the other hand, was their ideal. He was perfectly aware of when to ask about golf, when to joke, and when to praise someone on their watch. I recall being too near to the waiter at his senior graduation meal, asking about tips and pay, and running into a platter of marinara sauce. A guest's white outfit was splashed with red. The entire table fell silent. That sauce transformed the color of my mother's face. Richard growled and gripped my arm so tightly that it ached. That's precisely what I mean. You have no place in these environments. I stopped attempting to blend in at their type of party after that. I immersed myself in numbers instead. For fun, I taught myself how to use spreadsheets in high school. At university, I was doing A/B tests on website layouts for a little bed and breakfast that couldn't afford a real agency, while others were sharing photos from frat parties. I found that I could transform untidy data into clear answers while studying computer science and business analytics. I began receiving complaints about the same issue from hotels and guest houses. Not enough visitors. Too many vacant rooms. At 2:30 in the morning, I would sit in my small dorm room and stare at charts, adjusting prices and ad tactics until the graphs eventually started to rise. But none of that mattered back home in the Austin suburbs. My dad blew it off, but my mother smiled nicely and asked, "So, you're still doing that online thing?" When I reported getting my first significant client. It's only momentary. She will ultimately land a legitimate job. Jackson, on the other hand, joined a business firm after graduating from college, immediately became the golden boy once more, and entered the legal profession. My parents made him known to everyone as our pride and joy and our future partner at a large Dallas firm. Could you at least pretend you're not working from your bedroom? My mother murmured to me after I arrived at family meals wearing jeans after an 11-hour day of consulting for 3 small hotels at once. At some point, I lost it. I would construct it discreetly outside the room if they were never going to recognize my worth there. I established Whitman Analytics, a tiny consulting firm, and began refusing my parents' attempts to take me to events where I knew I would be the target of jokes. I preferred dashboards to courteous small conversation and statistics to dinner tables. Additionally, I was gradually discovering something they were unaware of while they were preoccupied with enhancing Jackson's reputation. When handled properly, numbers have the power to transform a whole business. The dilemma was, what would happen if their fixation with status clashed with my numbers? When Kensington and Vail resorts first entered my life, it was due to someone else's desperation. One hot afternoon in Austin, I was working on a spreadsheet in my apartment when I received an email with the subject line, "Urgent, mid-size resort chain in trouble. Can you help?" A tiny firm I had previously freelanced for was in a panic. They had a customer, a luxury brand with large marketing expenditures and much higher expectations, whose reservations had plummeted following the outbreak. Someone who could quickly make sense of the jumble was what they needed. Kensington and Vail Resorts was that customer. However, at the time it was only a name and logo in an attachment. My phone rang a few hours later. "This is Graham Kensington," the calm but slightly ragged voice said. "You can pick numbers out of the flames. We've been informed." I straightened my posture a bit. "No camera," he hastily added. "Right now, our connection is terrible. Just keep this on audio." I was okay with that. I enjoyed being invisible. He explained everything over the following hour. Just over 40% of their flagship properties were occupied. Their market share was being eaten up by rivals. Additionally, the previous agency had spent a substantial 6-figure budget and produced virtually nothing. He stated, "We need someone who truly understands data, not just pretty presentations. Could you examine our systems, identify the issues, and resolve them?" I should have been intimidated, yet I experienced something very different. Clarity. I had been working on the same puzzle for years. This was just a much bigger version. I requested access to their website analytics, ad accounts, and booking system. In a matter of days, I was going through years' worth of data and seeing trends that their team had missed. In a market that had grown incredibly dynamic, their prices remained unchanged. They were advertising in the wrong cities to the incorrect age groups. Due to the terrible mobile form, their website was losing potential customers at the checkout stage. So, I came up with a strategy. We experimented with demand curve-driven dynamic pricing, adjusting rates by tiny incremental percentages according to real-time searches and seasonality. We stopped over 2/3 of their advertising efforts and redirected the funds to focused social audiences and high-intent search traffic. I created packages for station families, distant workers, and those who preferred long weekends close to home over travels abroad. Compared to the safe reports they were accustomed to seeing, it was riskier. That's what I told them. After pausing on the phone, Graham answered, "If your numbers are right, we have nothing left to lose. Do it." I even risked a portion of my own consulting fee for the first testing phase, structuring it as performance-based. I'd make almost nothing if I failed. We would both benefit if it succeeded. The graphs changed little throughout the first month. They stooped sharply upward the next month. Revenue increased along with booking rates, and even the board ceased to put pressure on Graham Kensington. His voice was lighter than I had ever heard it when he contacted me close to midnight. Avery, you don't realize how much you've done for us. To commemorate the turnaround, our team is building a case study wall at our main resort. Your name, face, and everything else should be on it. I provided him a professional photo just in case they insisted, but I laughed and told him I would rather stay behind the scenes. My picture appeared in a gold frame with the tagline, Data and Growth Strategist, Avery Whitman, on the internal prototype they sent me via email. Before I could give it any thought, I closed the file. I saw it as just another small victory that didn't need to be shared with anyone back home. I was unaware at the time that a dazzling charity dinner would soon be held at the same resort chain that had been revitalized. Long before they ever welcomed me, my parents would fall in love with Sloane Kensington, the billionaire heir, whom my polished older brother Jackson would meet at that ball. About 4 months after that initial significant turnaround for Kensington and Vale, Jackson gave me a call. Almost every time he felt like he was leveling up, I could hear the brightness in his voice. Are you available to get coffee? I have some news. We got together in a hip downtown location, the type with concrete floors and expensive cortados. Despite it being a Saturday, he entered the room in a fitted suit. He had that carefree smile on his face. Even before he spoke, I could tell that what he was going to tell me would make our parents extremely proud. I didn't even get a chance to say hello. He dropped the word between us like a trophy and said, I'm engaged. To Sloane. Kensington, Sloane. The name struck me as a mental hiccup. I carefully inquired about Kensington, as in Kensington and Vale. Yes. He said with bright eyes. This crazy resort enterprise is owned by her family. They regularly host political fundraisers and charitable events. Dad is going crazy, but in a nice way. I made an effort to grin. In Jackson's universe, I was constantly 8 steps behind whatever image he was creating, even though I had spent many months within that empire's numbers, preventing its collapse. I said, that's fantastic. I'm glad for you. We spent some time discussing the proposal, the ring, and our parents' reactions. They were ecstatic, of course. This is the kind of relationship they had always imagined, the golden doorway into the world they looked up to on TV and in magazines. Jackson's demeanor didn't change until he was done telling his story, as though he had been putting the awkward part last. A holiday engagement gala is being held. At one of Sloane's family getaways, he started tracing the rim of his cup. It will be enormous. Her parents are bringing a few politicians, business associates, and fundraisers. It's significant. I nodded, anticipating his question about whether I needed assistance selecting a dress or arranging airfare. He cleared his throat instead. He said, Look, Avery. And I felt sick to my stomach. I believe it would be best if you skip this one. I gazed at him. Sit it out? This is the celebration of your engagement. He answered slowly. It's a very particular crowd. Sloane's parents and friends are accustomed to a particular setting. You are aware of how you handle those circumstances. I said again, sharpening my voice. How I get? Like a shield, he raised his hands. You pose those thought-provoking queries. You cause discomfort to others. The game isn't something you actually play. Dad believes you could find it too stressful. Too embarrassing for you, or too stressful for me? I inquired. I knew everything I needed to know when he winced. Jackson, I'm employed by hotels and resorts. I wanted to let you know that I am more familiar with the type of people you are attempting to impress than you are. However, he simply continued to speak. With Sloane's family, we only have one opportunity to make an impact. Avery, they're elite. They are accustomed to specific etiquette and aesthetics. Dad and Mom are already anxious. They believe that if you stay away, it will be safer. Safer, as if I were some erratic tempest that could spoil his beautiful evening. I tried to chuckle, but it didn't work. I don't suit the optics, so I'm not invited to my own brother's engagement celebration. He was unable to look me in the eye. He said, It's not like that. Later, we'll have a smaller family meal. Only us. You are aware of my love for you? You are aware that this is merely a tactic. My parents were in the living room when I arrived, their voices urgent and low. Unseen, I paused in the corridor. Dad said, Your brothers-in-laws are elite. We can't let Avery talk endlessly about money or criticize someone's business plan. She'll make us seem foolish. Elaine let out a sigh. Richard, she doesn't mean to, but this might be Jackson's ticket to a better life. We must prevent her from ruining it. More forceful than a physical slap, the words fell. On a dashboard from Kensington and Vale, the same logo that would be embossed on the invites to Jackson's holiday engagement extravaganza, my laptop was still open upstairs. They were afraid that I would make them look foolish in front of the people whose lives I had helped turn around. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. All right, I thought. Let them hide me if they want to. They are unaware of how tiny their interpretation of the tale actually is. They believe that the focus of this celebration is on appearances. They are unaware that my name is already on their in-laws' walls, ready to destroy their flawless little plan, somewhere amid all that champagne and glitter. The holiday gala arrived sooner than I had anticipated. The globe seemed to be holding its breath during the limbo-like week between Christmas and the 30th. Talking about flights, clothes, and what to get the Kensingtons, my parents were rushing around the home. Once, Jackson texted me a photo of the invitation. Every logo is embossed and covered with gold foil. He wrote, "I wish you could come." As though that choice had not been carefully considered without me. I saw them get ready and head to the airport on the morning of the celebration. Without using a credit card, my mother could not afford to buy a new garment. My dad adjusting a tie he pretended was designer but had purchased on bargain. I waved back from the doorway when they waved. The lovely daughter who was advised to stay at home for her own sake. The home fell silent as the Uber drove away, and it felt like a burden on my chest. I stayed in my apartment that night, with my laptop open on the coffee table with takeaway, while Austin was a flurry of rooftop parties and fireworks. I attempted to play a movie, but my phone started flashing. My mother took pictures of the resort foyer that was dripping with chandeliers. Jackson posted videos of a live band called Champagne Towers. Sloane, looking like she stepped out of a magazine, is seen walking down a grand staircase in a silver gown. In one clip, I heard my father saying, "That's my son up there." In the background. I gazed at the screen until the pictures faded. He's getting married into the Kensington family. They had taken every precaution to ensure that I was far away from the world they had always worshipped. I then closed the pictures and opened a new window. Kensington and Vale's end-of-cycle performance statistics dashboard. Booking figures in real time flashed over the screen. As they grinned for photos, rows of data showing reservations flowing into the same brand my brother was celebrating with. I saw revenue bars fill in and occupancy rates rise. For those who would never know my name, the lines I had assisted in bending upward became bonuses and holiday celebrations. In the corner of my screen, an email notice appeared. Subject line, special request, and end-of-cycle update. Graham Kensington sent it. Half expecting a spreadsheet and a quick thank you, I clicked it open. Rather, he had written a whole paragraph detailing the board's transformation over the previous 18 months, from panic to cautious optimism to open excitement. Avery, you didn't simply change a few advertisements. At the bottom of the email was an attachment titled Concept Wall of Innovation, JPG. He wrote, "You changed the way we understand our business. We want to honor that properly." The moment I opened it, I gasped. The entryway to one of their flagship resorts was mocked up. A lengthy wall featuring case studies in frames. Every frame had a picture, a title, and a synopsis of the project. My personal headshot, which was neater and more assured than I felt in person, was located near the center of the wall. The plaque beneath it said, Data and Growth Strategist Avery Whitman. It summed up the turnaround I oversaw, including demand-driven advertising, dynamic pricing reform, and recovery from the post-pandemic downturn. On their way to conferences and galas, attendees would pass this wall, clinking glasses beneath chandeliers as my face observed from the center. Graham Kensington went on, "We're going to reveal this at a significant partners and family event next season. Finally getting to meet you in person would be wonderful, as would getting to know some of the people whose jobs you saved." My fingers lingered on the keyboard. My mother sent me another picture on my phone. Under a confetti shower, Jackson and Sloane nestled up to each other. My parents' glowing eyes were blurred in the background. I pictured that wall ultimately existing somewhere, close to where they were posing, my framed picture subtly refuting all of the stories they had told about me being a letdown. It would be hilarious if the location they were trying so hard to avoid me turned out to be the one that insisted on placing my face front and center. I gave Graham Kensington a straightforward, businesslike, yes. I told him that when the time came, I would be honored to go. After that, I put my phone down, reclined on my couch, and listened to the far-off sound of fireworks outside. They believed they had removed me from this evening, that they had at last discovered a world so high that I was unable to access it. However, my name was embroidered into the cornerstone of their gleaming new life, right there on my laptop screen in a gold frame. They simply hadn't understood that the person they were so determined to keep hidden was already ingrained in every aspect of their priceless exclusive group, only waiting for their flawless image to be destroyed by the image on that wall. While my family continued to act as though I was still in the dark, the months after that holiday extravaganza felt as though someone had subtly brightened my existence. Kensington and Vale brought me into meetings regarding expansion, new properties, and even acquisitions when they secured one multi-year contract and then another. Suddenly, I was on late-night calls discussing the opening of resorts in the Caribbean and California, doing simulations to see what would happen if they completely changed their price structure for shoulder season. Dashboards and strategy decks, the type of job that individuals in my world aspire to, merged into my days. It also affected my bank account. I replaced my outdated hatchback with a dependable hybrid. My bathroom ceiling leak was eventually remedied, and I moved into a little 2-room apartment that didn't feel like it would collapse in the event of a thunderstorm. All of that was done in silence. No major announcements, no modest boasts on social media. If I attempted to explain retention bonuses or performance-based contracts to my parents, I knew precisely how they would respond. They would nod, grin, and inquire as to whether I had considered applying for a legitimate position at a nearby office. Jackson's life, meanwhile, appeared to be a highlight reel. In addition to printouts of headlines mentioning the Kensington name with notes like, "Your brother was there last night." Can you imagine? My mother also emailed me regular updates, pictures of him and Sloan at charity dances, wine tastings, and opulent retreats. When I did show up for Sunday dinners, the discourse was about guest lists and wedding arrangements, and how amazing it was that our family would soon be allowed to attend gatherings where people wore tuxedos and discussed offshore accounts. After eating some meatloaf, Jackson stated, "Graham is bringing in some kind of genius consultant for their new data strategy. Guy's basically a wizard with numbers. If I play this right, I could end up working on some of those deals." To cover up my emotion, I took a slow drink of water. Mom appeared impressed. "See," she remarked, "that's the type of company you want to be with. Those have the ability to make things happen." If I told her that the so-called magician had spent the morning debating with Graham Kensington whether we should cap occupancy during specific holidays in order to preserve the long-term worth of our brand, I wondered what she would think. And that wizard was me. But I didn't say anything. Let them talk about proximity to power. I was busy building it. One afternoon in late July, an email came in from Graham Kensington's secretary that made me sit up straighter. "We're finalizing details for the partners and family event at our Miami flagship," she wrote. "It's both a celebration of this year's turnaround and an engagement gala for Miss Sloan Kensington and Mr. Jackson Whitman. Graham and Vivian are especially excited to honor you that evening. They'd like you front and center when we unveil the Wall of Innovation." Attached was the formal invitation, stamped and weighty even through the screen. My name was displayed toward the top of the guest list under a section titled Strategic Partners. My brother's name sat lower under Family of the Groom. For a second, I just stared. I hadn't heard from my parents yet about this tragedy, but I could already foresee the conversation. They'd brag about being invited to an ultra-exclusive holiday gala at Sloan's favorite resort. They'd brag about how limited the guest list was, how only the right people were let in, and in between the speeches and the champagne, they'd arranged to quietly keep me out of the picture again. The difference this time was simple. The Kensingtons were not welcoming me as Jackson's awkward sister. They were inviting me as the person who had changed the trajectory of their business. I contacted Graham Kensington to confirm information, keeping my voice steady. He sounded genuinely excited. "We've been telling everyone about you," he said. "I can't wait to see their faces when they realize the person behind those numbers is real." I hung up, leaned back in my chair, and let the irony sink in. My family had spent an entire 18 months attempting to manipulate me out of their perfect story, worried I would shame them in front of their elite in-laws. But at this party, at that glittering resort, there would be no hiding me. My face would be there for them the instant they walked through the door, framed in gold, my name carved in metal. They felt they were climbing into a world where I didn't belong. They were about to discover out that world had been mine long before they had stepped inside it. The Kensington flagship in Miami looked just like the kind of place my parents fantasized about when they glanced through glossy publications. Marble floors, towering palms and huge planters, The kind of floral arrangements that probably cost more than my first used car. The night of the gala, the air was warm and humming with money. Staff in spotless uniforms moved like choreography, leading people into the vast ballroom. I arrived early as requested, not as Jackson's sister, but as one of the strategic partners. A coordinator handed me a badge with my name inscribed in neat black letters. Avery Whitman, Data and Growth Strategist. Seeing it made something twist in my chest. For once, my identity wasn't being shrunk into she does something online. Inside the foyer, the wall of innovation spanned along one side, precisely like the mock-up. Gold frames, soothing lighting, each case study revealing a bit of the company's survival story. My frame sat in the center. My photo, my name, my work. Graham Kensington and Vivian came over, all smiles and real kindness. They introduced me to board members, department heads, people whose lives were related to decisions I had helped make. For the first hour, I forgot about my family altogether. I spoke figures and future plans and laughed at a CFO's joke about predicting. I was in my element. Then I heard my mother's voice. It wafted in from the lobby, high and frightened. "Oh, this place is wonderful. Jackson, look at that chandelier." I turned just enough to see them enter. My dad in a suit that suddenly seemed cheaper under the chandeliers. My mom gripping a clutch purse like it may run away. Jackson and Sloan walked forward like they belonged there. My impulse was to shrink back, to move behind someone higher. But the personnel had already been trained on who I was. One of them walked forward, beaming at me. "Miss Whitman, can we get you near the wall? Mr. Kensington wants you close for the announcement." So, instead of hiding, I found myself standing just a few steps from my own framed photo as my family crossed the entryway. They didn't see me at first. Their eyes were on the decor, the people, the promise of what this night meant for them. Vivian delicately tapped her champagne glass, seeking for a bit of attention. Guests turned toward her. Chatter easing to a stillness. "Thank you all for being here," she began, her voice clear. "Tonight is about family and partnership, about the people who held this company up when things looked impossible." She motioned toward the wall. "Over the past 18 months, we constructed this to remind ourselves that numbers are not simply charts. They are people. People who altered everything when we needed it most." She stepped closer to my frame, smiling. "One of those folks is someone very close to us now." She pointed straight at my photo. "This is Avery Whitman." The floor seemed to tilt for a second. My parents froze mid-sentence. Jackson's head snapped toward the sound of my name. Vivian read the plaque out loud. Data and Growth Strategist. The mind behind the turnaround that kept these resorts alive when travel was at its worst. You have no idea how frequently we've mentioned her name this year. She turned, following the line from the frame to where I stood. Then her eyes went wide, like she'd just solved a conundrum she hadn't noticed was there. "Avery," she said, and then louder, full of excitement. "Avery Whitman, you're here. You're Jackson's sister." Heads swiveled. Scores of people turned to stare at me, then at Jackson, then at my parents. The stillness that followed conveyed more than any words. Graham Kensington moved up beside Vivian, his gaze resting on my family with professional civility that had abruptly become sharp. "You never told us your daughter was our Avery," he stated to my parents. Richard opened his mouth. "Shut it." Looked like he wanted to melt into the marble. My mom stammered. We didn't realize you knew her like that. She does some kind of computer work. We didn't believe it was, important for tonight." A few neighboring guests exchanged stares. Graham Kensington's jaw tightened just enough for me to catch it. "Important?" he repeated. "Without her, this party doesn't happen. This building is never this full. There would be a lot of individuals updating their resumes in this room." Vivian tried to diffuse the situation by laughing lightly, but her remarks were powerful. She said that we had been boasting about her for months. It's impossible for me to conceal someone like Avery. Jackson's face turned white. He regarded me as if my very being had betrayed him. When he eventually got to me, he whispered, "Avery, you didn't tell me you were working with them." I met his gaze and responded, "You didn't ask." Later, my parents cornered me in a quiet hallway away from the crowd. My dad tried to regain control. "You could have warned us, Avery." My mom's voice trembled. "You made us look like fools," she whispered. "We had no idea." I gently interrupted her, saying that I mattered to them, that my work mattered, or that your embarrassing daughter ended up supporting your precious in-law's empire. Jackson stepped forward, his eyes glassy, and said, "Look, maybe we handled things wrong, but you know how mom and dad are. We just wanted everything to go smoothly." "You do," he added quickly, "right? Want to be part of this family?" I nearly laughed. "Prepared how?" he asked. "By inviting me this time." "By pretending you were proud?" I took a breath and said to Jackson, "I will always be your sister, and I will always be their daughter." I realized that I had spent years twisting myself into knots, chasing a version of belonging that always came with conditions. Don't say too much. Don't ask the hard questions. Don't outshine the person they decided was the star. My mom's eyes welled up with tears as she said, "Avery, we were just afraid you'd embarrass us." I nodded, "And tonight you discovered the only embarrassing thing was how little you believed in me. But I'm done begging to sit at a table where the price of admission is pretending I'm less than what I am. That's on you. Not on me." Back in the ballroom, when Graham Kensington introduced me on stage as a key partner, the applause felt different from any approval I had sought as a child. It wasn't courteous applause from relatives who hardly paid attention, but rather from people who had seen the results and valued them. People who didn't care if I wore the wrong dress, or asked strange questions as long as I showed up with the kind of clarity that kept their lights on. As I stood there in that gentle golden light, I realized something I wish someone had taught me years ago. Sometimes the most effective form of retaliation isn't dramatic or cruel. It's choosing to stop giving your value to people who only know how to minimize it. It's letting your success speak in places where they never imagined your voice would be heard. And it's refusing to dim yourself so insecure people feel tall. You can live a life that honors who you are, even if that means putting distance between you and those who taught you to doubt it. You can love them and still say no when their expectations crush you. If your family has ever made you feel like the awkward one, the extra one, or the one who needs to be hidden so they can look good, I want you to know that their incapacity to see your value does not negate the value itself. Ultimately, every time my parents went through the resort that evening, they had to pass that framed picture of me, my name inscribed on the wall of the world they revered. They were the ones shrinking, avoiding eye contact, practicing an apology, while I continued to walk with my shoulders back, finally realizing that the real glow-up wasn't being accepted by them. If you've ever been the one they tried to hide, I hope my story serves as a reminder that you're not alone. If you've ever had to cut ties with people who didn't see your value, please share it in the comments. Perhaps your story will inspire someone else to finally stand up for theirs. It was first learning to accept myself. "You own a $1.7 meters house?" my parents asked in shock. They ignored me. For 8 years. And now they regret it. So far, everything had been going according to plan at the engagement celebration that was being held at the Riverside Ballroom. There were 180 guests present, champagne was flowing, and my sister Madison had been showing off her engagement ring for the past hour as if she were showcasing the Hope Diamond. 2.3 carats, a platinum setting, her fiancé's income for 4 months, and a proposal story that she had told at least 12 times tonight were all included in the wedding ring. At each and every recounting, my parents radiated with delight and inquired about the jeweler, as well as the cut and clarity of the ring, as if they were experts in the field of gemology. Although I was essentially invisible, I had been standing close to the bar, drinking a glass of Pinot Noir, and expressing congrats whenever they were required. Thereafter, Uncle Rob came and expressed his regret for the delay in his travel, and everything began to change. However, Rob was more than just my father's younger brother. It was in the late 1990s when he became a venture capitalist and made his wealth by investing in new technology companies. In addition, he was the only member of my family who had made an effort to maintain communication with me over the course of the preceding 7 years, despite the fact that he lived 2,700 miles away in San Francisco. While Rob was making his way through the mob to our family cluster, he apologized to everyone and stated, "I'm sorry I'm late." He first congratulated Madison's fiancée and then moved to me with a heartfelt embrace. Madison was the recipient of his hug. Although he was looking at my face, he retreated and said, "Claire, God, it's good to see you. You look absolutely stunning. The house that you bought for $1.7 million, how is life going in that house? Are you satisfied with the area as you had hoped?" The talk that was going on around us abruptly stopped. In the middle of her move, Madison's hand, which was holding the ring, became frozen. In the middle of my mother's mouth, the champagne flute she was holding stopped. The complexion of my father's face began to fade. "Rob? Which house is it?" my father said in a hushed whisper, his voice tense with perplexity. I savored the moment by taking a leisurely drink of my wine and relishing it. For 7 years. 7 years of being ignored, disregarded, and treated as if they were an afterthought by the family, the entire while Madison's every accomplishment was transformed into a production that was worthy of Broadway. At this point, the truth was finally being revealed to the public. In a casual manner, Rob spoke to the house on Sterling Heights, while collecting a champagne flute from a server who was passing by. The one that Claire purchased in the year 2017. Craftsmanship, without peer. This mountain view is just breathtaking. The first thing that Madison did was find her voice, and it was shrill with astonishment. I stayed there the last time I was in town. A house is not something that Claire owns. That flat is located close to the campus, and she leases it. I rented that apartment for approximately 18 months while I was pursuing my doctoral degree. I corrected in a calm manner. Subsequently, I purchased the home located on Sterling Heights. That was 7 years ago, my father said as he held the champagne flute in his hands, which was tilted dangerously. Why are you bringing up such a point? Why are you bringing up such a point? I'm talking about the Craftsman home that I bought in June of 2017 for $1.35 million, I said in a level-headed manner. The amount seemed to resonate throughout our family cluster as it was mentioned, the one that is currently valued at approximately $1.7 million, according to recent market comparables. The hand of my mother quickly moved to her throat. When I glanced at my father, he appeared to have been hit by lightning. The smile that Madison had worked so hard to create fell apart. That is not even remotely possible. My mother exhaled. Where would you find more than $1 million? In spite of the fact that I had paid off the mortgage 5 years ago, I indicated that I had put down $270,000 and financed the remaining amount. Rob nodded his head in approval. A very astute move. When it comes to money, Claire has always been quite good. Additionally, the signing bonus that Helix Pharmaceuticals provided. She contributed the total amount to the principal balance of the mortgage. A total of $1,080,000 was finally paid off in 30 months. Can you sign a bonus? My father spoke in a hushed voice. Which signing bonus is it? Since the moment I began working at Helix, I stated. They made a signing bonus offer of $200,000 to me in exchange for my resignation from my postdoctoral position. I agreed to it, and put the entire amount toward paying down the mortgage. Is that a signing bonus of $200,000 that you received? Madison said, her voice stifled in response. The explanation that I provided was, that is the standard for senior positions in pharmaceutical research. My current annual compensation is $410,000. Including bonuses and stock options, the speaker said. The hush that followed was complete and utter. The champagne flute that was being held by someone genuinely fell off their fingers and smashed on the marble floor at that moment. Numerous visitors turned their heads to look. My mother appeared to be on the verge of passing out. The phrase $410,000 was repeated by my father in a robotic manner. After a year, my clarification was that the base wage is $300,000. Rob grinned and said, my stock options vested this year at approximately $40,000. And my annual performance bonuses average around $70,000 for the most part. Claire is proving to be humble. The stock options? Are they? She indicated that she is sitting on an additional $460,000 in unvested equity, in addition to the royalties on the patent. What about royalties for patents? With a hushed voice, my mother, I stated. I am the owner of 13 patents in the field of oncology drug delivery systems. Madison's hand, which was still frozen in midair, began to tremble as she said. They generate approximately $110,000 annually in licensing fees. The 2.3-carat engagement ring appeared to be much smaller than it actually was. My mother and father remained perfectly still as they processed facts that it was very evident did not correspond to their understanding of me. The words "I don't understand" came out of my mother's mouth as her voice broke. You are a researcher in the pharmaceutical industry. Why are you able to afford all of this? Why? I am the director of oncology research at Helix Pharmaceuticals, I corrected in a gentle manner. I am in charge of 22 researchers who work in this department. We are currently in the 3rd round of clinical trials for a medicine that has the potential to completely transform the treatment of pancreatic cancer. Rob took out his phone and began scrolling through the content stored on it. In point of fact, Claire's work was highlighted in Nature Medicine the previous month. The article referred to her research as forward-thinking and potentially deserving of the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize, my father exclaimed in a harsh voice. Because I was uneasy with the speculation. I responded by saying, "It is too early to talk about that," but I added, "The research is promising. If we are successful in the Phase 3 trials, we have the potential to save thousands of lives per year." Madison discovered her voice, which was determined and combative. "Why did you choose to keep any of this information from us?" "Yes. I did tell you," I whispered to myself. "On multiple occasions. You did not pay attention." My father made a protest by saying, "That is not true." Rob left his phone on the table. "In all honesty, it is accurate. I have the email that Claire conveyed to me regarding it. In November of 2017, I informed my mother and father about the house. My father criticized me for my lack of financial responsibility. I was asked by my mother if I was certain that I could handle the maintenance. 2018 in April. The settlement of the mortgage was brought up at the Easter supper. They questioned whether or not that meant I was without a job. I heard my mother remark in a feeble voice, "We didn't say that." My confirmation was, "You did." It appeared as though the discrepancy caused my mother to feel hurt. "You assumed that paying off a mortgage meant that I had lost my job, not that I had been financially successful enough to eliminate the debt." The tears began to well up in her eyes. The jaw of my father was clenched so tightly that I could see the muscle in his jaw bouncing. Uncle Rob carried on as if nothing had occurred the previous moment. "Please let me know if you have reached a choice regarding the investment in the lake cottage. That piece of real estate was absolutely breathtaking." "Which lake house is it?" My father insisted strongly. It was Rob who provided the explanation that there is a luxury property available on Lake Serenity. 2.8 acres, 7 bedrooms, and a private dock are all included. It is something that Claire is contemplating about purchasing as a holiday rental home. Why would Claire choose to purchase a holiday rental? As Madison inquired, her tone was trembling. Rob stated, "For the purpose of income diversification. In addition to her primary residence, she already possesses 3 commercial buildings that she rents out. All things considered, this would be her 5th property overall." The knowledge hit her like a wave of shock. On her feet, my mother truly swayed back and forth. My dad grabbed her elbow to help her maintain her balance. Madison had the appearance of having been slapped by someone. The words 4 rental properties were muttered by my mother. I answered, "Small single-family homes in neighborhoods that are just beginning to develop. I purchase them at a price that is lower than the market value. Then I renovate them and rent them out to young professionals. When all expenses are taken into account, the average cash flow per unit is approximately $2,000. My father automatically completed the calculation and stated, "That's $6,000 a month. This equates to more than $72,000 in annual rental revenue, without taking into account appreciation." Rob said, "Since Claire bought those properties, the value of those properties has increased by an average of 38%. The figures continued to rain like cannon rounds, and her total real estate equity across all of her properties is about $2.3 million. Madison's hand slipped to her side, as if she had forgotten about her engagement ring. In the midst of attempting to come to terms with a version of their daughter that did not correspond to the one they had in their heads, my parents stood motionless. 3.5 million real estate. My father remarked in a cautious and deliberate manner. The correction that Rob made was, "That's just the real estate. When her retirement funds, investment portfolio, stock options, and liquid assets are taken into consideration, Claire's entire net worth is calculated to be closer to $3.6 million. Madison's voice came out as a stifled whisper as she said the number 3.5 million. In a low voice, I made the correction, 3.6 million. Despite the fact that these are estimates, the precise figure may be altered according to fluctuations in the market. The champagne flute that belonged to my mother fell out of her grasp, joining the other item that had been lost earlier on the floor. Now, she didn't even realize what was going on. "You are a multimillionaire, I may say." On paper, were my words. The vast majority of it is either invested or in equity in real estate. With a friendly smile, Dr. Hannah Lee, Rob's colleague, came up to our group and introduced herself. "It was a surprise to me that you were here, Claire. On receiving the breakthrough designation from the FDA, congratulations. The news is just astounding." "Hannah, I am grateful to you," I said. "The potential breakthrough from the FDA is something that we are really enthusiastic about." "So, the FDA?" My father spoke in a hushed voice. My explanation was that 20 weeks ago, the Food and Medicine Administration, FDA, granted our pancreatic cancer medicine breakthrough therapy status. Because of this, the approval process is sped up. In the event that all goes according to plan, we could be able to receive permission in 20 months, as opposed to the typical 3.5 years. Hannah smiled broadly. It is because of Claire's efforts that many lives will be saved. It's a brilliant woman. Attending the meeting that will take place in Geneva the following month? This is going to be a presentation of our preliminary results for Phase 3. I am giving a presentation at a conference that will be held in Geneva. My mother referred to the organization as the International Oncology Research Symposium. In my speech, I mentioned that I will be delivering the keynote lecture on innovative medication delivery systems. In the field, it is a fairly significant honor, the speaker said. As Rob sneered, fairly significant, he said. Over the course of the symposium's 38-year history, Claire is the youngest keynote speaker ever announced. It's a really big deal. The tone of Madison's voice became acrid. You're just famous, is that right? Is that what you mean by this? My response was, I'm not famous. In my work, I am held in high esteem. There's a distinction between a clicked. Hannah brought to my attention the fact that your research has been cited more than 4,600 instances. You have published 41 papers that have been reviewed by peers. The delivery of oncology drugs has been transformed by you. In addition to respect, that is it. That is an acknowledgement of actual brilliance. Despite the fact that the praise seemed awkward, I was grateful for Hannah's support. My parents appeared to be in a state of shock. Madison gave off the impression that she was going to become ill. I need some air, Madison said as she made her way through the mob and made her way to the balcony. After a moment of hesitation, her fiancé followed her after gazing back and forth between Madison and our family group. Although my mother made an attempt to pursue them, my father prevented her from doing so. Elaine, he whispered, let them go, and he meant it. We must have a conversation with Claire. Is there anything that we can discuss? I inquired. Uncle Rob made a reference to my residence. No. You were unaware that I had one. At this point. You are. Indeed, that sums up the entire discussion. Despite the tears that were running down her cheeks, my mother stated, it's not. Now, how is it that you were able to accomplish all of this while we were unaware of it? My response was straightforward. Because you never asked. Because Madison became the subject of every conversation that was supposed to be about my life. Mostly due to the fact that you have concluded that I do not have anything that is worth discussing because I am not posting on social media or trying to attract attention. Rob gave a slight nod. I've been following it for a number of years. All of the phone calls. All of the family get-togethers. Here we are. The Madison Show. It is Madison's job. This is Madison's boyfriend. Madison's forthcoming wedding. If you were to ask Madison if she wanted dessert, Claire would be able to eliminate cancer. The words "that's not fair" came from my father. Do you agree? Rob issued a challenge. I was wondering when the last time was that you inquired about Claire's study. Where does she reside? Life for her? When was the last time you treated her as if she might already be experiencing something that is worthy of celebration? That silence was a damning sign. The gaze of my father averted. It was my mother who wept openly. My voice was soft as I whispered. I can tell you exactly when. While we were celebrating Thanksgiving 5 years ago. You inquired about my studies. When I was in the middle of explaining my work on nanoparticle medicine delivery. You interrupted me after 90 seconds to inquire about Madison's new apartment. Since then, you have not inquired. I had the impression that the specificity of the memory caused something to snap in my mother. It was a hushed, I'm sorry, she said. I am truly ashamed. For what purpose? I inquired. You did not pay attention, due to a lack of concern? Considering that I was treated with a lower level of importance than Madison for a period of 7 years? Insisted. We love you both equally. My father often told me. Are you sure? I inquired. Would you be able to tell me anything about my actual life, such as the name of the firm I work for, the title of my employment, the disease I study, the location of my home, or anything else? The silence lasted for a long time. The jaw of my father was engaged. It was my mother's clothing that was soaked with tears. The name that Rob provided was Helix Pharmaceuticals. He is the director of research in oncology. Pancreatic cancer is a disease. Sterling Heights Drive is address number 2847. Claire is in charge of the creation of groundbreaking drugs that have the potential to save thousands of lives every year. My mother advised us, we ought to have been aware of all of that. Oh, yes, I concurred. You really ought to have. There was a harsh quality to my father's voice. Claire, what is it that you want from us today? I said, nothing. And then I realized that what I had said was accurate. I am hoping that you will feel proud of me. I wished for you to have an interest in the job that I do. You were supposed to come see me. However, roughly 3 years ago, when I finally came to terms with the fact that it was not going to happen, I stopped wanting it. My mother begged with me. It is possible right now. Is it possible? I inquired. Are you simply interested in having access to your daughter, who is a millionaire? Are you interested in getting to know me, or are you more interested in boasting about me now that you can't continue to act as if I'm the unhappy child? The allegation was a shock to everyone. There was a flinch from my mother. My father appeared to be in a state of shock. My father said, "We never thought you were disappointing," and I agree with him. The correction that I made was, "You just thought that Madison was more impressive than I am. A lower level of success. Not as deserving of your time and attention as a whole. You were out of line. You were completely and utterly incorrectly. On the other hand, you were unaware of it because you never bothered to look." There was a hand placed on my shoulder by Rob. "Claire, perhaps it would be best. After a little pause, I interrupted him by saying, "I'm leaving. This evening is Madison's supper. It was a mistake for me to come. Please, Claire." My mother pleaded with me as she reached out to grab me. I moved farther away. "Have fun at the party. Madison's engagement should be celebrated. It is what you are skilled at doing." In the direction of the exit, I moved, my heels making a clicking sound against the marble floor. It was my mother who called my name from behind me, but I did not turn around to answer her. My uncle Rob located me in the foyer and caught up with me. "Are you sure?" "I believe that to be the case," I responded. That was more difficult than I had anticipated. I responded of we have. I responded of we have. I responded of we have. "I believe that to be the case." I responded of we have. What he said was, "You were flawless. Respectful, level-headed, and honest." The information that they required to hear. I informed them that they were going to call. They are going to want to fix this tonight. And probably tomorrow as well. Perhaps, as Rob concurred. However, you do not owe them an easy solution to their problem. You've been trying to get noticed for the past 7 years. Currently, if they want a relationship, they have to work hard to earn it. What if they are unable to? I inquired. "Then you'll be fine," he remarked in a commanding tone. "You have a remarkable career, financial security, meaningful work that helps save lives, and people who actually appreciate you," the speaker said. "There is no reason for you to have parents who only value you after they find out how much money you have." Indeed, he was correct. I was aware that he was correct, but the pain continued. I smiled and hugged him, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for coming to see me. As a result of your pride in me." "Constantly," he stated. "From the members of this family, Claire, you are the most accomplished individual. Don't let their lack of vision cause you to have doubts about that." When I got home, I drove to Sterling Heights, where I lived in a craftsman home with 6 bedrooms, a view of the mountains, and custom finishes. In reference to the life that I had constructed through my own ingenuity, my own commitment, and my own unrelenting labor. Everything inside was exactly the same as it had been when I had left it. From my home office, I was able to review research data and write papers that contributed to the advancement of medical science. A collection of medical journals and textbooks on oncology could be found in the library. During his visits, Uncle Rob stayed in the guest suite that was provided for him. The luxurious master suite, complete with a walk-in closet and a spa-like bathroom. Every space was a representation of a decision I had made, a goal I had accomplished, or a dream I had made a reality. It is not for the approval of my parents. In no way to garner praise. Simply due to the fact that this was the life I want. A ringing sound came from my phone. "This is my mama." The call was left on my voicemail. Then, my father gave me a call. Once again. Voicemail. Madison sent a text message. "I couldn't count on you to give me just one night." And 7. Putting the phone down, I proceeded to wander through my home, going from room to room. My parents had never been present at any of the dinner parties that I had given here in the kitchen. The backyard, complete with its garden, through which I raised vegetables for the food bank in the neighborhood. The space in the basement that I had transformed into a home gym and one for meditation. None of the rage that I had anticipated appeared. In its place, There was nothing but clarity. Clarity that is cleansed, icy, and releases. A remarkable object had been constructed by me. My financial freedom, professional recognition, and meaningful effect had all been accomplished by that point. The therapy of cancer was being revolutionized by me. At that point, I was well on my way to doing things that my parents could not possibly fathom. In addition, I had accomplished all of this without their knowledge, assistance, or authorization. Therefore, I did not require such things in order to achieve success. Not at any point. Over the course of the following day, there would be other calls, additional attempts at reconciliation, and additional requests that I make them feel better about their failures. But tonight, as I stood in my house that cost $1.7 million, surrounded by 7 years of silent achievement, I allowed myself to feel the full weight of what I had accomplished. Even without them. Even though they are present. In spite of themselves. My sister laughed, "Meet my Ranger fiancé." She poured wine on my uniform, then he saw my patch and whispered, "Oh no, this is bad." During dinner, my sister chuckled. Introducing my fiancé, a Ranger. She made fun of my uniform. He froze, came to attention, and yelled, "Alyssa, stop," as soon as he noticed the task force patch. "Are you aware of what that implies?" I observed the Cabernet Sauvignon, absorbing into my dress uniform. In locations I couldn't identify, performing duties I couldn't talk about, the deep crimson was smearing across the ribbons I'd received. With 45 people staring, the restaurant fell silent. The light caught my sister Alyssa's engagement ring, as she stood there holding an empty wine glass. Sitting still next to her was her fiancé, Logan, an Army Ranger from the 2nd Battalion, the real deal. "There," Alyssa remarked, her tone piercing with wine and disdain. "Maybe you won't pretend to be significant anymore. This is the problem with classified jobs. Nobody in your family is aware of what you do. They are unable to know. Therefore, individuals fill in the blanks with whatever narrative that boosts their self-esteem." That was an easy narrative for Alyssa. Her older brother was a pretender in a costume, a paper pusher, and a nobody, for 4 years. She had been narrating that narrative. She was going to find out tonight. Although I was unaware of it at the time, the issue had begun 7 months prior. For 9 years, I had been employed at Fort Meade. Analyst of intelligence, specifically signals intelligence. The type of labor that involves sitting in a sensitive compartmented information facility, a SCIF, and creating target packages for individuals who work in places that aren't officially recognized. It was my responsibility to identify trends, make connections, and determine a person's location at a given moment so that a team could arrive and eliminate them. I did it well. Excellent. It was good enough that I was selected for a joint task group at the Pentagon level after 7 years. You couldn't get the patch on my uniform through regular channels or purchase it online. It was the type of thing that, when they saw it, caused other intelligence experts to become silent. However, none of that was known to my family. They only knew that I was unable to discuss my job, which was in Maryland. Alyssa concluded that I was making excuses, and was ashamed of my uninteresting job. She had begun modestly, jokes at birthday banquets, remarks at Thanksgiving. "Ethan can't help us relocate since he's too preoccupied with his spreadsheets. Ethan is unable to take time off. He's needed by his filing cabinet. Don't inquire about Ethan's job. There's nothing to say, so he becomes defensive." She was never corrected by my parents. They would nod in agreement, laugh occasionally. "Well, somebody's got to do the boring jobs, right, son?" My father would remark, clapping me on the shoulder. But I ignored it. I was indoctrinated into operational security from the beginning. You don't clear up misunderstandings. Self-defense is not something you do. You certainly don't provide an explanation. You simply allow people to believe whatever prevents them from posing inquiries. Quiet judgment did not satisfy Alyssa, though. She required a listener. In February, there was the initial escalation. 4 months prior, Alyssa had begun dating Logan. He was just what she was looking for. The type of person who wore grunt-style t-shirts, talked about downrange at parties, and was obviously military and a decorated combat veteran. She asked me to her apartment for a Super Bowl party. I was on the verge of declining 40 hours of sleep. I had just finished examining movement patterns for a shipment in Yemen, but she had expressly asked, stating that it would be very important, so I went. Logan's Ranger friends occupied the condo. They were all recently returned from deployment, sipping beer and noisily discussing halo jumps and firefights. I entered wearing a simple gray hoodie and pants. There he is. declared Alyssa. One of Logan's friends, who was thick-necked, tattooed, and likely a saw gunner, smiled at me and said, "My big brother Ethan. He works for the government." "Oh yeah, what do you do?" "Intelligence analysis," I said. "Like Jason Bourne?" "More like Microsoft Excel shit," interrupted Alyssa. Her eyes were frigid, yet she was grinning. "Ethan stares at computers all day, filing things. Very important filing." The men chuckled. Not mean, just contemptuous. The way people chuckle when someone is obviously overstating how important they are. Logan added his voice. "Hey, man. No shame in support roles. We need people to process our paperwork." Right. I muttered. I watched the game, ate some wings, and stayed for an hour. No one questioned me further about my work. Alyssa continued to make brief remarks. "After typing all day, Ethan is too exhausted." Or, "Ethan, stop boring the guys with work-related chatter." Logan followed me to the door as I was leaving. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Hey, man. Alyssa makes jokes, but doesn't take them personally. You know how siblings are," she simply said. "She is pleased with you. She is constantly talking about you." "Yes," I replied. "Do you actually conduct intelligence analysis?" "Yes. Where are you?" "I'm not sure." His eyes told me he didn't believe me, yet he nodded as if he understood. It was the second escalation in March. My father gave me a call. His vehicle had malfunctioned. The transmission has stopped. He didn't have the $4,800 he required for repairs. "May I be of assistance?" I had already assisted. Covered rent 3 years ago when he was laid off. Covered my mother's dental care. Sent money to Alyssa for unexpected expenses that ended up being shopping sprees or concert tickets. On the same day, I sent the money. I saw pictures on Alyssa's social media 2 weeks later. She and Logan at a DC restaurant with a Michelin star. Champagne. Designer dress. Oysters. The caption. "When you are treated like royalty by your lover." I sent her a text. "I assumed you required assistance with rent." 4 hours later, she responded. "I got some money from Dad. I guess his car was okay after all." I gave my father a call. He acknowledged that he had handed Alyssa $2,200 of the money I had sent him. Because it was Logan's birthday, she needed it. You are aware of the significance of this relationship for her. With my phone in my hand, I sat in my car in the Fort Meade parking lot, trying to determine if I was more upset about the principal or the money. My clearance officer then gave me a call. There was a problem in Syria. The tendencies of a high-value target had changed. The operations center needed me. Rather than argue with my family, I went to work. Alyssa made the engagement public in April. At 11 p.m. she gave me a call. On a Tuesday. Halfway through creating a movement analysis for a target who had been avoiding detection for 7 months, I was in the SIF. I was unable to respond. 19 voicemails were left by her. She was upset when I called her back at 3 in the morning. "You were unable to even pick up." "Ethan, I'm engaged. The most significant event in my life is this one." "I was at work." "You work nonstop. Or you say you are. Are you aware of what Logan said?" He stated, "Real military people make time for family." My jaw tightened as he replied, "If I was really important to you, you'd pick up your phone." Remind Logan that operational security is something that actual military personnel understand. "You're so theatrical, my God. You are employed in an office. Give up pretending to be special operations." I didn't answer. Whatever. On May 18, Logan and I are throwing an engagement celebration. You have to pay for it. You owe me, Alyssa. I filled in for you as a child, Ethan. I gave you a nice appearance. You're going to act as though you're too significant to appreciate my joy now. That's not what I said. After that, you have to pay. Ruth's Chris is what we want. The private space. I'll forward the information to you. She ended the call. As I watched a target move through an Aleppo marketplace in the blue light of my monitors, I tried to recall the moment my sister ceased to be my sister and transformed into someone I didn't recognize. The date of the engagement celebration was set for May 18. I was called into an emergency briefing on May 13. I had just successfully completed a package that I had created 4 months prior. The high-value target was taken out of play. No casualties among civilians. Tidy operation. Later, I was summoned to Colonel Denise Harrington's office. She was a former DIA analyst with 23 years of experience who had briefed presidents. Captain Ethan Carter, she said, referring to my title. The majority of people in the building simply called me by my last name, even though I had been promoted to captain 8 months prior. The team lead specifically asked to commend you, saying, "That was excellent work. With that analysis, you saved lives." She reclined in her chair and said, "Thank you, ma'am. You look exhausted. 80-hour shift. I'm fine. When's the last time you took leave?" I had to consider it. 20 months prior. 5 days. That is not acceptable. She opened my personnel file. You have 102 days of unused leave. Make use of some of it. This weekend, I have a family event. Celebration of engagement. Then I'll sleep. Her face softened a bit. Your family is aware of your actions. No, ma'am. That must be challenging. It's all right. She looked at me for a long time. Carter, you're among the best targets I've ever worked with. But if they don't set boundaries, this job eats people alive. Make sure you have something valuable to protect outside of this building. I gave a nod and walked away. The 18th of May arrived. Around 6:30 p.m. I arrived at Ruth's Chris. Gold and white were used to decorate the private room. 45 people, including our parents, Alyssa's friends, Logan's ranger friends, and a few cousins I hardly knew. Before anyone placed an entree order, the bill had already reached $3,400. I was asked to wear my dress uniform by Alyssa. She had stated that Logan wanted to see you in it. I wore it because he thinks it's cool. As usual, my shoes were shining, my dress was blue, and the task force patch was carefully tucked under my lapel. We were told to keep it hidden in public. Otherwise, there would be too many questions. I was worn out when I arrived. 4 hours of sleep over the last week and another 42-hour shift. Too little food and too much coffee made my hands tremble a little. At the door, Alyssa greeted me. "Good, I see. You succeeded. We have reserved a spot for you." She indicated the worst seat in the room, which was in the far corner near the waiter station. At the head of the table was Logan. My parents are close by, with Alyssa at his side. The others huddled together, chatting and laughing. I requested water while sitting in the corner. Dinner went slowly. Courses came and went. More wine. More champagne. Steaks. Salads. And appetizers. In an attempt to stay awake, I ate mechanically. From the other side of the room, Alyssa continued to look at me while smiling and whispering to Logan. She got up with her wine glass at about 8:30 p.m. "I'd like to toast everyone." The room fell silent. She flashed that flawless social media grin. "I appreciate everyone coming to celebrate Logan and myself. I've had the most incredible year ever. I've discovered my warrior, my hero, and my soulmate." She gave Logan a sincere loving glance. With his brown beret on the table next to him and his chest pumped out in his tight Ranger t-shirt, he smiled back. Alyssa went on. "And I want to thank my family," she said. She turned to face me and said, "My parents who raised me right, and my big brother, Ethan, who had escaped his office cubicle long enough to join us. I know how hard it is for you to step away from your spreadsheets. I'm wanting this very 10-2 shed of like events." The room echoed with courteous laughter. "But seriously," she said, her tone becoming compassionate. "I appreciate you supporting my happiness, even though I know it's hard for you to see Logan in his uniform and realize what real military service looks like." The laughter increased in volume. My hands gripped my water glass more tightly. Logan lifted his own glass. "Yes. Dude. I was informed by Alyssa that you work in human resources. Submitting reports. That's awesome. People like you are what we need. Assistance personnel. Without the folks in the back, the machine wouldn't function." I muttered, "Intelligence analysis. Intel. You're right." All day he stared at spreadsheets and waved dismissively. "Are you only proficient with the stapler? Or do you even know how to shoot?" The room exploded. One of his friends shouted, "PowerPoint Ranger." Another said, "Death by Excel." I glanced at my parents. My father, flushed from the liquor, was laughing. My mother was nodding and grinning. They did not stand up for me. They never stood up for me. Encouraged by the drink and laughter, Alyssa leaned forward. "Ethan, do you know what's wrong? You're envious. You are nothing compared to Logan, who is a true fighter and hero. A man acting important while dressed in a costume. Her voice took on a new, harsher quality. You've spent your entire life acting like you're unique, and that your work is important, but the reality is known to all here. You're a uniformed secretary who is conventional and uninteresting. She reached for her glass of wine. The change in tone began to be felt throughout the gathering. A few appeared uneasy. Alyssa stood up and remarked, "You love wearing that uniform so much. I'll make it better for you." She tossed the drink. My chest was splattered with red liquid. Very cold. Startling. It seeped into my jacket and ribbons. The cloth is getting black. Drops landed on my face and trickled to the ground. The whole eatery fell silent. Not only our room. The entire structure. I felt the wine trickle from my chin onto my lap as I sat motionless. My mother let out a gasp. "Go clean yourself up, Ethan, for crying out loud. You're ruining your sister's special evening." My father gave a nod. "Yeah. Son. Maybe just take a breath. Go to the bathroom." I gave them a serious look, and after years of bending under the pressure of their contempt and Alyssa's brutality, something inside of me finally broke. With clarity, not with rage. These individuals didn't even see me, didn't know me, and showed me no respect. I slowly got to my feet. My sneakers were dripping with wine from my jacket. "I'm leaving," I declared. I spoke in a composed tone. "Keep quiet. The silence that follows a decision you've made and nothing will make you change it." My damp jacket tugged tight as I turned to face the door. The material stretched over my chest. The patch that identified my unit and clearance level, the one I always kept hidden, came to light when the lapel flopped open. Logan's gaze was fixed on it. His face turned pale. It was actually white, as if someone had instantly drained the blood from his brain. "Wait," he murmured in a broken voice. He jumped up so quickly that his chair made a loud scraping sound against the floor. That's a task force patch. You're Jaycock. You're with the unit." Once more, the room fell silent, but it was a different type of silence. With a sharp, irritated tone, Alyssa asked, "Logan, what are you talking about?" "It's fake. He probably bought it on Amazon or something." "Shut up," Logan yelled. Actual loudness is the type of command voice you use in combat when someone is about to do something harmful. Alyssa winced. Half the room did as well. Logan's gaze remained fixed on the patch. His hands began to tremble. Whispering, "You're a target," he said. "You build the packages. You're the one who tells us which doors to kick, which compounds to hit, which routes to take." His entire body stiffened. I remained silent. Did not affirm or refute. Simply watched him make the connection while spilling wine. "For what length of time?" Logan inquired. 9 years. 7-month task force. Christ Jesus. He touched his face. "Christ Jesus. I assumed you were the one who permitted us." He looked across at Alyssa. He had a disgusted expression on his face. Logan continued, his voice trembling, "You told me he was a secretary. I disrespected a higher-ranking NCO because of you. I was humiliated in front of 45 people by you." Alyssa attempted to dismiss it with humor. "Come on, Logan. It's only Ethan." "He isn't." "What does that patch mean, do you know?" Logan interrupted her. "Do you have any ideas?" "It's just as stupid. That patch signifies he has better clearance than anyone in this room. That patch means he's informed at levels I'll never see. That patch implies when we rolled into compounds in Afghanistan, someone like him spent months researching those targets so we didn't walk into an ambush." He looked at me, truly looked at me, saw the fatigue in my eyes, the small tremble in my hands from too much coffee and not enough sleep. "How long since you slept?" he inquired gently. 4 hours. 6 days ago." "Working?" "Indeed." Logan's jaw stiffened. He turned back to Alyssa. "This man paid for this entire supper, $3,400, while working shifts that would break most people. And you threw wine on him. Called him nothing." "I was only joking." "You weren't joking. You were cruel. You've been rude to him for years, haven't you?" Alyssa's face grew red. "Logan, please, the wedding's off." The room exploded. Alyssa yelled. My mom started crying. My dad stood up, face crimson with shock. "Logan, wait." Alyssa grabbed his arm. You are unable to. This isn't. It's only Ethan. He's nobody. He's always been nobody. Logan pulled his arm free. He's not nobody. You are. He gazed at his ranger pals. All of them had gone quiet, faces pallid. They knew what the patch meant, too. They'd served under somebody with that kind of clearance. They recognized the repercussions. Let's go, Logan said to them. They stood, filed out, silent and reverent. Logan paused at my seat, his heels locked together. Back straight, he saluted me. A crisp, precise salute in the middle of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, in front of 45 startled onlookers. Staff Sergeant, he said formally. I apologize for my disrespect. It was inexcusable. It won't happen again. I returned the salute slowly. Appropriately. At ease. Ranger. Logan dropped his hand, stared at me one more time. Thank you for your service, sir. Real service. Then he walked out. His companions followed. The private room turned into mayhem. Alyssa was sobbing. My mom was shouting. My dad was trying to calm everyone down. I stood there in my wine-stained uniform, watching the wreckage I'd accidentally created just by existing. One of Alyssa's friends, a woman I'd never met, approached me carefully. Is it true? She asked quietly. What he said about your job. I can't discuss my work, I said. She gave a nod. I'm sorry for what she did to you. You didn't deserve that. Thank you. I walked toward the door. My mom intercepted me. Ethan, wait. You can't just leave. We need to fix this. Alyssa's devastated. Her engagement is ruined. She ruined it herself. But you could. She grabbed my arm. You could talk to Logan. Explain that you didn't mean to. I didn't do anything, Mom, but your patch, your job, you could have. I could have what? Hidden better. Lied more. Let her keep humiliating me so her fiancé wouldn't figure out who I actually am. My mom's face crumpled. She's your sister. She threw wine on me, called me nothing in front of 45 people, and you told me to go clean up because I was embarrassing her. I didn't mean. You did, indeed. I pulled my arm free and walked out. The parking lot was quiet. Cool May air, stars barely visible through DC's light pollution. My phone started buzzing immediately. Alyssa, Mom, Dad, Alyssa again. I blocked all 3 numbers. Then I sat in my car, a 2-year-old Honda Accord, paid off, reliable, and let myself feel everything I'd been pushing down for years. The exhaustion, the resentment, the bone-deep loneliness of doing work that mattered while being treated like you didn't. Once more, my phone buzzed. The number is unknown. I answered. Captain Carter, a male voice, calm, professional speaking. This is Logan Pierce. I just left your sister's engagement party. I didn't answer. I wanted to call and apologize properly, he continued. What I said about you, about your work, was disrespectful and wrong. Alyssa told me you were in a support role. Non-combat desk work. I believed her because she's been saying it for so long, I didn't question it. It's all right. It's not okay. I serve in the 2nd Ranger Battalion as a staff sergeant. I have 5 deployments under my belt. I am aware of the duties performed by task force operators. What targets do? I know. You save lives. You avoid ambushes. Guys like me come home because of you. He lowered his voice. You are not worthy of Alyssa. Neither do your parents. I apologize for not seeing it before. Thank you, I said. Could I ask you a question? Yes. How come you never corrected her? Years ago, you could have shut her down. I considered it. Operational security, and I suppose I assumed she would ultimately see me and figure it out on her own. I was mistaken. Yes, Logan answered. You were. He hesitated. In any case, I had a conversation with the guys in the parking lot. Each of us will make a few calls. In the Ranger community, word gets out quickly. Everyone will be aware of Alyssa's actions by tomorrow morning. No one will be interested in dating her. She won't be trusted by anyone. That is not necessary for you to do. I am aware, but she must realize what she ruined. And perhaps it will teach her something. We ended the call. In my wine-stained uniform, I drove home by the Pentagon, past the monuments illuminated by the night sky, and past everyone who didn't know what was going on in the structures they passed every day. I lived in a modest 1-bedroom apartment. I didn't have enough time to decorate. I took the uniform off. The fabric was stained with wine. To salvage it, The dry cleaner would need to perform a miracle. After taking a shower, I let the hot water run till it cooled down. After that, I got into bed and slept for 16 hours nonstop. Waves of repercussions followed. Alyssa phoned from 20 different numbers on the first day. None of them were answered by me. She texted, emailed, and left voicemails. My life was ruined by you. Everyone is discussing me. Rumors are being circulated by Logan's buddies. Your parents are really disappointed with you. I removed them all. Day 3. My father arrived at my apartment. I nearly didn't answer the door. At last I opened it and he said, "Son, we must discuss what transpired." "No, we don't. Alyssa is inconsolable. The wedding has begun. Her pals are deserting her. She is receiving texts accusing her of being unkind and dishonest. This could be fixed by you." "How?" "Inform folks that there was a miscommunication. That you're not who Logan believed you to be." I gazed at him. "To make Alyssa look better, do you want me to lie about my work? Help your sister, please. For years, I have assisted my sister. I'm finished. I sent you money for a car, Ethan. For Alyssa's birthday celebration, you gave her half of it. I've covered her credit card bills, rent, and emergencies. She tossed champagne at me after I paid $3,400 for the supper. My father appeared uneasy. She was intoxicated. She didn't intend. Every word she said had meaning. You allowed her to do so. Mom gave her permission. She made fun of me while you two stood there laughing. We were unaware of the significance of your work. You didn't inquire. You didn't inquire. You simply assumed that I was feigning, lying, or exaggerating. He had no answer to that. I told you to get out. Your mom would like to speak with you. I said no, so tell mom. I shut the door. Day 4. I was summoned to Colonel Denise Harrington's office. "Carter, take a seat." I took a seat. She remarked, "I received an intriguing call this morning from Logan Pierce, a staff sergeant from the 2nd Ranger Battalion. He wanted to express regret for treating a member of the Joint Task Force disrespectfully during a family gathering." My stomach fell. "I can explain, ma'am." She raised her hand. "He wanted to praise you. 2. Claimed that you were professional and restrained in handling a difficult circumstance. Claimed that the military would benefit if more operators have your discipline." I was at a loss for words. He said that in front of 45 people, including your parents, your sister called you worthless and splashed alcohol over your dress uniform. "Ma'am, it was a private matter. My work won't be impacted. I'm certain it won't. One of my most dependable operators is you. Carter. Though, you must hear this. If your family doesn't respect you, you don't owe them access to your life. Indeed, ma'am. I mean it. This work is difficult enough without being undermined by those who profess to love you. With immediate effect, you are permitted to take a 3-week leave of absence. It's an order. Ma'am, I don't require. It's not a request. You're worn out. For months, you've been living off of fumes. Take a break. Get some rest. Determine the boundaries you require with your family. Then return prepared to work." With 3 weeks of required vacation and an odd, possibly relieving feeling in my chest, I left her office. The first week off was peaceful. I went to the gym, read books I'd been intending to read for years, switched off my phone, napped, and prepared real meals, rather than relying on junk from the vending machine. Logan sent me an email on the 4th day. Aftermath is the topic. "Ethan wants to give you an update. Have your parents asked me to talk to you or give Alyssa another chance? She has been phoning me constantly. They're all barred by me. My Ranger friends and I fulfilled our commitment." The narrative circulated across the neighborhood as a warning rather than as rumors. Avoid dating someone who treats service members disrespectfully, especially if they are employed at a level higher than their comprehension. Alyssa is receiving a lot of negative feedback on social media. The tale is being posted by her friends. Comments are coming from people she doesn't even know, claiming that her brother was nothing while taking advantage of his wealth and security. She is being accused of stolen valor by proxy. It appears that she was let go from her position. Her employer received the story from someone. The optics didn't appeal to them. It doesn't make me feel good. But it also doesn't make me feel horrible. There are repercussions for actions. Your parents are a different matter. They're attempting to steer the story, claiming that everything was a misunderstanding, that you went overboard. Alyssa was merely kidding. No one is buying it. Brother, look after yourself. Logan. I read it twice. After that, I erased it and began running. The third week, my mother and Alyssa arrived at my flat. They were both standing there when I opened the door. Alyssa had puffy, red eyes. My mother appeared worn out. My mother said, "Please. Simply pay attention." 5 minutes. I let them in against my better judgment. Alyssa immediately began to cry as she sat on my couch. She wailed, "I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I didn't comprehend. I assumed you were I thought you were inventing reasons to be uninteresting. I assumed you were acting." Why would I act uninteresting? I'm not sure. I have no idea why I had that thought. I felt envious. All right. I believed that if I could make you appear small, I would appear larger in comparison because you were always so intelligent and competent. My mother touched Alyssa's shoulder. "Ethan." She was wrong. An awful error. She is your sister. Though. The family is forgiving. Do family members publicly ridicule one another? Silently. I asked. Do family members spill wine on one another? Are members of the family dishonest about stealing money? Alyssa jerked her head up. What? Of the money I sent Dad for auto repairs. He handed you $2,200. You used it for Logan's birthday meal. Her complexion turned pallid. I've paid your rent for 3 years, taken care of your emergencies, and given you financial support at least 15 times. And you told everyone I was useless, as a thank you. That's not how I meant it. That's exactly what you meant. You wanted everyone at the party, including Logan and his friends, to think you were superior to me, more significant, and more valued. It worked. Ethan. Logan recognized you right away. Everyone else did. 2. My mother's tone became abrasive. This is what I am referring to. Now you're being mean. Vindictive. You're not that person. Mom, you have no idea who I am. You have no idea. You've never inquired. Don't you think that's unfair? When Alyssa referred to me as a secretary, you chuckled. She flung alcohol at me, and you told me to clean up. In 4 years of her derision, you never once stood up for me. She didn't answer. I said, I'm not attempting to harm Alyssa. I'm not promoting rumors or warning others to stay away from her, but I'm also not making this better. This is the result for her, you, and your father. That's it. Alyssa's tone faltered. You're just over us. I'm done being your punching bag and ATM. It will be different if you choose to be in a relationship with me. No more cash. You can't cover any more. I will no longer allow you to act as though I don't exist. What happens if I am unable to accomplish that? We won't be in a relationship then. After 25 minutes, they departed. Alyssa never got back to me. Over the following 8 months, my parents exchanged a few emails. Birthday greeting. A card for Christmas. Generic messages that failed to recognize the events that had occurred. I didn't answer. I was promoted to Major 4 months after the meal. I received a recommendation from Colonel Denise Harrington to work at SOCOM headquarters in Tampa. Better compensation, increased responsibility, and the opportunity to collaborate with the world's top special operations teams. I agreed. Logan gave me a final message the day I departed Fort Meade. I've heard about your promotion. Sir. Congratulations. You deserved it. You were correct to leave. For the record, some people aren't worthy of having access to you. Be careful out there. Pierce. SSG. I saved the message because it reminded me that respect is gained by deeds rather than blood, not because I required approval. My family decided to be humiliated. Logan went with honor. And I made my own decision. Epilogue, however. After 18 months. For me, Tampa was good. It was a challenging task. The hours were harsh. However, I was surrounded by people who knew what I did and why it was important. Operators and analysts, who had been where I had been and done what I had done, became my true buddies. Individuals who evaluated you based on your honesty and skill rather than whether you made them feel valued. I began going to therapy. Dr. Hannah Park, a kind civilian who focused on military families. She assisted me in sorting out years of shame and duty. It wasn't your job to control how they felt about you. She once said to me, you were responsible for doing your job and living with integrity. You did that. They failed you. not the other way around. I received a message on LinkedIn from an unknown person on the anniversary of the dinner. Hello. Ethan. Lieutenant Commander Claire Pierce is my name. Logan's older sister is me. I was informed of the events that transpired at your sister's engagement celebration the previous year. I wanted to let you know. Logan speaks of you as though you were a hero. He shares the tale with each new ranger in his brigade. Uses it as an opportunity to teach humility and respect. He continues, you never bragged, never corrected anyone, just let your work speak for itself, and that's what real warriors do. Claire, I appreciate your example. I read it 3 times. After that, I shut down my laptop and raced down Tampa's shoreline, taking in the orange and gold hues of the setting sun. In my pocket, my phone buzzed. I briefly pondered whether it was my parents or Alyssa. A last-ditch effort at reconciliation. It wasn't. Colonel Denise Harrington was there. How quickly can you reach MacDill? Carter. A situation is emerging for us. I need your eyes on it. Ma'am, 25 minutes. Excellent. I'll see you shortly. I ran back to my apartment after turning around. Families, tourists, and people going about their daily lives, and being with my family made me feel something I hadn't felt in years. Calm. Since I had at last mastered the most difficult lesson. You will never be accepted for who you are by some people. And that's all right. They don't have to. All you have to do is look at yourself. She claimed my beach house was in foreclosure until the bank called about my $1.35 mortgage settlement. The notification came in while I was seated in my home office. Chat, in the family group. Vanessa included 3 emojis of celebration in her letter. Acquiring Elena's beachfront home at the foreclosure sale. It was listed by the bank for $450,000. A minimum of $3.1 million. Next week, I'll have it evaluated. We have the option of keeping it as a family vacation home or flipping it. Dad responded in less than 2 minutes. $225,000 was wired to you. I'm in with your mom. It's time to make excellent use of that place, Mom. Can I join in on this, my brother Ethan? Have $60,000 to invest. Family only, Vanessa. The down payment is already prepared. Thursday is the auction day. I gazed at my mobile device, the house on the seashore. The one I purchased in 2020. I had been paying my mortgage on time for 7 years. The non-foreclosing one has never experienced foreclosure. I didn't reply to the conversation. Instead, I launched my banking app. The current balance of the mortgage account was $0. 4 weeks ago, I made the last payment. $1.35 million up front. I had the house, free and clear. It buzzed on my phone. Vanessa's private message. Don't stress over the house. I am aware of your difficulties. In this manner, it remains within the family. If you ask politely, you might even be able to visit occasionally. Having trouble. Once more, they used that word to characterize my life for 7 years. The term that dismissed all of my earned accomplishments and allowed them to sleep at night. My family has described my life as a tragedy for 7 years. I made the rash decision to buy the seaside cottage. My debt was anchored by the mortgage. My midlife crisis was working as a marine conservation consultant. They were unaware that the consultancy job earned $265,000 a year. My home, office, and research station were all at the beach house. The mortgage had been easy. It had been a calculated early payoff. I made a document while seated at my workstation. For me, not for them. I gave it the moniker Ghost Ledger. Silence for years. 2022 will see 1 regional conservation prize. Family didn't bring it up. Validation is equal to cost. Irreversible. Featured in a 2023 story in National Geographic. Within a minute, Mom moved the topic to Vanessa's new car after saying, "That's nice." Pride in my job is equivalent to cost. Never acknowledged. Early in 2025, a $1.35 million mortgage was paid off. Every financial achievement was reframed as chance or carelessness, so I didn't inform them. Cost equals joy shared that is lost forever. 2024 saw the publication of a study on the preservation of coastal ecosystems. 14 months of labor. Did it pay anything? Inquired Dad. He stated it was a waste of time when I declined. Intellectual success comes at a cost. Disregarded. Time theft. Each family meal. I'm wondering when I'll have an actual job. Vanessa's job as a bank teller was referred to as a stable career, yet 5 hours a month multiplied by 84 months is 420 hours of dignity. I spent 4 Thanksgivings describing my work, just to have the subject changed and the sounds complicated. Professional respect is never given at cost. The research boat was photographed around Christmas 2023. Vanessa displayed pictures of her Camry. Hers was discussed for 1 minute. That's not feasible for me. Equivalent treatment is equivalent to cost. Degradation of confidence. Vanessa purchased a car for $45,000. Family party lasting 3 hours. Her father referred to her as financially bright. It cost me $95,000 to purchase a research boat. Referred to as extravagant expenditure and ostentation. Self-worth is equivalent to cost. Sister was promoted to the position of senior teller. Cake, champagne, and a family dinner celebration. I got a consulting contract worth $810,000 for 4 years. At supper, I told them. Be careful with contracts, Mom said. No festivities. Family satisfaction in my accomplishments equals cost, accounting for emotions. I've had voicemails for years, but when Vanessa called, I got a response right away. Cost is equal to priority that was never obtained. In 7 years, my birthday has been forgotten 3 times. Vanessa has never once forgotten. Cost and importance are identical. There were now 61 line items in the spreadsheet. They had suppressed every celebration. Every accomplishment they had undermined. They have rewritten every achievement as a failure. I considered the sunk cost fallacy, a psychological notion I had studied in therapy. I had continued to make investments in family ties because I was sure that acceptance would eventually be the reward. However, because you don't feed slot machines long enough, they don't pay out. They may or may not pay off. This was the moment in my origin narrative. Nor when I changed careers. Nor when I purchased the beach house. But right now, as I stood in my kitchen, watching a family conversation in which they celebrated robbing me of my house, salt air filtered through the windows. A crystal formed. Those who share your blood are not your family. When blood is insufficient, it's who steps in. They never appeared. Vanessa posted in the family chat on Thursday at 10:12 a.m. I'll be at the beach house mining auction in 25 minutes. The margaritas on that deck are already delicious. My phone began to ring when I was meeting with a client about a $195,000 coastal restoration project. The number is unknown. I left it in voicemail. The same number on a second call. The third call. Excusing myself, I responded. Speaking is Miss Elena Parker. This is Coastal Federal Bank Senior Vice President Michael Harrington. I'm sorry for the hurried call. But we're in a tight spot. Vanessa Parker just got in touch with our foreclosure department and said she was your agent for the acquisition of a house at 912 Ocean Vista Drive. Your property? My belongings? Those were firm words. Calmly, I stated, that property isn't in foreclosure. That's right. 4 weeks ago, you paid off the entire mortgage balance. An early settlement of $1.35 million. One of the most seamless transactions we've had this year. However, Miss Vanessa Parker is currently at the county courtroom with a $450,000 cashier's check, claiming to be purchasing it at auction. She has presented proof that she is your sister. She is my sister. She doesn't speak for me. I didn't approve any sales, and she doesn't have my consent. The line was silent. Then I have to ask straight. Miss Parker, is your sister trying to buy your property illegally? There was a lingering question. This was the time when family loyalty and legal reality were clearly separated. Yes, I replied, that's precisely what she's trying to do. I'm in our legal department for a conference. Stay on the line, please. The inquiry proceeded with the systematic accuracy of institutional machinery. Step 1. Review of the documentation, 55 minutes. Every record was retrieved by the bank. 2020 mortgage origination paperwork. I signed each one. History of payments, 84 months in a row. Never missed, never late. Authorization of early payout. My account, my verification code, and my signature. Elena Parker is the single proprietor, and the current owner with no liens. Except for a fictitious foreclosure notice she made using a template she acquired from a legal forms website. Vanessa's allegation had no supporting proof. Step 2. A fraud alert is sent out. 15 minutes. Coastal Federal made touch with the county court. The auction was stopped. The cashier's check for Vanessa is frozen. Everyone was informed. No transfer, no sale. An investigation is underway. Step 3. Notification to the family. Half an hour. Vanessa received a direct call from Michael Harrington. I requested that he switch it to speaker mode. The 4th step is to start a criminal investigation. For 3 weeks. The case was taken up by the County Fraud Division. Laura Reynolds, the detective, went over the evidence. The group chats, Dad's wire transfer, Vanessa's fictitious foreclosure notice, and her cashier's check. Detective Reynolds told me over the phone that this is rather straightforward. In order to buy property she knew she didn't own, she made up paperwork. Things are complicated by your father's involvement. He gave the scheme substantial financial backing. He is an accessory, in a technical sense. Are there going to be fees? The DA is doing a review. Your sister will be charged with at least forgery and attempted real estate fraud. If we can demonstrate that your father knew the property wasn't truly in foreclosure, he may be charged as an accessory. He sent money within 2 minutes of her declaration, according to the group chat. I said, just immediate financial support, no due diligence, no verification. That strengthens our argument. Step 5, gathering proof, takes 4 weeks. The forensic team at the bank obtained a warrant to secure Vanessa's browsing history. The whole story was revealed by the searches. Ways to purchase foreclosed real estate at auction. Is it possible for family members to buy foreclosed homes? Download the template for a foreclosure notice. What happens if a property owner disputes the foreclosure sale? Penalty for buying real estate fraudulently. California. 3 days prior to the auction attempt, the last search was conducted. Can falsified foreclosure docs land you in jail? He was aware. She did some research. Still, she went ahead. The 6th step is asset recovery. The $450,000 that was frozen turned into a legal maze for weeks. Vanessa's $225,000 from a home equity loan and savings. Dad's retirement account, which has $225,000. Ethan's $60,000 attempt was unsuccessful. Vanessa engaged a lawyer. In her defense, she honestly thought the property was foreclosed upon and abandoned. Online, she had come across a listing. She was assisting the family. It was a surgical answer from the prosecutor. Show the listing. It never existed, so she couldn't. Step 7. Formal charges were brought. 6 weeks. Vanessa Parker was accused of filing fake documents, forging documents, and attempting real estate fraud. Dad was accused of being a fraud accessory. Ethan contacted me crying and said that the family group chat that I had left exploded. This is absurd, Mom. Vanessa aired. Elena is ruining our family over a house. Vanessa. Due to my daughter's vindictiveness, I, Dad, am facing criminal prosecution. Perhaps we need to have inquired as to whether the house was indeed in foreclosure. Ethan. I received the screenshots from Ethan. He whispered softly, they're saying you're the villain. However, Elena, you paid off your $3.1 million home early. We treated you as though you were failing even though you had been successful all along. Yes, I stated plainly. I apologize. I'm so sorry, I said carefully. I think you want to perform better. It will be interesting to see if you do. Plea negotiations are the 8th step. 9 weeks. Vanessa's lawyer engaged in negotiations. Plea of guilty to attempted fraud. A permanent record, a $60,000 fine. 6 years of probation, and restitution to reimburse court costs. No prison time. Dad's cooperation and testimony resulted in the dismissal of his charges. In court filings, he was required to admit that he gave $225,000 without checking the status of the property. His money was reimbursed less the cost of the legal representation. $52,000 was lost by him. Step 9. Professional repercussions. 14 weeks. Vanessa was a bank teller. The past tense. The day the accusations were filed, her employer fired her. Financial services cannot hire a bank employee who has been found guilty of fraud. She had been enrolled in online real estate classes. Her conviction prevented her from being licensed. Those convicted of real estate fraud are not eligible to receive real estate licenses from any state. Step 10. There is still social fallout. The court case was made public. It was covered by local news. A woman tries to buy her sister's $3.1 million beach property fraudulently. Before the deception was discovered, Dad had boasted about the family investment opportunity. He informed his golf club friends that they were purchasing a $3.1 million foreclosure for $450,000. Everyone now knew that he had attempted to make money off of the alleged foreclosure of his daughter. The invitations ceased. Other foursomes were found by the golf partners. Mom texted me once. "You had the option to deal with this in private." Her number was blocked by me. I learned something about retaliation from the ghost ledger. Rage is not the same as revenge. It's strategy refined via patience. It involves letting others fully express themselves before disclosing what you know. Vanessa made more than one attempt to purchase my home. She attempted to take advantage of what she saw as my failure. She rejoiced. She extended an invitation to her family to join her in celebrating. She made a family investment out of my alleged foreclosure. And in only 2 minutes, Dad sent $225,000 not to support me, but to enable Vanessa to benefit from my presumed demise. That wire transfer speed told me everything. No call to see how I'm doing. There was no doubt that I needed assistance. Just quick financial involvement in what they thought would be my downfall. The ghost ledger recorded that. They disregarded not only the accomplishments but also the underlying pattern. They needed me to fail so that, in contrast, their normal lives would seem successful. When I made an early mortgage payment of $1.35 million. Since it contradicted their story, there was no celebration. Instead of thriving, I was meant to be drowning in debt. I wasn't intended to be entirely self-sufficient, but rather in need of rescue. Vanessa's effort at fraud was merely the most overt manifestation of their covert 7-year practice. They were being generous by trying to take what was rightfully mine. I still live at the seaside house 3 years later. The porch where Vanessa pictured herself sipping margaritas is where I had my morning coffee, examining satellite data for initiatives aimed at marine conservation. The National Marine Conservation Foundation sent me a letter. They have created a $120,000 yearly fellowship for up-and-coming researchers in my name. My beach house is cited in the press release as an example of an integrated living and research environment. I kept my family in the dark. I no longer share anything with them. I received an email from Dad. "It was not necessary for you to file charges. We are related." Although I didn't reply, I gave it some thinking and considered how family was meant to be a source of unwavering support. But in reality, it only applied when they needed it, and never when they were asked for it. Coastal Federal's Michael Harrington continues to send sporadic emails. He wrote that the property was a wise investment. In a variety of ways. Sometimes, Ethan calls. We speak intently. He attends therapy. He is doubting things. How did you know to save everything, document everything? He once asked me. I told him that I didn't. I simply stopped accepting their account of my life. On my desktop, the ghost ledger is kept in a folder. I no longer open it, but there are 61 line items of theft that left no tangible evidence. There's no need for me to keep track of what was taken. I'm too preoccupied with recording what I've created. The account has been closed. Now that the balance is zero, I am at last totally and permanently. My parents said, "Lie for your twin. He has 4 kids." I said, "No." They tried to frame me. The jury took 5 hours. Given that my brother has a wife and children, my parents insisted that I shoulder the blame when he mentioned a girl. You do not. Instead, I took this action, and now they are in pain. Great job, Reddit. I don't like to discuss family matters publicly on the internet. I never have. I have to get this out somewhere. Though, given what transpired, and perhaps someone needs to know that the only thing you can do when others believe you are disposable is to stand your ground. For a manufacturing company, I, a 36-year-old guy, work as an industrial engineer. 11 years have been spent there. I advanced from entry level to senior engineer. Good living, good perks, and good pay. Additionally, Ethan, my twin brother, is 36. His life appears to be picture perfect on paper. My wife, Madeline, and their 4 children, ages 13, 10, and 7, suburban home with a golden retriever and a 2-car garage. Our twins are identical. Although we are constantly mixed up by strangers, our personalities couldn't be more different. It's Ethan who is charming. Has always been. Each party's life. Jokes are quick. And the captivating charisma draws others in. I am the silent twin. Dependable, steady, heads down, and gets the job done. I purchased a condo downtown 4 years ago in the interim. No spouse, no children, no pets, just me, my job, and a strong support system of friends. My parents were always disappointed that I was unmarried. The inquiries were the same at every family get-together. When will you start a family? Can't you have children? Ethan has such a lovely family. You also want that, don't you? I would simply brush it off. The life I led was fulfilling. But to my parents, I was the one who struggled to get his life together even though I had a good job and was financially independent, while Ethan was the golden child who had done everything well. Ethan was commended for his gregarious and endearing nature. I was lectured about how serious I was. That arrangement is significant because they had already determined which twin was worth defending when everything fell apart. On a typical Wednesday, this whole disaster began. I was at work reviewing production schedules for a recently awarded contract. Significant for the business, much more so for my division. The 4-year contract had a total value of $9.6 million. And whether we achieved profit margins or 10 losses would depend on my efficiency protocols. It had taken me 3 weeks to prepare the presentation. The director of manufacturing, the VP of operations, and 2 board members who had flown in from corporate were present. This was no departmental meeting that you could avoid. My phone began to vibrate in my pocket when I was giving a presentation to some superiors regarding the implementation of new efficiency guidelines. Ethan, my dad, and my mother in that order. I overlooked them. In executive meetings, you don't answer personal calls. Common sense dictates that. But they didn't stop calling. On the meeting table, my phone was essentially dancing. I excused myself and went outside after the VP gave me a glance. 17 calls were lost. 17th. My mother's voicemail was tremulous and nearly unintelligible after 45 minutes. Something about Ethan being in trouble, about an emergency, about having to see me immediately. She repeatedly insisted that I come to their place right away without mentioning the nature of the matter. A family emergency. I returned her call. Her voice was high-pitched and terrified as she responded on the first ring. Instructed me to come directly to their location after finishing my duties. Wouldn't give an explanation on the phone. After work, it felt like a longer journey to their house. I mentally went over the possibilities. A sick person. A person passed away. Ethan's company was collapsing. Madeline's departure. Nothing could have prepared me for what lay ahead. It was about 6:30 p.m. When I entered the front door, the only light in the house was the lamp in the living room. My folks were seated on the sofa. With his shoulders bent, Ethan stood near the window and stared at his phone. Madeline had vanished from view. Time was not wasted by my dad. A 2-3-year-old lady was allegedly sexually assaulted by Ethan in his workplace. She had reported it to the police 4 days prior. HR had been informed. There were corporate attorneys. The woman had retained her own lawyer. I stood there thinking. Did he do it? Ethan avoided my gaze. Immediately, my mother began to cry. Misunderstandings, money-hungry women, and false allegations were the topics of her speech. Dad interrupted. They had to talk as a family about their alternatives. Be strategic and astute about this. I ought to have left at that point. My body's instincts told me to turn around and go at that point, but I chose not to. I decided to stay because I believed there might be a plausible answer. When Ethan finally spoke, his voice was defensive and unsteady. He, and this woman, Haley, had been working late on a quarterly report, large-scale board display. By 8:45 p.m., they had been the only people in the meeting room. Friday. Everybody else had left for home. It was silent in the workplace. Only the buzz of their laptops doing calculations and the HVAC system. Ethan claimed that they had been working non-stop for 3 hours, and that he had placed an order for Chinese food from the 5th Street restaurant for their dinner. He claimed that she had laughed at his jokes. That he had assumed she was interested, that he had paid with a corporate card, and that she should expense it later. He acknowledged that he had tried to kiss her, put his hand on her thigh, and told her that she was pretty, but he vowed to stop when she rejected him, that he instantly retreated once she shoved him away. A misunderstood signal or a misunderstanding among coworkers. Was she forced to accept you? Did you attack her? He was unsure. Just a moment or two, before turning back to his phone, his gaze briefly shifted to my parents. That hesitancy told me everything. Before he could respond, my mother spoke out. Right now, none of that mattered. The specifics were unimportant. It was important to keep the family safe, especially Ethan's children. She continued, referring to his children as though they were props rather than real people. After that, my dad began the pitch. With his hands clenched together, he leaned forward and spoke in a steady, rational voice, as if he were making a business proposal. This is something we need to strategically consider. 4 of Ethan's children rely on him. Madeline is not employed. They have tuition for school and a mortgage. That entire family disintegrates if Ethan is sent to prison. My mother also nodded. All we have to do is provide some skepticism. Make it less precise. That's that. I sat there attempting to determine the direction of this. What are you requesting that I do? After glancing at my mom, my dad turned back to me. Please assist your brother in claiming that you were present that evening. That you seen the events? Perhaps things weren't as obvious as this woman is saying. The utterance lingered. For a minute, I let them sit there. Do you want me to tell the cops lies? We need you to give us some background, my mother stated hastily. Help demonstrate that this was a miscommunication that was exaggerated, and that Ethan is not a predator. My dad's face transformed more dramatically. Well, if that's insufficient, you replace him. You enter and claim it was you. And my father went on. Ethan has more responsibilities than you do. He is married and has children. You do not. Your work is simply work. You can bounce back if the worst occurs and there are repercussions. No, Ethan can't. His children cannot. I got up. That night, I wasn't present. When it comes to a sexual assault, I'm not lying to the police. My mother's voice became louder. You are not being asked to lie. By claiming that I was somewhere I wasn't, this woman is attempting to cast doubt on Ethan's identity. You're lying. My dad's face becomes a little sterner. Please consider what's best for this family, especially for the 4 kids who are in need of their father. Ethan ought to have considered it before he attacked someone. It became chilly in the room. My mother ceased to weep. My father tightened his jaw. When he did, Ethan looked up from his phone. That was not the case. I didn't attack anybody. You're behaving as though I'm a monster, and this is a misunderstanding. Did you touch her against her will? Signals are misinterpreted by me. That isn't illegal. In fact, it is. And you want me to assist you in getting away with it now? Dad got up. Voice still in charge, but now with a twist. Family keeps family safe. We're working to keep this family safe. You are picking a stranger above your own brother when you walk away. I've decided not to break the law for him. My mother took my arm. Just give it some thought. Take a nap. We can have a more relaxed conversation tomorrow. I drew my arm away. There's nothing to consider. This is not what I'm doing. I made my way to the exit. My father called me. We won't simply overlook this if you leave now. Ethan has to be helped. Help is needed for this family. Your refusal to participate in that solution reveals a lot about your character. I paused at the door and went back. What does it say exactly? That you put your personal needs ahead of those of your family. Without answering, I walked away. Mom texted me at 6:55 a.m. the following morning. Please think it over. We're in dire need. Without another person to give context, Ethan's attorney claims the case is strong against him. The only one who can assist is you. One more at 7:28 a.m. You won't help. Therefore those kids will grow up without their father. Can you put up with that? About 10:20 a.m. Ethan texted. Concerning Madeline's breakdown, his life, and his children. At 11:45 a.m. Madeline texted. About the kids questioning why daddy seems afraid. In his voicemail, my dad talked about family loyalty, doing the right thing, and how the broader family would know if I declined to assist. My mother sobbed over the phone, saying that I wasn't brought up to be self-centered. I didn't answer any of it. Madeline's number was blocked. Left the voicemails unfinished and deleted them. Proceeded to work as usual. My dad attempted to call my office line that evening. It was moved by the receptionist. We must discuss this in a reasonable manner. He got going. Not a hello. Rather of considering the actual truth, you are making an emotional choice based on principle. My mom arrived at my building at 8:45 p.m., and Ethan's attorney says. I hung up. Blocked his number from the office system. The front desk gave a call. I informed them that I was not taking guests. Before security asked her to leave, she waited in the lobby for 50 minutes. The following morning, the security guard, an elderly man who had been working the desk for 8 years, alerted me, said that she had been sobbing, creating a commotion, and attempting to persuade him to release her without permission. He had experienced enough drama in his professional life to recognize when someone was attempting to circumvent building policy. When she refused to go, he persisted and finally phoned the building management. At last, she had left grumbling about unappreciative kids. It was worse on day 2. At 6 in the morning, my mom texted, regarding the prosecution's intention to press charges. In an extensive text, Ethan threatened to destroy Madeline's parents' lives for the sake of moral superiority by selling the house, removing the children from school, and moving in with them. I paid no attention to it. My dad obtained my supervisor's number from LinkedIn and called him that afternoon. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, my supervisor called me in, looking perplexed. "Your father called to let you know that there is a family emergency and that he worries about your mental health. Asked if you've recently been acting strangely." I clenched my jaw. There isn't an emergency. I don't want to be involved in a legal matter that my family is attempting to get me to do. My boss slowly nodded. He had worked in corporate for long enough to be able to spot family dysfunction. I was told to take as much time as I wanted, but I was also informed that personal turmoil had to stay off corporate property. All right. 3 police officers arrived that night. Checkup. My mother had called to express her worry that I would harm myself because of my unpredictable behavior. The officers were courteous and inquired about my well-being. I calmly mentioned that my family and I were at odds over a legal issue, and that they were getting out of hand, showed them my ID, and demonstrated my stability and coherence. Taking note, they departed. However, I recognized this. A demonstration of my parents' abilities. My mother called from a new number on day 3. By mistake, I responded. Thank God. Listen to me. There's not much time left. The following week is the arraignment. Ethan's attorney need a statement. Only a character witness. That's that. She had switched from lying to the police to merely being a character witness. Trying to see if I'd agree to the lesser request. They were attempting to entice me back in just when I thought I was out. Give me a break from your calls. We were wrong to request more. Although we were terrified, this makes sense. Kindly. After hanging up, I blocked the number. I then made a call to a criminal defense lawyer. I had discovered the previous evening. Within 90 minutes, the lawyer gave me a call back. That night, we met at his downtown office. I said everything out. The first talk, the wellness check, the pressure campaign, and my dad calling me at work. He kept his notes in a notebook that was leather-bound. After I was done, he reclined in his seat. They're getting ready for something. This harassment is not arbitrary. They want you to accept a compromised position by wearing you down. They first request everything. You turn it down. They then want something smaller that, in contrast, looks reasonable, yet it all accomplishes the same goal. How can I help? Make a note of their next contact. Get them to express their desires clearly in writing. It's all hazy at the moment. Make them explain it. He billed $425 per hour. Worth every penny. My dad called 3 days later from a different new number. Though the lawyer's advice was still vivid in my memory, I nearly didn't respond. My dad said, "We need to talk face to face. Not a single phone call. Not another game. Just have a grown-up conversation about this." Nothing to say. Ethan will be arraigned on Monday. It is necessary for the attorney to complete his defense plan. Nobody is being helped by you showing up and not even listening to us. One encounter. That's my only request. I considered the counsel of my lawyer. Put them on tape. Well. At what time? Next day. 6:03 p.m. Our residence. I arrived at 6:28 p.m. In the pocket of my blazer with my phone. An app to capture voice calls is already active. First, I had looked up the law. One-party consent is entirely lawful, and they are unaware of it. This time, Madeline was seated close to my mother on the couch. Ethan tapped his phone against his leg while standing by the window. In his recliner, my father sat. A complete folder of papers was on the coffee table. My dad got right to work. According to Ethan's attorney, the case depends on credibility. It's him, she said. There are merely 2 opposing accounts, no tangible proof, and no witnesses. Since Ethan has no one to support his account and this woman appears credible, the prosecutor is proceeding. I remained silent. Give him a chance to speak. We are no longer requesting that you lie. We got it wrong. A line was crossed by us. You can, however, assist in other ways. Testimony on character. Those who can relate to Ethan's personality. Madeline broke the silence. Keep your voice down. The children frequently ask me what's wrong. I have no idea what to tell them. I turned to face her. Admit to them that their father had a violent altercation. Her face twisted into a crumple. My father raised his hand. Ethan's attorney has been examining his alternatives. Without anyone lying, there are methods to raise a legitimate doubt. Ethan's work ethic and family values are described in character testimonial. I folded my arms and leaned back. Give me a detailed explanation of your request. My father appeared relieved that I was talking. That Ethan is not the type of person who would is only evidence of his character. Specifically, what would I say? Mom jumped right in. Saying this doesn't sound like your brother, that you know him, and that he values women. I slowly nodded. Furthermore, what about the actual incident? The night it took place? My father's face changed to one of eagerness. The attorney believes that background information concerning that night would be helpful. Perhaps Ethan reported working late with a coworker when you spoke to him that evening, and he seemed normal, not upset or guilty. That evening, did I speak with Ethan? Stop. I didn't, but you might have. My mother raised her voice. However, you could attest that you did. Who could tell? This is merely a phone call. And there it was. Approaching, I grabbed the folder that was on the coffee table. This time, my father didn't stop me. The story itself was entirely Ethan, but there were draft statements, a witness statement form with my name at the front, blank spots for dates and facts, and a signature line at the bottom. It included a first-person account of his office space, his working relationship with Haley, and his version of events that evening. This is what? My mother's voice was hardly audible. Just choices. Several ways you can assist. I read it. I wrote this as though I were him. How am I supposed to know any of this? My father leaned over. His exact twin is you. You visited his office. Simply said, the sentence codifies what you would intuitively notice. But that night, I wasn't there. My dad cautiously stated. It provides reasonable doubt. Makes the jury consider whether or not the situation was as straightforward as this woman says. I put the paper aside. To give the impression that I have first-hand knowledge of what transpired. You want me to sign a statement detailing events that I did not witness? My dad clenched his jaw. Telling the authorities that you were at your brother's office that evening will help him. My mother reached across the table and took my hand. We are running out of options. So please, the attorney claims that the jury will support this woman if there is no one to support Ethan's account. All you have to do is claim to have witnessed them together. To have been present. And that it appeared to be consenting. There was nothing I said. I just watched as the timer rose on my phone screen. 42 and 43 minutes. Dad got up. You are his identical twin. The only person capable of doing this is you. Sign the declaration. Tell the lawyer that you spotted Ethan and Haley together in the parking lot or through a window that evening when you were at the office building. That they appeared to be friendly. We just need that. At last, Ethan stopped tapping his phone and gave me a straight gaze. If you saw us there, you would know that I didn't attack anyone. You would essentially be verifying the truth. But I would be lying because I wasn't present. My father's tone grew stern. If you were there at Ethan's office building on the night of the incident, we would need you to sign a statement. You saw him and Haley together, and their exchange seemed to be mutually agreeable. We require that from you. I got up. Nothing will be signed by me. I'm not telling the police lies. For Ethan, I'm not perjuring myself. This time, my mother held my arm more tightly, digging nails. So, you're going to ruin this family? You won't help. Therefore, Ethan's children will grow up without a father. I drew my arm away. The fact that Ethan assaulted someone means that his children will grow up without a parent. My dad took a step forward. You are not welcome to return once you leave that door. I went to the door, stopped at the entrance. You ought to be aware of the folder you made with my name and the fictitious statement on it. I will file charges for fraud and forgery if my signature appears elsewhere. My mother's tone broke. We are going to ruin your life. You've tried already. I then departed. Before I even got to my car, the recording was backed up to cloud storage. All of their requests, words, and admissions that they wanted me to lie to the police about being at a crime scene were recorded. I opened my laptop after driving directly home, made a folder with the name Ethan case evidence, began creating a spreadsheet with columns for the caller, date, time, length, and content. Each call is precisely logged. Every screenshot of a text message that has metadata displayed. Tonight's meeting recording was stored in 4 different locations. My desk drawer contains an encrypted USB backup, an external hard drive, and 2 cloud services. In my engineering career, I had discovered years ago that redundancy averts catastrophe. The same idea was used here. After that, I called my lawyer, sent him the recording file, and left a note outlining what had happened. He gave a call back in 90 minutes. The recording is priceless. It is clear that your father asked you to sign a fake statement. Your mother acknowledged that documents were prepared without your permission. This is a plot to thwart justice. Tonight, I'm writing a letter of cease and desist. They called 41 times in the following 6 days. I never once responded. Every text, voicemail, and phone call went directly to my lawyer. He put everything in a legal file. Ethan, Madeline, and my parents all received official cease and desist letters from my lawyer. We will either immediately cease communication or file harassment charges. They persisted. My lawyer called me at work 4 weeks after I declined to accept the fall. Even yet, they are making an effort. In their documents, Ethan's lawyer began promoting a false identity scenario. Haley confused the 2 of you when they were bickering. That even though it was you. She believes it was Ethan. I was chilled. I'm being framed without my permission. Yes. It gets worse. Haley's case detective would like to speak with you. I assured him that if I was present and everything was documented, we would fully cooperate. 3 days later was the meeting. The investigator, in his early 50s, appeared worn out. On the table, he had Ethan's defense documents. This is a mistaken identification allegation made by your brother's lawyer. Could you confirm where you were that evening? I took my phone out and looked at my location history. At home. I was. Starting at 6 p.m. My phone was linked to my home Wi-Fi. Until 11 p.m. Security cameras are installed in the lobby and garage of my building. My automobile was always there. I can give my work badge logs, which demonstrate that I left the office at 5:30 p.m. Which day? The investigator made notes. According to your brother's lawyer, you may have taken out a car loan. I wasn't. I was all by myself at home. I can prove it. I sent the detective all of my information, including my work access logs, request forms for the camera footage in my building, and location data from my phone. My lawyer bent forward. The family of my client made an effort to force him to make a false confession. We have talks on tape that show this attempt. There are text messages for us. We have timestamps. Without my client's knowledge or approval, the document they submitted under his name is a fake. We will seek criminal charges for conspiracy to obstruct justice, slander, and witness tampering if they keep using my client's name in their defense. After reviewing the defense documents, the investigator turned to face me. No one is suspecting you. Your brother's case is unraveling, so his lawyer is attempting to construct new stories. The angle of misidentification is desperate. They're attempting to confuse prospective jurors even though they know this won't stand up. I took a nod. What comes next? The lawsuit against your brother is being pursued. His assertion is dismissed. We'll add obstruction charges if he attempts this again. In January. That was. It would be another 15 months before the matter went to trial. The day after I was cleared by the investigator, I gave my lawyer a call. I told him I had knowledge that would be useful for Haley. Proof on Ethan's prior actions. My parents had already shielded Ethan, according to the financial trail. My lawyer advised me right away not to speak with her personally. Even with the best of intentions, that is witness tampering. Both of you will be held accountable by Ethan's lawyer. Permit me to contact her attorney. A wise move. The next day, my lawyer called Haley's lawyer. Described what we possessed. Recordings of my relatives requesting that I give a fake statement. Recording the pressure campaign. Evidence that they had made up false claims. Details of previous occurrences. Her lawyer returned her call in a matter of hours. Said Haley desired to meet, but only after following the right procedures. My lawyer scheduled it for the next week. We got together in my lawyer's office. Haley's lawyer was present. There was my lawyer. Everything is well documented and compliant. I was surprised at Haley's age. She was a junior accountant who had just graduated from college when she began working for Ethan's company. She had that expression that people get when they are exhausted and battling something greater than themselves. Most of the initial conversation was conducted by her lawyer. Outlined the harassment Haley had been subjected to by Ethan's family. Calls to her place of employment, offers of settlement with NDAs, and threats to take her to court. My lawyer moved the papers across the table. The history of harassment, the recordings, and the phony statements bearing my identity. This reveals a pattern. Justice is being obstructed by the family's coordination. This is required by the prosecutor. The lawyer for Haley went over everything and made notes. That's when Haley started talking. I was given $90,000 to vanish. Claimed that my career would be destroyed if I didn't. Her voice was steady yet low. My supervisor received a call inquiring about my performance reviews, as if they were compiling a dossier on me. I leaned over. They attempted the same strategy with me. They created proof under my name after I declined. Tears were streaming from her eyes. You would actually harm your own family by doing this. When they forced me to turn to crime in order to defend a predator, they ceased to be my family. That afternoon, my lawyer sent the prosecutor all of this information. Copies of everything were given to Haley's lawyer. The lawsuit took more than a year to resolve. Motions, continuances, and depositions. Ethan's lawyer persisted in trying to postpone, hoping that Haley would relent or that the evidence would become less compelling. Did she not? Haley had a good case. A full account, time-stamped at 10:12 p.m., was emailed to herself within an hour of the assault. Ethan believed he had completely deleted the text exchanges, but a forensic data recovery service recovered them after her lawyer subpoenaed his phone. He had sent her 21 texts that evening, ranging from "I apologize if I misread things" to "If you tell anyone about this, you'll regret it." Over a 6-year period, 3 more complaints concerning Ethan were found in the company's HR files. Ethan was an excellent performer, so despite women's documented reports of inappropriate remarks, unwanted groping, and boundary violations, nothing was ever done about them. Other testimonies contributed to the development of a pattern. The jury's verdict on sexual assault and wrongful restraint took 5 hours to reach a verdict. Ethan was sentenced to 4 years in state jail, with probation, registration, and required treatment. Halfway through the trial, Madeline sent the children to her parents' home in a different state and filed for divorce. My parents arrived at my place of employment following the sentencing. Made the parking lot a scene. My mother yelled that I had ruined the family and that Ethan's children would be fatherless as a result of me as security took them away. Without saying anything, I saw them being taken out. One communication was sent by my parents following the sentencing. How I wrecked the family. Long and cruel. How I would make Ethan's children fatherless. I gave a single sentence in response. I did not ruin this family. When you asked me to assume responsibility for a crime I didn't commit, you did. I blocked them after that. 8 months went by. My parents' second mortgage was 3 months behind schedule. They were having trouble since Ethan was incarcerated. After retiring, my dad took a part-time work at a hardware shop. In their early 70s, my mom took on retail jobs in order to make ends meet. I was able to assist. Despite having the money, I chose to do something else. I explained the circumstances to a financial lawyer. The bank that owned their mortgage was getting ready to begin the foreclosure process. My lawyer collaborated with a mortgage broker. Private investors regularly purchase bad mortgages from banks. If you know the appropriate people, the procedure is simple. My lawyer was in the right circles. This is the way it operated. About $212,000 was still owed on my parents' initial $230,000 second mortgage, which had been paid down over the course of 4 years. Their main outstanding debt was this mortgage, which had been paid off years ago. The bank sought to sell the non-performing debt after they fell behind on payments. The note cost me $160,000, or roughly 70 cents to the dollar. Instead of dealing with a protracted foreclosure, the bank was relieved to receive something. Following the transfer, I was left with a debt of $212,000 for which I had only paid $160,000. The entire process, which was legal, recorded, and followed the correct procedures, took 8 weeks. They received a certified letter from my attorney once the transfer was finalized. They had sold the debt. Now, they had to pay another organization. Make your monthly payments on schedule to avoid the start of foreclosure procedures. My name was not mentioned at all in the letter. Only account numbers, payment instructions, and conventional business terminology. In an hour, my dad figured it out. Phoned. I remained silent. I immediately sent it to voicemail. He shouted about how I was kicking them when they were down, which was a cliché. What might I do? How had I changed as a person? Characterized me as ruthless, harsh, and vengeful. Without finishing, I erased it. He gave my lawyer's office a call. He was told by my lawyer that this was a normal financial transaction. The mortgage servicer should be contacted directly if they were worried about their ability to make payments. There would be harassment charges if you got in touch with me again. My mother attempted to write letters in sad handwriting, explaining that she didn't understand how I could be so harsh, that she had raised me better than this, and that family members should be able to forgive one another. She sent cards with pictures of Ethan's children and handwritten comments expressing how much they missed their father. I returned everything unopened. Although it was difficult, they continued to make the payments. The payment would automatically appear in the account each month. I didn't ever admit it. Simply observed the cash coming in. They managed to avoid default by scrounging together. My dad works at the hardware store for 40 hours every week. On weekends, my mom works at a bargain store. Due to their golden child's inability to keep his hands to himself, two individuals in their early 70s were working in retail. Additionally, they would stake their entire future on him remaining free. Despite their best efforts, they had fallen even further behind 12 months after Ethan's incarceration. The total sum was $215,000 due to the accumulation of late fees. Foreclosure was underway. Less than 28 days had passed since the auction date was scheduled for January 20th. My lawyer received a call from theirs. They desired a meeting to talk about possible solutions. I answered, no. They're requesting a negotiation meeting. They can legally try, but you don't have to agree. Well, your workplace. Recording cameras. You show. The following Tuesday at 2:30 p.m. was set aside for the meeting. They arrived 20 minutes early. I was notified via text by the receptionist for my lawyer. I kept them waiting until 2:35. My parents were seated across the table in the conference room when I entered. My father appeared smaller than I had recalled. Mom's hands were trembling. Their lawyer was young, most likely a recent law school graduate. An inexpensive outfit that was too small. Waves of nervous energy radiated from him. I opened my laptop, pulled up the mortgage account, and sat down without saying hello or looking at them. My lawyer passed a paper across the table and began. We're here to discuss a potential resolution regarding the mortgage debt. My clients are requesting a modification of payment terms due to financial hardship. The amount owed on the account is substantial. $215,000 is the current balance plus accrued late fees. In 25 days, on January 20th, there will be an auction. My father's throat was cleaned. We simply require further time. A budget that we can control. For the first time, I gave him a look. There's been time. My mother's tone broke. We are making every effort. We only require a little wiggle room. I remained silent. Their lawyer tried again. Maybe a lower payment schedule. If conditions are changed, my clients are prepared to make regular payments. My lawyer regarded me. I gave one shake of my head. My customer has no desire to change the terms. Foreclosure ceases if the entire amount owed is settled by January 15th. If not, the auction goes forward. My father's expression became stern. Ethan is the reason of this. We're being punished for attempting to keep our youngster safe. I leaned over. Because of your mortgage default, you are facing foreclosure. That's the way mortgages operate. My dad lost his temper. You're by yourself, therefore you're doing this. Considering that you have nothing. You want everyone else to be without anything, then? Shutting down my laptop, I glanced at my lawyer. Are we finished? Mom broke down in tears. This time, real tears. Please accept our apologies for everything. We committed errors. We felt desperate and afraid. But your parents are us. The only residence we have left is this one. Are we finished? Again, I said. My clients prepared an apology statement. Their lawyer added. Waiting. They're ready to sign it, have it notarized, and acknowledge their error. Across the table, my mother reached. I drew my hands back. Finally, my dad attempted a flat voice. Ethan leaves in around 3 years. We can reimburse you when he resumes work. A planned payment schedule in any amount you desire. I got up. Foreclosure is in effect. The deadline for paying $215,000 is January 15th. If not, you're out. My mother's tone broke. There's nowhere else we can go. All of it will be lost. I stopped, pivoted, and gave her a direct look. He is dependent on others. Do you not recall? I then departed. The 15th of January passed. Not paid. The house went up for auction on January 20. $180,000 was sold. I got my entire $160,000 investment back. My parents had to leave within 75 days. They relocated across town to a one-bedroom apartment. Both continued their retail jobs. From prison, I received letters from Ethan, prolonged ones about apologizing, admitting faults, and striving for improvement. I didn't read them before throwing them away. At work, I watched them enter the shredder. A few months later, Madeline got in touch with him via a mutual friend. Apologized for pleading with me to shoulder the blame. She had been desperate and afraid. I remained silent. From what I heard, the children were doing well. After finding employment in her hometown, Madeline moved in with her parents. Counselors were visiting the children at the public school. She had begun a new relationship. Proceeding. My parents were shunned by society. Everybody was aware of Ethan's actions. Everyone was aware that they had attempted to hide it. Calls from friends stopped. The neighbors shunned them. No more church activities or gatherings. Several months later, I ran into my mother at the grocery store. She appeared worn down and exhausted in more than just a physical sense. When she saw me, she just stood there, looking frozen. I gave her one nod and passed by as if she were unfamiliar. She did not go along. Ethan leaves in around 3 years. What will happen if he gets in touch with me is already decided. Not a bit. No reply, no acknowledgement, no dialogue. According to his lawyer, who contacted recently, Ethan wanted to meet when he was released to discuss the situation and work on repairing our connection. It seems that he discovered religion while inside. Wanted to apologize. I told the attorney that Ethan is free to live his life as he pleases. But it won't involve me. Wasn't about bravery. Ethan is dad. Was about having dignity. Ethan is still doing his time. Both of my parents continue to work in retail. I continue to go forward while Madeline continues to construct her new life. If you found this video entertaining, please click the subscribe button. It truly benefits the channel and allows us to provide you with more and better stories. My 7-year-old and I were at a shelter when a black sedan arrived. My grandma asked, "Why aren't you living in your house?" At a family shelter, my 7-year-old daughter and I were spotted by my affluent grandmother. "Why aren't you living in your house on Hawthorne Street?" she inquired. I was taken aback. "Which house?" My parents turned pale when I showed up at a family gathering 4 days later. I can give you a quick rundown of what it's like to try to get a 7-year-old ready for school while they're in a family shelter. It's similar to managing a small airport, but with more emotional passengers. You're doing it all with one sock missing, and the security line is a disgrace. Sophie's sock was missing that morning. She whispered, "Mom," as children do when they want to keep you from falling apart. "It's all right. I can wear different socks." She displayed a white sock that had once been white and a pink sock with a unicorn on it. I gazed at them as if they were forensic evidence. I remarked, "It's a bold fashion choice." Sophie grinned and said, "Yes. I do what I want." And then, in an instant, I lost track of our location. The cold snapped me back to reality as the shelter door opened behind us. We were outside the Street Bridge family shelter. 6:28 a.m. The gray sky remained bruised. There was moisture on the sidewalk. The air smelled of winter, clean and metallic, as if the world had been scrubbed too thoroughly. The backpack Sophie was carrying was larger than she was. I pulled her puffy coat's zipper up while avoiding eye contact with the sign above the door. Shelter for families. I didn't even understand the word shelter. It was the term family. As if we were a class. As if we were a box label. "All right," I said, trying to sound brighter. Sophie nodded and said, "School bus in 7 minutes." She was courageous in a subtle way that simultaneously made me feel guilty and proud. Then she whispered, "Does Mrs. Bennett still require me to give my address?" My stomach tightened. I said, "I doubt she'll ask today." Sophie refrained from pushing. "Mom," she said, looking down at her shoes and then back up at me as if she was trying to remember my face and make sure I was still me. Will we be moving again? I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. A black sedan then slid to the curb as if it were supposed to. It wasn't a taxi, it wasn't an Uber, and it wasn't the type of vehicle that ever arrived at Street Bridge unless it made a mistake and later regretted it. A woman in a midnight-colored tailored coat emerged as the door opened. My grandmother, Margot Pierce. It has been more than a year since I last saw her. She belonged firmly in the before, and I knew that because my life had been measured in both the before and after everything fell apart. She appeared calm, graceful, and a little frightening as usual. I once raised an eyebrow to end a boardroom argument, but not in a cruel way. Her eyes first fell on me, and I saw that she recognized me, then was perplexed, and finally it fell on Sophie. Her face underwent a sudden, sharp change that resembled a crack in glass. After glancing up at the sign above the entrance, she turned back to face me and said, "Ava." My name sounded odd in her voice, as if she hadn't spoken it aloud in a while. "Why are you in this place?" My initial reaction was to lie because I couldn't bear to be seen, not because I thought she would judge me. I said, "I'm fine," which is the standard deception of worn-out women everywhere. "We're all right, it's only temporary." Margot's gaze shifted to Sophie's mismatched socks before settling on my hands, which were dry and red from too much life, too much cold, and too much sanitizer. Her voice became softer. "Ava," she repeated, "why do you not reside in your Hawthorne Street home?" The world swayed. I gave her a blink. "What am I?" She didn't say the same thing over and over again as if I were dumb. As if she was afraid I might faint, she repeated herself. She pronounced the words. "The house." When I heard the words on Hawthorne Street, my heart began to race so rapidly that I could feel it in my throat. "Which house?" I heard myself say that. Margot looked at me as though I had said something in a foreign language. "I don't have a house." The calculation behind her eyes was visible to me. She was mentally calculating numbers, lies, possibilities, and timelines. My sleeve was pulled by Sophie. "Mom," she muttered. "Do we own a home?" I glanced down at her. Her eyes were wide and painfully hopeful. I took a swallow. "No," I said softly, "my dear. We don't." Margot's expression became extremely still. And my grandmother's expression usually indicated that something was going to shatter. She took a step toward Sophie. Not at me. It was almost startling when she knelt before her. No one was crouching for Margot Pierce. She forced everyone else to adapt while sitting in chairs that cost more than my monthly salary. However, she was there, lowering herself to the level of my daughter. "I take it you're Sophie?" she asked. "Yes," Sophie said timidly in a whisper. Margot's face softened a little. Margot's face. "That's a lovely name," she said, raising her gaze to mine before becoming acerbic once more. She said, "Get in the car." I gave a blink. "Grandma," she reiterated. "Get in the car." And her tone made no allowances for compromise. My face started to get hot. Anger, humiliation, and relief were all mixed together. Margot unlocked the sedan's rear door. I paused. Sophie glanced up at me and said, "Mom," in a quiet, steady voice. "It's all right." The last straw was that my 7-year-old was consoling me. I gave a nod. "All right." Sophie grabbed her backpack and climbed into the back seat first, and I slid in next to her, half expecting someone to pat me on the shoulder and clarify that there had been a misunderstanding. The silence inside felt pricey as soon as the door closed. Margot didn't start driving right away. She simply sat there staring straight ahead with both hands lightly resting on the steering wheel. And then she talked very quietly. My stomach turned over when she said, "I will know who did this by tonight." She looked up at me. I took a deep breath. "Grandma, I don't get it." "No," she replied. "You don't. And that tells me everything." She took her phone out, gave it a quick tap, and said, "Call Graham." A man picked it up right away. She said, "This is Margot, Miss Pierce. Get the Hawthorne Street property manager on the line." I need a straightforward response. Who is in possession of the keys? Who resides there? And has anyone been making money off of it? My blood chilled. Cash? I gazed at her profile, the expression on her face, and the composed manner in which she spoke as if placing an order for coffee. And I understood that I wasn't just ashamed. I was perched on the brink of something considerably darker. I would have laughed if you had asked me 8 months ago if I ever imagined myself and my daughter living in a shelter. I believed it couldn't happen to me. Not that it couldn't happen in general. By the way, that is a dangerous form of arrogance. You are not protected by it. It simply amplifies the sound of the fall. I was still employed as a nursing assistant at St. Jude's Medical Center, 8 months prior. Call lights going off like a slot machine, 14-hour shifts, and people requesting things I didn't have. Miracles, time, and answers. Even though I was worn out, I was making it. After that, I went to live with my parents. It was meant to be short-lived. Temporary is always the first step. Thomas, my father, had that cool, collected voice that people trust. Even when she was interrupting you at the knees, my mother Elaine's gentle smile gave the impression that she was doing you a favor. I now address them by their first names. Mom and Dad were no longer compatible. Until you get back on your feet, you can remain with us, Elaine said. Sophie requires consistency. I should have heard the fine print concealed in that sentence, but I didn't. Family supports family. It was bearable at first. Despite the small size of my parents' apartment, we managed to make it work. My old room was where Sophie slept. I had a job. I made the best payment I could. I lowered my head. Then the remarks began. Not large. Overt assaults. Little ones, the ones that, when later mentioned to someone, don't appear to be cruel. Elaine would say. You're always exhausted. When Sophie's toys were on the ground, Thomas would sigh and say, maybe you should organize your life better. All we're trying to do is keep the place nice. Then, one evening, Elaine sat down at the kitchen table as if she were going to give me a diagnosis after I had returned home from a double shift with my feet hurting and my brain half dead. We must speak, she stated. That tone was familiar to me already. She whispered. We believe it's time you gained your independence. We current it's time you gained your independence. You've spent enough time here, I said in a steady voice. I'm trying. Deposits are high, rent is high. You're a mom. Elaine remarked. You'll figure it out if you're a good mother. Aim on. I actually looked around as if someone else had said those words because they struck me so strongly. Thomas cleared his throat. 45 days. That makes sense. We are not beasts. I wanted to scream, but in that apartment, it never worked. It merely provided them with a point of reference. I nodded as a result. All right, and I made an effort. During my hospital breaks, I browsed listings with my thumbs while downing cafeteria coffee. I made phone calls. I repeatedly heard the same thing. The first and final month. Credit check. Proof of income. And deposit. We apologize. We selected a different applicant. With Sophie on my back, I felt like I was running uphill every day. Then came the evening when they concluded that 45 days was, in fact, a suggestion. After a late shift. That is. I had cleaned up a spilled tray, helped a bewildered old man back into bed 3 times, and held a woman's hand as she sobbed because she was afraid of surgery. After midnight, I returned home. Outside my parents' apartment, the hallway light was on. Immediately, my stomach constricted. Outside the door were 2 cardboard boxes. My boxes. For a long moment, I stared at them as if my brain couldn't comprehend the shape of what I was seeing. I tried the doorknob next. Locked. I knocked. Quiet. I knocked once more forcefully. The door cracked open at last. Elaine's expression seemed composed, as though this were just another Tuesday. You should speak more quietly, she said sharply. Neighbors, why are my belongings outside? I made a demand. Bored, Thomas's voice came from behind her. Ava, we told you. Autonomy. I trembled as I said. It hasn't been 45 days. Elaine's face became slightly sterner. Plans are subject to change. I looked into the doorway over her shoulder. Sophie was half asleep on the floor near the shoe rack, with her shoes still on and her little jacket folded under her head like a pillow. It seemed as though they had placed her there hours earlier so I could pick her up and leave without waking the entire apartment. Where should we go? I growled. A thin, contented smile returned to Elaine's face. You'll work it out. You always do. Then she added. Don't make a scene. As if she were helping me. The air was buzzing in my ears as I stood in the hallway with my boxes. I barely made it inside before crouching and slipping my arms beneath Sophie. With a little drowsiness, she instinctively put her arms around my neck. Elaine's hand was already on the door as I retreated into the hallway. The door shut. Sophie stirred. "Mom," she muttered. I automatically lied and said, "It's okay. There will be a sleepover." I loaded the boxes into my vehicle and got behind the wheel. Most of that night is lost in my memory. Streetlights are something I recall. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, as I recall. Sophie was sleeping across the back seat of the car when I was sitting there, her little body curled up like a question mark. I recall repeatedly asking myself, how did this happen? I tried to fix it the following day because that's what I do. I make things right. I clean up the mess. I help those who are unable to help themselves. I gave Elaine a call. She didn't respond. I gave Thomas a call. He gave one response. As if he were reciting a script, he said, "We're doing this because we love you." Tough love. He hung up after that. Since the rent I didn't have would not cover itself, I still went to work. By day 4, my stomach ached from the cheap food at the gas station, and my cheeks were hollow from stress. I gave a motel a try. The money ran out after 1 or 2 nights. Sophie was quiet, so a school counselor noticed and inquired about her well-being. I told a lie. Then the counselor gently asked again, and I noticed Sophie observing me with those large eyes, picking up survival skills from me by lying. After telling the truth, Sophie sat next to me and swung her legs as I filled out shelter intake forms 3 days later. Despite her kindness, the intake worker seemed worn out from seeing too much. She stated, "We need your information. We must know where you spent the night before." "In my vehicle," I replied. Like she was checking a box. She nodded. "Is this our house now?" Sophie whispered too loudly as she leaned in my direction. The woman winced. I grinned too much. "No," I blurted out. I wanted to add that this is only temporary, but the word sounded like a joke. "No, sweetheart." Sophie dozed off on a small bed next to me that evening in a room that smelled like overcooked food and bleach. As I lay awake, I could hear other families behind thin walls coughing, babies crying, and someone repeatedly saying, "It's okay," as if in prayer. I was holding my phone. I considered giving my grandmother a call. It wasn't like you called Margot Pierce to cry. When you needed a solution to a problem, she was the type of woman you called. However, my mother had trained me not to bother her for years. Elaine used to say that your grandmother detested drama. She dislikes being weak. Avoid making a fool of yourself. After the lockout, I texted Elaine to ask if Margot knew what was going on, and she immediately replied, "Grandma is abroad. She's occupied. Keep her out of this." When my mother wanted something, she could respond to a text message so quickly that it was amazing. I therefore didn't call. I assured myself that I could manage it. I told myself that I didn't want to appear pitiful. I made a lot of promises to myself. Then, on a chilly winter morning, my grandmother asked me why I wasn't residing in my Hawthorne Street home after getting out of a black sedan outside a shelter. And I came to see that my housing issue wasn't the only one. Someone had been lying for a long time. And I had a family issue. Margot's call was already underway back in the sedan. Margot's side, which was sharp enough to cut glass, was the only voice I heard. Who gave the keys their signature? A beat. And the house is occupied. I felt sick to my stomach. Margot didn't show signs of surprise. She responded as if her suspicions were confirmed. "Give Graham the file," she instructed. "Everything." At last, she looked at me with certainty rather than sympathy after hanging up the phone. With trembling thumbs, I texted Sophie's school once. "Emergency in the family. Today, Sophie will not be present." No essay, no explanation. Just the truth in the least obscenely small package I could put together. 12 minutes away, Margot drove to a diner with warm windows, a bell on the door, and syrup-smelling menus. I nearly sobbed from the shock of being warm after the heater inside blasted my face so intensely. A booth was slid into place. Sophie went straight to the children's menu and began coloring a cartoon pancake as if it were a personal slight. Without asking Sophie, Margot placed an order for hot chocolate. I experienced an odd wave of rage as I watched her do it. Not at the universe. Not at Margot. Because my parents had chosen everything else, and it was that simple to be nice. Once more, Margot raised her phone. I started to say, "Grandma," but stopped because I didn't know what I was even requesting. "Which home?" "You're here. But why? How did my life turn into a sign for a shelter?" Margot didn't respond to my inquiries in the sequence that my panic demanded. "I'm going to make another call," she said coolly. "You'll pay attention and refrain from interjecting." I gave a nod. When you're on the operating table, you nod to the surgeon in that manner. She put the phone on speaker and tapped the screen. 2 rings later, my mother's voice could be heard. Sweet and intelligent, Elaine seemed to be trying out for the part of a devoted parent in a community theater play. "Oh my God, what a surprise, Margot. How are you doing?" Margot's voice remained soft and pleasant. She remarked, "I was thinking about Ava. How is she doing?" My stomach dropped into my shoes. There was a microsecond of silence, the minuscule moment when a liar chooses which version of events is most helpful. Elaine then gave a confident, fluid response, as if she had been rehearsing the phrase in front of a mirror. She remarked, "Oh, she's doing great. She resides in the home. She has made her home. She adores it. We didn't bother you because, as you are aware, Ava wanted her space." I looked at the sticky table as though it would burst open and engulf me. Sophie was humming to herself and coloring quietly across from me. Although she couldn't understand the words, she could understand the tone. After glancing up once to see my face, she immediately resumed coloring more vigorously, as if she could erase the issue with a single stroke. Elaine continued to talk, brimming the pause with happy platitudes about how busy she had been, how proud she was, and how important family is. Margot gave her permission. Margot was not a hasty liar. She allowed them space to properly hang themselves. Margot said, "That's good to hear," at the end, and abruptly ended the call. No conflict, no charges, no gotcha. My throat constricted. It wasn't confusion that Margot said in a low voice. I laughed until it sounded like a cough. I said, "So she knew." She was aware the entire time. Margot maintained a steady, piercing gaze on me. She claimed, she knew enough to lie without thinking. That provides me with the information I require. "Look, Mom," Sophie said, sliding her coloring page in my direction. I forced a quick smile that probably looked painful. "I made the pancake purple." I exclaimed, "Wow. That pancake is really brave." Sophie laughed, and my chest briefly relaxed. Then Margot lowered her voice, leaned in, and uttered the straightforward phrase that I ought to have heard months ago. She said, "I set up a house for you. Hawthorne Street. Your parents were expected to handle everything, including the move-in, keys, and handoff." My mind attempted to comprehend what they had told me was finished. My parents had been living their lives as if that sentence didn't exist. And they had a house for us. I clutched the booth's edge until my knuckles turned white. "Why don't you tell me straight out?" I felt foolish as soon as I heard myself ask, as if I was placing the blame on the lone person who had arrived. Margot did not recoil. She explained, "Because I trusted your parents. That was my error. Not yours." She then got up, moved a short distance away to avoid Sophie's ears, and made 2 brief phone calls. Clipped. Low voice. Effective. I only managed to catch fragments. Tenant payments. Listing history, key log, Hawthorne, file, and clean summary. Indeed, today, she didn't sit down as she had intended to do when she returned. She took a seat as if she were going to move. She declared, "You're not returning to that shelter." My pride attempted to assert itself. It was pushed back down by my fatigue. I muttered, "Okay." Which was the most truthful thing I had said all day. The world had never been cruel when Sophie was bouncing on a hotel bed like a trampoline an hour later. She discovered the small complimentary soap, gave it a dramatic sniff, and declared that it smelled like a fancy grandmother. With her phone in hand, Margot stood by the window, observing traffic as if she were observing a battlefield. She withheld some information from me. She was not required to. Details weren't the point yet. The idea was that something was going on, and I didn't have to handle it by myself. Sophie slept that night with her stuffed rabbit under her chin in crisp sheets, and then Margot sat at the little table by the window and spoke once more. She said, "Your parents are throwing an event. A location, family, speeches, the entire performance, all of these are important to them." My stomach clenched. "When?" Margot's eyes remained fixed on the city lights. "Soon," she said. "We'll be there, too." It wasn't a threat when she said it. She spoke as if she had already made up her mind. After 5 days, I found myself standing in the hotel bathroom, gazing at my reflection. I appeared to have been hung up to dry in a storm after being put through a washing cycle. Margot had insisted that I purchase a dress. It's a simple, clean, and inexpensive one. She had said, "You don't need armor. You need dignity." I liked the sentiment, but I wasn't sure dignity could be found in polyester. Sophie was dressed in tights and a small blue dress. "I look like a princess," she said after twirling once in the hotel room. "Do you agree?" My throat constricted as I spoke. My stomach twisted so much during the ride that I felt like throwing up. "What happens if I get cold?" Silently, I asked. Margot avoided eye contact with me. "I'll talk after that." "What if everything is denied?" "They will," Margot remarked. "What if I didn't even have a word for it, and everyone assumed I was stopped?" Then Margot looked at me, her eyes steady but piercing. "Ava," she uttered. The car pulled up outside a place I would never have chosen in my life, and I said, "You've survived worse than a room full of liars." It was one of those hotel event rooms with the hard smiles and the soft lighting. Pierce Caldwell Family Dinner. Of course it did, according to the sign by the entrance. My mother enjoyed events because she liked the witnesses, not because she liked people. Aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives I hadn't seen in months, people with opinions, and casseroles were all inside. However, the casseroles had been swapped out for catered orbs that were presented on trays like little edible gifts, since my mother couldn't serve dinner without also serving a story. A projector screen and microphone were set up at the far end of the room. Margot stopped at a side door and had a quick conversation with a staff member before we entered. With a nod, a woman opened a small, private room adjacent to the banquet hall. It was warm, peaceful, and filled with crackers and water bottles. Margot said, "This is for Sophie." Sophie cautiously entered the room and gave Margot a serious look before saying, "She doesn't need to be in the center of this." "Am I given snacks?" "Yes," Margot replied. "Good ones." Sophie took that as gospel. A dependable helper accompanied her. Unaware that she was being shielded from the family apocalypse, Sophie waved at me. "You go in first," Margot said, glancing at me. I was aware of her actions. Before they saw her, let them see me. Allow them to panic in silence. I entered the banquet room by myself. The conversation subsided and then continued as people usually do when they have a feeling but don't want to be the first to admit it. Elaine then noticed me. Her smile came on its own, then faltered like a poor Wi-Fi signal. She glanced at my dress, my posture, and the fact that I was no longer wearing "I'm drowning" on my face. Her hands gripped her wine glass more tightly. A moment later, Thomas realized that his jaw was clenched as if he were biting down on a thought, and his laughter had stopped midway. They didn't approach me. They didn't inquire about my whereabouts. They didn't inquire about Sophie's well-being. They took the usual action when attempting to estimate the level of danger. They waited. Grinning. I positioned myself close to the room's edge and allowed the quiet to do its thing. Sometimes the only thing keeping you from yelling is dry humor. I allowed myself to think for a moment. Observe us. A meal with the family. The kind where everyone acts as though the seating arrangement is the most crucial factor. The temperature in the room changed after a minute. Calm, leisurely, and totally composed, Margot Pierce came in. A man who appeared to have never raised his voice in his life because he didn't need to was standing next to her. He had a laptop bag and a slim folder. Elaine turned pale. "It's more like, I just realized my entire plan has a hole in it, rather than, oh, you surprised me pale." When Thomas wanted to look like the victim before he was accused of anything, he straightened his shoulders in that manner. Margot gave a few relatives a nod as if she were just there for dinner. She then turned to face my mom. "Elaine," said Margot breezily. My mother's smile tightened as she said, "I'd like to clarify something you told me before we eat." "Mom, of course." Margot's tone remained composed. "You informed me that Ava resided in the Hawthorne Street home," she remarked, not because Hawthorne Street suddenly became important to everyone, but rather because everyone's attention was drawn to Elaine's face. The room fell silent. Elaine's gaze flickered. As though her glass had grown heavy, she put it down. She laughed too quickly and said, "Well, yes, Margot raised a hand. "We shouldn't use guesswork for this," Margot stated. She nodded to the man with the laptop and said, "Let's do it with facts." Like he had done it 1,000 times before, he moved forward and plugged into the projector at the venue. The first slide showed up. Street Hawthorne. An overview. There was a whisper in the room. Elaine's jaw dropped. Nothing emerged. Margot didn't sound like she was delivering a speech in court. She talked as if she could read the weather. The screen displayed a straightforward line to correspond with her statement that this house was arranged for Ava and Sophie. Next slide. Elaine Pierce Caldwell was given the keys. July. For a moment, Margot let that sit. Next, another slide. A screenshot of the listing. The Hawthorne house was advertised as a rental property with furnishings. Pictures of the bedroom, kitchen, and living room. Individuals leaned forward. Elaine's hands began to tremble. A lease summary follows. Names were hazy. Dates are displayed. Tenants took up residence. August. Then came the slide that silenced the entire room. A page from the property manager file with payment instructions. Elaine and Thomas provided the rent payout account. Margot didn't raise her voice. She looked around the room to make sure everyone heard her say, "Elaine, you didn't just take the keys. You had the rent transferred to an account under your control while you rented out the house intended for my granddaughter and my great-granddaughter." In an attempt to reclaim the room, Thomas was the first to yell. "This is not proper." He growled. "This is a family gathering. This is a family gathering." Margot looked over at him. "Yes," she replied. "I am doing it here for that reason." Thin and desperate, Elaine found her voice. "We intended to inform her," she uttered hastily. "It was only temporary." "We required." "Temporary," Margot said again. Her gaze strayed to the adjacent room where Sophie was, invisible yet there. The room fell silent when Margot said, "You displaced a child." After a brief pause, she completed the phrase, "For profit." Someone let out a gasp. "You've got to be kidding." Someone murmured, and Elaine began to cry real tears this time. "We owed money," she sobbed. "You don't get it." Margot's face remained unchanged. She remarked, "I understand enough." She turned slightly so that everyone could hear her say, "And I'm done funding your choices." She said plainly, "From now on, Elaine and Thomas don't get anything from me. No inheritance, no transfers, and no assistance." Thomas's expression contorted. "You can't." "I am able to," Margot replied. "And I did already." Calmly, the man with the folder moved forward. "Elaine Caldwell," he said courteously. "Thomas Caldwell." A uniformed officer stood close by and said, "These documents are for you." Just being there, without being dramatic or combative. Because scenes like this were not a gamble for Margot. Like they were radioactive. Elaine gazed at the papers. After taking them with trembling hands, Thomas glanced around the room and realized the worst part. This was no longer a fight. It was a public reputation collapse. Margot's tone remained steady. She said, "You won't get in touch with Ava. You'll cooperate and take responsibility for your actions." With wild eyes, Elaine turned to face me. "Ava," she pleaded. "Tell her to stop." Something inside of me became very clear. "We are family. You ought to have kept that in mind," I muttered. Elaine's face twisted as she said, "Before you turned my daughter's house into a business." I wasn't particularly happy. I was relieved. It was a relief to finally hear the truth. I was relieved I wasn't insane. I was relieved that Sophie would never have to experience the same humiliation that I had in order to learn how to smile. I left before the fallout. I opened the door to the private room after leaving the banquet area and going down the hallway. With her cheeks full of crackers, Sophie looked up. "Are we finished, Mom?" I knelt down and gave her a tight hug that made her squeak. "Yes," I muttered. "We're done," she said, leaning back and closely examining my face as if she were looking for storms. Then, she said quietly, "Is it okay if we go home?" I forcefully swallowed. "Yes," I replied. Margot met us in the hallway and said, "We can." She didn't turn to face the room. She didn't have to. Sophie slept in the car, leaning against my shoulder. My hands were shaking as I gazed out the window. "Grandma," I said in a whisper. "Now what?" Margot kept her gaze fixed on the road. "I won't say. Now we reclaim what was intended for you," she declared. "After 8 months, our lives are monotonous in the best possible way. We now reside on Hawthorne Street. Sophie has a crooked art gallery of drawings taped to the wall, her own room, and curtains of her own. She strolls to school as if everything has always been secure. The point is that I chose to remain a nursing assistant. Not because I had no other option. One step at a time, I'm completing my RN track, and for the first time, my focus is on the future rather than survival. My life was never paid for by Margot. She ensured that help could never be intercepted again, and arrived when it was most needed. She brings pastries on Sunday mornings, and acts as though she is only there to see Sophie. Sophie finds it hard to believe. "Grandma, Margot, do you like our house?" she will inquire. Every time, Margot pauses as if swallowing something heavy. "Yes, I do," she responds. It turns out that you can't rent out someone else's house, get paid, and continue to refer to it as family, as Elaine and Thomas discovered. The rent they collected was no longer free. They were compelled to pay it back, and the ensuing investigation destroyed their once respected reputation. Their hidden debts appeared like roaches under a flipped light switch after Margot cut them off. They were no longer invited. Calls were no longer returned. My mother attempted to get in touch with me to negotiate rather than to apologize. "I'm done negotiating for basic decency, so I blocked the number. What do you think, then? Did Margot make the correct decision, or did she overreact? Tell me in the comments and sign up for my dad's urgent text. At 3:30 a.m., grab your sister and run. Don't trust your mother." I had no choice but to obey. At 3:30 a.m., my dad sent me an SMS. "Take your sister and flee. Don't rely on your mom." I did, then. In the dark, the phone screen burned my eyes. There were 3 sentences that didn't make sense until they finally did. For 5 days, my father traveled to Seattle for business. He did this every month for his consulting business. Consistently dependable and professional. He never used urgent language, never texted beyond 10 o'clock at night, and never mentioned anything that would have alarmed us. Something had gone horribly wrong since this message went against everything I knew about my cautious, methodical father. At the age of 18, I was mature enough to distinguish between adults who were truly afraid and those who were overreacting. In just 15 words, this letter read like true dread. As I struggled to understand what "don't trust your mother" would imply, I tossed off my blankets and picked up some clothes off the floor, putting on jeans and a hoodie. An hour after I had left her, Mom was in the living room downstairs, drinking wine and watching a crime documentary, like she always did on nights when she was a suburban mother. Dad wouldn't send this communication without a purpose, but other than that, nothing seems unusual or dangerous. Furthermore, the detail of snatching my sister and fleeing indicated impending danger rather than paranoid hallucination. I stuffed my feet into sneakers and reached for my backpack, substituting the textbooks with my laptop, phone charger, and the emergency cash that, for reasons I couldn't quite put my finger on, I had stashed in my desk drawer. In my 50 seconds, math BBS, $350 felt like the most valuable possession I had. Emily, my 4-year-old sister, slept soundly, unaffected by my frenzied movements in the adjacent room. Wincing when the hinges squeaked, I slipped down the hallway and carefully opened her door. Buried beneath covers, only her dark hair showing, she breathed in the steady beat of sound sleep. Since Dad had made it clear in his letter that he didn't trust her, it would be very impossible to wake her softly. However, waking her loudly would alert Mom downstairs. I then crouched next to Emily's bed, covered her mouth with my hand, and shook her shoulder. I felt her attempt to scream into my hand as her eyes sprung open in fear. Even in the quiet room, I could hardly hear the whisper I made as I put my finger to my lips and spoke straight into her ear. Dad messaged me about an emergency. We must depart immediately without Mom's knowledge. Once we're secure, I'll explain everything. However, you must believe me and keep quiet at all costs. Emily's eyes were filled with perplexity and worry. However, she nodded in opposition to my hand. She sat up and reached for her glasses on the nightstand after I opened her mouth. I had already taken jeans and a hoodie out of her closet and shoved them into her hands while making frantic motions for her to change. With trembling hands, she pulled on the garments over her pajamas, and I shoved her feet into the closest shoes without bothering to secure the laces. Emily's room had a backyard-facing window with a screen that I had taken off numerous times for slipping out to hang out with friends. With practiced ease, I released it and peered down at the garden below, which was 9 feet lower. Although not perfect, it is doable, particularly since the flower bed offers a softer surface than concrete. I helped Emily climb through the window frame after tossing out both of our backpacks and seeing them land in the mulch. She paused at the edge, clearly afraid as she gazed down at the plunge. I took hold of her wrists, lowered her as far as I could, and then released my hold. And with a faint thump that sounded explosively loud in the still darkness, she fell the last 4 feet. Soon after, I dropped and rolled to cushion the blow. When I landed, my ankle twisted a little, but when I stood up, it supported my weight. Emily's face was filled with questions as she stared at me. but I took her hand and dragged her over to the back fence. Before Mom checked on us or heard something fishy, we might have had a few minutes. I stepped on the ornamental crossbeam of the 9-foot privacy wood fence, pulled myself over the top, and fell into the neighbor's yard. Emily found the height more difficult, but I helped her through it by catching her when she fell next to me. 3 blocks from our house, we emerged into a street after running through 4 backyards. We're both breathing heavily. Then, in an attempt to find the specifics I had overlooked in my stress, I took out my phone and read Dad's message once more. 3:15 a.m. was the time stamp displayed. Sent 10 minutes ago. Just those 3 phrases, dangling in cyberspace like a grenade, with no missed calls or follow-up texts. When I tried to call him, the call ended up in voicemail. His professional demeanor was inconsistent with the situation he announced. Emily's voice was becoming closer to panic as she tugged at my sleeve and demanded explanations that I didn't have. Even in the faint streetlight, her face became pale when I showed her the words. What does "don't trust Mom" mean to him? What's going on? Dad wouldn't say this unless it was serious, but I'm not sure yet. We must find a safe place and investigate the situation. Despite having no plans other than to leave our house, I was attempting to come across as composed and in control. At 3 in the morning, we were stranded on a residential street with nowhere to go and no means to get in touch with the one parent who had told us to flee. A new text message buzzed through my phone, this time from my mother. "Girls, where are you?" "Upstairs," I heard sounds. Given the situation, the informal tone seemed out of place, as if she were acting as though nothing out of the ordinary was going on. Perhaps, from her point of view, nothing out of the ordinary was occurring. Perhaps Mom was truly perplexed about her missing girls, and Dad's message was the anomaly. However, I couldn't stop thinking about those 15 words, the warning's precision, and the fact that Dad's phone was suddenly off. Before I could decide how to reply, Mom sent me another SMS. "This isn't amusing. I'm going to call the cops, so come downstairs now." What would she tell the police, which is why the threat landed oddly? That her adolescent daughters had gone out late? We weren't abducted or missing. Based on our father's admonition, we had departed voluntarily. Unless Mom was attempting to compel us to return under some sort of formal authority, or unless she had good reason to want the police to get involved. Emily was sobbing softly, the type of terrified sobs that come from being 14, and having your everyday existence blow up at 3 in the morning. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders and we continued walking, heading 4 blocks away to the 24-hour convenience shop. While I worked out my next course of action, at least there would be lights and possible witnesses. Mom's texts, which ranged in tone from bewildered to irate to menacing, kept vibrating on my phone. With the exception of a bored cashier using his phone behind bulletproof glass, the convenience shop was almost deserted. Despite being 2 adolescent females by myself at 3 in the morning, Emily and I snuggled in the back corner close to the chilled beverages, attempting to look casual. I tried calling Dad again, but it went straight to voicemail. His phone undoubtedly shut off. Instead, I tried texting, requesting more details and stating that we had escaped but that I still needed to know what was going on. Mom's name came up on the screen when my phone rang. I put it on speaker so Emily could hear me answer after staring at it for 3 rings. Mom's voice sounded tense, her emotions barely contained. "You're where? What's happening? My 2 daughters are gone when I wake up. Windows are open. You're not responding to text messages. I'm afraid of you. Honey." She sounded genuinely scared and perplexed. Her tone didn't imply any threat or danger, but Dad's warning kept coming back to me. The clarity and immediacy that had made us flee. I said, carefully observing Emily's face for reactions. "Dad texted us. Leave the house and don't trust you," he urged. We must ascertain the reason for his statement. I believe the call had dropped because of the prolonged stillness on the other end. Mom then chuckled. Every hair on my neck stood on end at this brittle sound. "At 3 in the morning, your father contacted you to advise you to flee from me. That's crazy. He is likely intoxicated at a hotel bar while attending a conference in Seattle. He has no idea what he's saying, but I've never seen my father intoxicated. Even at parties, he hardly ever drank." Additionally, the message had not said, "drunk." It had read "scared." Why would he suggest expressly that you should not be trusted? What does he fear you will do? On the line, Mom's respiration accelerated. Additionally, her voice had become rougher when she spoke again. "Pay close attention to what I have to say. Your dad is experiencing a mental breakdown. For weeks, he has been acting suspicious, saying odd things, and making false accusations against me. He's been seeing a therapist for delusions, but I didn't want to concern you girls. That includes everything he told you. So that we can deal with this as a family, you must return home immediately. With the exception of the timing, the explanation seemed plausible. Why send the emergency text tonight if Dad has been hallucinating for weeks? If he was simply intoxicated and disoriented, why would he turn off his phone after sending it? And why did Mom's voice seem off, as if she were acting rather than genuinely worried? I noticed that Emily's expression mirrored my own hesitancy. I said, I want to talk to Dad first. I want to hear from him that the communication was an error and that he is all right. After that, we'll return home. Mom sounded upset, and I heard footsteps, the jingle of car keys, and activity on her end. All right. I'll come get you if you stay where you are. Together, we'll call Dad from the automobile to resolve this. Specifically, where are you? My gut told me not to inform her, not to reveal our whereabouts until I knew what was going on. We are at the home of a friend. After we've spoken with Dad, we'll return home. Before she could reply, I hung up and turned off my phone right away, concerned about location tracking all of a sudden. Without my request, Emily followed suit. We are both using the same distrust frequency. The convenience shop employee was now observing us suspiciously, perhaps considering whether to report 2 teenage females who were acting suspiciously in his establishment to the authorities. I tried to appear natural and unhurried as I picked up 2 bottles of water at 3 a.m. and paid with cash. We had to relocate, but I didn't know where to go. Dad had told me to run, but he hadn't mentioned where. Beyond that first warning, they had not provided us with a safe haven or contact details. As we were leaving the store, Emily took hold of my arm and gestured back toward our starting place. There was a car on the road, moving slowly. With its headlights off, it moved as if it were looking for something. I recognized Mom's silver SUV even though I was just 3 blocks away. She used it to get to soccer sessions and her real estate career. She had traced or predicted that we would be in this region and was searching for us. We watched the SUV drive by while hiding behind a parked truck. Through the driver's window, Mom's profile is apparent. Her phone screen was shining on her face, and I could see that she was calculating coldly rather than frightened. Mother. We rushed in the opposite way after she rounded the corner, keeping low behind parked cars until we came to the next significant crossroads. Temporary cover was offered by a bus stop shelter, and I made an effort to rationalize our options. Dad couldn't be reached. We had nowhere to go but the houses of friends whose parents would call our mother right away because Mom was actively pursuing us. We required an adult who would consider all the facts before passing judgment. Someone in a position of authority who isn't already loyal to Mom. My phone buzzed with messages as soon as it turned back on. One was from an unidentified number, but the majority were from Mom, who spoke in an increasingly panicked tone. This is FBI, Special Agent Victoria Hill. If something occurred to your father, he wanted me to get in touch with you. Make a secure phone call to this number right now. Don't return home. The local cops should not be trusted. I had to read the message 3 times before my brain processed it because it was so unexpected and out of the ordinary. Crimes much beyond family turmoil were hinted by the FBI's involvement. Dad may have warned of something more serious than marital issues or mental health issues. Emily's face paled even more as she read over my shoulder. For what reason would Dad be speaking with the FBI? Mom did what? She was posing the queries I was pondering but was unable to express. Now that I was worried about phone tracking, I used the convenience store's payphone to call the number from the message. Despite the hour, a woman's professional and attentive voice replied on the second ring. Agent Hill is this person. With whom am I conversing? Zoe Jacobs is this person. Regarding my father, Robert Jacobs, you sent a message. He contacted us tonight, urging us not to trust our mother, and to leave the house. We must be aware of the situation. I heard keyboard clicking in the background while Agent Hill was silent, as if she was retrieving data or confirming facts. For the past 4 months, your father has been assisting with a federal investigation into financial crimes. He found proof that your mother is using her real estate firm to move money through a complex fraud operation. Our surveillance team lost communication with your father tonight, despite the fact that we have been constructing a case. Before his phone died, he sent you that text message, which was his last correspondence. I gripped the payphone cradle for support as the words hit me like a ton of bricks. Mom wasn't only acting strangely or having marital issues. She was being investigated by the federal government as a criminal. Something went wrong tonight that led to Dad's emergency warning. Dad had been secretly working with the FBI, collecting evidence against his own wife. Now, where is he? Is he secure? Agent Hill took a moment to respond. We're not sure. His hotel in Seattle was meant to check him in 4 hours ago, but he didn't. At the motel, his phone location last pinged before going offline. Although our agents are currently inspecting the hotel, his lack of communication and the text he sent you indicate that he thought he was in imminent danger. Emily was listening to my portion of the conversation with increasing terror while holding onto my sleeve so tightly that her fingers ached. What sort of risk? Why would his mother harm him? However, even as I asked, I was recalling things that, while seemingly ordinary at the time, now had a terrible connotation. The frequent, inexplicable absences of Mom. When her father inquired about her business accounts, she became defensive. The manner in which she had begun to password protect her computer and phone. Dead. If they believe their operation is compromised, the people your mother works with are not likely to leave witnesses. Your father would become a liability to remove if they found out he was assisting with our investigation. Additionally, you and your sister are possible witnesses who are familiar with his habits, and may be able to identify associates if they have managed to get to him. His message advised you to flee because of this. I felt the whole weight of danger descend upon me. And all of a sudden, I realized why my father had texted me in the middle of the night with such specificity and urgency. We weren't fleeing typical turmoil in the family. We were fleeing financial crimes and those who killed witnesses. How do we proceed? Where should we go? I was given the address of an FBI field office 30 meters north by Agent Hill. With the exception of emergency calls, get there as quickly as you can without using credit cards or your phones. Call 911 right away if you witness your mother or anybody else acting strangely. Agents are being dispatched to pick you up, but they will be gone for 50 minutes. Until they get there, you must remain concealed and on the go. After I hung up, I told Emily everything, and I watched as her expression changed from shock and terror to grim acceptance. She was absorbing the fact that our mother was a criminal at the age of 14. We were fleeing those who slaughtered witnesses, and our father was missing and possibly dead. For anyone, but particularly for a child who had gone to bed contemplating homework and friend conflict, it was too much. We hurried to the strip mall across the street, where a cab service was based, and kept looking for Mom's silver SUV. Despite being half asleep, the dispatcher agreed to send a car to our address and asked where we were going. I provided him the address of the FBI field office, which is 3 blocks away, paranoid about providing precise locations, even to taxi services that appear to be trustworthy. 15 minutes later, the taxi, a battered vehicle driven by a man who appeared irritated at being roused for a fare out, arrived. Emily and I got into the back, and I gave him money up front while advising him to drive cautiously and stay off of the major thoroughfares. Despite giving me an odd look, he pocketed the cash and left the lot. After around 4 miles, we noticed headlights approaching quickly from behind. When the cabbie saw, he swore and sped up a little. Since we departed, someone has been pursuing us. Most likely inebriated fools playing games. But when I turned to look, I could see Mom's face through the windshield, determined and set, and I recognized her SUV. I told the driver that was our mother. She poses a threat. Right now, we must let her go. Before Mom's SUV struck us from behind, hard enough to knock Emily and me forward against the front seats, he gave me the expression that I was crazy. The motorist floored it and cursed more loudly. The old taxi responded slowly as our mother struck us once more. There wasn't much traffic on the semi-rural road we were on. It's the perfect location for a chase scene. I could now clearly see Mom as she pulled beside us. Something I didn't identify distorted her face. She was attempting to push us off the road. Her SUV was stronger and heavier than the taxi. Mom repeatedly crashed into our passenger side, while the driver, in a panic, swerved violently in an attempt to maintain control. As I was on my phone, dialing 911 and shouting our location and circumstances to a dispatcher who kept urging me to slow down and repeat myself, I must admit that Emily was screaming. The cab spun out after Mom gave it one more strong slam, turning twice before falling off the road and into a shallow ditch. Despite seat belts, the collision flung us around the cabin, and my head struck the window hard enough to see stars. I watched Mom get out of her SUV as it skidded to a stop and make her way purposefully toward our wrecked cab. Emily was sobbing next to me, and the driver was sprawled over the driving wheel, either asleep or bewildered. I took hold of her hand and kicked open the far side door, pulling her out into the roadside drainage ditch. Mom yelled behind us as we rushed through undergrowth in the dark. "Girls! Stop!" she said, her voice echoing through the silent night. I'm attempting to keep you safe. The FBI is telling lies. Your dad is telling lies. She said. I just need to talk to you. Yet her behavior contradicted her words. It didn't fit someone who was attempting to defend rather than hurt. A culvert beneath the road was connected to the drainage ditch. And we crawled through it, coming out on the far side, scraped and dirty. I heard sirens coming from behind us. At last, the 911 call received an answer. Mom must have heard them too, because as she ran away, I heard her SUV's tires squealing and her screams stop. Officers leaped out of flashing police cars to explore the area and inspect the crashed cab. We shouted that we had phoned 911 and that we were the victims as we emerged from the culvert with our hands high. While his partner scrutinized the slow-moving cab driver, one police approached cautiously with his hand on his pistol. Emily sobbed into my shoulder as I hurriedly explained everything. Until I named FBI Special Agent Victoria Hill and showed him the communication from Dad. The officer appeared doubtful. Before instructing us to wait in his patrol car while he confirmed our account, his demeanor changed and he radioed something coded to his dispatcher. 20 minutes later, federal agents in black SUVs with badges showed up and escorted us away from the local police. Agent Hill was a 40-something lady with keen eyes and a look that said she had witnessed too much to be shocked by anything. She helped us into one of the cars after wrapping emergency blankets around us both. She said, "Your father is alive." Right away. And I felt my chest relax. He is in protective custody and wants to know how you are as well. He was attacked in his hotel room tonight, but he fought off his attackers and managed to escape. After failing to kill him, your mother's friends turned their attention to you, girls, presumably in an attempt to use you as leverage to prevent your father from testifying. Emily was crying more now, a mixture of relief and trauma and weariness. With a gloomy shake of her head, Agent Hill asked, "Where's Mom? Did you arrest her?" Before the local police could arrest her, she left the scene. Every law enforcement agency in the state is searching for her. But she has proven to be very adept at disappearing when she wants to. We currently have warrants out for attempted murder, assault, fraud, and about a dozen other charges. The drive to the FBI field office went by in a blur of fatigue and shock. After processing us through security, they recorded every detail of the evening and Mom's actions in our individual statements. Someone brought blankets, coffee, and food, as if we were delicate objects that could shatter if handled roughly. Around dawn, Dad showed up, looking worse than I had ever seen him. His left arm was in a sling, his face was damaged, and he moved as if his ribs were hurting. However, he broke down totally when he spotted us in the conference room, bringing us both into a cautious embrace that caused Emily to cry onto his chest. The words "I'm so sorry," he repeated. Over the next few hours, the whole narrative became clear. "I'm so sorry I put you through this. I thought I could handle it quietly. I thought I could protect you." For 5 years, Mom had been operating a real estate scam, using her license to help a criminal organization launder money. Dad unintentionally found proof of it. Discovered correspondence demonstrating her pivotal role in the scheme, not merely her involvement. Instead of going straight after her, he had gone to the FBI. Had pretended everything was normal for 4 months while surreptitiously collecting proof. Mom's associates found out about his. To get rid of the witness issue, they had dispatched personnel to his hotel, but Dad was so worried that he had extra locks in case this happened. Before fighting them off and making his getaway, he texted us a warning, saying, knowing that if they'd come for him, they'd come for us next. Dad clarified, "She was never planning to hurt you directly. She wanted to grab you before the FBI could use you as collateral to force me not to testify. But when you ran, when you didn't come home, she panicked. The woman who chased you tonight wasn't your mother protecting her kids. She was a criminal protecting her operation by any means necessary." 9 months later, the trial took place. At the Canadian border, Mom was apprehended while attempting to escape with large sums of money and forged documents. Dad and the FBI had a ton of evidence that showed years of money laundering and fraud involving millions of dollars. Mom was given the longest sentence, 30 years for fraud, conspiracy, attempted murder, and a list of other offenses that took the prosecutor 10 minutes to review out of the 20 individuals charged in the conspiracy. Throughout the trial, she never turned to face us, expressed regret, or made an effort to clarify. I finally realized that we had been living with a criminal our entire lives without realizing it when I saw the stranger in the defendant's chair wearing my mother's face. For 2 days, Dad testified, his voice steady despite obvious emotional distress, describing how he had fallen in love with a fictional character who had been acting out a role all along. Under partial witness protection, Emily and I now reside in a different state with Dad. Not a complete move and name change, but enough security so we don't have to worry about SUVs crashing into our car at night. After the basic safety of family was destroyed, we are both in therapy to process the trauma and betrayal and learn to trust once more. In addition to trying to forgive himself for not recognizing the warning signs sooner and for exposing us to danger he was unaware of, Dad is rebuilding his consulting business. You will undoubtedly want to watch the subsequent ones if you like this. Please subscribe now and share your thoughts in the comments section. You slammed the door in your sister's face, my mom said. I replied, I didn't agree to free childcare. I said, if you show up, I'll call CPS. Your apartment is located that much closer to the airport. At 10:45 p.m., my sister sent me a text message. My 5 children will be there for a period of 3 weeks. My hubby took me by surprise by giving me Bora Bora. I responded with a letter. It is not my home. The response came from her. Your mother has your spare key. She is allowing us to enter. After giving a friendly grin, I immediately called security to have the locks changed. She had 5 pieces of luggage with her when she arrived at my building, and the doorman had new instructions for her. I am David, by the way. I am 36 years old, and I make my living by flying passengers all around the world. I am the family's success story, at least according to the paper. Being the first person to graduate from college, having a solid job with a major airline, and having a decent apartment in a city that my parents still consider to be too costly are all accomplishments that I have achieved. Over the course of my life, I spend half of it in the clouds and the other half attempting to get some rest. A single interpretation can be drawn from that in my family. It is you who is in possession of it. Certainly, you put in a lot of effort. We are not proud of you at all. Exactly, David. You are able to pay it. My age is the oldest. Emily, my sister, is 33 years old. For example, she has 5 children who are younger than 12 years old, a husband who is interested in cryptography, and the ability to make any problem sound like it is my job. When it comes to being a selfless mother, my mother, Susan, is the kind of lady who lives for Facebook posts about being a mother. The majority of the time, my father is hiding behind his phone or his newspaper, and he allows her to speak for both of them. Because of how hectic my schedule is, I don't get to visit them very often. My mind is like a mess of scrambled eggs because of things like rotating shifts, red ice, and different time zones. On the other hand, if I happen to be in town on a Sunday, I make it a point to go out to the suburbs for dinner at least once a month. That evening, the evening in which everything began to significantly deteriorate. A grueling 5-day expedition has now come to an end. Travel from New York to London, then to Rome, then back to JFK, and finally to Miami through Miami. There are delays, turbulence, and a drunk person screaming in row 20. Over the course of 2 days, I slept for approximately 5 hours. On the other hand, my mother sent me a text message that read, "Family dinner. Everyone is coming. Don't disappoint your nieces." I went. When I entered the house, I was immediately confronted with the typical maelstrom of noise. The cartoon station is playing loudly. Children jogging on hardwood floors while wearing socks. The sound of my mother ranting about potatoes from the kitchen. She immediately cried out, "David!" without turning around. "You're running behind schedule. I just landed," I said as I unloaded my overnight bag and placed it by the entrance. My arrival was a direct result of my arrival at the airport. In one hand, Emily was shoving macaroni into the child, and in the other, she was browsing through TikTok. Emily was sitting at the table with her phone. With a sneer on her face, she looked up at me. She commented, "Must be nice," as she was traveling around the world while the rest of us were focused on our everyday lives. As I did so, I inhaled deeply. My exhaustion prevented me from engaging in a debate. As she turned around, Mom used a dish towel to wipe her hands. She stated, "We were just talking about the van." And I concurred. "Emily's dying. The mechanic said it's dangerous to drive with the kids. We figured you could help." There it was at the scene. "No. How are you? No. Have you had a good flight? Let's go right to the question." With a dramatic eye roll, Emily rolled her eyes. "We did figure it out since it seems that Tom and I are meant to be able to conjure up $8,000 out of thin air. You do not have a partner. Not a single child. That pilot money is in your possession." I turned my head to look at my father. As he calmly watched the game on the television in the corner, he maintained his focus on the game. "I just finished paying off my own automobile," I added. What about my school loans? Still trying to get caught up. Mom smiled at me with the tight smile that she possesses just before she says something that will remain ingrained in your mind for long periods of time. I beg you, David, please. In a single month, you earn more money than your father ever did when he was your age. Families are able to assist one another. Do you really want your nieces to get caught in a deadly trap as they are riding around? That statement sat like a brick in my chest when I read it. Since family helps family, this means that you help us. Upon taking a seat at the table, I was immediately experiencing that old, familiar mixture of rage and guilt that was rolling about in my gut. Even though I was unaware of it at the time, that was the very first crack that occurred before everything exploded. Emily did not always have 5 children and a van that was in disrepair. She had the title of princess when we were younger with her. To begin, not in a snobbish manner, but rather to just protect. In order to save money for flying school, I was the one who was mowing lawns when I was 15 years old and bagging groceries when I was 17 years old. My parents made it abundantly plain that they would not be paying for anything that was pricey and risky. At one point, my father asked me, "You want to fly planes?" And I responded by saying, "Then you better figure out how to get off the ground on your own." Okay. I did it. I spent years bouncing between crummy apartments and crash pads with 4 other pilots in order to make it through training. I worked every spare hour, studied, and took out loans that made my head spin. All of this was done in order to make it through training. In the meantime, Emily spent her gap years switching between several majors and men. Her pregnancy at the age of 25 caused my parents to experience a week of intense anxiety. After that, they changed their strategy. Having a child is a blessing. She made the decision that we will sort it out. Through us. She came into contact with me. It began on a modest scale. Emily was in tears when she phoned me because her rent was past due, and the baby formula was pricey. Only for this one time, David. I am certain that I sent her a wire transfer of Math BBS $500 that I did not actually possess. Then there is the monthly power cost. Then there is the security deposit for a more spacious apartment. Following that, the kid will require urgent dental care. Time and again, there was a justification. She would repeat, "You know they're struggling," throughout each and every call that my mother made immediately after. You have no idea how challenging it is to deal with children. To be able to travel is a blessing for you. I am fortunate. This word has always had a sour taste to it. At the time that Emily gave birth to her 4th child, I had lost count of the number of times that I had intervened. Because she was so upset about the late fees, I paid off one of their credit cards after she had a phone call about it. The minivan that they ultimately damaged was financed with my cosigner's signature. In order to provide the children with memories that would last a lifetime, I utilized my work benefits to book them inexpensive flights to Disney World. In spite of the fact that I couldn't recall the last time I had gone on a vacation of my own, I was excited. In every instance in which I attempted to establish a boundary, it turned into a family vote on my personality. On one occasion, I declined Santa's offer to buy me an iPad for Christmas. Emily creased her face in pain. "Are you truly going to force me to tell my children that Santa Claus was unable to finance it?" It was my mother who leaped in. "Please, David, stop acting so dramatic." Simply said, "It's money. Taking it with you is not an option." The father cleared his throat as if he were going to speak, and then he returned his attention to his ham. My feelings began to shift from those of a son to those of a walking automated teller machine with a pilot's license. The issue about flying is that it appears to be a glamorous activity from the outside. When people think of layovers, they think of traveling and drinking drinks. When you're actually doing it, you're dragging your wheeled bag through airports at 5 o'clock in the morning, eating depressing sandwiches by yourself in hotel rooms, and waking up not knowing which nation you're in. On my days off, I was completely worn out. Instead, I required a peaceful night's sleep. The buzzing on my phone continues unabated. "Hello? Uncle David. Would you be able to watch the children on Saturday so that Tom and I may go out on a date? Do you have any hotel points that you are not currently using? This resort is located here. Does this car seat have the capability of covering the difference? The ones that are safe are really pricey." If I did not respond in a timely manner, the group chat would become active. The family unit. "It's Mom. David. This is Emily. Wow. It is rather polite of you to overlook your relatives. The only time we ever begged for anything, Mom, was when we were in dire need of it. I was wrong about that. They inquired on a regular basis, but they never witnessed it. When I was in Chicago for a stopover, I recall sitting in a hotel room and glancing at my banking app every minute. Just now, I had transferred $math BBS1, $0 to cover the costs of school uniforms and fees. When compared to someone who worked as much as I did, my savings account appeared to be quite small. Math was done by me. I'd given them enough money over the course of the previous 4 years to buy that van twice. The amount is sufficient to make a down payment on a modest dwelling. A sufficient amount to have taken myself on a trip that consisted of more than just sleeping in a different bed between every flight. On the other hand, I had Emily's text message from the previous week. In all honesty, you ought to feel grateful. We infuse your life with significance. In the absence of us, you would be nothing more than a solitary individual sitting in the cockpit. There was no response from me to that one. Eventually, the hatred grew to the point where it was comparable to a flight that was continually delayed by 20 minutes. Because you are certain that this delay will be the final one, you choose to remain at the gate. It was a Tuesday evening when the final straw was thrown. After yet another series of consecutive flights, I was at last back at my house. A strange documentary was playing in the background while I was half sleeping on top of the covers. I had just showered, eaten some inexpensive takeout on my couch, and it was already half asleep. When I was at 10:45 p.m., my phone rang. Emily was the one in question. Your apartment is located that much closer to the airport. She sent a text message stating that she will be dropping off the children for 3 weeks. Tom took me by surprise by bringing Bora Bora. My eyes were fixed on the screen as I attempted to persuade myself that I had misread it. Is it 3 weeks? There is no prior notice. I scrolled up in an attempt to find any past messages that were related to this trip. None of it. What was it that I typed? There are 3 dots. Following that, we will go tomorrow afternoon. It is without a doubt the only time that we are able to travel. You won't have any problems. Children adore you. The beat of my heart began to begin. I took a glance at myself in my 1-bedroom apartment. A small couch, a single bathroom, and no child safety measures. While I was trying to get some rest in between flights, I had a mental image of 5 young people ripping through my belongings. On top of that, I wasn't even going to be in the city for the majority of those 3 weeks. My agenda had already been planned out. A number of overnight flights and long-distance flights. She responded almost immediately, as if she had already prepared it. I typed, I can't. I'm working. I won't even be here. Her response came quickly. Mom has your spare key. She's letting us in. We'll drop them at your place on the way to the airport. Don't make this a thing. The contents of my stomach fell. The decision had already been made. That line caught my attention. Something inside of me felt numb as I heard the words, Mom has your spare key. At that very instant, I came to the realization that in their minds, my own home was not truly mine. It was an additional resource, something else that they could make use of. I drew my phone to the side. I didn't instantly start thinking about how to make it work, which is something that I hadn't done in such a long time. In its place, I experienced a peculiar and piercing quiet. After picking up the phone once more, I smiled at my reflection that was displayed on the black screen. Then, I scrolled down until I reached the number for the front desk of my building. What about the front desk? Your name is Miguel. As I was saying, hey, it's David in 14B. In spite of the fact that my heart was beating rapidly, my voice seemed to be strangely stable. For whatever reason, I have a question for you regarding the locks. A brief pause transpired. Indeed, Mr. Collins, I am. Is everything correct? Not yet. I responded. In spite of this, I swiftly indicated that I needed my locks rekeyed first thing in the morning. However, it certainly will be. That under no circumstances was anyone to be escorted inside my flat without my personal presence being present. No one, not even my mother or my sister, not even my family. After a little pause, Miguel was silent. I finally understood, he said. At 8 o'clock, we are able to perform maintenance there. I'll also write a note for all of the doormen for you. There is no access without you. As I mentioned, I am grateful. After a moment of hesitation, I continued. My mother might show up and pretend that I gave my okay. It wasn't me, he said with a quiet chuckle. This occurs rather frequently. There is no need to worry. We will carry out your directions. As soon as I hung up, the rush of adrenaline began. My hands were shaking. Once more, my phone is buzzing. It's Mom. I was informed by Emily that you are being difficult. Her phone rang before I could give her a response. I responded to it. As far as I can see, you are not willing to assist me in any way. She yelled out before I had a chance to greet her. Despite the fact that your sister has finally received something pleasant, you are going to spoil it. Nothing is going to be ruined by me. I responded by saying, I have work. I can't take 5 kids for 3 weeks. That's not babysitting. That's parenting. You're exaggerating. She responded by saying, they'll be in school most of the day. You're barely ever home anyway. What's the difference? I told her that whenever I am not on a flight, I am at home. During those days, I am only able to take a break and relax. It is not possible for me to oversee 5 children by myself. It may not be safe. With a big sigh, she exhaled. I had anticipated this happening. You've let money get the better of you. You used to have a kind smile. It made me laugh. In the end, it was cruel. When I was younger, I used to be afraid. These two things are not the same. I was able to visualize her face because she was silent for a brief moment. Lips were pressed down, and eyes were squinted. Listen to me, she called out at the end. The kids have already been informed that they will be staying with you. Neither Emily nor Tom are able to get their tickets back. This does not have a backup plan. You are going to put an end to this nonsense, and you are going to arrive at your apartment the following day, and you are going to open the door. There was a deafening stillness on the line, I said, and I was correct. What exactly did you say? Her voice was soft. No, I replied, repeating myself. You don't get to volunteer for free childcare without asking. You don't get to wave family around like a contract. I didn't agree to this. You are such an ungrateful fool. She severed her connection with herself. I was on the verge of choking after everything that we had done for you. She continued going on and on about everything you had done for me. Your fantasy was supported by us. What we saw was you chasing after the sky. Quotes from the air were audible to me. There was no request made for you to repay us. The door is slammed in your sister's face, and now that she is in need of your assistance. In the past 4 years, I have provided Emily with more than $18,000, I stated. Although my voice was shaking at this point, I continued on. The transfers are retained in my memory. The rent, the bills, the van, and the loans. To make it possible for you and your father to go on cruises, I have taken shifts off to babysit. My flight benefits have allowed me to take you on holidays that I would not have been able to afford for myself. That is not the same. She retorted angrily. That is what they do as a family. You were not required to do so. It is very evident that I did not. When I hesitated, you branded me selfish, I said. I said this every time. I saw you cry. In your statement, you mentioned that the children will be deprived of food, school, and Christmas time. Can you even hear what you're saying? Once more, she remained mute. I said, I'm going to say no for the first time in my life before you force me into a corner. However, I am not your contingency fund. The locks on my door will be changed tomorrow, and I am not your free nanny just yet. She snarled. You wouldn't dare to do that. This is your notice, I said. Consider it such. Should you arrive at my building with those children and baggage, they will not be permitted to proceed to the upper floor. I will contact Child Protective Services if you continue to leave them there. It is not because I intend to bring you harm. Rather, it is because it is neglectful to leave 5 children in a lobby. Regarding the government, you are making threats against me. Over the subject of her family, her voice became frantic. As I was saying, I was protecting myself. And to tell you the truth, I'm shielding your children from your sense of entitlement, she exclaimed. David, I hope you take pleasure in your life of solitude. One day, after we are gone, you will come to regret it. When the line was cut off, I was sitting there in the darkness, with my phone still placed to my ear, and I felt a momentary tremor. The shame rushed over me to such an extent that I considered calling back and apologizing for my behavior. Make an offer to figure it out, take a leave of absence without pay, and further impoverish myself. After that, I remembered my cramped apartment, the walls that I had to pay for, the bed that I hardly ever slept in, and the years of time and money that I had wasted that I would never get back, and I allowed the guilt to be forgotten. My lock was changed by maintenance the following day at 8 o'clock sharp. It was at 10:30 o'clock when I discovered them on my way back after getting some coffee. Emily and Tom are my mother's children. In front of Miguel's desk in the lobby, there are 6 luggage that are all standing together. While she was yelling, Emily's arms were flailing around. Already, the children started complaining about something. I could see my mother making a dramatic gesture toward the ceiling. Miguel was the first to notice me. A slight widening of his eyes occurred, and then he moved his gaze in their direction. David. Emily spun around in a circle. Request that your small guard dog come and let us in. What he means is that you altered the instructions. As I stated, I did. Her lips parted with a sigh. Is this something? Mum made a demand. A performance of some kind possibly? Are you pleased with the fact that the entire building can see what a chilly person you have become? Tom remained silent, his eyes darting back and forth between us as if he were a nervous spectator. I told you that you were told no. My words reverberated throughout the marble lobby. You came to the conclusion that it was irrelevant. You attempted to use a key that I had given to my mother for use in case of an emergency. Emily cried out, "This is a critical situation. Would you be able to tell me how much these tickets cost? We have already left the house. We have checked out. The children are quite amused. You are not allowed to treat us in this manner." I could feel the gaze of everyone on us. It was the receptionist, a couple dressed in gym attire, and a delivery guy who was carrying a bundle of things in his arm. Providing free childcare for a period of 2 weeks is not an emergency, I stated. You are doing me a favor. And I did not consent to it. The mother took a step forward. Her eyes flaming. In front of everyone, you are humiliating your family. It was you who brought us here, I whispered. You've done this. After pulling out my phone, I opened the banking application on it. I was unable to control my quivering hands as I scrolled down to the transfers. Repeatedly, Emily Collins was mentioned. I angled the screen so that it was facing her. I mentioned that this is the final 4 years. Rent, bills, car, vacations, uniforms. You've treated me like a bank with no security questions. That ends today. She scoffed as she glanced at the screen and then continued her statement. So what? You want a medal? No, I clarified. The tone of my mother's laughter was high and harsh when she said, I want you to stop acting like you're entitled to my life. Listen to what he has to say. As far as Mr. Pilot is concerned, he is superior to the rest of us. No, I reiterated my previous statement. I believe that I am on par with you. That is the thing that irritates you. I gave Miguel my attention. They do not appear on my list of guests. I beg you, do not allow them to go upstairs. He nodded, maintaining a bland expression. As you would expect, Mr. Collins. Emily appeared to be oblivious to my presence as she glanced at me. You are prioritizing financial gain over the well-being of your own nieces and nephews. She murmured. I turned my attention to the children. He was picking at his shoelace with his fist. An additional individual appeared to be on the verge of crying as a result of the strain. I said, I'm choosing to keep my sanity. I have made the decision to stop being used in any way. It is not I who is their parent. You are. Mom shook her head, eyes slick with angry tears. You're dead to me, she yelled. I nodded once. Okay. They hurried out, pulling suitcases and kids behind them. I stood there in the suddenly quiet lobby, feeling like someone had just depressurized the cabin. It ached. There was no point in pretending that it didn't happen. But below the pain was something else. Relief. They traveled to Bora Bora nonetheless. I found out about it through Instagram. 3 hours after the confrontation in the lobby, Emily uploaded a photo of herself wearing big sunglasses and holding a coconut that appeared to have a small umbrella inside of it. The caption read, Finally taking time for us, number deserved, number blessed. The children were tagged with their grandparents. So much for having no backup plan. I gazed at the screen for a moment before laughing, not because it was funny, but because it was so predictable. That evening, my mother sent me a text message, which read, You humiliated us. Your father is furious. The kids are confused. I hope your empty apartment keeps you warm at night. I put my phone on so it does not disturb me. After that, there was an oddly quiet period of time. This means that there will be no incessant buzzing for favors, no guilt-laced messages, just checking in, and no requests for money. After going to work, flying my flights, and returning home, I found that the silence was oppressive at first. It was as if I had been missing a frequency that I had always tuned into. After that, it started to feel all right. I was able to enjoy my first full day off, during which I did nothing but exist. It was a late night for me. Instead of eating food at the airport, I prepared a real breakfast. In the absence of anyone calling my name, I sat on my balcony with a cup of coffee. I decided to pay for a massage on a whim. I immediately flinched when the receptionist informed me of the price, and I immediately converted it into, "That's half a utility bill for Emily." After that, I stopped myself. Not only was it my money for my job, but it was also my body, which was continuously experiencing jet lag and pain. I responded with, "Yeah, that's fine," and then I paid. On the other hand, something in my chest seemed lighter afterward, and my shoulders felt lighter as well. The smear campaign had a modest beginning. Direct message, DM, from a cousin I hadn't talked to in years. "Hey, what exactly took place with your mother?" Something that she posted was a little ambiguous. Today, I checked Facebook. There was a lengthy piece that my mother had written about being a martyr. In her writing, she expressed that there are some of us who offer everything for our children, but in exchange, we receive nothing but harshness. Imagine you are responsible for the upbringing of a son who prioritizes financial success over his own family. Say a prayer for my heart. Numerous comments, hundreds of likes, and hugs are being sent your way. You are such a wonderful mother. Remain steadfast. God is aware of everything. She did not tag me, but it was unnecessary for her to do so. Everyone was aware of it. Once upon a time, the shame was really intense. One part of me wanted to compose a response that was so lengthy that it would mention every dollar, every sacrifice, and every manner that they had taken advantage of me. I turned off the application instead. If there is one thing that I have learned from flying, it is that you cannot exercise control over the weather. Only the reaction from you. During the subsequent few weeks, other things came to light. It was my aunt who called me in private. As far as I can tell, she stated that she was aware of what had taken place. Your mother made it appear as though you had abandoned 5 children on the pavement, but then she revealed that she and your father are in fact the ones who are responsible for their care. It was a pause. You are aware that she has been boasting for years about how David will take care of us when we are old, right? She whispered. You did the right thing. And I figured that I had the proper answer. We talked for a longer period of time than we had in years, and I wish I had done it sooner with my own children. At the end of the call, she admitted that she had been giving money to her own adult son for years, and that she had felt trapped. She said that seeing you say no made her think that maybe I am allowed to stop as well. Huh. I started therapy. I had been meaning to start for a very long time, always telling myself that I would do it when my schedule calmed down, which was a joke. During the first session, I told the therapist about the van, the money, the hallway scenario, and the trip to Bora Bora. She leaned back and asked, "You know this is parentification, right?" I found a therapist who worked online between trips. Ever since you were a teenager, they have been treating you as if you were a third parent and providing you with a financial safety net. Isn't that just the fact that you are the oldest? I shrugged. She provided me with terminology that I had not before encountered, such as boundaries, investment, and financial abuse. No, she answered. It's being exploited. I made a number of changes at home, some of which were relatively minor, but they added up to a significant impact. I canceled the automatic transfer that I had set up to Emily every month, just in case. I also closed the joint emergency credit card that my mother had for the children. I changed my will to leave my assets to a charity and a couple of friends instead of my parents in the event that I outlived them. My mother had urged me to write this will when I first started flying. Account. During a rare extended period of time off, I decided to book a trip for myself. I did not travel as a crew member, I did not wear a uniform, and I did not make any cabin announcements. I simply traveled as a passenger, to a place that was quiet by the ocean, where my needs were the only ones that mattered. I almost felt guilty as I stood in the boarding line with my own suitcase and no responsibilities. After that, I recalled Emily on that beach with her coconut, which she had captioned with the hashtag #blessed. The picture was paid for in part by the money that I had already given her over the years. I allowed myself the exact same luxury, but this time it wasn't on anyone else's back. Back at home, things were shifting with the rest of the family as well. My father called once, just once. He cleared his throat in the manner that he always did before saying something that was unsettling. He said, "You know your mother is upset." I responded, "I know." He continued, "She says you disrespected her." "And Emily?" I waited. Then he surprised me. "I also know how much you've helped them," he said quietly. "I've seen your name on their bank statements an excessive number of times." Silence. "I should have said something sooner," he admitted. "I didn't. That's on me. I didn't know what to do with that." "I'm trying," he added, sounding old all of a sudden. I don't agree with how that Bora Bora thing went. It wasn't right. It wasn't a full apology. It didn't erase anything. But it was the first time in my entire life my father had acknowledged the dynamic at all. Thanks for saying that. I managed. He didn't push me to make peace. He didn't order me to apologize. He just let the line lie there, kinder than usual. I hope you're taking care of yourself up there, he said before hanging up. I am, I responded, and for once it was true. Emily was quiet. No texts, no calls, and no happy birthday, despite the fact that I was aware that she had seen the notification on Facebook. Then, one day, approximately 6 months later, my phone buzzed with her name, Emily. Hey, I just stared at it for a long time. Then another bubble appeared. I'm not asking for money, she wrote. I exhaled, not realizing that I had been holding my breath. She followed with, I just wanted to say, we found a sitter. We budgeted. It sucked, but we did it. I waited. And I shouldn't have tried to dump the kids on you like that, she typed. Tom said if anyone tried to do that to us, we'd lose it. I sat down on the edge of my bed. I'm glad you figured it out. I wrote back. You're their parents. You'll find a way. She didn't exactly apologize. But it was the closest she'd ever come to admitting I'd been right to say no. We didn't suddenly become best friends. I didn't start wiring her money again. But the tone had shifted from you owe us to something more level. I realized then that me saying no hadn't destroyed them. I still hear my mother say, you're dead to me. And my own calm, okay, I was scared that moment would haunt me, but therapy made it clear that I didn't end my family. I ended my role as their wallet. It had forced them to finally grow up a little bit, and it had forced me to finally live my life like it belonged to me. Sometimes, on red-eye flights, I still hear my mother say that. I am still their son, but I fly my own plane and choose where my time and money land. Now things are distant, but quiet. Emily is responsible for her own bills, and the spare key is finally mine again. I am on the side of the narrator because David came home exhausted from a multi-city run, received a text at $10.45. Mathram PM. Informing him that 5 children would be dropped off at his 1-bedroom apartment for 3 weeks, and discovered that his mother had his spare key and intended to let them in. This tale reminds us that family assists can become a blank check if you don't specify limits early and in writing. 2 important implications from this story are that you should document everything, save transfer history and screenshots like David's $math BBS 18, $0 plus over 4 years, and secure your life as if it counts. You don't deserve this place, my mother-in-law said. I packed my bags and moved out. My rent payments of $4,850 a month. Her life was destroyed by me. My mother-in-law was unaware that I was paying $4,850 in rent each month. In order for her eldest son and his spouse to begin a family, she instructed me to go. I abruptly packed everything I owned and contacted movers the following day. She was scared. As if she owned my kitchen, my mother-in-law stood there. She casually added, you should move out, as if she were recommending that I try a different coffee brand. Andrew and Lauren need this place. They're trying to start a family. They need the space more than you and Emily do. I was frozen. Halfway to my lips is the mug. She didn't look uncomfortable, didn't inquire, and didn't explain. She simply made up her mind. Emily, my wife, was using her phone while seated at the kitchen table. When her mother talked, she looked up for a brief moment before returning to Instagram. Not even a flinch, no objection, no defense. Margaret's statements were not as painful as that. Daniel Harper is my name. My age is 34. I work for a mid-sized tech company as a financial analyst. Additionally, Emily Harper and I had been wed for 4 years. Our home was in Westchester County, New York, and had 4 bedrooms. Good schools, a pleasant neighborhood, the kind of place that young families will stop at nothing to afford. Since the beginning of our marriage, my mother-in-law, Margaret Collins, has been a consistent presence. She was opinionated on everything: where we should go on vacation, how we spend our weekends, our furniture, and our meal plans. I had learned early on to simply nod and be silent. The son-in-law, who is easy. The one who remained silent when Margaret made passive-aggressive remarks about my career not being as remarkable as her other children's. Who smiled at family dinners and offered to help with the dishes without being asked. I had been practically invisible for 4 years. And up until now, I'd been okay with that in terms of functionality. When did you start thinking? Silently, I asked. Margaret gestured with her hand. Oh, not right away. In 6 to 8 weeks, perhaps. You have time to find a smaller, more suitable place for the two of you because Andrew's lease expires in September. Cheaper is a more accurate translation. I cautiously put down my mug. Regards, Emily. She continued to ignore me. All right, I replied. Margaret grinned. I knew you would comprehend. Daniel, you're always so sensible. After 15 minutes, she departed. I thought I was already texting Andrew the good news. At last, Emily raised her head from her phone. Actually, you're not angry, are you? What would make me angry? I'm not sure. You appear tense. I chuckled. It was unavoidable. I was just advised to leave my own home by your mother. This isn't your home. Emily uttered it out of habit, then stopped herself. It's ours, after all. But Mom is right. Lauren and Andrew require the space. We are not yet parents. But I said it again. Do you understand? Yes, I understood what she meant. She meant that I had been too understanding to recognize that her family came first and always had. While Emily slept sweetly next to me that night, I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. I reflected about the rent payments I had been writing for the past 4 years. $4,850 from my account each month, consistently on schedule. Emily paid about $700 a month for utilities and groceries. As a part-time social media manager, her pay fluctuated, occasionally being fantastic and other times not. Margaret believed that the Collinses owned this house in some way and that I was living here because of their kindness. It seems that neither she nor Emily knew. All of the invoices had been handled by me so discreetly and effectively that the work had become invisible. Background noise is something that simply occurred without anyone noticing. I turned over and examined Emily's dozing visage. How could I have been dismissed so easily? That night, I had the best sleep I had in months. Because I was finally allowed to let go of everything when Margaret urged me to go. I called Precision Movers at 9:12 a.m. the following day to make a reservation. Not to get a price. I need a full-service move. I need a full-service move, I said to the scheduler. Susan Miller, who, based on her email signature, had worked for the company for 14 years. A home with 4 bedrooms. My goal is to leave by this Sunday. This Sunday? Her voice was startled. That will be in 6 days. I am aware. Are you able to do it? We're capable of it. The cost of the haste will be higher. That's all right. Additionally, the deposit must be paid today, $2,100. Without hesitation, I provided her with my card number. After hanging up, I pulled up my files and sat at my home office desk, which I had erected while Emily was at her mother's place using a desk I had purchased at AITA 2 years prior. Every significant expense in this home, including rent payments, furniture receipts, appliance purchases, and more, was monitored and organized like the financial expert I was thanks to years' worth of spreadsheets. My credit card was used to pay $450 for the living room couch in October 2021. I used my credit card to pay $550 for the Samsung 65-inch TV in December 2021. My credit card was used to pay $780 for the KitchenAid dishwasher. My credit card was used to pay $420 for the Whirlpool washer and dryer set. My credit card was used to pay Math BBS2 $950 for the dining table and chairs. My credit card was used to pay $650 for the guest bedroom furnishings. Almost everything in this house was purchased by me. Margaret referred to it as family property. I claimed it as my own. I methodically began packing on Wednesday afternoon. Clothes come first, followed by personal papers, literature, then electronics. It turned out to be less than they would have anticipated, but I didn't touch anything that wasn't definitely mine. Emily returned home from a coffee date with her sister at approximately $330 p.m. Dan, you home? Office? I asked as she dropped her purse on the table I had purchased for the doorway. She observed the boxes when she emerged in the doorway. Her smile wavered. What is this? What are you packing for? I'm leaving. Like your mom requested. Her face displayed a variety of emotions. Disbelief and confusion. Then what could have been panic? You weren't serious, in my opinion. Why wouldn't I take this seriously? Because she made a hazy gesture. As we don't have to accomplish this right immediately, and it takes a lot of work. Mom just said aloud what she was thinking. In order for Andrew to move in, she instructed me to vacate. Where will you go when I move out? Yesterday. I signed a lease. In White Plains. Nearer to my workplace. 1 bedroom. That was untrue. Emily's expression made the little lie worth it, even if I had signed it that morning. Without speaking to me, you have already signed a lease? I gave her a look. Glanced closely. Before your mother told me to go, did you speak to me? For that, she had no response. Margaret arrived unexpectedly, at 10:30 a.m., on Wednesday. I heard her key in the lock as I was in the living room wrapping bubble wrap over picture frames. Ever since we moved in, she had a key. I had never doubted it. With her shopping bags in hand, she paused at the doorway and gazed at the partially vacant living room. The TV was already wrapped, the coffee table was emptied, and 4 boxes were piled up by the door. What's going on, Daniel? I'm leaving. She lost her grip on the shopping bags. What? I was told to move out by you. I'm leaving. Her expression became tense. This week wasn't what I meant. What time did you mean? I'm not sure. September. After Andrew's lease expires. I should move out. You remarked. I chose a timeline because you didn't specify one. Her voice rose as she turned to face the kitchen. What's going on, Emily? After hiding in the bedroom since her mother's car arrived, Emily came out. I'm not sure, Mom. He simply began packing. Stop him. I can't force him to do anything. Margaret's countenance changed as she turned back to face me. There was a small crack in the entitled confidence. She stated this was irrational. You're acting like a child. I used a Sharpie to write books, taped a box shut, and kept quiet. I'm speaking to you, Daniel. You were heard. Then answer. I stood up and turned to face her. I was told to move out by you. I'm leaving. That's what I'd say. She had a working jaw. We must have an adult conversation about this. I'm willing to talk. What are you interested in talking about? For starters, your mindset. I have a cooperative mindset. You requested that I go. I'm going. Do you understand what I mean? Do I? Like fog, the question hovered in the air. Margaret's cheeks turned red. The family must continue to own this home. I added softly, it's not in the family, it's rented. Andrew requires it. Andrew can then rent it. He is unable to pay. It was too late when she stopped and caught herself. What can't you afford? I inquired. The rent is $4, $850 per month. Her face lost all of its color. Emily's head jerked upwards. What? I continued to look at Margaret. You were unaware of the rent amount? Somehow, I thought it was split, or protected by? She paused once more. Who is covering? She remained silent. You believed the family trust would take care of it. I provided. Or perhaps you believed Emily's father was still making the payment prior to his death. Daniel. Emily snapped. What are you discussing? I looked at my wife. For the past 4 years, I have been making monthly rent payments. I took $850 out of my account. Emily's expression froze. That isn't feasible. Examine the bank statements. I never heard from you. You didn't inquire. The ensuing hush was oppressive. Margaret took a heavy seat on the couch. My couch cost $450. Her hands trembled a little. If you go, who will pay for it? Quietly, she asked. We both knew, so I didn't respond. No one. The movers showed up on Thursday with packing materials and boxes. Kevin and Ethan are 2 efficient and professional men in their early 30s. They asked which things belonged to me as they methodically went through the house, loading boxes, wrapping furniture, etc. All of them. I informed them. Margaret reappeared at noon, saying, all of it. All morning, she had been phoning. I hadn't responded. She froze when she entered the living room. The plastic-wrapped couch was prepared for loading. The truck already has a TV. The dining table broke down. You can't have it all, she remarked. What I paid for is mine to keep. This is ridiculous. I gave a folder to her. credit card statements, purchase confirmations, and receipts. This house I purchased is highlighted in every way. She unfolded the folder and turned the pages. Her face turned white instead of pink. The couch, the appliances, and the dining table are all mine. Like she was seeing the place for the first time, she surveyed the quickly emptying house. "What should we sit on?" she muttered. It nearly made me giggle. "I have no problem with that." Emily emerged from the bedroom. She had been in tears. She had swollen red eyes. "He's taking the dryer and washer." "Mom." Margaret jerked her head up. "You are unable to." "I can," I said. "We need the receipts, but I have them." "You must." I interrupted her. "You told me to go 3 days ago. You didn't inquire about my payment. You didn't inquire about my possessions. I should leave. You just decided." "I'm taking what's mine and I'm heading out." On a dolly, Kevin wheeled out the washer. As if she were witnessing a funeral march, Margaret watched things unfold. "Please, Daniel." Her voice broke. "We can resolve this." "No," I answered softly. "We are unable to." "Why not?" "You never showed me enough respect to inquire." By 6:45 p.m. The house was gutted on Thursday. No TV, dining table, couch, or appliances other than those that were included with the house. There was even no nice cookware left. After Emily's old pans continued to burn everything, I bought everything. The furnishings I had left behind, including Emily's dresser, nightstand, and childhood desk that Margaret had demanded we save, were all around her as she sat on the bedroom floor. When I went to pick up my final package, she remarked, "I didn't know. I promised that I was unaware that you were covering every expense." "How could you be unaware?" "I simply believed that we were splitting it." I pondered. She halted and began to cry once more. "I apologize. Sorry is insufficient. What should I say, in your opinion?" "Nothing. Nothing can be said." I grabbed my package and headed out. I stopped. "Daniel. Are we divorcing?" I considered it. "Very thoughtful." I honestly answered, "I don't know yet, but I'm done being invisible." I blew up my phone on Friday morning. Margaret, Lauren, Emily's sister, and Andrew himself all sent texts. "We must speak. This is crazy. The family is being destroyed by you. Mom is inconsolable." Margaret was blocked by me. I muted the group chat, but then I got a call from an unknown number. I nearly didn't respond. "Speaking is Daniel Harper. This is the landlord, Robert Walsh. I have to talk to you about your lease." My stomach fell. "How about it?" "I received a call this morning from your mother-in-law. Stated that her son Andrew will be taking over the lease, and that you are leaving. Leases don't operate that way." "I know." He sounded worn out. "She's insistent. Though. And I need an explanation. The lease only has your name on it. I require 28 days notice before I return the unit to move-in condition if you decide to leave." Yesterday, I gave notice. At 9:12 a.m. an email was sent. "I understand." Mrs. Collins appears to be thinking, though. Mrs. Collins has no time to reflect. "I cut you off. It's me, not her or my wife, who owns the lease." "Me. I get it. To be clear, you are ending the lease with effect from yesterday, which is 28 days from now." "Indeed. And it won't be assumed by anyone else." "That's right." A pause occurred. "Mrs. Collins will be displeased." "I have no problem with that. In fact," he laughed. "All right. The move-out checklist will be sent to you." After hanging up, I opened my banking app, transferred $850 for last month's rent, and included a final payment message. I then gave my attorney a call. Thomas O'Neill, a 48-year-old family law practitioner, was his name. On Wednesday evening, I spoke with him to learn more about my alternatives. "It's Daniel Harper, Thomas. How was the transfer, Daniel?" "I'm done, but I need some guidance. My wife and her relatives are going crazy. They are phoning, messaging, and visiting my new residence. Can a restraining order be obtained? Against your spouse? In opposition to my mother-in-law?" He was silent for a while. "You would have to provide evidence of threats or harassment. Do you possess any documentation?" Since yesterday, 61 texts have been sent. 9 calls. At 6:20 a.m. M. This morning, she arrived at my apartment. That could be acceptable. Please forward everything to me. First, I'll draft a cease and desist. We escalate if she doesn't respond. How much time will it take? The cease and desist letter can be sent today. Mail that is certified. Tomorrow, she will receive it. Take action. Margaret got the letter on Saturday morning. She called me from a number I hadn't banned yet, so I knew. Lauren's mobile. I received a legal letter from you. She had a high-pitched voice. From an attorney. You would keep getting in touch with me. Your mother-in-law is me. I followed your instructions to leave my house, and now you're harassing me for doing so. Daniel, this is cruel. No, I answered softly. I was fired by Cruel for 4 years. Cruel thought I was merely furniture that could be moved around as needed. These are merely repercussions. She broke down in tears. Real tears. The house is about to be lost. I have no problem with that. Where should we go? Like I had to. Figure it out. I ended the call. Blocked Lauren's phone number as well. Robert Walsh sent me an email on Tuesday morning. Subject, 53 Oakmont Drive, early termination. Daniel, your mother-in-law and her son Andrew visited my office this morning. They'd like to take over the lease. I clarified that would necessitate a fresh application, income verification, credit check, and security deposit, in addition to the first month. 595 is Andrew's credit score. He makes $39,500 annually. He is not eligible. Despite being retired and on a fixed income, Mrs. Collins offered to co-sign. Doesn't qualify either. They have till September 15th to leave, as I have informed them. In case they get in touch with you again, I wanted you to know. We appreciate you being an excellent renter. Robert, after reading the email 3 times, I sent it along with a message to Thomas O'Neill. For your information, the family disintegrated quickly. On Tuesday night, Lauren, Emily's sister, called me from a new number. I was curious, so I responded. Please, Daniel. Mom is experiencing panic attacks. I can't afford to take her in with Andrew and me. You must assist. Why would I lend a hand? Since you are related. When it suited me, I was family. When I was silent and paid for everything. I'm disposable now that I'm inconvenient. It's unfair. Lauren. Life isn't fair. You'll quickly figure that out. She ended the call. Emily arrived at my office on Wednesday. The first call was from building security. Emily Harper is here to visit you, Mr. Harper. Do I have to send her up? No. Inform her that I'm not available. It's urgent, she says. It's not. I observed her go out of the building via the window of my office. Somehow dejected, she appeared smaller. It buzzed on my phone. A message. I filed for separation, Emily. The paperwork will be sent to you shortly. I felt that you ought to be aware. I spent a lot of time looking at that message. I then said, okay. I had another meeting with Thomas O'Neill that evening. Michelle Alvarez, CPA, an accountant. This time, 21 years of forensic accounting experience. Michelle spread documents out on the conference table and stated, here's what we've got. 4 years of rent payments, $18,900 total, all from your account, 0 from Emily's. She opened a second document. Appliances and furniture, $21,200, $7,600 for home office supplies. $3,800 for kitchenware and necessities. $32,600 is the total amount of recorded purchases. I invested a total of $209,000 on the residence, including groceries, utilities, and upkeep. But let's limit ourselves to the costs that can be verified. Indeed, $209,000. Thomas bent forward. This is important in a divorce. Rent reimbursement is available to you. Because it was rented, it is not marital property. Although the furniture is already gone and belongs to you, depending on how the settlement proceeds, we might be able to get some money back. I told her that I didn't want her money. I want her to realize how much she's lost. Thomas cautiously stated that seeking revenge is not a legal tactic. It's clarity, not retaliation. Michelle shut her file. For what it is worth. I've witnessed a lot of financial manipulation during divorces, including people lying about their income and concealing assets, but I've never witnessed someone pay for everything in silence while being regarded as though they made no contributions. That is. She hesitated. It's a unique form of invisible. I said, I'm no longer invisible. Margaret called from a different number 4 weeks after I moved out. I responded either out of curiosity or because I was feeling giving. Her voice was unusual. Daniel. Silent. Vanquished. I must apologize. All right, I was unaware. I promise that I was unaware that you were covering every expense. You did, indeed. I didn't. Margaret, you were aware. In your mind, I was supposed to pay, therefore, you simply didn't care. I was meant to be appreciative of the honor of being a member of your family. You didn't think you needed to ask. So you didn't. Quiet. At last. She replied. The landlord is evicting us. Andrew cannot afford a good place to live. Lauren refuses to assist. Emily and I are returning to my retirement condo. Daniel, I'm 66 years old. I'm meant to be on the road. Instead, my daughter's spouse departed, so we share a 2-bedroom. I stayed put. I made the correction. You instructed me to. I am aware. Do you? Are you certain? Her voice broke. Indeed. Excellent. For 4 years, I went above and beyond to be what you wanted and fit in with your family. And you attempted to get rid of me like furniture as soon as I became useless. As if I were unimportant. Did you matter? No. I answered softly. I was handy. There is a distinction. Before she could answer, I hung up. The divorce papers were finalized 10 weeks after I moved out. Emily made no objections. Didn't request alimony. Didn't quarrel over property. She recently signed. I received the news over the phone from Thomas. It's official. You're no longer together. Tidy split. No continuous commitments. That was quick. She didn't want to prolong the situation. To be honest, I believe she feels bad. She ought to. Daniel. He hesitated. This is something I've been doing for a while. I've witnessed violent custody disputes, bitter divorces, and financial warfare. This is as polite as it gets. She had numerous opportunities to argue with you. She realized she was probably mistaken, so she didn't. But at least give her credit for that. I considered it. About her mother's voice breaking over the phone, about Emily sobbing on the bedroom floor. Perhaps. I mentioned that I received a Facebook message from Andrew 4 months after I moved out. I felt that you ought to be aware. Mom suffered a heart attack. She's all right. However, the physicians stated it was connected to the stress of everything. If you would like to visit, she is in the White Plains Hospital. For 2 hours, I gazed at the message. I then took a car to the medical facility, cardiology wing, 5th floor, White Plains Hospital. Margaret's room was located. 4:17 p.m. Monitors beeped softly while she slept. She appeared smaller and older. Emily was seated in the chair next to the bed. When I walked in, she looked up, her eyes widened. Daniel. I received a message from Andrew. You arrived. I arrived. For a few minutes, we sat in silence. Margaret breathed steadily. Rhythmically, the monitors beeped. At last, Emily apologized for everything. For failing to recognize the extent of your actions. For failing to stand up for you. For allowing your mother to treat you as if you were unimportant. I am aware. Do you? I gave her a look. I understand your apologies, but they won't make up for 4 years of being invisible. I am also aware of that. Margaret woke up. She opened her eyes. Took some time to concentrate. She froze when she saw me. Daniel. Hello. Margaret. You're here. But why? Because I'm not cruel in spite of everything. She started crying. I lost everything. No, I answered softly. What you took for granted was gone. That's not the same. I ought to have. She paused and then resumed. I ought to have inquired about everything, including the rent and what you were paying. Yes, I replied. You ought to have. Will you pardon me? I considered it. Very thoughtful. Sincerely, I said, I don't know yet. I can tell you this, though. I'm tired of being the silent son-in-law. I'm done being handy. It's on my terms if you want me in your life, even in a supporting role. With gratitude, with respect, or not at all? She gave a slow nod. I get it. I got up and gave Emily a look. Look after her. Daniel. Emily got up as well. I appreciate you coming. You were not required to. No. I concurred. I didn't. Before the tears could come, I went. I'm sitting in my White Plains one-bedroom apartment 7 months later. It's all mine, quieter, and smaller than the house. Sometimes my phone buzzes. Emily occasionally texts, giving brief updates about her mother and engaging in light conversation. I reply courteously but aloofly. Last month, Margaret gave me a modest, handwritten card. We appreciate your visit. I'm grateful for all of your efforts that I never recognized. I apologize for seeing you at such a late hour. This is what I ultimately comprehended, therefore I saved the card. You cannot make others respect you. They can't see your contributions. Only what you are willing to accept is up to you. I chose to accept my invisibility for 4 years because it was simpler than trying to be seen. However, Margaret unintentionally allowed me to quit accepting less than I deserved on the day she urged me to go. She believed she was creating room for her son. In reality, she was creating room for me to remember that I was valuable beyond obedient silence. It wasn't the loss of furniture that caused the fear I noticed in her eyes when the movers left that house. She had lost control. Which she shouldn't have had in the first place. On my daughter's 7th birthday, my in-laws sent her a cute teddy bear. I opened it, then froze when I saw something inside. My in-laws gave my daughter a cute brown teddy bear for her 7th birthday. After a moment of happiness, she froze. What is it, Mommy? I turned pale when I took a closer look. I didn't yell. I did something about it. The police arrived at their house 4 days later. Emma was expected to have a straightforward 7th birthday. Paper hats, cupcakes, and 4 young girls screaming in my living room like little opera singers who had only been exposed to glitz and resentment. The issue with simplicity is that it necessitates a simple life, which was definitely not the case for me. Ryan and I were going through a divorce at the time. The documents were all over the place like a foul odor. When you're trying to keep a 7-year-old from realizing that her world is changing, the stress was both everywhere and nowhere, which is an enjoyable way to live. I made an effort to make up for it. Mom. I went all out for my birthday. I posted streamers. I created goodie packages. Instead of purchasing cupcakes from a grocery store bakery that employs professionals and most likely has a health certificate, I made them myself. Even parents were invited to stay. I have no idea why I did that. Perhaps guilt. Self-harm, perhaps. Perhaps I needed witnesses in case I lost my temper and began eating frosting with my hands straight from the piping bag. Yes, I did. The witnesses were courteous. These 4 friends were Emma's best friends, however, they alternate every week. The uneasy atmosphere of folks trying to be encouraging without acknowledging they've already asked their spouse loomed over their parents. You know, are Ryan and Olivia? I grinned excessively. I laughed too quickly. I spoke in the same tone you use when throwing a baby shower for someone you despise. Everything was all right. Emma was all right. The mail then arrived. The box, a tidy pink one with a ribbon, appeared to have been measured and tied by someone who irons bed linens. Tom and Susan. My in-laws. Those who think that a person's appearance defines their character. Since Susan and Tom were obviously not attending this party, a message was pinned to the top for Emma, open today. A few days later, Emma and Ryan were celebrating another birthday. Emma referred to it as her father's birthday. For example, Ryan wasn't just the person who would likely arrive late and then blame traffic for the idea of time. He was the one turning 7. However, we added it to the stack because Susan and Tom wanted their gift opened right away. Just like a natural disaster with better wrapping paper, kids opening presents together is total anarchy. Emma held up a plastic unicorn as though she had discovered fire, tore through a bag of stickers, and shrieked at a glittering water bottle. She then reached for the pink box. Grandma and Grandpa sang this one as if introducing a new character in a play. Carefully, she opened it. Take caution. Because she learned to be gentle from Susan, which sounds lovely until you understand that gentle is really Susan's euphemism for submissive. A brown teddy bear with a small heart sewn into its chest was inside. Emma's entire face brightened. She cherished plush animals. She cherished anything quiet, devoted, and gentle. To be honest, the same. She hugged it like it had saved her from a burning building and whispered, "Oh my gosh." The other girls swarmed around. "Oh, it's adorable. I'd like one. Bear is going to be her best friend. According to one of the dads, a pleasant guy with an ambiguous name, most likely Mark. That's what you do when people say ordinary things at ordinary parties, which is why I laughed. The house resumed its typical birthday clamor as Emma brought the bear off to play. Parents drinking coffee as if it were medicine, children running, paper plates piling up and icing showing up where it shouldn't. It felt very normal at the moment. Nor tranquil, nor serene, just typical. The problem with normal is that it's only when it's gone that you know it's the last time. After 15 minutes or so, Emma showed up in the living room doorway with a teddy bear in one arm and a pinch on her small forehead, which is how it gets when she's trying to do math. "Mommy," she called. I turned while still grinning since I was acting as though it were my full-time job. She moved in closer. She was not in tears. She was just perplexed, not angry. She then raised the teddy bear. Near one of the seams was a little gap, like a zipper concealed by fur. You don't see it unless you're a child who thinks everything is a mystery that needs to be solved. She looked up at me and squeezed the bear's side, asking, "Emma, what did you do?" "Mommy," she whispered softly. Her voice made me feel as though a hand was reaching inside my chest, asking, "What is it?" I became motionless. As I drew closer, I felt a chill go down my spine because, barely visible through the gaping seam, there was something hard and unfit for a kid's toy within the bear. I felt my stomach plummet so quickly that I went to my knees. My initial reaction was to shout, demand, call Susan and Tom, and ask them what kind of crazy little game they thought this was. That was how my body wanted to react. However, Emma was followed by 4 young girls. My parents were in my living room. Candles were waiting to be lit on a birthday cake. Emma's face was staring at me as if I were the last response. I swallowed it as a result. I softened my voice. As if she had just shown me a loose button, I answered, "Oh. Sweetheart, give me a moment to see it." Emma paused. "Is it damaged?" "No, I was lying. All I want to do is make sure." Gently, I removed the teddy bear from her grasp. Like I was holding a bomb, but very gently. I said, "Go play. I'll return it immediately." Emma gave a nod. As Emma is a decent child. Since Emma has faith in me. Emma was unaware that she had just given me the beginning of the end. I didn't haste as I went down the corridor. Hurrying would have caused the parents to glance up. I also didn't want inquiries. Not quite yet. I entered my bedroom, which Ryan and I had shared prior to the divorce, made it a neutral space, and closed the door. Before I even noticed that my breathing had changed, my hands were trembling. The bear was in my lap as I sat on the bed's edge. That seam caught my attention. I gazed at the hard form within. And I came to a pretty obvious realization. This, whatever it was no accident. This bear was more than a present. There was a message. Once, my heart thudded slowly and heavily. I slightly widened the seam, examined, verified, and repositioned the bear in my palm so that the interior was illuminated. My face turned pale, my breath became labored, and I sensed something within myself. Something aged and worn out. Get mad at last. I could hear the party outside the door to my bedroom. Someone shouting about juice, laughter, and racing feet. A brown teddy bear rested innocently on my lap. No, it wasn't. I refrained from crying. I refrained from screaming. I didn't make any calls. I took the only action I could. I smoothed the fur, sealed the seam, and got to my feet. In my room, I placed the bear in a secure location where Emma couldn't get to and where it wouldn't unintentionally fall back into her arms. Then, because I still had a birthday celebration to finish and wasn't ready to reveal what had just changed, I practiced my smile in front of the mirror like I was rehearsing for a play. While I was serving cake, singing happy birthday, clapping at the appropriate times, and walking back out to the living room, one thought kept coming back to me like a warning bell. Even though I didn't know what that teddy bear was, it had already fulfilled its purpose. I stood in my kitchen looking at a pile of paper plates after the last visitor had left. Emma was singing to herself as she brushed her teeth upstairs. She had enjoyed her day. I ought to feel relieved. Instead, knowing what was waiting in my room and who had delivered it made me feel as though I had walked a marathon while holding a secret in my mouth like shattered glass. It was no coincidence that Susan and Tom ended up becoming my in-laws. Like a warranty you don't read until it's too late. They arrived with Ryan. Ryan was the type of guy who could talk his way out of a speeding ticket and then convince you that the cop was at blame for standing there. He was charming, humorous, and laid back when I first met him. He wasn't mean. He was not noisy. He wasn't the type of husband you instantly warn your friends about. He was slick. Money would vanish. Not in a dramatic manner. Not in a way that would cause us to lose the house tomorrow. Enough to force you to check the account again. $300 here. $150 there. He had an explanation for everything. Oh, I should have told you. The auto insurance was paid for by me. Oh, I went to get groceries. Oh, I had a work-related matter to attend to. And because that's what happens when you love someone, I did believe him for a while. You adapt their tales to fit. Tom and Susan were constantly present. It was close enough that it seemed like a hobby to stop by. Sunday dinners, sporadic Tuesday visits, and phone conversations that began with simply checking in and ended with, "We're worried about how you're managing things." They had an outdated obsession with money, as if it were morals. They would pose seemingly informal questions that ended up sounding like inspections. How much do you save each month, then? Have you switched banks yet, or are you still using that one? What distinguishes Ryan's name from yours? Susan would smile and bend her head as if I were a kid concealing a report card if I hesitated. And it was never halted by Ryan. If anything, he would shrug, grin, and nod in agreement. That's how Mom is. She has good intentions, he would say. Occasionally, he would add, maybe they have a point. It's a unique kind of betrayal, the quiet kind, where you're standing in your own marriage, and still somehow outnumbered. After Emma was born, the financial situation worsened. Not because babies are costly, which they are, but more because Ryan began to worry about money as if it were a personal slight. He would become agitated, furtive, and restless. He began hanging out with buddies late at night. In the garage, he began answering calls. I discovered transactions on the internet that were illogical. Payments I couldn't match to anything in our lives. Withdrawals at strange periods. He would become defensive when I inquired. You're following me, but why? No, I'm not following you. I'm attempting to figure out why the account is bleeding, and the rent is due. He constantly made it into a fight because of my timing, tone, and trust concerns. To be honest, I didn't have any hypothetical trust difficulties. Brick by brick, they were constructed gradually. I took longer than necessary to give it a name. Gambling. Not just a gaming night, not just a few wagers with buddies. Gambling in such a way that money disappears and nothing remains but debt, adrenaline, and excuses. He insisted it wasn't that horrible when I challenged him. It wasn't often, he vowed. He insisted that he was in control. Tom and Susan didn't react as you may have hoped. They said things like, Olivia, you need to be more supportive. Money stress makes men do things. Maybe if you didn't make him feel judged. It was always my fault somehow. Olivia, you need to be more supportive. Ryan did nothing again. He snorts. Let them. He let them talk over me like I was furniture. Can we not do this right now? I tried for longer than I'm proud of, attempted budgets, tried collaborative counseling, and tried giving him more freedom which, in retrospect, is comical since what he wanted was freedom from consequences as if the issue was the talk rather than the gambling. I tried to be cool, collected, and encouraging, but I also had a daughter, and one of them has a driver's license. The last straw was when my father passed away. He wasn't young, but it still felt like someone had pulled a chair out from under me. He left me some money, not a fortune, not enough to quit your job and buy a vineyard, but also a trust set aside for Emma, roughly $175,000. My father trusted my judgment and didn't restrict it to the last penny. But he trusted my judgment, and the idea was that it could be used for Emma if necessary. When Ryan found out, our marriage took a drastic turn. At first, it was just a suggestion we could borrow a little, we could pay off some things, it's for Emma anyway, and if we use it on expenses now, that's still for her. He started pitching it like a loophole. Then, the requests became more aggressive, claiming he had a business opportunity, a debt that needed to be paid, and an urgent situation that would blow up if we didn't act. Later, I refused, Susan and Tom got involved, and they cornered me at dinner. Tom muttered, "What's the point of money if you won't use it?" Susan grinned and remarked, "A good mother uses every resource for her child." I filed for divorce because I didn't want to, and I didn't grow up dreaming of joint custody schedules and split holidays. My own parents divorced when I was Emma's age, and I remember the confusion, the 2 birthdays, and the feeling of being passed back and forth like luggage. I vowed I wouldn't do that to my child. But I also vowed I wouldn't let my child grow up witnessing her mother being drained financially and emotionally by a man who wouldn't stop and parents who would never allow him to face himself. And then, because I'm apparently allergic to making things easy for myself, I tried to be generous. I offered 50/50 custody. I offered to split assets cleanly. I even offered to keep things peaceful around the inheritance I'd received while we were married because it wasn't worth a legal war. Legal fees can eat a whole life. Ryan acted like he agreed. We were almost settled. Rachel Green said, my lawyer, calm and sharp, the kind of woman who could stare down a hurricane. Ryan hadn't signed yet, but he played cooperative. And I believed him because I wanted to believe him because Emma deserved adults who could act like adults. So when Susan and Tom mailed that bear and insisted it be opened early, part of me thought it was just them being them, a power move, a performance, a way of making sure their presence hovered over my house even when they weren't in it. I didn't yet understand how far they were willing to go. But I did understand one thing. Standing in my bedroom earlier that day, I'd offered them peace, and they'd answered with something hidden inside a teddy bear, which meant the amicable part had never been real. It had just been the mask. And now I couldn't stop wondering if I was already giving Ryan half. What else did he want? By the time Emma was in bed that night, I felt like my face hurt from pretending. She was still glowing from the party. Sticky hair. Cupcake frosting in places I didn't want to identify. The soft exhaustion of a child who'd been celebrated properly. Best birthday ever. She mumbled into her pillow. My throat tightened. Mine. Too. I lied. Because mothers lie for love all the time. I tucked her in, kissed her forehead, and stood in the doorway for a second longer than usual. Emma didn't know. Not really. She was aware that there had been something strange about the bear. That I had taken it away. But she wasn't aware of the storm or the shape of what was coming, and that was the most painful part. Now that the house was quiet, the silence was loud. I returned to my bedroom and took the teddy bear down from where I had hidden it, and it sat in my hands like an accusation. I opened the seam Emma had discovered wider this time, and inside was a small device, hard plastic wiring, something metallic, not stuffing, not a squeaker, and I didn't fully understand it at first. I'm not stupid, but I'm also not the kind of person who casually recognizes electronics concealed in plush animals. My hands went cold all over again as I sat on the edge of my bed and stared at the bear, thinking about how many times Emma had hugged it. How many times she'd pressed her cheek against it like it was safe. How many times Susan had kissed her and called her sweet girl while grinning at me like I was failing a test. I did what any modern woman would do when faced with a nightmare wrapped in fur. I took pictures, close-ups, angles, the tiny printed numbers on the plastic casing. I didn't cry, I didn't yell. And I didn't even call Ryan right away because I knew what that call would be. He would deny it, say I was paranoid, and say I was spiraling, and then he would report back to them and they would adjust. No, if they were playing games, I wasn't going to announce my moves. I put the bear back together as best I could, as if I hadn't seen anything. Then I put it in a sealed bag and tucked it away. After that, I sat there in the dark thinking one thing: Ryan is good with technology. Susan and Tom are good with guilt, control, and casserole dishes. When I called Rachel Green the following morning, I didn't even try to sound casual. I said, I need to see you. Rachel didn't ask why. She just gave me a time. Her office smelled like stress and clean paper. I sat across from her desk and slid my phone forward, saying, I took photos of a device inside Emma's birthday gift. Rachel's face didn't really change, but her eyes sharpened. After studying the photos, she zoomed in and out before looking up at me. Olivia, she said calmly. This is serious. I know. I said, that's why I'm here. Rachel put the phone down carefully, as if it might bite her. And before we discussed the device, she said, I need to tell you something. My stomach clenched as she opened a file labeled, My File, and indicated a page. Her words, Ryan rejected the 50/50, caused me to blink. What? I know what he said. I know what he presented to you, but in the paperwork, he's alleging you're unstable. Rachel interrupted, remaining composed. He rejected the custody proposal. Rachel repeated. He wants full custody. My mouth went dry. That doesn't make sense, I said. He snorts. Calling me unstable. Rachel nodded. And he's asking the court to give him authority over decisions pertaining to Emma's care and finances. There it was, the click, the reason. It wasn't really about Emma. If it had been, 50/50 custody would have been sufficient, but full custody meant control. I sat with my hands clenched in my lap, and I felt something shift, something that had been trying to stay polite for months. I'd offered him peace, I'd offered him fairness, and he'd responded by trying to wiretap my home and take my child. Full custody meant access. Full custody meant a pathway to Emma's trust fund, the only real money in this whole mess. Rachel leaned forward. "Do you have proof of his gambling?" I said right away. "Yes," she said, "and this device, we need to treat it properly. You should file a police report. And this device, we need to treat it properly." "Good," she said, referring to the texts, bank statements, and messages in which he asked me to use the trust money. Rachel watched me for a moment, then said quietly, "You offered him an uncontested path. He chose conflict, and I felt my jaw tighten. Then he's going to learn what conflict looks like," I said. "Any forensic results take time, but the fact that it exists is powerful." I nodded because my body was operating on something older than fear now. "That's the right answer." Rachel didn't smile, but her voice was full of approval. I left her office with a list of things to collect, copies to print, accounts to record, and something else: clarity. Ryan hadn't been fair. He'd been playing for keeps, and now so was I. A few days later, Emma's second birthday, the one with Ryan, was approaching. I didn't want to let Emma go, even though every protective cell in my body begged me not to. However, I also knew how this would appear if I stopped it without evidence, if I suddenly became difficult, or if I became the story they wanted. So I did what mothers do. Susan and Tom hovered in the background as if they had never done anything wrong in their lives. I made plans. That morning, I put a watch on Emma's wrist that looked like a typical children's watch, bright and basic, the kind you'd buy because kids love accessories but can't tell time. I crouched in front of her and spoke softly, saying, "If you feel scared, press this button," as I brushed her hair out of her face. Emma looked down, and I said, "Just in case. Sometimes adults get confused, so if you need me or can't find Daddy, you press it." "All right." Emma nodded. "All right." I kissed her forehead and grinned, but my smile didn't reach my bones. Ryan arrived to pick her up, standing on my porch like a man who had practiced being innocuous. I watched his hands, his face, everything. He handed me a slip of paper with an address and pickup instructions. "Hey," he said, as if we were just two friendly co-parents who had unintentionally ended up divorcing due to scheduling conflicts. "Hey," I said back. Emma ran to him. He lifted her up and spun her once like a typical dad. I tried to be normal, cleaning, doing laundry, staring at my phone excessively, checking the time, checking it again, because anxiety is just your brain hitting refresh as if it were going to load new information. "We'll drop her here," he said. "Same time. Text me when you're leaving," I replied. "Sure," Ryan said easily. When it came time to pick Emma up, I drove to the address Ryan had given me. It was a building, not a house, a backyard full of balloons, nothing that shouted children's parties, just a place. I pulled into the lot and took a moment to look around. There were no cars I recognized. No music. No children. No decorations. No signs. I got out and looked around, checking the address on my phone, looking at the doors, trying to find something that made sense, checking the time, checking my messages, calling Ryan and getting no answer. Calling again and getting no answer. And texting, "I'm here." Perhaps it was inside. Perhaps there was a back entrance. Perhaps I was early. "You're where?" I walked around the perimeter like a lost tourist, blaming myself at first. Maybe I had the wrong building, maybe I misread the number, maybe I was on the wrong side. Maybe they were late, maybe they got stuck, maybe they were 5 minutes away with Emma in the car singing happy birthday to herself. I waited. My hands went numb as my phone buzzed an alert, not a message, not a call, an SOS, and I opened it to see the location ping. I looked around the street, called again, and still got no response. Slowly, painfully, the excuses faded and fear took over because when your child is missing, your body knows it before your mind permits the words. At Susan and Tom's house, Emma's stomach fell so hard that I thought I may throw up, but I didn't. I got in the vehicle and drove quickly but deliberately because panic driving is how people die. And I needed to live long enough to pick up my child. I called the police as I was driving. The dispatcher asked questions, and I responded. "My daughter's 7, I said in a tight voice. It wasn't dramatic, just factual. I got an SOS alert from her watch, and when I got to the designated pickup location, she wasn't there. I have her GPS location, so I can't reach her father. Please send someone to check. When I turned onto Susan and Tom Street 5 minutes later, I saw a patrol car already there. My heart seized with relief and rage at the same time. I pulled up and ran to the door, but before I could knock, it opened and Emma burst out like she'd been held underwater. My voice sounded like someone else's, like I'd become a woman made of pure checklist. I gave the address and continued driving. Emma, I said, I'm here. She raced right into my arms and wrapped herself around me so tightly that her little fingers ached. I held her and inhaled her scent, warm hair, shampoo, and the scent of a kid who should never be used as a weapon. Here I am. She slightly withdrew to gaze at me, her eyes moist and perplexed. Grandma coughed out. You didn't come. You abandoned me, she said. My throat shut. I said right away. I did come. I was present. I was trying to find you. Emma's face contorted as if she were juggling two truths at once and was unsure of which to believe. Susan emerged in the doorway behind her, her hands clasped as if she were leading a Bible study. Oh, Olivia, she remarked in a charming voice. Tom stood behind her, arms crossed, and said, this was all a misunderstanding. He appeared annoyed, as if my lost child had interrupted his evening. A policeman approached and made some simple inquiries. Neutral stance, a calm voice, and the trained tone of someone who has witnessed every kind of family turmoil. My chest constricted as Emma sniffled and whimpered. I got scared. Mommy didn't come. She was 7 years old. It had been told to her. She had trusted it. She was afraid, so she pressed the button. When children believe they have been abandoned, they are at a loss for what to do. Susan whispered. Lately, she has been really emotional. I gave her a look. Glanced closely. And I noticed the same grin she had on her face when she had inquired about my bank account as if it were her own business at Sunday dinners. I refrained from arguing on the porch. I didn't give an explanation. They wanted to fight, but I didn't. Susan opened her lips to object, but the officer's presence stopped her. I scooped Emma into my arms and said, we're going home. Tom appeared to have something to say, but he remained silent. Since Ryan was nowhere to be found, it felt like the most Ryan thing imaginable. Shaking with restrained anger, I got Emma into the car and headed home. I made hot chocolate once we got inside. Hot chocolate provides young hands with something warm to hold, not because it heals trauma. The initial step back to safety can occasionally be that. Emma and I sat on the couch until she started to breathe more slowly. I said to her, I didn't abandon you. Never. Emma, weary, nodded. Despite being 7 years old and determined to be big, she leaned against me like a baby. I went to my room and launched the watch app after she had fallen asleep. I just anticipated a location log and a timestamp. However, there was an audio file attached when I clicked the SOS event. For a moment, my fingers lingered over it. I then hit the play button. Initially, the sound of a child's breathing, movement, and cloth was muffled. Then I heard Susan's voice, which was so clear it made my skin crawl. You see, Emma's little voice was saying, your mommy didn't come. I will, she said. Once more, Susan, softer than ever, likes poison in honey. Mothers occasionally say things they don't mean to. You must keep that in mind. In the background, Tom's voice growled. Put an end to your tears. Big girls aren't emotional. My gut churned when Emma's sob got stuck in her throat. Then Susan's voice once more. And it wasn't a consolation this time. It was training. I stopped breathing as she said, you tell them your mommy forgets things. You tell them she gets upset. You tell them she isn't stable. Susan continued as Emma whimpered. Susan whispered. You don't have to like saying it. But it's important. Daddy needs help. We need help. And your mommy, well, your mommy can't take care of you the way we can. The recording went on. More adult hands trying to mold my child's reality, more coaching, more shaping, more purposeful, nauseating. This was not an error. This was a strategy. I submitted the file to Rachel Green after saving it and backing it up. Then I listened to the peaceful home while sitting on the edge of my bed and gazing into the darkness while forming a single, calm thought. They sought evidence. They were going to repent everything now that they had handed it to me. The hearing took place months later. It was more than one incident by that point. There was a pattern. Ryan handled a teddy bear that Susan and Tom had received with a recorder and tracker inside. A forensic result linking Ryan to the gadget. A police report. Emma's SOS audio. And my 7-year-old's frightened voice while adults coaxed her like they were rewriting her testimony. He didn't say it anymore. She did. It was their fingerprints, their voices, and their decisions. I didn't have to be theatrical for the judge. I didn't need to give a motivational speech or demonstrate my superiority as a parent. All I had to do was be honest and present the proof. I was granted complete custody. Ryan received visitation under supervision. It was structured on paper. He actually hardly utilized it. Occasionally less, but every other week if he felt like it. He would occasionally make last-minute cancellations. Treating fatherhood as an elective. Tom and Susan vanished entirely from our life. Emma stopped inquiring about them. Not after that day. Not after the falsehoods. Not after recognizing you've been used as a pawn and experiencing it. Sometimes children lack the vocabulary to describe betrayal. They simply give up on the perpetrators. And I was finally able to breathe financially. Thank God. My household continued to receive my salary. No more money disappearing. No more crises where I had to make sacrifices every time. Emma's trust fund invested and remained unaltered. $175,000 is right where it should be. Not in the appetite of others, but in her own future. I occasionally reflect late at night on how close I was to playing nice right into a trap. I know I didn't go too far when I look at my daughter, who is secure, sleeping, and stable. I went just far enough. What do you think, then? Did I go far enough or too far? Tell me in the comments below. Remember to subscribe for future updates. My mom said, "You're out." 52 missed calls later. I took control of the family business, leaving them with no backdoor to get back in. Lena Carter is my name. I'm 32 years old and work for a Denver-based fintech company as a worst-case scenario predictor. However, I was never ready for the 12-second voicemail that rocked my family. It arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, sandwiched between a cold cup of coffee and a risk report. I heard my mother's flat, business-like voice as if she were canceling a subscription when I hit play. Not her daughter. "You're gone. Don't return. Without you, we are going on." Just a decision, with no feelings or justification. I felt my heartbeat in my ears as I gazed at my phone for a moment. The part of my brain that spends the entire day stealthily locking down other people's money then came into play. I didn't return the call. I refrained from arguing. I typed a single, short text, "All right." I was the first to move on. I locked every permission with my name on it after logging into the family LLC I had created from the ground up, the one that owned our rental properties and the new triplex we were going to close on. I have stopped signing deals using my credit. No more transfers without my consent. After that, I gave the real estate agent a call and managed to back out of the house deal they were depending on. The house made a decision. In order to prevent anything from being altered or depleted behind my back, I finally froze the retirement account structure I had established for them. Every simple route they believed they had through me was gone by the time I finished my coffee. That should be the end of it, I thought. Rather, by the following morning, my phone had 52 missed calls and a voicemail from their attorney stating, "We have a serious problem." I laughed as I typed my response. Because they were unaware that my absence wasn't the issue. I brought it with me. If you stay with me until the very end, you will witness how a cold voicemail evolved into a tale of family retaliation in which the person they attempted to cut out ended up possessing every last card. My phone was buzzing itself toward the edge of the nightstand when I woke up the following morning. I briefly believed it to be my alarm. I then noticed the screen. 52 calls were missed. Unknown numbers. Mom? Dad. I recognized one from a law office. Their lawyer's voicemail was the most recent notification. I plugged in my earphones and pressed play as I turned on the coffee maker. "This is James Harris, David and Susan Carter's counsel. We must speak, Lena. This is a serious matter. Kindly give me a call back as soon as you can." His tone was tense, the way attorneys become when they discover their clients have omitted crucial information. I listened to the coffee drip as I stared at the wall for a while after the message ended. Mom kept sending me new texts, and my phone kept lighting up. "This is merely a miscommunication, Lena. Give me a call. We must speak." From Dad. "Whatever happened, kiddo, we can make things right. Give us a call back, please." Mom gave me another one. "That's not how we meant it. We were angry. Let's explain when you get home." It was funny, I thought, because her voice had been completely clear yesterday. "You're gone. Don't return. Without you. We are going on. I had thought that was pretty obvious. Half expecting to see Emily's name somewhere in the flood, I scrolled. Nothing. My younger sister, who frequently bombarded our family group chat about the tiniest things, didn't send me a single text or miss a call. She was quiet for someone who loved attention. Now, almost automatically, as the coffee was finishing, I launched the building security app and retrieved the front entrance camera feed. A clip from earlier that morning appeared on the screen. With his hands stuffed deep in his jacket pockets, my dad stood outside the glass door of my apartment building, gazing up at the second floor, where my apartment was located. He looked at his phone, paused as if he were going to press the buzzer, then turned around and left. Retreat without making a call or knocking. For a brief moment, my chest constricted, but I forced the sensation away. When someone demonstrates to you how easily they can cut you off, you should wait to offer consolation until they feel the knife swing back. My phone kept vibrating in my bag on the way to work. I allowed it. I finally wrote 3 brief responses to my mother at my desk. I'm secure. Dad. I need time. The voicemail reached me. I'm not prepared to speak with the attorney. I got your message. I'll write back. That was the most I owed anyone. Olivia, one of my coworkers, lowered her voice and rolled her chair over to my desk just before lunch. As if you were going to blow it up, you have been looking at that screen. Everything okay at home? She asked. I was about to answer, yes, out of habit, but I restrained myself. Not at all. My parents made the decision to remove me from the family business. She raised her eyebrows. Are they aware that you are the family business? I gave a shrug. A voicemail was left. I secured everything. Their attorney is now involved. Olivia blew her whistle slowly. You know how this works, but I'm not telling you what to do. It involves the second sum of money. Everyone begins to perform. They will turn any actions you take out of guilt into an admission of guilt. Make sure that every choice you make is something you could easily defend in front of a judge in the future. I gave a nod. I knew that part better than anyone. I was responsible for risk management. I had devoted years to creating systems that prevented people from discreetly transferring money behind one another's backs. I was now aware that I had created the ideal mechanism to prevent my own family from harming me in the same way. My phone buzzed once more as I made my way to the break room to get more coffee. A fresh text message from an unidentified number. I heard you left the triplex because you were feeling overburdened. Are you all right? It was a relative of my father. Feeling overwhelmed? I certainly didn't say that. It had the sound of something Emily would say while feigning tears. In my mind, the pieces began to fit together. The timing of her marketing job loss. At Sunday dinners, she had begun using terms like streamline the LLC and free up equity. As though spreadsheets had never been important to her. Like a puppeteer who has already pulled the strings and is waiting off stage to see the result, she was the only one who was now silent. I felt the first cold, sharp edge of anger slide into place as I stared at my phone. Emily had picked the wrong sister to pick a financial argument with, if she was responsible for this and believed she could push me out of what I had built and take my place while our parents played along. 2 days later, I did something painfully ordinary in an attempt to make life seem normal. I visited the neighborhood coffee shop. On Saturdays, I always hit. The kind of place where the regulars discuss housing costs and hiking, and the barista knows your order. I heard my name called just as I was picking up my latte. Lena. Hello. One of my dad's old friends from the garage where he used to work, John Stevens, was there when I turned around. He gave me a shoulder clap as if nothing were wrong. Have you heard of the triplex? He lowered his voice as if he were going to reveal a secret. Difficult material. I scowled. How about it? He flinched. That's exactly what Emily and your mother were saying in the family group chat. That you left because you were under too much pressure at work. That you weren't feeling well mentally and that you were overburdened. The way people think when they're scared to say breakdown. He said. Overwhelmed, I felt my jaw tighten. Once more, there it was. I tried to smile so hard that I thought it might break. Yeah. Well, you know how rumors travel. I replied. After giving me a pat on the arm and telling me to look after myself, John strolled over to the sugar station. I left the store before my true emotions could be seen on my face. I took out my phone and went back through my messages outside in the chilly Denver air. Emily never called or texted me, but for some reason she felt comfortable telling my extended family that I was too unstable to manage a house deal that I had essentially planned. That wasn't merely rumors. That served as preparation. I opened my contacts while driving and tapped a name I hadn't used in months. Before my parents were influenced by Emily, Michael Davis, the financial advisor who had assisted me in creating the initial framework for our family LLC, changed to a more modern and ostentatious one. The second ring was picked up by Michael. "This is a surprise, Lena," he said. "Maintaining everyone's safety." As I worked on it, I asked a question. Has anyone recently attempted to alter Carter Holdings LLC's ownership percentages? A pause occurred, the sort of pause where you can hear someone straighten up. "Some draft documents have passed by." He spoke slowly. "I saw references to adding another family member as a managing member. Your signature line was blank, and your mom mentioned a new advisor and asked a few hypothetical questions. I told her that nothing could move without you because it appeared disorganized." I gripped the steering wheel more tightly. "Emily?" "Another relative." "Naturally. Was any of it successful?" I inquired. "No," he said. "The documentation was, to be honest, dubious and lacking. However, Lena, you must act quickly if someone is attempting to gain control of your LLC through a backdoor." After thanking him, I hung up and spent a considerable amount of time looking at the dashboard. The voicemail informing me that I was out crossed my mind. I pictured John Stevens repeating the word, overwhelmed. I considered how, immediately following Emily's job loss, my mother suddenly wanted a new advisor. This wasn't a coincidence. This was a plan with a lot of emotional manipulation on top of a weak legal foundation. As I sat there, Emily sent me a new notification. "Lastly, Lena, what do you think you're doing? Locking down accounts, frightening everyone, and pulling out of the house deal. You are adding to the mess that already exists." My fingers lingered over the keyboard for a moment. I nearly let loose everything that was brewing inside of me. Rather, I opened my email and erased the draft reply. I started by writing the real estate agent. "In accordance with our conversation, kindly take this written confirmation as my primary qualifier and borrower withdrawal from the Carter Triplex purchase. Any additional claims that I am involved in this transaction are false and unlawful." I then requested that my parents receive a formal cancellation notice that was copied to their attorney. I opened a new message after that. This time, it was written like any other risk escalation I would send at work, but it was addressed to Emily. This email serves as official notice to Emily that any attempt to change the ownership, signature authority, or financial structure of Carter Holdings LLC, its affiliated properties, or retirement accounts without my written consent is prohibited and may be fraudulent. Don't sign my name. Don't assume that I approve. Any such action will be recorded and communicated to legal counsel. Lena. There should be no shouting or name-calling, only facts and consequences. After sending it, I placed my phone on the passenger seat, face down. My call log revealed that my mom had made 6 more attempts, my dad had made 3, and Emily had made none by the time I got home. I opened my laptop at my apartment and created a new folder called Family Risk File. I dragged in screenshots of my recent email, Michael's notes, the lawyer's voicemail, and texts. Every action, falsehood, and effort to portray me as unstable was being made. Because I was going to create a better story if Emily was creating one in which I was the issue, the weak point that needed to be removed to allow her to enter. One supported by evidence and timestamps. As I watched the files stack up on my screen, I couldn't help but wonder how many families fall apart like this because one person values the victim role they've been practicing their entire life more than the truth. 3 days later, in the middle of a spreadsheet, an unidentified number flashed on my screen. Before I noticed the company name, I was on the verge of letting it go to voicemail. "It's Lena here." "Hello, Lena." He introduced himself as Jason Liu, the new financial advisor for your parents. "All I have to do is review some of the differences in the Carter retirement plan." I sat up when I heard that word. He clarified that he had been looking over the LLC and retirement accounts, and that he had seen draft forms that added Emily as a managing member or co-trustee, with my name listed as approving the changes but without my actual signature. "Just so you know, Jason, I haven't given my approval to anything." Jason sighed when I said, "I haven't signed a thing since the day I set it up. I assumed that your family believed you had moved on and that you wanted these changes." Overwhelmed was the word that emerged. "I needed your confirmation from the perspective of compliance. Until you see my live signature, consider every request to be unauthorized." After we hung up, my cousin Olivia called. I told him, "If someone claims otherwise, ask for written proof. You won't get any. Are you okay?" she blurted. I wanted to know exactly what Emily was saying. Because the way Emily has been talking, it sounds like you are falling apart. That you pulled out of the triplex because of anxiety? That you hoard control of the LLC? That you threatened to cut mom and dad off financially? Said Olivia. Now she's posting about abusive power in families. I refuted all of that. Olivia spoke more softly. I didn't think so. The Lena who paid for their roof is not comparable. I simply wanted you to be aware of the conversation. Thank you. Take a screenshot if you'd like. Don't feed her audience otherwise. We ended the call. An email thread appeared in my inbox a moment later. Subject: Update on the Carter triplex purchase. My parents, Emily and James, as well as the lawyer on copy, received it from our agent Susan. Emily's message was quoted beneath her response. Susan. As we previously discussed, Lena has withdrawn because of her own mental health issues. Without her, we must proceed. Please respect her limitations, Emily had written, sounding so caring it made my skin crawl. Susan's real response was succinct. I'm grateful, Emily. I'll pause the file for the time being and require written confirmation from Lena regarding liability. Before the rage subsided, I began typing. Hello Susan, I sent you a message. My written withdrawal from 2 days ago and the pre-approval documents are attached. I'm not leaving because of my mental health issues. I am withdrawing because, given the current family situation, I no longer agree to the use of my name, credit, or income. My decision cannot be described in any other way. Thanks for pausing the file. Lena. I attached all the documentation proving I had been the driver from the beginning, and I copied Jason and James. Susan replied quickly to the smaller group. I get it. I will only follow your instructions and disregard Emily's previous message. James then sent a quiet email. Acquired. We ought to discuss our next course of action. My mother's handwriting appeared on an envelope that was taped to the door of my apartment that evening. Inside, on lined paper, she'd written, We love you. We were upset. Please give us a call so we can resolve this before it gets out of hand. Love. Mom. My chest ached for a moment. I could see her setting up the story at the kitchen table as Emily paced and sobbed. Once more, my phone buzzed. Olivia had forwarded a screen grab of Emily's most recent post. The person who controls all the money and punishes you when you disobey is sometimes the most dangerous member of the family. The comments were heartfelt and you go girl. I placed my mother's note next to my laptop and opened the family risk file folder. It read, Healing means walking away from people who weaponize their power. Even if they share your last name. Voicemails, advisor notes, screenshots, and emails are all arranged in tidy little rows. Up until now, I've just been shutting doors. I came to the conclusion that defense was insufficient as I saw the files pile up. I was going to respond with something Emily couldn't fabricate, a straightforward, recorded story that left her standing by herself in the light if she wanted to construct a story in which I was the antagonist. My phone buzzed with a fresh text from my mother the following morning as I was at my desk. No arguing, just 6 minutes. Please. I stared at it. It sounded more like her than anything she had sent in weeks, but 6 minutes wouldn't change a voicemail telling me not to return. Call me. I wrote. She responded right away, and I could hear the speaker echoing faintly. Her words. Your dad is here. Too. Hey. Kiddo. David continued. You wanted 6 minutes, I replied. Mom let out a breath. We messed up, Lena. Saying, you're out. Don't come back. That was extreme. We shouldn't have said it like that. You didn't. I said you said exactly that. She stopped talking and tried again. We heard things from your sister. I asked, did you hear those words from me directly? Well, no, Mom replied. She said you were planning to cut us out of the LLC, talking to lawyers about removing us from retirement accounts, saying you were tired of carrying us and wanted full control. She said you told her after dinner in the car. None of that ever happened. Emily claimed that on the way home. You spoke in the car. I took my own car that night. I replied. I left alone. There would be no car ride, Dad muttered. Mom muttered, why would she make that up? But it sounded as though she already knew the answer. Maybe because she wanted what I have, I replied. If I am unstable and power hungry, sliding herself into documents looks like protecting you, not using you. Dad murmured. Now that the family drama is over. James called. I know, I replied. Jason called you. Susan paused to the house. That's why I'm done with whispers. We're going to sit down, all four of us, in the same room. No speakerphone, no vague posts. It'll bring documents. You bring everything Emily told you. Then we see what survives. Do we have to involve lawyers? Mom responded. They're already involved. The question is whether they see the evidence or Emily's story first, I said. When? Dad inquired. When I said, tomorrow, 6, at the house. The following evening, I entered my parents' living room carrying a thick folder and said, if Emily won't come. That's an answer too. The framed school photos, the beige couch, and the air are all different. My parents sat together on the sofa, using a tissue as a prop. Emily sat in an armchair. She wouldn't look at me. Thanks for coming, Dad said. I placed my phone and the folder on the coffee table. Just so we're clear, I replied. Nothing about this is off the record in my head. If anyone lies, I won't keep it here. Emily laughed. Wow. What a hostile way to go. We're related. Then nobody should be afraid of the truth, I said. Mom's hands twisted. Emily. Honey, tell Lena what you told us. No, I replied. Emily rolled her eyes and said, Emily can speak for herself. Go ahead. I just repeated what you said, she yelled. That you were considering removing your name from things because you were tired of carrying everything. I asked. This was in the car after dinner, right? You wanted complete control of the LLC so you didn't have to consult them. She gave a nod. Opening the folder, I took out a printed statement and slid it over. Yeah, you were upset. You probably don't even remember. Mom looked down the page and said, that night at Harbor Grill? Right? Check the timestamps. At 10:30, Emily's ride-share receipt arrived at their home. At 10:25, I charged my gas station across town. Different routes, different cars. I took the wheel myself. There was no car talk, so I said, you took a car alone. Emily said, maybe it was another night, without much explanation. I turned to another printout and said, before you say that, here's the only other time we all had dinner in the last 4 months. I stayed to pay, but you left early that evening to meet friends. Dad leaned back slowly. No private ride then either. Emily. He uttered softly. She gave a shrug. I wrote the email to Susan after saying, memory is weird. Okay, I was trying to help. I thought she was serious about needing a break. Emily's mental health story came after my withdrawal. Susan's response that she would disregard anything that wasn't for me came next. Then Jason's note regarding draft documents that mentioned but did not sign my name. Next. Screenshots of Megan's messages and Emily's posts. One by one, the pages built a line from my voicemail to this couch. At last, Mom looked at Emily. You told us you saw emails. She muttered. You told us Lena said she was done with us. Emily sat up straighter. So now you just believe her because she printed things? She responded. Dad stared at her, saying, she said she's always liked control. She's twisting everything to make me look crazy. The truth doesn't fall apart when you hold it next to a receipt, he stated. For the first time since that voicemail, I noticed a change when Mom looked at me and said, yours did. We always thought you could handle more. She replied. We saw Emily as fragile, so we protected her and pushed responsibility onto you. And now I am sitting here realizing the only person who has lied to us is the one we told not to come back. Emily opened her mouth, and her mother raised her hand. Not this time, she murmured. When the word no fell between them, I felt something inside of me at last subtly return to its proper position. They had tried to cut me out based on a script, Emily wrote. They realized they were only a few seconds away from losing the one person who had truly kept them afloat as they watched that script burn page by page. Like a fifth person in the room, the silence that followed my mother's remarks lingered. Emily moved in her seat, glancing between our parents and me to see which way the wind was blowing. At last, she snapped, so what now? You've got your little packet of papers. Congratulations, Lena. Are you happy you made Mom cry? I ignored the insult. This is not about anyone crying, I replied. It's about consequences. You told me I was out. You tried to push changes through behind my back. You told people I was unstable so you could step into things I built. That must mean something more than a depressing Facebook post and everyone acting as though it never happened. My dad rubbed his jaw the way he did when he was mentally lining up a challenging repair. He questioned. What do you think should happen? Emily jerked her head in his direction. I looked him in the eyes and said, seriously, Dad, you're asking her? You wanted me out of the family business? I replied, all right. It'll step back from being the default safety net. But that also means no one gets to quietly use my name, my credit, or my work. Starting with making sure Emily has zero access to anything I've set up. My mother hesitated. She began. Emily doesn't have access. But I shook my head. Not formally, maybe, I replied. But she's been in meetings. She's been in group chats about the triplex. Dad sighed and turned to face Emily. She's been talking to advisors, like decisions were already moving in her favor. That stops today. Honey, he replied, we need to be clear here. No more talking to advisors for us. No more speaking on our behalf. No more hinting that Lena is okay with things when she is not. Emily gave a stern look. So you're just going to ignore me? She said in a high-pitched voice. After everything I have done for you, what exactly is that? I asked, unable to stop myself. The half-baked business plans you wanted me to fund, or the Instagram story about being raised by wolves in the suburbs. Mom winced, but she didn't reprimand me this time. David, she said quietly. We've been saying for years that we'd help Emily start something, pay off this card, co-sign that loan, but all it has done is make her believe she is entitled to money that isn't there until Lena builds it. Perhaps we should make it official. No more beneficiaries, no shared accounts, no promises we can't keep. Susan turned to face me, and I was taken aback by how direct she was. We want you to rewrite the documents, the LLC, the retirement stuff, all of it. Based on what you think actually makes sense, not what we say in the middle of a fight. She said. You're asking me to take control again after you just told me to get out. I said slowly. With tears in her eyes, she nodded and said, I'm asking you to do what you have been doing this whole time, only this time with us admitting you know more than we do. Emily laughed harshly, saying, it's unbelievable, you are handing her everything. You're punishing me because I told the truth about how she treats us. Dad stared at her steadily, and the truth would have held up against a gas receipt. Yours didn't, he remarked. That's the difference. Here's what we're going to do, David said, settling into the firm tone he used at the shop. For the first time since I'd walked in, Emily looked truly shaken, her eyes darting to me, looking for some old version of me who might offer a lifeline. But I didn't. Lena, you and James and Jason figure out whatever it takes to make the LLC and the retirement accounts bulletproof. The only managing members are still you and me. One beneficiary is your mother. Emily has no control at all. Emily sat forward and said, if we help her, it will come from our own pockets, not by opening back doors into what you built. I'm your daughter, too, so you can't just erase me like that, she said. My mother flinched. We're not erasing you, she said, and we're stopping acting like money that we don't have will magically appear because we put your name on something Lena made. If we ever assist you, it will be because you have a genuine plan and we can afford it, not out of guilt. Emily changed strategies so quickly that it made my head spin. Okay, she said, tears welling up. Then let me prove it, Lena. Give me a small role in the LLC. Let me do social media or something. Let me show you I can contribute instead of just taking. Her transition from outrage to pleading to the most reasonable angle was almost impressive. I might have fallen for it a year ago, but now I just saw another version of the same pattern. I got up and picked up my folder, saying, no, if you want to prove you can build something, you don't do it by wiring yourself into what someone else has already built. You do it by starting with nothing like I did. My mother glanced between us. Lena, isn't that a little harsh? She asked softly. I shook my head. Harsh was being told I was out and should not come back, I said. Harsh was having my stability used as a prop to get sympathy online. This is just boundaries, Mom. There's a difference. Emily glared at me. You are going to regret this, she hissed. I picked up my phone and put it in my bag, saying, you think you can cut me off and walk away clean? No. I replied. My dad escorted me to the door as I was leaving, saying, I think I can protect what I have earned, and stop you from turning my work into your safety net. Whatever happens to you after that, is not on me. I apologize. He said softly. For letting it go this far, for leaving a voicemail, and for not asking you first. What was easiest to hear, I believed. I know, I said, nodding as a complex wave of relief and melancholy passed over me. Over the course of the following week, the changes became apparent. But believing the easy story does not mean the consequences are easy, too. Only David's and my names were in control positions in the updated drafts that Jason sent over. My parents signed documents restricting who could ever access their accounts during a meeting that James arranged. In order to make it clear that no new managing member could be added without the unanimous written consent of the current ones, I updated the LLC operating agreement. Emily's name could not even be written on any line later. I sensed a sense of stability when the final signature dried. Retaliation as a structure, not as a dramatic moment. A system that made it impossible for the person who attempted to push me out to get in. A few days later, Emily asked the receptionist for me when she unexpectedly showed up at my office with big red eyes. She had a binder in her hand, the kind you bring when making a project pitch. I crossed my arms and met her in the lobby. She pushed the binder in my direction and said, "I have a business plan. Events, influencer partnerships, and brand alliances. I can repay you and disprove everyone if you just put in a little money." The binder was not taken by me. I said, "Start it without me. You won't need my money if it succeeds. You'll understand why I declined if it doesn't." She flinched. Panic and rage vying for room. She muttered, "You are really not going to help me. Not after everything." I thought of Michael's warning, Jason's caution, Olivia's screenshots, my mom's note, my dad's quiet apology. That voicemail that started all of this. "I'm done helping people set themselves on fire with my gasoline," I replied. Then I turned and walked back to my floor through the locked door, leaving her, her binder, and herself practically on the other side. A month later, I watched my parents fight over where to put a bird feeder while holding a box of kitchen supplies in the driveway of a pale brick triplex on the outskirts of Denver. With a written agreement that stated they could live there for the rest of their lives without anyone touching it, the bottom unit was now legally theirs. My apartment was on the second floor, with large windows letting in plenty of light. The third apartment had already been put up for rent. I was the only one with control over the numbers written down in a spreadsheet. Emily had attempted to slide into Carter Holdings LLC, which was cleaner and leaner. My mom is the beneficiary, my dad and I are the managing members, and there are more safeguards than any family drama could ever breach. No space for imaginative interpretations, no side doors. My dad would watch a car show in the living room on the weekends, and I would come down and cook with her in her new kitchen. We stopped acting as though money was some enigmatic mist that no one could comprehend, but we did not go over every detail again. Instead of showing them what they wished were real, I would show them what was real by bringing up the accounts on my laptop. It was not perfect. When Emily's name was mentioned, there were still moments of sadness and guilt in their eyes. But now, when she texted me to ask for help with another credit card, my mom would show me the message, put her phone down, and say, "We can't fix this for her. Not this way." Based on what I heard from cousins, Emily ended up living in a small apartment across town while juggling gigs. She never really got her big event plan off the ground. Her stories always required a villain and a spotlight. And people were beginning to notice. I wasn't in either role for once. I did not sue her. I didn't attempt to ruin her on the internet. I took a more subdued and, in my opinion, sharper action. I took away the power she believed she possessed, allowing her to live a life independent of my labor. I had lost my anger. I was explicit. It's obvious that trust without limits invites the wrong person to take over and change everything. Make it clear that having strength in a family does not entail allowing others to use it against you. If there is any lesson in all of this, it is that you can love your family and still refuse to be their insurance policy when they gamble with the truth. It is possible to forgive without returning the keys. Additionally, don't return if someone tells you you're out. You are free to believe them. Take a step back and pose a more challenging query to yourself. What do I no longer grant them access to going forward? Maybe you have your own version of this story. A moment when someone exploited your loyalty, like an unlimited credit card. If you do, I hope you realize that saying no is not retaliation as quickly as I did. It's self-respect. And occasionally, that is the only thing more important to safeguard than the actual house. My niece pretended to be mute to secretly protect me. After 4 years of silence, she finally spoke out. What she revealed changed everything. My entire life fell apart as soon as the front door clicked shut. I stood in my sister's living room, listening as the cab pulled away from the curb. Emily and Ben had left for their Caribbean trip. 4 days of sun and umbrella cocktails as I babysat their daughter. I turned around and smiled, ready to ask Sophie what she wanted to do first. Perhaps we could bake cookies, watch a movie, or read together like we have always done. But Sophie didn't reach for her iPad. She was not composing a message for the text-to-speech program to read aloud. She was just standing there, staring at me with an intensity I hadn't seen in her 8 years of life. And then my niece, the child I thought was born mute, the little girl who hadn't spoken since she was a toddler, opened her mouth. "Auntie, don't drink the tea Mom made." She plotted something bad. Her voice was clear and beautiful, as if she'd been speaking her entire life. My blood turned to icy water in my veins. Let me back up about 5 hours so you can understand how I got here. How I ended up standing in my sister's home, realizing that everything I thought I knew about my family was meticulously crafted fiction. My name is Rachel Harris. I am 28 years old. I work as an accountant for a mid-sized firm in Columbus, Ohio. It's exciting, I know. Others fantasize of exotic holidays and romantic adventures, while I dream of perfectly balanced spreadsheets. My therapist believes I use numbers to feel in control. My therapist is probably correct. That morning began normally enough. Saturday, coffee, peaceful flat. I was genuinely enjoying the silence when my phone rang. Emily, my older sister, and I are 4 years apart, but it feels like 40 at times. Her voice was honey sweet, which should have been my first clue. Emily only used that voice when she desired something. "Rachel, I have the biggest favor to ask." It turned out she and Ben had planned an anniversary cruise. 4 days in the Caribbean, very romantic, very last minute, and they needed someone to look for Sophie. Of course, I replied yes, because that is what I usually told Emily. I said, I'd love to spend time with her, and I meant it. I truly adored my niece. Even though communicating via iPad was sometimes exhausting, Sophie had a unique quality. She had huge, alert eyes that seemed to take in everything. When I read to her, she would lean on my shoulder, and I could feel her relax, as if my voice was a safe haven. Sophie was born with an unusual condition. Emily always claimed that her ability to talk was hampered by a neurological condition. Doctors discovered it when she was around 3 years old. Emily stated that nothing could be done. I've never questioned it. Why should I? She was my sister. Mothers know their children. Besides, I wasn't around much in Sophie's early years. I took a job in Chicago shortly after she was born. A good opportunity. Could not pass that up. I'd fly home for Christmas. Maybe for a weekend or two. Sophie had been mute by the age of 3. Emily had already created the entire narrative. I returned to Ohio 2 years ago when our mother became ill. Cancer. The slow and horrible type. I wanted to be nearby and help. Throughout those months, I began spending more time with Sophie, reading to her, bringing her books, and simply being present. Even without words, we created something real. Our father, Connor, died 2 years before Mom from heart problems. He was the quiet, steady type, the man who fixed things without complaining. After he left, it felt as if the family had lost its anchor. When Mom died 12 months ago, she left behind a trust worth $950,000. Their whole life savings, Dad's life insurance, and everything. The terms were explicit. Emily and I had to sign for any significant withdrawals. Mom was astute that way. She also bequeathed me the family home, which Emily already owned at the time. I believed it was fair. Now I'm wondering whether Mom knew something I didn't. Anyway, back to Saturday morning. I drove to Emily's place at midday. Nice property with a large lawn. The kind of house that would look good on a magazine cover. Emily welcomed me at the door with a hug, which was unusual. My sister was not a big hugger. "You're a lifesaver, Rachel," she explained. She looked stunning, as always. Hair and nails have been done, and fancy luggage is waiting by the door. Ben was piling suitcases into a taxi that had recently arrived. He scarcely glanced at me. Just a short wave and murmured hello. Ben appeared tense and sweating, but he was constantly twitching. I didn't think much about it. Emily escorted me through the house as if I had never been there before. Here's the kitchen. Here's Sophie's room. Here's the TV remote. She then opened the refrigerator and took out a large thermos with a yellow top. "I made this for you," she explained, placing it into my hands. "Herbal tea for stress. You look tired, Rachel. You've been working too hard." Something about the way she stated it felt strange, or overly pushy. But I smiled and thanked her, like I did with Emily. I smiled, thanked her, and didn't push back. She had always had the answers, even when I hadn't asked for them. Emily prescribed lavender oil, green juice, and a vision board covered in George Clooney photos when I had a difficult breakup at 25. Manifest your future husband, she had stated. I still have trust concerns with vision boards. The cab honked. Emily hugged me again. 2 hugs in one day, absolutely unusual, and I ran out the door. Ben followed silently. I watched them get into the car and pull away. Then I locked the front door, turned around, and saw Sophie standing there, looking at me as if she was ready to tell me the world was ending. Auntie, don't drink the tea Mom made. She plotted something bad. I couldn't breathe or think. The thermos was still in my hands, and it suddenly felt like a bomb. My niece, who I thought was born mute, had just spoken to me in a perfectly audible voice, warning me that my own sister was attempting to poison me. Before we continue, if you're enjoying this story, please subscribe and let me know where you're watching from, and what time it is. I read every single comment, and your support means everything to me. Now, let's get back to what happened next. I set the thermos on the counter as if it were radioactive. My hands were so shaky that I almost dropped it. Then I returned to Sophie, and sank to my knees, bringing myself to her eye level. Sophie, I said. You can talk? She nodded. Her eyes were big and worried. But there was also something vicious about them. Something determined. I always could. Auntie. Mommy made me stop. The room shook. I had to place one hand on the floor to keep myself steady. What do you mean made you stop? I asked my 8-year-old niece, who told me a narrative that shattered all I thought I knew about my family. Sophie was not born silent. She has never had a neurological issue. It was a lie. My sister had been telling a falsehood for 5 years, up until the age of 3. Sophie spoke like a regular toddler. She said her first words, learnt new ones every day, sang songs, asked a million questions, and uttered, "I love you" before bedtime. Then, one afternoon, everything changed. Sophie was playing upstairs in her room. She became thirsty, so she crept downstairs to fetch some juice. Mommy was in the kitchen, talking on the phone. She hadn't noticed the small girl waiting in the doorway. Sophie heard words. She didn't comprehend most of them, but she did recognize a few. Aunt Lisa. Money is out of the picture. When Daddy leaves, Mom follows, and we get everything. She absolutely trusts me. Sophie, 3 years old, questioned her mother, Mommy, what does out of the picture mean? Emily's face became frigid. She grasped Sophie's arms too hard, causing little bruises, and bent down until they were face to face. Listen to me very carefully, she hissed. If you ever speak to anyone else about anything, something awful will happen to Aunt Lisa. Your voice is harmful. Everything you utter harms her. If you adore your auntie, you'll never make another sound. Do you understand? Sophie loved me. I was the aunt who brought her picture books. I was the one who smiled at her like she was the most special thing in the world. So Sophie stopped talking. She was 3 years old. She made a decision to give up her voice to protect me. I sat on Emily's kitchen floor, tears streaming down my cheeks, as this child explained the sacrifice she'd made. Emily, my sister, the devoted mother, had used Sophie's fear to take her to doctors, play the role of concerned parent, and collect her selective mutism diagnosis, but she told everyone something different. It was a neurological condition that Sophie was born with, and there was nothing she could do about it. Emily won the Mother of the Year award from the community center 2 years ago, and everyone praised her patience and dedication to her special needs child. I was visiting Chicago twice a year, and I had no reason to doubt my sister about her own daughter. The crystal plaque on the mantel caught my eye. I instantly wanted to hurl the plaque in the sun and watch it burn. What else do you know, sweetheart? I asked gently. What else have you seen? It turned out that Sophie's silence rendered her invisible. Adults forgot she was there and talked freely around her, figuring she couldn't comprehend or couldn't tell anyone even if she did. Sophie witnessed her mother repeatedly practicing my signature on scrap paper until it was nearly perfect. She overheard phone conversations about trust and transferring everything, and Rachel watched her father become increasingly afraid of her mother, agreeing to everything without question. Sophie had seen her mother perform for neighbors, church friends, and teachers, the perfect mask of a loving parent making sacrifices for her disabled daughter, and 2 nights ago, she heard something that made her realize she couldn't stay silent any longer. She crept to the top of the stairs. As she had done hundreds of times before, her parents were in the kitchen plotting. The tea will make her sick enough for the ER. Emily explained. Not hazardous. Just severe stomach problems and great drowsiness. She will be gone for days. What about Sophie while we are away? Ben inquired. Mrs. Stevens next door will accept her. I've previously informed her. Rachel has episodes from time to time. She bought it completely, and while Rachel is in the hospital, we drive to Indianapolis, where there is a lawyer who doesn't know her. I have all the forged papers ready, and we transfer the entire trust to my name. By the time Rachel recovers, it's done, and she won't be able to prove anything. There's no cruise, no Caribbean vacation, just a scheme to poison me, forge my signature, and steal over $1 million. You saved me. I whispered into Sophie's hair. You know that, right? You saved my life. She hugged me back. Rachel, I couldn't let Mama hurt you. Not anymore. I looked over at the thermos on the counter. It looked innocent, had a yellow lid, contained homemade tea from my loving sister, and served as evidence. My tears stopped, and something hard and concentrated settled in my chest. Emily thought she had 5 days to steal everything. She thought I'd be lying in a hospital bed, too sick to stop her, but she was very, very wrong. The first call I made was to Lily Moore, whom I met in college. She went into nursing, and I went into accounting. We took different paths, but we stayed close. She was the kind of friend who showed up with ice cream during breakups and told you the truth even when it hurt. I trusted her completely. She responded on the second ring, Rachel, what's up? Lily, I need you to come to Emily's house right away. Something happened to me. I cannot explain it over the phone. Please just come. Something in my voice must have worried her. She didn't ask questions. On my way. 40 minutes later, she stood at the door, still dressed in scrubs from her shift, hair pulled back in a sloppy ponytail. Lily took one look at my face and pulled me into a hug. Talk to me. So, I did. The tea, the scheme, and Sophie, sweet silent Sophie, who had spoken for the first time in 5 years to warn me. When I finished, Lily was quiet for a long moment before looking over at Sophie, who was sitting on the couch watching us with those big, serious eyes. Lily approached and knelt in front of her. You're the bravest kid I've ever met, she murmured softly. Sophie almost grinned, and Lily stood up. It's all business now. Okay, first things first. That tea should be tested. I know someone at the hospital lab. She can complete a rush analysis tonight. If there's anything wrong, we'll find out by morning. She put on latex gloves, which she obviously had in her purse, and carefully removed a sample from the thermos, sealing it in a little container. What kind of person poisons tea? She muttered, shaking her head. I knew Emily was off. Remember how she said that haircut made your face look less round? That was hardly a compliment. That was psychological warfare in sister format. I almost laughed. Lily asked, what else do you have? There has to be more evidence if she's been operating this fraud. I looked at Sophie. Honey, you said you know where Mommy puts important papers. She nodded and climbed off the couch. There's a closed drawer in the office. I know the code. How do you know the code? I watched her type it. Many times, she never noticed me. A little sorrowful pause. Nobody ever sees the quiet kid. She brought us to Emily's home office, a clean, neatly furnished place that looked like it belonged in a magazine. There was a large desk with a computer, filing cabinets, and one drawer with a digital lock. 0420, Sophie said. March 15th, their wedding anniversary. Of course, Emily would use something sentimental. It made her feel clever. I punched in the code, the drawer clicked open, and what we found inside made my stomach turn. The fourth, which nearly broke me, was a file labeled Rachel's mental health concerns. They discussed the emergency transfer of trust assets, as well as my mental instability and inability to manage finances. The meeting was scheduled for the 4th day of the cruise. Emily's handwriting was on the pages, dated entries describing my erratic behavior, depression, paranoid episodes, complete fabrications, and everything else. She was creating a paper trail, preparing to paint me as mentally unfit, in case I ever challenged the fraud. My own sister was planning to call me crazy, destroy my credibility, and take everything and leave me with nothing, not even my reputation. Lily photographed every single document, every page, and every date. This is calculated deception, she stated sternly. It is not an impulsive thing. She's been preparing this for over a year. My accountant brain kicked in, and I began sorting the information in my head, dates, patterns, the amount withdrawn each month, The signatures that didn't quite match. Numbers don't lie. And these numbers told a very clear story. Then Lily's phone buzzed. Her contact at the lab working the overnight shift had rushed the tea analysis. The results: a concentrated combination of a powerful laxative compound and a sedative herb. It was not lethal, but absolutely incapacitating. Anyone who drank it would be violently ill and barely conscious for 48 to 72 hours. Emily wasn't trying to kill me. She was too smart for that. She just needed me out of commission long enough to steal everything. I thought about my emergency savings account, $7,000 in a separate bank that no one knew about. Years ago, a financial advisor advised me to always have walk-away money. I had quietly followed that advice, never mentioning it to my family, and now that money was going to fund my fight. Sometimes boring financial planning saves your life. There was one more call to make: Luke Thompson. We were in the same study group in college. He went to law school while I went into accounting, and he was now an assistant prosecutor for Franklin County. I contacted him and described everything. After a lengthy, quiet, "Rachel?" he eventually said, "This is fraud, forgery, attempted poisoning, and what your sister did to that child. Coercive control and psychological abuse. That is serious. Very serious. What should I do? What should I do? You delegated responsibility for legal matters to me. I'll coordinate with local police and contact the FBI. This crosses state borders, making it federal. We will also contact the Indianapolis lawyer. He could be an unwitting participant or a conspirator. Whatever happens, we'll find out. Emily is unaware that you are onto her. If she becomes alarmed, she may flee with whatever money she has access to. You must convince her that her plan is perfect." I looked at the thermos, still sitting on the kitchen counter. I had to pretend I drank it. Pretend I was sick. Pretend I was helpless and incapacitated while my sister drove to Indianapolis to rob me. 3 days of acting. The performance of my life. I can do that, I said, and I meant it. Day 2. It was time to become an actress. I sat in Emily's living room staring at my phone. Sophie was beside me on the couch, quiet but watchful. Even though she could now speak freely, she still observed everything with those careful eyes. I dialed Emily's number, which went straight to voicemail, as I expected. If she was really on a cruise, she'd have limited cell service. Of course, she wasn't on a cruise. She was in an Indianapolis hotel, preparing to steal my inheritance. But I had to play along, so I made my voice weak, shaky, and pathetic, the kind of voice someone uses when they're barely holding it together. "Emily, something's really wrong. I've been sick all night, throwing up and dizzy. I can barely stand. I think I should go to the hospital. Sophie is okay. Mrs. Stevens can take her if I need to go to the emergency room. I'm sorry for ruining your trip. I will figure it out. Mrs. Stevens." I hung up, my hands steady, my heart cold, and Lily, who was sitting across from me, gave me a thumbs up. Oscar-worthy performance. Really? Was there a quiver in your voice at the end? Thank you, chef. My entire life, I've learned to fake emotions by watching Emily. 2 hours later, my phone rang with a text from Emily. It wasn't a call, a worried voicemail inquiring about the hospital, or a frantic message requesting to speak with her daughter. It was a text. Feel better soon. Do not worry about Sophie. Mrs. Stevens is great with children. Rest and take care of yourself. See you in a few days. I stared at that pink heart emoji for a long time. My sister might have poisoned me. She was actively planning to steal more than $1 million from me, and her response was a cartoon heart and an exclamation point. Emily, show some range. She didn't even ask about the hospital. Lily said, reading over my shoulder. She didn't even ask which one. Did not offer to come home. I didn't ask to talk to Sophie. Nope. Your sister is really a sociopath. I'm starting to think actual sociopaths try harder than this. Over the next few hours, Lily's husband, who worked in IT, gave us a quick lesson in social media tracking. Turns out Ben wasn't as careful as Emily. His Instagram still had location services enabled, and he posted a selfie at a coffee shop yesterday morning, smiling like an idiot. Emily kept meticulous records of everything, and I discovered them at the bottom of a stack of old tax returns in the evidence drawer. They were geotagged to Indianapolis, Indiana, and there was no beach, cruise ship, or Caribbean sunset. My hands trembled as I read the handwritten letters, dated during our mother's final months, written by Emily to our mother, Amelia. while Mom was dying of cancer, weak, scared, and fighting for every breath. Emily begged no, demanded that Amelia change the will and leave everything to Emily alone. Cut me out entirely. Rachel is single. She doesn't have as many responsibilities as I do. I've got a daughter to raise. I need the money. You've always favored her. This is your chance to make things right. If you ever loved me, you'll do this. The manipulation, guilt, and cruelty of putting pressure on a dying woman. And then I found Mom's response, handwritten on her personal stationery. The handwriting was shaky, but the words were strong. I will not punish Rachel for being responsible. I won't reward you for your greed. The trust remains equal. This discussion is over. Don't bring this up again. I love you. But I'm disappointed with who you've become. Mom. Amelia refused. Even on her deathbed, she protected me. So, Emily waited. She waited for our mother to die. And then she started forging. I sat there on the floor of that perfect home office, holding my mother's final words in my hands, and I cried not for myself, for Mom, for the betrayal she saw in her own daughter before the end. Auntie. Sophie's small voice. She'd come to the doorway. Yes, sweetheart? Are those letters from Grandma? Auntie. Yes. She walked over and sat down next to me on the floor. Her little hand found mine. Grandma told me something once, she said quietly. When Mommy wasn't in the room, she said, watch your mama, little one. Something's wrong in her heart. I thought she meant Mommy was sick, like with her actual heart. I didn't understand. I think Grandma knew. I said she always saw people clearly. Do you think she knew about me? That I wasn't really mute? I thought about my mother, sharp until the end, observant, the kind of woman who noticed everything but chose her battles carefully. I think, I said slowly, that Grandma trusted me to figure it out eventually, and she trusted you to be brave when it mattered. Sophie squeezed my hand. That evening, Luke Thompson called with updates. The legal machinery was moving faster than I expected. Local police were fully briefed. Given the evidence of fraud, forgery, and attempted poisoning, they were taking this seriously. The FBI had been consulted. Interstate wire fraud. Transferring money across state lines through deceptive means was a federal offense. Emily had made this a federal case all by herself, and the Indianapolis lawyer Sam Carter. Luke's contacts had reached out to him. Turns out Carter had been having doubts. The signatures on the authorization forms looked slightly off to him. He was already considering canceling the meeting. When authorities explained what was actually happening, he agreed to cooperate fully. The sting was set for day 4. When Emily and Ben walked into that law office expecting to complete their theft, police would be waiting. Your job, Luke reminded me, is to keep pretending. Keep sending sick updates. Make her believe everything is going according to plan. So I did. Day 2, text, still so sick. The doctor thinks maybe food poisoning. So strange. Sophie is wonderful with Mrs. Stevens. Day 3. Text. Barely keeping water down. So weak. Don't cut your trip short. I'll be fine. I just need rest. Each message I imagined Emily reading it, smiling, thinking her stupid, trusting sister was exactly where she wanted her. That same day, Luke arranged for a child advocacy specialist to take Sophie's statement. It had to be done properly, videotaped with a child psychologist present, following all legal protocols for minor witnesses. Sophie was nervous. She sat in a chair that was too big for her, feet dangling above the floor. But when the question started, she sat up straight. She used her voice, still new, still strange after 4 years of silence, and told them everything, what she heard when she was 3. The threats. The fear. The decision to stop speaking. The years of watching and listening. The night she overheard the plan about the tea. When it was over, she looked at me through the observation window. That's the most I've talked since I was 3, she said. My voice is tired, but it feels good. Like I've been holding my breath underwater for years. And I finally came up for air. I wanted to run in there and hold her, but I had to wait. Protocols. When they finally let me see her, I hugged her so tight I probably squeezed the air right back out. One more day. I told her. Just one more day and this is over. She nodded against my shoulder. One more day. Day 4. Indianapolis. Indiana. 9. 30 inches the morning. Sam Carter's law office, third floor of a professional building with a nice view of downtown that nobody was going to enjoy today. I wasn't there in person. Luke set up a secure video feed so I could watch from Emily's living room. Sophie sat beside me holding my hand. Lily was on my other side. We watched the lobby camera as Emily and Ben walked through the front door. Emily looked perfect. Professional dress, modest jewelry, concerned expression carefully arranged on her face. She was carrying a leather folder, the same one from her office, I realized, full of forged documents and stolen dreams. Ben looked like he was going to be sick, sweating through his nice shirt, eyes darting around the lobby. He knew something was wrong with this whole scheme. He'd always known, but he was too weak, too scared of his wife to stop it. They approached the receptionist. She smiled, gave their names. The receptionist smiled back and led them down a hallway toward the conference room where 3 people were waiting. Emily walked in first, confident, ready to close the deal on the biggest theft of her life. Sam Carter sat at the head of the table. Gray-haired. Serious. He didn't smile when she entered, didn't stand to shake her hand. 2 other people sat at the table, a man and a woman, plain clothes, professional. Emily hesitated in the doorway. I thought this was a private meeting, she said. That honey-sweet voice again, the one she used when she sensed something was off. Carter's response was flat. Mrs. Harris, please have a seat. These are Detectives Morrison and Park. They have some questions about the documentation you've submitted. Through the video feed, I watched my sister's face, the flicker of confusion, the quick calculation behind her eyes, the decision to brazen it out. She sat down, crossed her legs, folded her hands on the table. Of course, whatever I can help with. Is there some problem with the paperwork? Detective Morrison was calm, almost friendly. She asked Emily to confirm her identity, her relationship to me, her role as co-trustee of our parents' estate. Emily confirmed everything, smooth, confident. She still thought she could talk her way out. Then Morrison placed 2 documents on the table side by side. On the left, my signature from the forged authorization forms. On the right, my real signature from verified bank records. Mrs. Harris, can you explain why these signatures don't match? For just a second, barely a heartbeat, I saw panic flash across Emily's face. Then, the mask slammed back down. My sister has very inconsistent handwriting, Emily said. She's always been that way. And frankly, she's not well mentally. I have documentation about her instability. I can show you. Detective Park cut her off. We've reviewed your documentation. The notes about your sister's supposed mental health issues. He paused. Interesting thing. Her employer describes her as one of the most detail-oriented people they've ever worked with. Her doctor confirms she's in excellent mental and physical health. 3 colleagues provided statements calling her exceptionally stable and trustworthy. The mask was cracking. They don't see her like I do. The family knows the truth. Mrs. Harris. Morrison's voice was still calm. But there was steel underneath. Now, we have bank records showing $150,000 in unauthorized withdrawals over 12 months. We have email correspondence with this office discussing emergency trust transfers. We have forensic analysis of your sister's signatures proving forgery. She placed another document on the table. And we have lab results from the tea you prepared. A potent combination of sedatives and laxatives capable of keeping someone in the hospital for several days. Ben made a small sound, resembling a wounded animal. Emily was frozen. The honey-sweet expression was gone. What remained underneath was cold and cornered. Then Morrison took out a tablet. There's one more piece of evidence we'd like you to hear. She pressed play. A child's voice echoed throughout the conference room. Clear, steady, and unmistakable. Sophie's story. My mommy told me when I was 3 that if I ever talked again, something bad would happen to Aunt Rachel. She said my voice was dangerous, that every word would hurt her. So, I stopped talking for 4 years to protect my aunt. Sophie continued recording, describing what she had overheard. The phone call came when she was 3, the night before the cruise. Every detail is delivered in that careful, serious tone. I couldn't let mommy hurt Aunt Rachel. She's the only one who ever really saw me. Even when I couldn't talk, she listened. The recording ended. Silence. And if this story has you on the edge of your seat right now, please take just 1 second to hit that like button and subscribe. Your support means everything to me, and I read every single comment. Now, let us finish this. Sophie was diagnosed with selective mutism, a psychological condition that is frequently caused by trauma or fear, according to medical records. Not what you told your family. Your daughter stopped speaking after you terrorized her for 4 years. Emily's face twisted, and the mask shattered completely, revealing the ugly, raw Emily who was supposed to remain silent, which she was never supposed to do. This was child psychological abuse, fraud, forgery, and attempted poisoning. Emily. Ben's voice shaking, said, "Quit talking." He turned to the detectives and said, "Just stop, I need a lawyer. A separate attorney. I will cooperate. I will tell you everything." She had everything planned out, signatures, transfers, and tea. I was afraid of her. "I will testify. Whatever you need." Emily turned on him with a fury that made even the detectives nervous. "You pathetic coward. After everything I have done for us." Mrs. Detective Park stood up and said, "Harris, you're under arrest. Please stand with your hands behind your back. We thank you. We have Talks Engine. We have to.com. We have Talks Ed." The handcuffs clicked around her wrists. She was still talking, still attempting to explain, justify, and manipulate, but there was no one left to manipulate. Everyone in the room had seen the evidence. Everyone had heard her own daughter's testimony, and she was led out of the conference room, out of the building, and into a waiting police car. I watched on the video feed as my sister, the golden child, the perfect mother, the woman who had terrorized a 3-year-old into silence, and attempted to poison her own sister, vanished into the back seat of that car. Sophie squeezed my hand, and I looked down at her. "It's over," she whispered. "It's over." Lily exhaled deeply. "Well, I guess they'll want that Mother of the Year plaque back. Do you think we should mail it to her at her new address behind bars?" I almost laughed. Justice was on its way. But there was one more thing I needed to do. 2 weeks later, I went to Franklin County Family Court. The courtroom was small and functional, not the grand dramatic space you see in movies, just a room with fluorescent lights and uncomfortable chairs, and a judge's bench that had seen 1,000 broken families. But today, something was being put back together. I sat at the front table in my best professional outfit. The same one I wore to important client meetings. This was more important than any client meeting I'd ever had. Sophie sat beside me. She'd picked out her own dress that morning, purple, her favorite color, and she'd brushed her own hair. I could tell she was nervous. Ben had signed away his parental rights in exchange for cooperating with prosecutors. The judge reviewed the case file, including Emily's arrest, the fraud charges, the forgery, the attempted poisoning, and the 4 years of psychological abuse inflicted on a child. He'd known about everything and done nothing to stop it. He didn't deserve to be Sophie's father, and he knew it somewhere in his weak, cowardly heart. The judge looked up from the papers, an older man with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. "I've reviewed the emergency custody petition," he informed me. "Given the circumstances, the arrest of the mother, the cooperation of the father, and the extensive documentation of psychological abuse, I'm prepared to rule." He turned and looked directly at Sophie, not at me. "Young lady, I understand you have recently resumed speaking after many years of silence." Sophie nodded, gripping my hand so tightly that I lost circulation. "I would like to ask you directly, in your own words. Where would you prefer to live?" Sophie looked at me, then at the judge, then back at me, and finally stood up. 8 years old, 4 feet tall, wearing a purple dress, and more bravery than most adults ever have. "I want to live with my Aunt Rachel," she said, her voice clear and strong, a voice she had given up for 4 years to protect someone she loved. "She's the only one who has ever truly seen me. Even when I couldn't speak, she listened. She read me books. She sat with me. She never made me feel like there was something wrong with me." She paused, then added, "Also, she makes really good pancakes." Quiet laughter rippled through the courtroom, and the judge smiled as he signed the papers. Rachel Harris was granted emergency custody. Walking out of the courthouse, I couldn't stop looking at Sophie, who was talking about the courtroom, what she wanted for lunch, a bird she saw on the window ledge, and whether we could get a dog someday. After 4 years of silence, she couldn't stop talking, and I wouldn't have it any other way. That evening, we ate dinner in my apartment, and I had already begun transforming the spare room into Sophie's bedroom, with purple walls, bookshelves everywhere, and a cozy reading corner by the window. "Aunt Rachel," she inquired through a mouthful of pasta. "Yes, sweetheart. May I tell you about dinosaurs?" I smiled and said, "Absolutely." Sophie was given a 25-minute lecture on every dinosaur species she had ever read about, complete with a detailed analysis of which ones would win in a fight. Apparently, Velociraptors are totally overrated because of movies, and T-Rex has unfair advantages because of media bias. The true winner, according to Sophie, would be the Ankylosaurus, which is essentially a tank with a built-in weapon. I did not have to understand dinosaur combat theory. All I needed to do was listen. Sophie began therapy with a specialist in childhood trauma the following week, and the sessions were difficult at times. 4 years of fear and silence do not vanish overnight, and there were bad days when she became quiet again, and the old terror crept back in. But there were also good days, when she laughed aloud and sang in the shower. Emily faced multiple felony charges and took a plea deal to avoid trial. I didn't attend any of the hearings because I had more important things to do. She would come home from school full of stories about new friends who had never known her as the mute girl, just as Sophie. The majority of the stolen money was traced and recovered, and I became sole trustee, carefully managing it for our future. Mine and Sophie's. I sold the family home, which had too many complicated memories, and used a portion of the proceeds to start Sophie's education fund, while the rest went into savings. Walk-away money multiplied. Sometimes I think about my mother, about that letter she wrote to Emily, standing firm even as cancer took her away, about the quiet warning she whispered to her granddaughter. Something's wrong in her heart. Patricia Harris saw the truth about her own daughter, and even in death, she protected those who deserved it. Last Saturday morning, Sophie and I had breakfast on my little apartment balcony. Nothing fancy, just pancakes, orange juice, and early autumn sunshine. Sophie was telling me about a dream she'd had, something about a penguin who could drive a car, a castle made entirely of waffles, and a very polite dragon named Gerald who apologized every time he accidentally set something on fire. It made no sense, but it was perfect. I sipped my coffee and listened, really listened. This is what family should sound like, a kid rambling about waffle castles, morning light through the trees, two people who chose each other sitting together talking about nothing and everything. Sophie paused in the middle of her story and looked at me. Thank you, Aunt Rachel, for listening. I reached over and squeezed her hand. Always, sweetheart. Always. The quietest people are not always the weakest. They're just waiting for someone they can trust to finally speak. Sophie found her voice. And I found my family. Some stories have happy endings, but ours was just getting started. Thank you so much for watching. More of my most gripping stories are already on your screen. Click one now and don't miss the best part. You'll love it. See you next.